The atmosphere in the meeting room of Tiangyue High School was tense. Luo Wenqing, the director of the Political and Educational Affairs Office, kept glancing at the clock with a furrowed brow. As one of the most prestigious schools in Xiang City, Tiangyue High had established a designated safe zone on the outskirts of the city to educate students about the dangers of the forbidden areas beyond. Although this area hosted man-eating plants, mutated spirit beasts, and even underground worms capable of swallowing a person whole, it was relatively safe within the marked boundaries. Since the school's founding, no student had ever dared to cross the safety line. Most wouldn't even approach it. However, just 3 days into the new school year, Benwei shattered that record. What shocked everyone even more was his father's reaction. After being notified, he not only hung up the phone but also failed to show up at the school. Has Benwei's family arrived yet? Luo Wenqing asked the female teacher standing beside him. His father hung up the phone? The teacher replied awkwardly. After another 10 minutes, a man with a noticeable belly finally rushed in. Sorry, I'm Lu Daqiang. Suppressing his anger, Luo Wenqing explained the situation. This was a lapse on the school's part, and we will do our best to rescue him. But please prepare yourself mentally. After all, we're dealing with the forbidden zone outside the city. To everyone's surprise, as they discussed the rescue plan, Lu Daqiang actually began to nod off. Luo Wenqing, unable to contain his fury, slammed his hand on the table. Are you even human? Your son's life is in danger, and not only did you hang up the phone and arrive late, but now you're falling asleep? Lu Daqiang muttered under his breath. I'm more worried about whether the spirit beasts in the forbidden zone will survive. It turned out this father had his reasons to be exasperated but silent. His son had displayed extraordinary strength from a young age. At 6 months old, a single kick put his father in a wheelchair for half a year. At 5 years old, he single-handedly took on the disciplinary office, making the principal call him dad. At 7, he dismantled an overseas rogue cultivator organization. Demolishing buildings and blowing up bridges were routine for him. And before even reaching adulthood, he had the audacity to compete with cultivation world elites over women. For 18 generations, no one in the Lu family could compare to even a single finger of Lu Benwei. Back in their hometown of Lin City, whenever his father declared, "My son is Benwei," no one dared to disrespect him. Even government officials would address him as Mr. Lu and light him a cigarette. Unfortunately, while the spiritual energy revival expanded Blue Star, it also brought immense crises. Native spirit beasts ran rampant, and randomly appearing interdimensional gates posed constant threats. Lin City had to be evacuated because of a perpetually unopened interdimensional gate, forcing the Lu family to relocate to Xiang City. Meanwhile, in the forbidden zone outside the city, the atmosphere was quite pleasant. For Lu Benwei, it was just a normal day of skipping class, not much different from other kids ditching school to play video games. As for whether he had crossed the safety line or cared about the whole forbidden zone thing, well, it barely registered in his mind. What a coincidence. As Ruben Weigang skipped class and wandered into the forbidden zone, he stumbled upon an unexpected figure. It was a little girl, no older than 7 or 8, with pigtails and a white dress smeared with mud. She was curled up at the base of a massive tree, so large it would take 7 or 8 people to encircle it. The girl was sobbing softly, her wide, frightened eyes darting around as if bracing for some lurking terror. When she spotted the black-clad boy, her face lit up as though she'd found a lifeline. "Big brother," she called out desperately. Ruben didn't hesitate and decided to take the little girl, who had somehow found her way into the forbidden zone, under his wing. For the next half-day, Ruben guided her through the dense forest, introducing her to numerous strange and fantastical spirit beasts. To the girl's amazement, these creatures were remarkably friendly. This starkly contradicted everything she had been taught growing up, that the forbidden zone was perilous and that spirit beasts were ferocious predators. The cognitive dissonance left her young mind struggling to reconcile the two realities. As they ventured deeper into the forest, 3 colossal beings emerged before them. A white tiger with wings spanning its back and a body several meters long, a bear as large as a small house, and a wolf with crimson eyes and tusks half a meter long. "Brother Ruben, are you sure the forbidden zone outside the city isn't dangerous? They won't hurt us, will they?" The little girl clung nervously to Ruben's sleeve, her voice trembling. "Do they look like they're going to hurt anyone?" Ruben replied calmly. The 3 spirit beasts exchanged glances and immediately assumed friendly postures. With surprising elegance, they bowed and spoke in human tongues. "Of course, we won't harm anyone." In this era, spirit beasts at the Foundation establishment level possessed intelligence equal to that of humans. Those who reached the Golden Core stage could even assume human forms, though they usually chose to remain in their natural states. Encouraged by Ruben, the girl mustered her courage and stepped forward. The white tiger approached first, gracefully lying down at her feet. When her small hand timidly stroked its silky fur, the tiger affectionately nuzzled her in return. This moment melted away her apprehension. She began to see these creatures as nothing more than oversized, gentle animals, far from the terrifying monsters her parents had warned her about. She couldn't help but resent the fear-mongering she'd been subjected to. Just as the scene turned heartwarmingly serene, Reuben plopped down casually, pulling out a deck of cards. All right, you lot. Same rules as always. Let's play a couple of rounds. The wolf and bear immediately deflated, their enthusiasm vanishing. The white tiger, meanwhile, silently rejoiced at having found a safe haven with the girl. For these spirit beasts, enduring Reuben's card games was a fate worse than any physical hardship. At that moment, the bear spirit, holding a full set of consecutive planes and a bomb card, was sweating profusely, utterly baffled about how to play its hand. The absurdity of the scene was enough to leave anyone both amused and exasperated. The massive bear paw carefully pinched a playing card, hesitating for a long time before finally drawing a 3 of spades. Benwei, lounging comfortably with one leg crossed over the other, casually tossed out a 4. Pass. The wolf demon and bear demon admitted in unison, defeated. Then I'll play this. Benwei smirked triumphantly, clapping his hands together and bursting into laughter. You're amazing. Your card-playing skills are unmatched. The two demons forced a smile, suppressing their heartache as they reluctantly handed over their last remaining treasures to Benwei as payment for their losses. Nearby, the white tiger lay sprawled on the ground, enjoying the little girl's strokes as it silently celebrated its escape from this ordeal. Although the name Xiaobai bruised its dignity, it was a small price to pay compared to the wolf and bear demons, who were losing everything. Xiaobai, let's play house, okay? The little girl suggested innocently. Internally, the white tiger roared. What? Me, the mighty king of the mountains, the winged crimson tiger, reduced to playing house with a little girl? Its majestic tiger face twitched with outrage. But outwardly, it responded gently, of course, my lovely lady. Compared to playing cards with that menace Benwei, playing house was practically a blessing. Xiaobai, guess what I'm cooking now? The little girl fiddled with some leaves in her hands. Stir-fried chili with pork, the white tiger replied with a forced smile, while internally berating itself. Crimson tiger, oh crimson tiger, have you no shred of dignity left as the king of the mountains? Time to wash up and eat. All right then. Xiaobai, I honestly couldn't believe how gentle you all are. Well, we're actually still very ferocious. The white tiger tried to salvage some of its pride. Then why are you so nice to me? Even my mom and dad never play house with me. The white tiger glanced at Benwei, forcing a grin. No special reason. It's because we're friends. But with strangers, we're definitely terrifying. Totally understandable. The little girl nodded seriously. What do you understand? It's just basic animal instinct. Even puppies bare their teeth at strangers, don't they? The white tiger was utterly speechless, its last shred of defiance shattered by the little girl's innocent remark. The next morning, as the red sun slowly rose in the east, the conference room of Tiangyue High School was already buzzing with voices. Luo Wenqing and the school's senior staff had gathered early to discuss the next steps in the rescue mission for Benwei. The previous day, a search and rescue team composed of 5 highly skilled instructors, equipped with ample gear, had ventured into the restricted zone to search for him. They spent the entire afternoon navigating the perilous area, but as night approached, they had no choice but to retreat. It was common knowledge that the dangers of the restricted zone increased significantly at night, and even this elite team dared not linger. Despite their careful preparations, one of the instructors sustained a minor injury, further underscoring the treacherous nature of the area. Everyone in the meeting room understood the grim reality. Benwei's chances of survival were slim. Whatever had driven him into the restricted zone, such reckless behavior came with a steep price. However, the school could neither abandon the rescue effort nor afford to do so. First, there was a moral obligation to continue the search. Second, the school bore undeniable responsibility for the incident. Third, with the interschool rankings approaching, mishandling this situation could provide rival schools with ammunition to tarnish Tianyu's reputation, potentially impacting their rank. And rankings directly influence the resources, privileges, and opportunities the school could secure from the authorities. Where is Benwei's parent? Luo Wenqing asked, noticing the empty seat beside her. She turned to a female teacher nearby. I haven't seen him, the teacher replied. Luo Wenqing frowned, pulling out her phone to dial Lu Daqiang's number. After the meeting the day before, the school had made sure to collect his contact information and arrange accommodations for him, to facilitate communication and jointly coordinate the rescue efforts. Yet since the meeting had adjourned, Lu Daqiang had been nowhere to be found. The call was quickly answered, and Lu Daqiang's cheerful voice came through the line. Ah, Teacher Luo. Hello. Mr. Lu, where are you? Luo Wenqing asked directly. I'm at work, haha. Is there something you need, Teacher Luo? Lu Daqiang responded in a relaxed tone, sounding busy but carefree. What? You're at work? Luo Wenqing's expression darkened instantly. Of course. It's Tuesday, a workday, you know. You wouldn't believe how competitive the job market is these days. Lu Daqiang rambled on about the struggles of his work life. For a moment, Luo Wenqing was at a loss for words. Tuesday, a workday. This response was beyond anything she could have imagined. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she suppressed her anger and said, Mr. Lu, your son is still in the restricted zone, his fate unknown, and yet you're at work? The school has prepared several new rescue plans today, and we need your approval. Please come to the school immediately. The sound of shuffling papers and background noise came from the other end of the line. After a long pause, Lu Daqiang finally replied, Teacher, is it possible to not go through with the rescue? His words hit the room like a bolt of lightning, leaving everyone stunned. Any other parent would have been pleading desperately for the rescue efforts to be intensified. Yet Lu Benwei's father was suggesting giving up? Even more puzzling was the continued absence of his mother, who remained conspicuously out of sight. Are you really Lu Benwei's biological father? Luo Wenqing blurted out, unable to hold back her disbelief. Teacher Luo, what kind of question is that? Lu Daqiang's tone grew irritated. Apologies, I didn't mean it that way. Luo Wenqing took another deep breath, carefully choosing her words. I just can't understand your reasoning. You have to realize that if the rescue is abandoned, your son will almost certainly not survive. I know, but maybe I just believe my son has a stroke of good fortune, that the heavens will protect him, huh? Lu Daqiang chuckled awkwardly, clearly brushing off the matter. Luo Wenqing was at a loss for words. Such an explanation was far from convincing, and it raised doubts about whether these parents truly cared about their child. Covering the phone's microphone, she scanned the faces of the others in the meeting room, especially the school's leadership. Since the call was on speaker, everyone had heard Lu Daqiang's every word clearly. In truth, while the school had many concerns, one of their biggest fears was dealing with overly demanding parents. Now that the parent had voluntarily suggested abandoning the rescue, it was shocking and distasteful, but in a way, it aligned with the school's interests. After all, despite the significant resources and manpower already committed to the search, the odds of finding Lu Benwei alive were exceedingly slim. Worse still, the rescue efforts could result in further injuries or even loss of life among the rescuers. After a brief exchange of whispers and nods among the leadership, one of them subtly gestured to Luo Wenqing, signaling her to proceed. As a parent, Luo Wenqing was well aware that entering the restricted zone to search for someone was an almost impossible task. Gripping the phone tightly, she spoke in a calm tone. Mr. Lu, since you've decided against further rescue efforts, the school will respect your decision. However, please understand that this is your decision as a parent. The school has already done everything in its power to carry out the rescue. On the other end of the line, Lu Daqiang seemed unusually cooperative. Luo Wenqing continued, considering the school's undeniable responsibility in this matter, we are willing to offer compensation. The specifics of the compensation plan would need to be negotiated to reach a mutual agreement. Compensation? Lu Daqiang's voice noticeably rose at the mention of the word, suppressing the disgust that churned within her. Luo Wenqing maintained her composure and said, if you have an amount in mind for compensation, feel free to propose it. Well, Lu Daqiang's voice suddenly dropped, becoming hesitant. Can I ask a question first? If I accept the compensation and my son comes back afterward, do I have to return the money? The meeting room fell into a heavy silence. Surviving the restricted zone under these circumstances? It was nothing short of a pipe dream. Unwilling to waste any more words, Luo Wenqing replied bluntly, Mr. Lu, please don't joke about such things. I suggest you come to the school as soon as possible to discuss the compensation arrangements. With that, she ended the call. The setting sun bathed the city in hues of red, and the streets bustled with hurried crowds and endless streams of cars. In this world where both technology and cultivation coexisted, even though everyone had the potential to pursue cultivation, most still needed to work to sustain their living expenses and the cost of their training. Lu Daqiang, in high spirits after finishing his day's work, returned home with his briefcase in hand. He had specifically bought 2 bottles of snow spirit beer and some snacks infused with spiritual energy, spending several hundred yuan in the process. The television was airing the evening news. Spatial anomalies in Fengqing might signal the appearance of an interdimensional portal. The memorial day of the hero Liang Fenglan was approaching, revisiting his heroic sacrifice 417 years ago. And a golden core stage cultivator had gone missing in the restricted zone of snowy Silver City while searching for alchemy materials, with their life token shattering 2 days later. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind carrying a dark glow surged in through an open window, enveloping the entire living room in an eerie black mist. The mist coalesced into a ghastly face, pointing at Lu Daqiang as it roared furiously, Lu Daqiang, you liar! You promised to keep your son in check, yet he's back in our restricted zone. Not only did he massacre a swath of spirit beasts, but he also extorted several golden core level ones. The losses our restricted zone has suffered are immense. As his father, You bear full responsibility for this. Damn it. Lu Daqiang cursed angrily as he realized what was happening. What the hell are you doing in the city? You freak. Aren't you afraid the experts here will wipe you out? The shadowy figure twisted its face in agitation, its raspy voice lashing out. Don't change the subject. I'm here to accuse your son of causing havoc in the Forbidden Zone, ruining our peaceful lives. What are you screaming about? Lu Daqiang, who had been in a good mood moments ago, was now thoroughly annoyed by the barrage of accusations. If my son's stirring up trouble in your Forbidden Zone, take it up with him. Why come to me? What's wrong? Too scared to confront him, so you're picking on me instead? The shadow jabbed a clawed hand in his direction. Using your human logic, isn't it the parent's fault if the child isn't disciplined? Your son's behavior is your responsibility. Lu Daqiang took a swig of his spirit-infused beer, utterly unbothered. Not my problem. Lu Daqiang, do you have any sense of fairness? The shadow snapped. Fairness? With you, a monster from the Forbidden Zone? You've got to be kidding me. The shadow's frustration boiled over, its teeth grinding audibly. If you keep being unreasonable, don't blame me if things get ugly. Ugly? Oh, I'd love to see how you plan to make things ugly, Lu Daqiang said, standing up with a menacing glare. Under Lu Daqiang's piercing gaze, the shadow stammered for a moment before weakly muttering, They'll call the authorities and report your son for trespassing in the Forbidden Zone. Even the shadow itself realized how ridiculous that sounded, and its body writhed in frustration. As a minor leader in the Forbidden Zone, life was anything but easy. Every time Lu Benwei entered the Forbidden Zone, it was a spree of destruction, leaving nothing but chaos in his wake. The creatures under the shadow's command were constantly complaining, but fighting back wasn't an option. It had tried reasoning with Lu Benwei once, only to be met with a punch that nearly sent it back to its primordial state. Left with no other choice, it had snuck into the city, bearing lavish gifts to plead with Lu Benwei's parent. But as it turned out, the father was just as tough a nut to crack, happily taking the gifts while refusing to lift a finger. Lu Daqiang, I won't forget this. The shadow spat before dissolving into a wisp of black mist and vanishing. The hall returned to its tranquil state, as if the shadow had never been there. Lu Daqiang set down his spirit beer and scoffed. What a joke. Calling my son disobedient? He's just a bit lively, that's all. So what if he kills a few wild beasts while exploring the Forbidden Zone? Fine, for the sake of the gift, I'll put in a good word for you. If he sees you and doesn't kill you, consider yourself lucky. Besides, you creatures in the Forbidden Zone haven't exactly been saints to humans, have you? As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce gust of wind howled outside the window. The shadow reappeared, clinging to the window frame with a sheepish grin. Mr. Lu, before your son gets back, could I maybe hide out here for a while? Get lost. Lu Daqiang barked, hurling a bone fragment at the shadow and slamming the window shut. Defeated, the shadow vanished without a trace. Time passed, and deep within the Forbidden Zone the next day, the dense jungle stretched endlessly, its canopy so thick that even at noon, the forest floor was shrouded in gloom and mist. The vegetation was damp and heavy with moisture. By contrast, the 100-acre lake nearby basked in unobstructed sunlight, its surface sparkling under the warm rays. Occasionally, massive waves rippled across the otherwise calm waters, hinting at something lurking beneath. On the grassy shore of the lake, a teenage boy and a young girl were busy with their own tasks, paying no attention to the disturbances in the water. Lu Benwei lay sprawled on his back, hands behind his head, a stalk of grass in his mouth, and one leg crossed lazily over the other. The young girl sat cross-legged nearby, intently examining an egg the size of a bird's, cradled carefully in her hands. Log, do you think this egg will really hatch? She asked curiously, her big eyes sparkling with wonder. Lu Benwei lazily opened one eye. If I say it'll hatch, it'll hatch. What kind of egg is it? Will whatever comes out be really strong? She pressed, her curiosity undeterred. It's just a trash egg, Lu Benwei replied dismissively. Lu Benwei lazily swung one leg over the other as he casually flicked his hand and said, once it hatches, at best, it will just be a little toy. But is it cute? Well, it's all right, I guess. Then, thank you, Brother Lu. The young girl giggled, quickly tucking the item into her storage pouch. Just then, a streak of light flashed across the sky not far away. A man dressed in a black robe was gliding low through the air on a flying sword. His presence was commanding, his eyes sharp as stars as they scanned his surroundings. His perception extended far and wide, easily detecting two spirit beasts at the chi refining stage. Without sparing them a second glance, he casually flicked his hand, unleashing two energy strikes that instantly killed the creatures. He continued his search, but as he was about to leave, his senses picked up something utterly unbelievable. How can it be? How could there be two children in a forbidden zone? Could they be some kind of strange anomaly? Gripped by suspicion, he instinctively moved closer to the lakeside. Soon, He confirmed the presence of human energy. These were not eerie transformations. His chiseled face was filled with astonishment. After a moment of hesitation, he descended on his sword, landing cautiously about 10 steps away from the two. He maintained his vigilance as he asked, "Young friend, little girl, how did you end up here?" The little girl suddenly remembered being brought outside the city to this forbidden zone by a masked man, who then abandoned her. Afterward, she happened to meet Benwei, and they had been playing together ever since. Judging by Brother Lao's demeanor, it seemed like he had come here just for fun. "We're here to play, uncle. What about you?" The little girl blinked her big eyes, her voice sweet and innocent as she returned the question. This response completely stunned the man in black. "Here to play? What kind of children come to a forbidden zone to play? That's a death wish." He didn't believe her at all, furrowing his brows as he scrutinized the two again. The black-robed boy remained sprawled lazily on the grass, showing no interest in the man's arrival. Meanwhile, the little girl continued to gaze at him curiously, as if she genuinely wanted to know whether he was there to play as well. The scene was absurdly out of place in the perilous forbidden zone. After careful consideration, the man in black decided, "Young friend, little girl, this forbidden zone outside the city is far too dangerous. It's no place for you to stay. Later, they'll take you out of here. But for now, I have matters to attend to, so I'll set up a defensive artifact to keep you safe." With that, he waved his hand, summoning 3 banners that he planted around the two, forming a triangular defensive formation. "Remember, no matter what happens, do not step outside this area." He gave a serious warning, glanced at the darkening sky, and then mounted his flying sword again, disappearing into the distance. Night fell earlier in the forbidden zone than in the outside world. "Huh, Brother Lu, what does he mean by this?" The little girl looked at the banners surrounding them, her face full of confusion. "Who cares?" Benwei didn't even lift his head, rubbing his stomach as he muttered, "I think I'm getting a bit hungry." After the man in black disappeared into the dense forest, he continued gliding on his flying sword, his senses radiating outward in search of something. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the devastating battle 10 years ago. At that time, a spirit beast riot erupted in the forbidden zone outside Xiang City, with countless beasts flooding the skies as they charged toward the city. Lan City, as a neighboring stronghold, urgently dispatched skilled cultivators for reinforcements. He and his elder brother, Luo, were among them. During that battle, his brother perished in the forbidden zone. His remains never recovered to this day. What weighed on his mind even more was the storage ring his brother had carried, which contained a vital cultivation manual passed down by the Luo family ancestor. Every time he came to Xiang City, he would venture into the forbidden zone, hoping to find his brother's remains. But ever since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the entire planet had expanded exponentially. Just the outskirts of this forbidden zone now stretched for thousands of miles. Finding a corpse from a decade ago was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. As the sky darkened, he sighed in frustration, having found nothing once again. He decided to return and pick up the 2 children. His flying sword streaked through the air, the lake now only a few miles away, when he abruptly halted mid-flight. A sharp instinct warned him something was watching him. The air around him grew frigid. Before he could pinpoint the source of danger, a powerful gust of wind surged from behind. Acting on reflex, he dropped to the ground and rolled, just as a serpent's tail, as thick as a water barrel, slammed into the spot he had occupied moments before. The impact carved a massive trench into the ground. Beads of cold sweat rolled down his face as he realized that if his reaction had been even a fraction slower, he would have been obliterated. Well, quick reflexes, they'll give you that," a mocking voice echoed. A colossal python emerged from the ground, raising its head high. Its scarlet eyes gleamed with amusement as it stared down at him. The aura emanating from the creature made his face pale. A late-stage golden core spirit beast. While encountering golden core-level beasts in the Forbidden Zone wasn't uncommon, latest-stage ones were exceedingly rare. Such creatures were usually on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. This was precisely why he, a mid-stage golden core cultivator, had dared to venture into the zone alone. But now, the gap of just one small stage felt as insurmountable as a chasm. Fear gripped him, draining any will to fight. Without hesitation, he leaped onto his flying sword and attempted to flee. However, the serpent moved even faster. Its massive tail swept across, cutting off his escape route, and the powerful gust of wind sent him hurtling backward. He crashed through several trees before landing heavily on the ground, pain immobilizing him. "Foolish human, how dare you trespass into the Forbidden Zone? Tonight, you'll be my dinner," the serpent hissed, its sinister voice dripping with malice. Its enormous body advanced rapidly, and it opened its gaping maw, ready to swallow him whole. Just as despair consumed him, a deafening explosion shattered the air. Before he could process what had happened, the serpent's head suddenly burst apart, showering him in flesh and blood. Stunned, he stared at the gruesome scene, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. It wasn't until he spotted a black-clad figure nearby, one that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, that realization dawned that it was the young man he had encountered earlier by the lake. When he recognized the figure as Lu Benwei, embarrassment flooded his face. This seemingly inexperienced youth was, in fact, a cultivator of far greater power than himself. Recalling how he had earlier planted the 3 formation flags around the lake and warned Lu Benwei not to step beyond their boundaries, he felt his face burn with shame. It was like performing a sword dance before a master swordsman. "Hey, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and clean up this mess," Lu Benwei said casually, cracking his knuckles. "Oh right, got it." Snapping out of his daze, the man scrambled to his feet and approached the serpent's corpse. Pulling out a ritual dagger, he began to dissect the beast. A late-stage golden core serpent was a treasure trove. Its tough hide could be crafted into top-grade armor. Its gallbladder was a potent tonic, and most valuable of all was its demon core. The core could not only provide immense power when absorbed but, through specific methods, could even instantly elevate a human cultivator to the golden core stage. Although an artificial golden core is inferior to one achieved through personal cultivation, for most cultivators, merely stepping into the golden core stage is an unattainable dream. This alone highlights the immense value of a golden core stage demon core. The man in black, Luo Keqing, carefully packed away these precious spoils of battle before walking over to Lu Benwei, who stood nearby. With both hands, he respectfully presented the snake demon skin, gallbladder, and demon core, explaining, "I am Luo Keqing. Thank you for saving my life. These are the most valuable parts of the snake demon, though unfortunately, its eyes were destroyed." Lu Benwei glanced at the various items in Luo Keqing's hands, his expression one of confusion. "What are you doing with all that?" "Huh?" Luo Keqing froze, unsure how to respond. "I told you to grab some good meat for roasting. You spent all this time messing around just to bring back this junk?" Luo Keqing was utterly dumbfounded. Junk? Not interested in the demon core, but only the meat? This completely upended his understanding of the world. Scratching his head, he turned silently and went to retrieve the meat as instructed. When Luo Keqing returned with fresh snake meat, Lu Benwei finally nodded in satisfaction, not sparing a single glance at the valuable demon core or other materials. "That useless snake? It's yours," he said dismissively. The statement left Luo Keqing in shock. After all, even with his mid-golden core cultivation, hunting a golden core early-stage spirit beast in the Forbidden Zone was no easy feat, let alone one at the late golden core stage, whose entire body was a treasure trove. "Thank you, senior," Luo Keqing said gratefully, unconsciously changing the way he addressed Lu Benwei. Lu Benwei, however, frowned. "Senior? I'm young and in my prime. And you, looking like a 40-year-old uncle, are calling me senior?" Once again, Luo Keqing was stunned. He had assumed Lu Benwei was some ancient cultivator maintaining a youthful appearance through immense power. Apparently, that wasn't the case. "May I ask how old are you?" he asked cautiously. 16. The answer nearly made Luo Keqing faint on the spot. Judging by Lu Benwei's effortless defeat of the late golden core snake demon, his strength was at least on par with a nascent soul cultivator, if not already at that level. And he was only 16. Luo Keqing suddenly felt like his decades of cultivation had been a complete waste. As Lu Benwei turned to leave, Luo Keqing hurried to follow. "Senior, they'll go retrieve the formation flags," he said. Despite Lu Benwei's young age, his cultivation level certainly warranted the respectful title. By dusk, the sky was painted in golden hues, stretching endlessly across the horizon. The Forbidden Zone, untouched by humans for ages, had reverted to its natural state, with fresh, clean air and serene surroundings. By the lake, the shimmering water reflected the amber sky, adding an air of tranquility to the scene. After collecting the extra formation flags, Luo Keqing noticed the little girl curled up on the grass, fast asleep while holding the mysterious egg. Lu Benwei, meanwhile, was crouched by a makeshift fire pit, diligently preparing to roast the fresh snake meat. Once the flags were stored, Luo Keqing approached Lu Benwei and cupped his fists in respect. "Thank you again for saving me. Should you ever visit Lan City, I will do my utmost to repay your kindness." He then prepared to leave but couldn't resist turning back to ask, "Senior, if I may ask, how did you achieve such incredible cultivation at such a young age?" This question had been gnawing at him. Luo Keqing had met many prodigies in his time. He had even been considered one himself, but to reach such a level of power at just 16? Even starting cultivation from the womb wouldn't explain it. "Oh, that's simple," Lu Benwei replied nonchalantly. When Lu Benwei agreed to answer questions, a flicker of gratitude and anticipation crossed Luo Keqing's face. Yet, as Lu began his tale, Luo's expression gradually twisted into one of disbelief. It turned out Lu Benwei's daily life was shockingly mundane. Morning started with a bowl of spiritual noodle soup followed by a nap. Afternoons were spent either playing cards or admiring young women in the university town. Just as Luo Keqing assumed this genius would devote his nights to cultivating in the abundant spiritual energy, Lu instead declared with pride that he was a ladies' man, frequenting bars and referring to himself unabashedly as a scoundrel. He even boasted of being the kind of guy 90 billion girls swoon over. Watching Lu's growing enthusiasm as he spoke of the ladies, Luo Keqing couldn't help but smack his lips in disbelief. Was this really the world of a genius? A wave of disillusionment struck him like a crushing blow. After some internal adjustment, and realizing Lu had little interest in him, Luo excused himself politely and left. It was then that the aroma of grilled meat stirred the little girl awake. "Brother Lu, it smells so good," she exclaimed, her bright eyes sparkling with delight. "You're amazing. How can you make something so delicious?" Lu's eyes lit up at the compliment. "Oh, so, you think I'm handsome too?" "Of course, Brother Lu is super handsome." The little girl gave him a big thumbs up. "You introduced me to Xiaobai, gave me an egg, and now you've cooked this amazing barbecue. Brother Lu is the most handsome person in the world. When I grow up, I'm going to marry you first." Lu Benwei straightened his back instinctively, placing his hands on his hips with a smug grin. "Yao, I never expected you to have such excellent taste at such a young age. From today forward, I officially declare that you're under my protection." "Yay. Thank you, Brother Lu. Now dig in. Tonight, we'll have one last celebration with those beast brats. Tomorrow, we head back. Your Brother Lu hasn't seen any lovely ladies in days. I'm starting to miss them." "Okay, Brother Lu. I miss my dad too," the little girl replied as she eagerly tucked into the grilled snake meat. The flesh of the latest-stage golden core serpent was rich with spiritual energy, and it quickly boosted her cultivation level, leaving her radiant and noticeably taller. The next morning, as countless spirit beasts from the Forbidden Zone gathered to bid them farewell with tearful eyes, Lu Benwei prepared to leave with the little girl. Before departing, she hugged the winged red tiger tightly. "Xiaobai, will you miss me?" "I will, of course," Xiaobai replied, stealing a glance at Lu Benwei before reluctantly adding, "Absolutely. Here, take my necklace. You can look at it whenever you miss me." With childlike innocence, she tied her red string necklace around the tiger's paw. After a series of heartfelt goodbyes, Lu Benwei took the girl back to the city, stopping in front of a luxurious villa. "Brother Lu, this is my home. Next time you visit the Forbidden Zone, you have to take me with you," she said, reluctant to part. "Don't worry, little one. Remember, if anyone bullies you, you come straight to your Brother Lu." "Got it. Thanks, handsome Brother Lu, goodbye," she called out, waving as Lu swaggered off into the distance. Moments later, several luxury cars pulled up in front of the villa. Black-suited bodyguards emerged first, scanning the area vigilantly, followed by a commanding middle-aged man stepping out of the lead vehicle. This was Gao Chong, the chairman of Shang Group and a man with immense influence in Xiangcheng. Holding a phone in his hand, his face was lined with exhaustion. "Still no news? Spare no expense, find Cici at all costs." Inside the villa, he sank heavily onto the sofa, his eyes bloodshot. His daughter, Gao Cici, had been missing for 2 days, and despite mobilizing the full resources of Shang Group, they had found no trace of her. He hadn't slept a wink in days. Just as he hung up after giving orders to search the Forbidden Zone, he felt a small hand gently tugging at his earlobe. He froze, then grabbed the tiny hand. "Gotcha!" A familiar voice rang out, and the hardened businessman's eyes immediately reddened. He rose and scooped his daughter into a tight embrace. "Cici, where have you been these past 2 days?" "Daddy, why are you crying?" Cici asked, wiping away his tears. Gao Chong inspected his daughter carefully, relieved to find her not only unharmed but looking healthier, even chubbier. "Cici, what happened? Were you kidnapped?" "Yep," Cici said with wide, innocent eyes. "A man wearing a mask grabbed me 2 days ago." A fierce aura erupted from Gao Chong, his fury barely contained. But not wanting to frighten his daughter, he suppressed his anger. "And then? How did you get back?" "Well, the masked man left me under a big tree, and then I met Brother Lu. I just played with him after that." Gao Chong frowned deeply. Something about this story didn't add up. A kidnapping that somehow led to meeting this Brother Lu, and then playing? What kind of bizarre twist was this? "Who is Brother Lu?" Gao Chong asked with a frown. "Brother Lu is Brother Lu." "Gao," she replied matter-of-factly, her big eyes sparkling with innocent delight. "And where exactly have you been playing? What have you been doing?" Gao Chong pressed further, his tone tinged with concern. Gao Shi's face lit up as she eagerly shared. "In that Forbidden Zone outside the city, of course. We had a barbecue by the lake, and I watched Brother Lu play cards with Little Bear and Little Wolf in the woods. Oh, and I met Xiaobai. He's so nice, always plays house with me." As he listened to his daughter's innocent recounting, Gao Chong's frown deepened. The Forbidden Zone? Barbecues? Playing house? None of it added up. Shishi, lying is not something good kids do. Be honest with Daddy, where exactly have you been these past 2 days? He asked, putting on a stern face. I told you, the forbidden zone outside the city, Gaoshi repeated earnestly. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Gao Cheng softened his tone. The forbidden zone is extremely dangerous. There are terrifying monsters there. How could you possibly have been playing there? The little girl clasped her hands behind her back and replied with a serious expression, You grown-ups always exaggerate things. The forbidden zone isn't nearly as scary as you make it out to be. It's actually really fun. Those so-called monsters are super gentle, like Xiao Bai. He's polite and plays with me. He didn't even want me to leave. Daddy, you shouldn't believe everything people say. Gao Cheng felt a few metaphorical lines appear on his forehead. If he hadn't nearly lost his life in the forbidden zone himself, he might have believed her. He crouched down, pondering her words for a long time, but couldn't make sense of it. Perhaps the little girl was just spouting nonsense out of fear. Or maybe she had gotten up to some mischief and made up the story. Either way, as long as she was back safe and sound, that was what mattered for now. With the resources of the Xiangcheng group behind him, he would eventually uncover the truth. If someone had dared to take Gaoshi away, they would regret ever being born. All right, Shishi, go play now. Daddy has some things to take care of, Gao Cheng said, giving his daughter's cheek a gentle pinch. Daddy, are you going to the forbidden zone too? Gaoshi asked, her big eyes blinking curiously. How did you know that? I heard you on the phone earlier. Gaoshi teased, pinching her father's nose mischievously with a cheeky grin. Gao Cheng admitted, I might have to go there in a few days for something important. When I do, you have to be a good girl and stay home. Okay? He had been preparing for this mission for 3 months, but the thought of entering the forbidden zone still weighed heavily on him. Then, Daddy, can you say hello to Xiaobai for me? Tell him I miss him a lot. Oh, and if you could bring him something from me, that would be even better, Gaoshi said, her face full of anticipation. Gao Cheng rolled his eyes. All right. Look at you, your face is all dirty. Go let Auntie help you take a bath. Daddy, go on. Fine. Gaoshi stuck out her tongue, gently stroking the egg in her hands before heading upstairs. Meanwhile, the school bell rang at Tiangyue High School, signaling the start of class. Students hurried back to their classrooms, especially the senior students preparing for the college entrance exams. They were brimming with energy. Here, the exams tested not only traditional academics and cultivation skills, but also specialized disciplines like alchemy, talisman crafting, and artifact forging. Even students with average cultivation abilities could stand out in these fields and become highly sought after, with a chance to be noticed by prestigious cultivation sects. Tiangyue High School had risen from obscurity to become one of the top 10 schools in Xiang City, thanks to the genius student Li Chao from a few years ago. Not only was he directly admitted into a cultivation sect, but rumors said he had made remarkable progress since joining, becoming a shining symbol of Xiang City. On the podium, Luo Wenqing, the director of student affairs and homeroom teacher of class 23, addressed the class. Her mind wandered briefly to Lu Benwei's situation as she gave a stern reminder. Everyone, I'm sure you've all heard about the recent incident. Let this be a warning. Under no circumstances, for any reason, should you go near the forbidden zone. Even a golden core stage cultivator can't guarantee safety there. Remember this well. As she spoke, her gaze involuntarily drifted toward Lu Benwei's empty seat. Although Lu Benwei was a transfer student and Luo Wenqing didn't know much about him, the loss of such a young life still filled her with deep sorrow. However, as her gaze swept across the classroom, she suddenly froze in place, as if struck by lightning, her eyes widening in shock. In the seat that was supposed to be empty, a boy dressed in black was leaning against the window, quietly asleep. Luo Wenqing couldn't tell if he had been sitting there the whole time, or if he had just appeared out of nowhere. When she recognized the familiar profile of his face, her breathing became uneven, and her words stumbled involuntarily. It was none other than Lu Benwei. The other students in the class followed Luo Wenqing's line of sight, and the classroom erupted into chaos. Isn't Lu Benwei the one who went missing in the restricted zone outside the city? How is he sitting in the classroom? Their faces were filled with disbelief. After taking a moment to calm herself, Luo Wenqing quickly walked over to Lu Benwei, calling his name softly. Lu Benwei, Lu Benwei? Her voice trembled slightly, as though she feared that everything before her was just an illusion. At this moment, the fact that he was violating classroom rules by sleeping didn't matter to her at all. Hearing his name, Lu Benwei lazily lifted his eyelids, glanced at Luo Wenqing briefly, and then shifted his position to continue sleeping. This simple response made Luo Wenqing gasp and cover her mouth in shock. This wasn't a dream. The student who had gone missing in the forested restricted zone was truly back. Without hesitation, Luo Wenqing rushed out of the classroom and headed straight for the principal's office. Such a significant discovery had to be reported immediately. At the same time, she pulled out her phone and dialed Lu Daqiang's number. Earlier that day, she had been discussing compensation matters with Lu Daqiang on behalf of the school, and she was certain he hadn't yet heard the news. Mr. Lu, I have wonderful news for your son. Lu Benwei has returned. He's here at the school right now, she said eagerly as soon as the call connected. There was a long silence on the other end of the line before a faint "oh" came through. The response left Luo Wenqing stunned. His son had disappeared in the restricted zone and now suddenly reappeared. Yet as a father, all he could say was, "Oh?" Lu Daqiang seemed to realize his awkward outburst only after the fact. He quickly added, "Thank you so much, Teacher Luo. I really appreciate it. I'm at work now, and my boss just arrived. I'll call you back later. Sorry about this, Teacher Luo. I have to go." The beeping tone of the ended call left Luo Wenqing seething with frustration. She was beyond words to describe Lu Daqiang's behavior. By this time, she had already reached the door of the principal's office. Perhaps in her urgency, she had forgotten to knock and pushed the door open directly. Inside the office, Principal Sun Li and several school administrators were deep in discussion. Her sudden entrance drew all eyes to her. Principal Sun, a bespectacled man in his 60s, stood barely 1.6 meters tall. He had a peculiar habit of pulling his waistband up unusually high. Though he often wore a gentle, smiling demeanor, his capabilities were formidable, and no one dared to underestimate him. "Ah, Xiao Luo, what's got you in such a hurry?" Sun Li asked kindly, showing no sign of irritation at her abrupt entrance. "Principal everyone," Luo Wenqing began directly. "Lu Benwei is back. He's in Class 3's classroom right now." Her words made Sun Li and the others frown deeply. "Xiao Luo, it's not good to make jokes like this so early in the morning," Sun Li said as he adjusted his glasses, while the others exchanged skeptical looks. Before he could finish, a thunderous crash echoed from the direction of the teaching building. Alarmed, everyone rushed out of the office. Outside, they saw a gaping hole in one of the third-floor windows and a figure lying on the lawn below, groaning in pain. Then, an arrogant voice rang out from the classroom. "Who does this trash think they are, daring to yap in front of me? Get lost." No sooner had the words been spoken than another figure was launched like a cannonball, slamming into the wall near Sun Li and the others. The impact left the wall cracked, and the person embedded in it coughed up blood, their eyes filled with sheer terror. Through the shattered window, the group could make out a young man dressed in black, one foot planted boldly on a desk. Who else could it be but Lu Benwei? "He's not just alive. He's really back," Principal Sun muttered, adjusting his glasses again. His gaze shifted to the injured individual lodged in the wall before snapping back to reality. "Quick, get help," he barked. It turned out that Lu Benwei, who had skipped class and returned unannounced, only wanted some peace and quiet to sleep. But the class bully, Li Shtong, had other plans. Li Shtong, coming from a wealthy family with significant influence in Xiangcheng, was notorious for his arrogance. His grandfather was even a renowned golden core cultivator, a status that made Li Shtong untouchable in the school. Those stronger than him lacked his connections, and those with better connections couldn't match his strength. When Li Shtong, accompanied by one of his lackeys, approached Lu Benwei's desk, the entire class watched with bated breath. Towering over the half-asleep Lu Benwei, Li Shtong demanded to know how he was still alive. Lu Benwei, however, didn't even acknowledge him. Humiliated, Li Shtong exploded with rage and threw a punch only to find himself, along with his lackey, effortlessly slapped out of the third-floor window by Lu Benwei. "Wow, the new guy is intense." The news spread like wildfire across the campus. Lu Benwei not only dared to strike Li Shtong but did so with such ferocity that he sent him crashing into a wall. The students' gazes toward Lu Benwei were a mix of awe and apprehension. Principal Sun Li personally led a team to extract Li Shtong, who was embedded in the wall. After emergency treatment, Li Shtong's life was saved, but he was destined to remain bedridden for the next 6 months. In this era, where the threat of the forbidden zone outside the city loomed and interdimensional gates frequently sparked wars, the school had always turned a blind eye to fights between students. However, Lu Benwei's actions this time left even the teachers deeply unsettled. What shocked everyone even more was Lu Benwei's unexpected strength. Originally thought to be a barely qualified student, he had displayed immense power. Li Shtong, who had reached the foundation establishment stage at the age of 16 and was meticulously trained by his family, was considered nearly unbeatable among his peers. Yet, in front of Lu Benwei, he didn't even stand a chance. Li Shtong's background now posed a significant dilemma. His family's company donated substantial funds to the school every year, and a golden core stage elder from his family oversaw their affairs. While the school was not afraid of such connections, it was also reluctant to create unnecessary enemies. "We'll go bring Lu Benwei here," Luo Wenqing said, frowning. Not long after, Lu Benwei was escorted to the principal's office. He seemed entirely at ease in such situations, casually finding a chair and sitting down as if it were his own space. "How dare you?" a teacher barked, unable to contain their anger. Sun Li raised a hand to stop the reprimand. Adjusting his glasses, he walked up to Lu Benwei with a calm smile. "Well, young man, care to tell me how you managed to get out of the forbidden zone?" All eyes in the room immediately locked onto the 15 or 16-year-old boy. As much as they were concerned about his clash with Li Xiong, they were even more curious about how he had survived 2 days and nights in the Forbidden Zone. The same way I got in, Lu Benwei replied nonchalantly. Sun Li's eyebrows twitched. While the answer seemed implausible, the boy's expression suggested he wasn't lying. It's good that you made it back. Really good, Sun Li said, patting Lu Benwei on the shoulder with a seemingly relieved smile. You can go now. After Lu Benwei left, confusion filled the room. The others stared at Sun Li, baffled. He had let Lu Benwei leave just like that, without even mentioning the incident with Li Xiong. You don't believe what he said the same way I got in or even doubt whether he actually entered the Forbidden Zone? Sun Li asked, seeing through their thoughts. The group exchanged glances and nodded. Actually, I do believe him, Sun Li said with a sigh. This kid is no ordinary student. When I patted his shoulder earlier, I used 10% of my strength. He didn't even flinch. The room fell into stunned silence. Don't underestimate the mention of 10% of his strength by Sun Li. The old principal's true power was unfathomable, and no one present could discern his actual cultivation level. What's his strength then? Luo Wenqing asked eagerly, his voice trembling with excitement. Sun Li's pupils contracted slightly as he answered in a low voice. If my judgment is correct, he's already in the late foundation establishment stage, nearly touching the threshold of the golden core stage. The revelation sent another wave of shock through the crowd. Luo Wenqing's voice quivered as he stammered. Back in the day, Li Chao was directly admitted to a cultivation sect because he broke through to the golden core stage in high school. Does this mean Lu Benwei is nearing that level too? That's correct, Sun Li said with a solemn nod, a faint trace of excitement flickering in his eyes. He added cautiously, of course, breaking through is another matter entirely. Many cultivators remain stuck at the late golden core stage their entire lives, let alone surpassing it. But for Lu Benwei to have such cultivation at his age, the chances of him breaking through are indeed significant. Hope ignited in the eyes of those present. If this were true, Tiangyue High School might soon add another student to the list of direct admissions to a cultivation sect, which would undoubtedly elevate the school's ranking. It also explained how Lu Benwei managed to return safely from the Forbidden Zone. With his cultivation level and a bit of luck, surviving on the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone was not entirely impossible. As Lu Benwei's homeroom teacher, Luo Wenqing was particularly thrilled. If Lu Benwei were to be admitted to a cultivation sect, Luo's own prestige as a teacher would rise considerably. But what about the situation with Li Xiong? Someone asked abruptly. Adjusting his glasses, Sun Li replied calmly, he'll handle it. Fortunately, an old friend with close ties to the Li family happens to be visiting Xiang City. They'll ask him to mediate. It shouldn't be an issue. Everyone nodded in agreement. Who would have thought that Lu Benwei, not only returning unscathed from the Forbidden Zone but also bringing such promising news, would turn out to be a potential candidate for direct admission? Resolving the matter with the Li family seemed trivial in comparison, especially since Lu Benwei had the moral high ground in this dispute. After leaving the school, Sun Li drove his old car directly to the Grand Prosperity Hotel in the city center. Tonight, he was meeting an old friend from Lan City, a comrade from the days of the Xiang City Beast Tide a decade ago. Navigating the hotel with ease, Sun Li parked and went straight to the second-floor Chinese restaurant. Inside a private dining room, a man dressed in black was already waiting. It was Luo Keqing, whom he had encountered earlier near the Forbidden Zone. The table was laden with an extravagant spread. Celestial spirit fish infused with spiritual energy, ginseng that could extend life and enhance cultivation, and even medicinal wine steeped with spiritual herbs. The entire meal was worth a fortune. Luo, are you trying to bankrupt this old man? Sun Li's face darkened. Do you have any idea how many months of my salary this meal would cost? Come on, old son, the man in black teased as he stood up. At your age, what's the point of hoarding money? Planning to take it to your grave? Cut the crap, I've got decades of life left in me, Sun Li retorted, his expression still stern. The food's already here. Worst case, you can come to Lan City next time, and you'll return the favor. Fine, that's more like it. The old principal finally relaxed, adjusting his belt with a faint smile. After a few drinks, the atmosphere grew warmer, and the two old friends began reminiscing. Luo Keqing set his glass down, his tone turning serious. Old son, let me ask you something. What cultivation level would someone need to kill a late golden core spirit beast with a single punch? As everyone knows, spirit beasts are born with inherently strong physiques and far superior defenses compared to humans. At the same cultivation level, humans can barely match them. To kill a late golden core spirit beast in one punch, that person would almost certainly have reached the nascent soul stage, Sun Li explained patiently. The nascent soul stage. Despite having anticipated the answer, Luo Keqing still couldn't suppress his astonishment. Old son, with all your experience as a principal, how would you define a true genius? Sun Li casually picked up his chopsticks and responded, take the students at our school, for instance. Reaching the late foundation establishment stage in their teens is already enough to be considered a talent. But if you're talking about a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy, That would be someone who breaks through to the golden core stage before the age of 18. Breaking through the golden core before turning 18? Luo Keqing nodded slightly, a glint of meaning flashing in his eyes before he threw out an even more shocking statement. But what if I told you that the one who instantly killed that latest stage golden core spirit beast was a 16-year-old boy? How would you explain that? Utter nonsense. Sun Li scoffed as he poured himself a drink, rolling his eyes at Luo Keqing. In all my years, I've never seen, let alone heard of, such a freak of nature. I saw it with my own eyes. Luo Keqing stressed, his expression grave. The statement caused Sun Li's hand, mid-pour, to freeze in midair. Luo Keqing shook his head with a wry smile. Honestly, before this, I was just like you. I didn't believe such a monster could exist in this world. He then recounted in detail everything that had happened in the Forbidden Zone. After hearing the entire story, even as the seasoned headmaster of Tiangyue Academy, Sun Li couldn't help but gasp. If it weren't coming from his trusted old friend, he wouldn't have dared to believe that such a super genius could exist. Do you know what it feels like? Luo Keqing muttered, downing a mouthful of wine in frustration. Meeting him made me feel like my entire life has been a waste. Sun Li sighed deeply, recalling his own youthful days when he was still strolling with his first love and feeling smug about breaking through the foundation establishment stage. The comparison was truly humbling. Yet, despite his friend's account, Sun Li still harbored doubts about the boy's age, not because he distrusted Luo Keqing, but because it was simply too incredible to believe. 16 years old with such power? It defied common sense. All right, enough about that, Sun Li said, steering the conversation in a different direction. I actually have something I'd like your help with. Recently, we've had a promising student at the academy, but he's had some conflicts with the Li family. He went on to explain how Lu Benwei had beaten up Li Xiangcheng. This kid sounds like my kind of person, Luo Keqing said, intrigued. Sun Li raised an eyebrow at his friend. What? Thinking of taking him under your wing? Old son, you know I've been looking for a worthy successor to pass on my legacy, Luo Keqing said with a grin. Besides, if he's truly talented, being my disciple and your student doesn't have to be mutually exclusive, right? I suppose that's true. Sun Li stroked his beard with a chuckle. The two agreed to visit the school after their meal to meet this young man. Whether or not Luo Keqing decided to take him on, he promised to help smooth things over with the Li family. Raising his glass, Sun Li said, honestly, I hope you do choose this kid. With your guidance, he might just become our school's next star and earn direct admission to the top academies. After they finished their meal, the two returned to the academy. As soon as they reached the office, they were met with a commotion. Aside from Luo Wenqing, several teachers from the disciplinary office were also present. Upon inquiry, they learned that during the short time they had been eating, Lu Benwei had caused yet another uproar. This time, he had gone on a rampage, taking down more than 10 people in one go. The situation turned out to be far more complicated than anticipated. After learning that his younger cousin had been assaulted, Li Xiong's older cousin quickly gathered over a dozen companions to confront Lu Benwei. However, the outcome was unexpected. This group not only failed to retaliate but ended up being beaten themselves. Li Xiong's cousin suffered the most severe injuries and had to be rushed to the hospital by ambulance. Upon hearing about the incident, Luo Keqing's eyes flickered with intrigue, and his interest in the young man grew. Meanwhile, Sun Li, standing nearby, frowned deeply and shot him a glare. Just then, Sun Li's phone rang, the caller ID showing none other than Li Qing, a prominent figure in the Li family, known for his mastery in the Jindan realm. Principal Sun, Li Qing's voice carried a cold fury. Every year, the Li group donates a significant amount to your school. Now, both of my grandsons have been severely injured on campus. Are you not going to give me an explanation? Sun Li frowned and replied in a steady tone. Mr. Li, this is a conflict among young people. In today's society, as long as no one loses their life, it's difficult for us to intervene too much. Moreover, our investigation confirms that your grandson initiated the fight. That being said, the other student admittedly went too far, and the school will impose appropriate disciplinary measures. Since the incident occurred on school grounds, we are willing to cover all medical and nutritional expenses for your grandsons. However, Li Qing's anger remained unabated. I don't need your medical expenses. The Li family can more than afford that. I called today to make one thing clear, Principal Sun. In all the years my family has been in Xiangcheng, no one has ever dared to injure a member of the Li family like this. I, Li Qing, will not let this matter rest. Sensing the situation was escalating, Sun Li glanced at Luo Keqing for assistance. Understanding the cue, Luo Keqing took the phone with a smile and began to mediate. Mr. Li, it's been a while. Luo Keqing, what are you doing in Xiangcheng? Li Qing's tone carried a hint of surprise. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Luo Keqing got straight to the point. Mr. Li, could I ask you to let this young man off the hook for my sake? I've been searching for a promising young person to pass on my legacy, and I see great potential in him. So that's what this is about, Li Qing replied coldly. In all of Xiangcheng, No one has ever dared to touch a member of my family. Letting that brat go would be tantamount to inviting others to trample on the Li family's reputation. Even if he is your protege, Luo Keqing, I will not forgive him for injuring my grandson so grievously. With that, Li Qing ended the call abruptly. Both Luo Keqing and Sun Li's expressions darkened. Sun Li immediately summoned Luo Wenqing, who informed him that Lu Benwei had already gone home after school. Sun Li then instructed her to notify Lu Benwei's family to take extra precautions over the next few days. He also assured them that the school would continue to mediate the matter. After making these arrangements, Sun Li finally had a moment to sit down. He began strategizing his next steps. On one hand, he needed to find another way to persuade Li Qing, and on the other, he had to ensure that Lu Benwei and his family were adequately prepared for any potential danger. After all, safety could not be taken lightly in such a volatile situation. If the Li family decides to retaliate, who knows what outrageous things they might do. The school bell had just rung when Lu Benwei appeared at the base of the pinyin residential complex. This 60-story building lacked an elevator, but in this era brimming with spiritual energy, that was nothing unusual. Even 80-year-olds who barely practiced cultivation could climb with ease. Lu Benwei glanced upward, and in a flash, he shot up like a rocket into the sky. The moment he landed in the hallway, the door swung open, revealing Lu Daqiang in an apron, holding a spatula. Haha, the moment I heard that whoosh, I knew my dashing son was back. Lu Daqiang pulled his son into a bear hug and quickly fetched a pair of slippers. Come in, son. Make yourself at home. After ushering Lu Benwei inside, Lu Daqiang bustled about, bringing out plates of fruit and setting up a recliner. He even started massaging his son's shoulders diligently. Daqiang, your massage skills are really improving, Lu Benwei said lazily as he lounged in the chair, popping grapes into his mouth. Ah, thanks for the compliment, my dear boy. Lu Daqiang grinned, his hands never stopping. But son, you really came back at the wrong time. If only you'd returned a few days later, it would have been perfect. Why's that? Lu Benwei raised an eyebrow. The school thought you'd gone missing in the forbidden zone and was about to compensate us. Then, this morning, your teacher called to say you'd returned? Lu Daqiang sighed dramatically. A little compensation would have been enough for us to recharge our VIP card at Yulong Pavilion. Lu Benwei sat up straight, suddenly serious. Daqiang, what do we do now? Should I go missing again? Too late. Save it for the next school, Lu Daqiang replied with a shrug. The grapes in Lu Benwei's hand suddenly tasted bland. Oh, by the way, Lu Daqiang said, still kneading his son's shoulders, while you were in the forbidden zone, Yimei came by to see me again. That guy's got his hands full managing the outskirts of the zone. So, son, I get that school is stressful, but next time you go into the forbidden zone to blow off steam, just hunt a few spirit beasts. Don't overdo it. Then, his tone shifted. One more thing, I need to call you out on something. I heard you beat up the Li brothers? The Li family has quite a bit of influence in Xiang City, and they've even got an elder at the Golden Core stage. The school's trying to mediate, but the Li family might retaliate directly. You weren't like this before so reckless. You used to clean up everything in one go, but this time, you left loose ends. If your mom were here, we'd both be in big trouble. Go handle this mess now. Yeah, that was a bit sloppy of me, Lu Benwei admitted, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Then he stood up. I'll take care of it right away. Grabbing a cucumber on his way out, he was downstairs in the blink of an eye. From above, Lu Daqiang's voice rang out, son, if you hurt your fists, make sure to get compensation. Take the Yulong Pavilion card with you. A VIP card fluttered down from the sky, and Lu Benwei caught it effortlessly. Daqiang, you really think of everything, Lu Benwei chuckled, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. In the next moment, he was gone. Under the shroud of night, the outskirts of Xiangcheng lay quiet, save for a solitary villa glowing with light. Inside, Li Qing, dressed in a traditional Tang-style robe, sat cross-legged on a meditation mat, his face dark and grim. Before him stood an elderly butler, bowing respectfully, his demeanor one of utmost humility as he reported the situation. How are Xiong'er and Qing'er's injuries? Li Qing asked coldly, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. The hospital says their condition is quite severe, the butler replied with his head lowered. Though they were treated in time and won't suffer any long-term effects, it will take at least 3 months for a full recovery. 3 months? Li Qing roared, slamming his palm onto the floor. Instantly, cracks spread across the wooden planks like a spider web. Whoever dared to hurt my grandson so grievously will regret ever being born. Bring him to me. If my grandsons are bedridden for 3 months, I'll make sure he's confined for 3 years. The butler hesitated, then cautiously reminded him, Master, this could offend Principal Sun and Luo Keqing. Besides, it was indeed the young masters who started the trouble. Silence. Li Qing snapped, cutting him off with a frosty glare. I don't care about right or wrong, nor do I care what they think. All I know is that my grandsons are lying in bed, gravely injured. That little wretch must pay the price. Yes, sir. They'll take care of it at once, the butler responded, bowing deeply before retreating without another word. Only then did Li Qing manage to calm his wrath slightly. Closing his eyes, he began meditating. The night was the perfect time for cultivation. As his breathing steadied and his cultivation technique activated, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth flowed steadily into his body. A faint white glow surrounded him, and his long beard swayed gently, lending him an aura of otherworldly wisdom. But just as he was fully immersed in his practice, a sudden wave of unease surged through him. His eyes snapped open, and the seasoned cultivator nearly broke into a cold sweat at what he saw. Across from him, seated casually on the tea table, was a young man dressed in black. The stranger was leisurely toying with a cucumber, a playful smirk dancing on his lips as he observed Li Qing. What shocked Li Qing most was that, despite his prowess as a golden core cultivator, he had not sensed this man's arrival. Not even the faintest ripple of his presence had registered. It was unthinkable this entire villa, along with its surroundings, was within his perceptive range. Even the faint buzz of a mosquito couldn't escape his notice. How did you get in? Li Qing demanded, his voice low and tense. This shabby place? Do you really need to ask? I walked in, of course, the black-clad youth replied nonchalantly, taking a bite of the cucumber and eyeing Li Qing with disdain. Impossible. This entire villa is within my spiritual awareness. How could you evade it? Do you seriously think a golden core level nobody like you is all that impressive? The youth sneered. And do you really believe your sluggish senses can detect everything? The words cut deep into Li Qing's pride. You arrogant brat. Trespassing into my home, I'll see if you truly have the skills to back up that big mouth of yours. Before the last word left his lips, Li Qing shot into the air, his palms striking toward the intruder with the full force of his golden core cultivation. The air howled as the strike bore down on the youth like a raging storm. Yet, just as the blow was about to land, Li Qing was forced to halt mid-attack. The young man hadn't moved an inch, but the half-eaten cucumber in his hand was now pressed lightly against Li Qing's dantian. In that instant, Li Qing felt his core tremble violently, his meridians thrown into chaos. Cold sweat poured down his back as he realized the horrifying truth. Had he continued his attack, that seemingly ordinary cucumber would have shattered his dantian, rendering years of painstaking cultivation utterly useless. A golden core expert, brought to his knees by a cucumber. The humiliation was unbearable. But more than that, Li Qing was shaken to his core. What kind of power did this man wield to imbue a mundane object with such devastating force? Li Qing's voice trembled with fear as he stammered. But this level of skill means the person must be a nascent soul stage expert. When could I have possibly offended someone so powerful? Who are you? Lu Benwei smirked with a hint of mockery. Weren't you looking for me? Looking for you? When did I ever look for you? Li Qing frowned, unable to piece it together. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had just realized something. You're the one who injured my grandson? Congratulations, you got it right, Lu Benwei said with a playful tone. But aren't you still in school? How could you? Li Qing's voice faltered, now completely stuttering, as his scalp tingled with unease. Despite Lu Benwei's youthful appearance, Li Qing had always assumed him to be an ancient cultivator with a deceptively young face. Yet now, he was discovering that this individual was not only genuinely young, but was also the very person who had injured his grandson. Did this mean the person standing before him was a teenager who had already reached the nascent soul stage? The thought sent a chill down Li Qing's spine. His fear wasn't rooted in Lu Benwei's cultivation level, but in his age. A teenager who had already achieved the nascent soul stage, what kind of level would he reach in 50 years? In 100 years? The implications were utterly terrifying. What do you want? Li Qing asked, forcing himself to stay composed. Lu Benwei casually perched himself on the table, looking down at Li Qing, who was a head taller than him. Twirling a cucumber in his hand, he said, I came to talk, of course, but I don't like talking while looking up. Squat down. A flash of anger crossed Li Qing's face, but under the oppressive aura of a nascent soul cultivator, he reluctantly crouched down, swallowing his pride. Now that's more like it. Lu Benwei glanced down at Li Qing with an air of superiority and said nonchalantly, Hey, erase the thing. Today, 2 little trash from your Li family came to provoke me. Naturally, I gave them a lesson. But when I got home, I realized my fists still hurt a bit, so I came to you for an explanation. Li Qing's face turned crimson with rage, and his eyes seemed ready to spit fire. His grandsons had indeed provoked Lu Benwei first, only to be beaten so badly they couldn't leave their beds. Yet now, the culprit had the audacity to come demanding an explanation? What? Got a problem? Feeling defiant, Lu Benwei sneered at Li Qing's expression and smacked him on the head with the cucumber. No defiance, Li Qing replied through gritted teeth, suppressing his anger. Then are you upset? No, not upset, If you're neither defiant nor upset, why do you have that sour face? Another smack with the cucumber landed on Li Qing's head. Smile for me. You're going too far, roared Li Qing, a man who had lived over 100 years and never suffered such humiliation. Consumed by fury, he suddenly stood up. But no sooner had he risen than he froze, raising his hands in surrender and shouting, I was wrong. I was wrong. He immediately squatted back down. The reason was clear. Benwei had instantly conjured a 40-meter-long blade of spiritual energy. The blade's tip rested against Li Qing's neck, piercing straight through the concrete wall behind him and extending all the way outside the villa. The icy chill of the blade against his skin extinguished every ounce of defiance in Li Qing's heart. Benwei lightly shifted the steel blade in his hand, letting its tip tap against Li Qing's pale cheek. It's up to you. Li Qing trembled all over. Never in his life had he witnessed such an exaggerated manifestation of spiritual energy. Massive, 40-meter-long blade hovering at his neck. The oppressive aura alone crushed any thought of resistance. Good. I like reasonable people. Benwei nodded in satisfaction. Since you're being so cooperative, I'll let those two little troublemakers from your Li family off the hook. But tell them this. Next time they see me, they'd better take a detour. If they dare provoke me again, I'll take their pathetic lives. Understood. Li Qing responded promptly. Benwei smirked, pulling out a VIP card from Yulong Pavilion and slapping it onto the table. These fists of mine? A couple of high-class ladies can massage them just fine. Go ahead and load some money onto this card, and find a way to send it to me once you're done. No problem. Li Qing nodded repeatedly. All right, then I won't linger here any longer. As soon as he finished speaking, Benwei dismissed the gigantic blade and vanished without a trace. Feeling the suffocating pressure on his neck finally lift, Li Qing collapsed onto a chair, utterly drained. Even as a skilled cultivator in the Golden Core stage, his heart remained in turmoil. Though Benwei had been gone for some time, the fear lingered like a dark shadow. Strength rules all. It's over now, he muttered, trying to reassure himself. Just as Li Qing attempted to calm his mind and return to his meditation mat to cultivate, a black business van sped toward the villa. Inside the vehicle were a driver, a group of bodyguards, the old butler who had just left Li Qing's place, and a middle-aged man they had forcibly brought along Benwei's father, Lu Daqiang. You dare lay hands on me? Do you know your master will have to grovel to send me back? Despite having a cloth gag stuffed in his mouth, Lu Daqiang's voice was still thunderous as he shouted defiantly. The old butler sneered. You'll be lucky if you can keep your corpse intact after meeting the master. You'd better pray to keep your life for now. With that, he motioned for the bodyguards to seal Lu Daqiang's mouth tightly with duct tape. The van screeched to a halt at the villa's entrance. The old butler instructed the guards to keep watch over Lu Daqiang while he went to report to Li Qing. At that moment, Li Qing was struggling with frustration, unable to focus on his cultivation. Hearing the knock on the door, he reluctantly composed himself. As the old butler entered the room, he was taken aback by the mess inside, the shattered furniture and the gaping hole in the wall. Alarmed, he began to ask what had happened, but Li Qing, his face devoid of emotion, raised a hand to silence him. The butler then reported that although they hadn't found Benwei, they had captured his father instead. What? Li Qing's fury exploded. In a flash, he appeared in front of the old butler, grabbed him by the collar, and demanded an explanation. After confirming the report, Li Qing was so enraged he spat out a mouthful of blood and flung the butler across the room with a single strike. Who gave you the authority to act on your own? Li Qing's entire body shook with anger. He had just barely managed to appease that walking disaster, Benwei, and all he had to do was follow instructions to settle the matter. But now, they'd gone and captured the man's father. The thought of Benwei's terrifying power sent a chill down his spine. Upon learning that Lu Daqiang was in the car, Li Qing immediately rushed out of the villa. When he saw Lu Daqiang, his demeanor changed drastically, bowed repeatedly, apologized profusely, and invited the man into the living room with the utmost respect. Lu Daqiang snorted coldly, strutting into the villa with an air of arrogance. He plopped himself onto the couch, crossed his legs, and casually pulled out a cigarette from his pocket. Hurry up and light a fire for Mr. Lu. Li Qing barked urgently at the old butler who had just arrived. The butler quickly caught on and deftly lit a cigarette for Lu Daqiang. Lu took a leisurely drag, exhaling a thick ring of smoke before flicking the ash off with deliberate ease. He cast a sideways glance at the old butler and shook his head. You old comrade, still not taking advice, huh? Yes, it's all my fault for being blind to the situation, the butler said with an ingratiating smile, holding up an ashtray for Lu. It was my mistake, Mr. Lu. Please don't take offense. Though he wasn't entirely sure what had transpired, he could sense the tension in the air. Lu flicked his cigarette again, his gaze shifting to Li Qing. My son was here, wasn't he? You all leave now. Li Qing motioned for the butler and the others to step back. Once they had exited the room, he replied solemnly, "Yes, he came." "Lucky for you," Lu said with a faint smile. "The last guy with a little golden core wasn't so fortunate. Had his core crushed, limbs chopped off." He shook his head in mock pity, sending a shiver down Li Qing's spine. "Mr. Lu," Li Qing stammered, eager to explain. "This is all a misunderstanding, just a mistake from my subordinates. Please don't hold it against us. Your surname is Li, right?" "Yes, sir. Li Qing." Lu leaned back on the sofa with a sigh. "Ah, little Li, misunderstandings or not, it's not up to me to decide. My son, while a bit mischievous, is very filial. If he finds out his father was tied up here, do you think he wouldn't be angry? Imagine if your father were tied up, wouldn't you be furious? People need to put themselves in others' shoes." Cold sweat dripped down Li Qing's face as he wiped it nervously, inching closer to Lu. "You're absolutely right, Mr. Lu. This is entirely our fault. How about you let this slide, out of your great generosity?" As he spoke, he discreetly slipped a bank card into Lau's hand. Lu quietly pocketed the card and gave a faint smile. "You don't need to be so tense. Sure, things didn't start well, but hey, life's full of misunderstandings, isn't it?" "Exactly, exactly." Li Qing nodded fervently, feeling a small wave of relief. "Well, I won't impose any longer." Lu stubbed out his cigarette, stood up, and prepared to leave. Li Qing quickly offered to have a driver take him home. As Lu reached the door, he turned back with a smirk. "Oh, little Li, don't think I'm just riding on my son's coattails. Let me tell you, Lu Daqiang doesn't need anyone's help. Back in the day, I could take down dozens of you little golden core types without breaking a sweat." As Lau's car disappeared into the distance, Li Qing finally let out a deep sigh of relief. The crisis had been averted. Yet, after the night's events, this golden core practitioner felt utterly drained. The following morning, the halls of Tiangyue High School were filled with the vibrant chatter of students. In the principal's office, Luoku had arrived early, his face brimming with anticipation. "Old son, are we finally going to meet that kid today? You're always so impatient," Sunli replied with a hint of exasperation. "You know how rare it is to find good talent these days," Luoku said, rubbing his hands together. "From what you've told me, this one's got incredible potential and even matches my style. How could I not be eager?" Just as Sunli was about to get up and lead the way, the phone on his desk buzzed. The caller ID displayed Li Qing's name. "Great, it's Li Qing again," Sunli muttered with a cold snort. "He's probably calling to stir up trouble, trying to get us to drop the kid. Typical. His juniors start the fight and then cry foul when they lose." Luoku's face darkened as well. Although he had some ties with the Li family, Li Qing had shown no courtesy the day before. "Let's hear what he has to say first," Sunli said as he answered the call. "Principal Sun speaking." A steady voice came through the phone, completely different from the tone of the previous day. It was Li Qing. "Principal Sun, regarding what happened yesterday, I want to first apologize to you and old Luo. Ultimately, this was my failure in upbringing. Those two juniors, relying on the fact that the Li family has some influence in Xiangcheng, became arrogant and disrespectful. In the end, their skills were no match for others, and they got themselves beaten up. They brought this upon themselves." He paused briefly before continuing. "When I saw my two grandsons severely injured, I lost my head for a moment, but now I've thought it through. Our Li family won't pursue this matter further. The medical expenses and recovery costs, none of them need to be covered by the school. When I have the time, I'd like to invite you and old Luo for a meal to formally apologize." Hearing this, Sun Li and Luo Keqing exchanged bewildered glances, their faces full of disbelief. Luo Keqing couldn't help but blurt out, What's gotten into Li Qing today? Did he take the wrong medicine? How did his attitude do a complete 180? The seasoned old principal scratched the back of his head helplessly, equally puzzled. Even if Li Qing had genuinely come to his senses, it shouldn't have resulted in such a submissive and overly apologetic tone. His attitude was so excessively accommodating that it felt unnatural. Both of them sensed something suspicious, but couldn't quite put their finger on it. "Forget it," Sun Li said, waving his hand dismissively. "If he's not pursuing the matter, that's a good thing. It's exactly what we were hoping for. If we can't figure it out, we'll set it aside for now. Let's focus on finding that boy." "All right," Luo Keqing replied curtly. As soon as Luo finished speaking, Sun Li unleashed a powerful sense of perception, enveloping the entire Tiangyue High School campus. In no time, he pinpointed the location of Lu Benwei, but his expression darkened instantly. There the boy was, completely unfazed by any potential retaliation from the Li family, clumsily trying to flirt with a girl. His awkward attempts were so embarrassing that it made anyone watching instinctively want to cover their eyes. "That kid is on the rooftop of the school building," Sun Li said, glancing at Luo Keqing. On the rooftop, Yunshi stood with an exasperated expression, staring at Lu Benwei, who was holding two outdated-looking flowers. Ever since the first day of school, This guy had been relentlessly confessing his feelings for her. Despite her clear rejection and lack of interest, he persisted. And now, he had dragged her up to the rooftop with those tacky flowers in hand. Lu Benwei, you've already gotten yourself into enough trouble by hitting Li Xiong, and yet you still have the nerve to confess to me? Let me make this clear, there's no chance between us. Just give up already, Yunqi said bluntly. As soon as she finished speaking, two streaks of light flashed by, and suddenly the principal, Sun Li, appeared beside them along with a man whose presence felt unfathomable. Yunqi was puzzled by the principal's unexpected arrival, but still greeted him respectfully. Sun Li gave her a brief nod before heading straight toward Lu Benwei. Meanwhile, Luo Kaching, who had accompanied the principal, was eyeing Lu Benwei with curiosity and anticipation. But the moment he got a clear look at Lu Benwei's face, he froze. His eyes widened in shock, and an involuntary "what the hell" escaped his lips. He couldn't believe his so-called promising student Sun Li had mentioned turned out to be the very person he had encountered in the Forbidden Zone. Luo Kaching quickly composed himself and bowed respectfully. Luo Kaching greets you, senior, he said, his tone earnest. After all, Lu Benwei wasn't just someone with immense power, was also the one who had saved Luo Kaching's life. Sun Li had initially been curious to see if Luo Kaching would take an interest in this student, but hearing the word senior left the old principal trembling. Stammering, he asked, wait, could it be? His thoughts immediately turned to the legendary 16-year-old monster Luo Kaching had mentioned during their conversation at the Prosperity Hotel. When Luo Kaching confirmed his suspicions, Sun Li nearly fainted on the spot. He had to pinch the bridge of his nose and take deep breaths to steady himself. The absurdity of this coincidence was overwhelming. On one hand, he was thrilled that such an extraordinary individual was a student at Tiangyue High School. On the other hand, he was deeply unsettled by the fact that this student was far more powerful than he, the principal, could ever hope to be. Oh, it's you, the guy who couldn't even handle a low-level golden core beast cub, Lu Benwei said, glancing at Luo Kaching with disinterest before stretching lazily. Luo Kaching's face stiffened in embarrassment, but he wisely chose to stay silent. Noticing Lu Benwei's apparent lack of interest in further conversation, Luo Kaching shot Sun Li a meaningful look. The old principal immediately understood and, after a quick farewell, the two left the rooftop. Meanwhile, Yunqi, who had been watching the entire scene unfold, was utterly stunned. She covered her mouth with her hand, her face a picture of disbelief. She had just witnessed the school principal bowing respectfully to Lu Benwei, and that mysterious powerhouse addressing him as senior. This completely shattered everything she thought she knew. Heavens! Yunqi stood frozen in place, pinching her thigh hard. Only when the sharp pain registered did she believe that everything unfolding before her was real. As someone who had spent years navigating the treacherous world of cultivation, she quickly grasped the meaning behind that one word, senior. Coupled with the deference shown by Luo Kaching and Principal Sun Li, it was clear that Lu Benwei's power far surpassed that of the principal. This realization left Yunqi utterly stunned, her breath caught in her throat. Sun Li's strength was already an insurmountable peak to her, yet now there was someone even more powerful standing before her. What left her even more shaken was the fact that this hidden powerhouse had just confessed his feelings to her and she turned him down. Regret surged through Yunqi, clouding her mind. If she had agreed to his proposal, becoming his woman, wouldn't getting into the elite class have been a breeze? Forget the elite class teachers, and even the principal would have treated her with the utmost respect, opening every possible green channel for her. She raised her eyes to look at Lu Benwei, her resolve firm. If he made another offer, she would accept without hesitation. But Lu Benwei didn't spare her another glance. He turned and walked away, leaving Yunqi standing there awkwardly. She wanted to chase after him, but her pride held her back. All she could do was watch helplessly as this golden opportunity slipped through her fingers. Damn it! Yunqi bit her lip, her heart brimming with frustration. How could she let such a chance at leaping to greatness go? Lu Benwei, I will become your woman, she vowed silently. Just as she was about to leave, a voice rang in her mind. It was a telepathic message from Sun Li, calling her to the office. Not daring to delay, Yunqi immediately headed there. Good day, principal. Yunqi greeted respectfully, standing before Sun Li and Luo Kaching's desks. Yunqi, I trust you'll keep what happened earlier to yourself, Sun Li said with a kind smile. He had already weighed the consequences if word got out that the principal himself was weaker than a student. The impact would be catastrophic. Yes, principal. Yunqi quickly agreed. She had no intention of spreading the news anyway. Lu Benwei hadn't drawn too much attention yet, but if word got out, her competition would skyrocket. All right, head back to class, Sun Li instructed. Yunqi turned to leave but couldn't resist asking, Principal, may I ask what is Lao's true identity? Sun Li's brow furrowed. That's not for you to know. Focus on your studies. Yunqi nodded obediently on the surface, but inwardly, she sneered. Once I become Lu Benwei's woman, there will be nothing I'm not entitled to know. After Yunqi left, Luo Keqing turned to Sunli. What's your plan moving forward? Sunli massaged his temples, his expression troubled. A student with such overwhelming power could either propel Tiangyue Academy to unprecedented heights or become a ticking time bomb if handled poorly. After all, even as the principal, he wasn't Lu Benwei's match. How could he possibly exert control over him? Do you think he might have some hidden background? Luo Keqing mused. Even the wealthiest corporations and most prominent families would struggle to produce a genius like this. You've been the principal for years, and the strongest cultivator you've nurtured so far is Li Chao, who's just entered the golden core stage. But Lu Benwei's already at the nascent soul stage. Could he be connected to a major family, or even an immortal cultivation sect? Luo Keqing's words struck a chord with Sunli. He had spent most of his life cultivating to reach the late golden core stage. Yet Lu Benwei had already achieved the nascent soul stage, something that couldn't be explained by ordinary means. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. Lu Benwei's father, Lu Daqiang. During the first rescue meeting, Lu Daqiang had seemed utterly out of place. When his son ventured into a forbidden zone, not only had he shown no concern, but he had also fallen asleep during the meeting. Later, he even voluntarily withdrew from the rescue operation. At the time, everyone had criticized Lu Daqiang for negligence. But now, in hindsight, it was clear he had known all along about his son's true strength, which explained his composure. At Tiangyue High School, a storm was quietly brewing on campus. The incident where Lu Benwei severely injured two members of the Li family should have caused an uproar, but to everyone's surprise, the usually domineering Li family had yet to take any action. Does that new guy Lu Benwei have some kind of powerful connections? That can't be. I heard his family background is pretty ordinary. Maybe the Li family is planning to crush him slowly? We should steer clear of him. No need to get caught up in this mess. Hearing her classmates gossip, Yunqi's lips curled into a subtle smirk of disdain. To her, these people had no idea of Lu Benwei's true strength, someone even the principal treated with respect. The Li family, despite boasting a golden core cultivator, wouldn't dare act recklessly against him. In her quest to catch Lu Benwei's attention, Yunqi had gone to great lengths recently. Today, she had carefully chosen a plaid skirt paired with black stockings and a white blouse, perfectly accentuating her figure. Her thoughtful styling had indeed attracted a wave of admirers, including the boy she once secretly liked, who had now started approaching her. But to Yunqi, these people were as insignificant as air. Her heart, at this moment, was filled with thoughts of Lu Benwei and no one else. What frustrated her, however, was that no matter how hard she tried to showcase herself in front of Lu Benwei, he remained indifferent and aloof. Damn it, I refuse to believe I can't win you over, Yunqi thought, stomping her foot in frustration, her teeth clenched. Meanwhile, homeroom teacher Luo Wenqing had just left the principal's office, her chest still heaving from shock. Principal Sunli had shared an astonishing revelation. Lu Benwei's strength might surpass even his own. Though stunned, Luo Wenqing, who had once mentored the prodigious cultivator Li Chao from a prestigious sect, maintained her composure. She simply resolved to handle Lu Benwei with even greater caution. Nearby, Chu Wanzhou observed it all with a thoughtful expression. She glanced at Luo Wenqing's reaction, then at Yunqi, who was sulking in a corner. Without a word, she took out her phone and made a call. Hey, meet me at the school gate after class. As the dismissal bell rang, Chu Wanzhou headed straight to the school entrance. A stretched Hummer was already waiting for her, and two bodyguards in black suits respectfully opened the door for her. Miss, they greeted. Chu Wanzhou acknowledged them with a cold nod, stepping into the back seat. She addressed the driver. Take me back to the family estate. The Hummer glided through the city streets toward the bustling center. At the Chu family's sprawling traditional courtyard, a middle-aged man, hearing the sound of the approaching car, immediately came out with a broad smile to greet her. Chu Wanzhou's unexpected return home today caught Chu Guolong by surprise. As a father who knew his daughter inside out, he was well aware that she would never come back without a pressing reason. Father, Chu Wanzhou greeted with a slight nod. Even in front of her own father, she maintained her usual composed and distant demeanor. I came back today because there's something I wish to discuss with you. Come, have a seat, Chu Guolong said warmly, guiding his daughter to the sofa. Knowing her direct and straightforward nature, he got straight to the point. What's on your mind? Go ahead and tell me. Chu Wanzhou wasted no time as she began detailing the situation concerning Lu Benwei. After listening attentively, Chu Guolong frowned slightly. That boy sure has some nerve, injuring someone from the Li family so severely. Given the Li family's reputation for ruthlessness, I doubt he'll escape unscathed. Yet the Li family has remained oddly silent, Chu Wanzhou emphasized, her voice deliberately lowered. Oh. Chu Guolong drew out the word, his interest visibly piqued. After a brief pause, Chu Wanzhou continued her analysis. Our homeroom teacher, Luo Wenqing, you've probably heard of her. She's the mentor who guided a prodigy like Li Chao to success. But what's intriguing is her unusually courteous attitude toward Lu Benwei. It's markedly different from how she treats other students. Interesting, Chu Guolong murmured, his eyes narrowing in thought. And then there's Yunxi, Chu Wanzhou added. She's a classmate of mine. We're not particularly close, but I know her well enough. Yunxi has always been proud and vain, someone who thrives on currying favor with those in power. Yet lately, she's been actively pursuing Lu Benwei, even making her intentions blatantly clear. Considering Lu Benwei comes from a rather ordinary family, why would someone like Yunxi, who's known for being opportunistic, suddenly take an interest in him? Chu Guolong listened intently, his expression growing increasingly contemplative. It was precisely this sharp perceptiveness of his daughters that made him often rely on her insights when making critical family decisions. What's your take on this? He asked, his tone serious. I suspect Lu Benwei's background is far from what it appears to be, Chu Wanzhou said decisively. The school likely knows something about it, and Yunxi may have caught wind of some hidden truths. This would also explain why the vengeful Li family has been uncharacteristically quiet this time. Chu Guolong nodded in agreement, his eyes reflecting pride and approval. His daughter wasn't just adept at noticing subtle details, but also had the courage to draw bold yet logical conclusions. So, what do you think is the secret behind Lu Benwei? He pressed further. That's precisely why I came to you, father, Chu Wanzhou replied, her expression serious. I'd like to leverage the resources of our family to investigate. Even if we can't uncover the full picture, any hint or clue could help us piece things together. In this survival-of-thefitist era, strengthening our family's power is more urgent than ever. Even in a relatively small city like Xiangcheng, there are over a dozen families whose influence rivals ours. My suggestion is, if Lu Benwei truly has an extraordinary background, we should consider extending goodwill to him now, while he's still in his formative years, and bring him into the Chu family's fold. Excellent! Chu Guolong exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table in approval. His admiration for his daughter was evident. Young as she was, her strategic vision and grasp of the bigger picture often surpassed even his own. Chu Guolong, known for his decisive and swift actions, immediately instructed his subordinates to investigate Lu Benwei's background. In less than 2 hours, a detailed intelligence report was laid out in front of the father and daughter. The records indicate that this individual comes from an ordinary family with nothing particularly noteworthy, Chu Guolong said as he skimmed through the file. The more ordinary and unremarkable he seems, the more suspicious it becomes. Chu Wanzhou's eyes gleamed with sharp insight. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain the Li family's restraint, Luo Wenqing's attitude, and Yunxi's special treatment. As the two were engrossed in their discussion, Chu Guolong's phone suddenly rang. After answering, his expression turned grave in an instant. A class demon, bordering on a class, has appeared in the city. The exorcism division has called for all golden core-level cultivators and above to assemble immediately. This news caused even the usually composed Chu Wanzhou to pale. Unlike the mutated spirit beasts in the forbidden zones outside the city, demons were true extraterrestrial entities, far more dangerous than one could imagine. According to the classification system, class demons are used for training in schools. Class demons are already considered troublesome. Class demons require the full mobilization of the exorcism division. Class demons could potentially wipe out an entire city. Class demons necessitate the personal intervention of the dragon group. Class demons are comparable to global warfare. S-class and SS-class demons exist only in theoretical scenarios. Keep a close eye on Lu Benwei. I must head to the exorcism division immediately, Chu Guolong said, wasting no time as he summoned his life-bound flying sword. Father, please be careful, Chu Wanzhou urged solemnly. Without another word, Chu Guolong stepped onto his sword and soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light heading straight for the exorcism division. At this very moment, over the city of Xiangcheng, figures could be seen converging from all directions toward the exorcism division in the city center. The winds howled, and the atmosphere grew tense, as if a storm was brewing. The headquarters of the Demon Extermination Division in Xiang City stands tall in the center of the city, an imposing ancient fortress. Every brick and stone has been crafted through specialized techniques, and it is said that even a nuclear strike could not shake it in the slightest. This is not only the command center of the Demon Extermination Division, but also the city's last line of defense. At this moment, the large conference room is packed to capacity. Present are key figures such as Sun Li, the principal of Tiangyue Middle School, Luo Kuching from Lan City, and Li Qing of the Li family, all Jindan masters from various parts of Xiang City. The atmosphere is heavy with tension, so much so that even acquaintances exchange only brief nods without unnecessary pleasantries. Seated at the head of the table is a pale and frail-looking young man in a long robe, appearing as though a gust of wind could topple him. Yet no one in the room dares to underestimate him is Gu Yu, the commander of Xiang City's Demon Extermination Division. Flanking him on either side are several men and women whose auras are deep and unfathomable. Ladies and gentlemen, Gu Yu's sickly face suddenly takes on a stern expression as his voice, infused with spiritual energy, echoes through the fortress. The situation has already been explained over the phone, so we'll get straight to the point. We have confirmed intelligence that an actual level demon has infiltrated Xiang City, and it is nearing a level strength. In fact, he pauses briefly. It is highly possible that it is an A-level demon. The room erupts in murmurs at his words. A B-level demon approaching a level is already cause for alarm, but an actual A-level demon would spell an unprecedented catastrophe for Xiang City. The expressions of those present grow even graver. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario, Guyu continues in a deep voice. We've already contacted neighboring cities Lan City, North City, and Jiang City. Their reinforcements are on the way. Hearing that reinforcements are en route brings some relief to the crowd. Soon, someone speaks up. Commander Guyu, in the face of such a crisis, we are duty-bound to defend Xiang City. Please assign us our tasks directly. Excellent. Guyu nods in approval, then solemnly issues his orders. First, every major school in Xiang City must have at least 5 Jindan masters stationed there. Second, densely populated commercial areas also need to be guarded. Third, the remaining personnel will be evenly distributed across the city to ensure that, in the event of an emergency, they can reach the scene within 1 minute. The crowd collectively nods in agreement. Guyu's gaze sharpens as he adds, in the battles to come, there may be casualties. But remember, Longzhou offers the highest honors and benefits to the families of the fallen. I trust you are all well aware of this. These words serve both as a reminder and as reassurance, showcasing the commander's leadership. When faced with such a formidable demon, it is not enough to prepare defenses. Maintaining morale is equally critical to ensuring that everyone works together to overcome this crisis. After leaving the Demon Elimination Division, a heavy atmosphere hung over everyone's faces. It was understandable if a demon of this level wasn't dealt with swiftly, the entire city of Xiangcheng could be reduced to ruins. Following the division's orders, the group quickly dispersed to the outskirts of Xiangcheng. Word of the situation spread rapidly among the citizens, plunging the city into a state of panic. The once bustling night markets became desolate and eerily quiet. Apart from a few fearless passers-by, the streets were practically deserted. Schools across the city implemented strict lockdown measures. Students were forbidden to leave campus unless under exceptional circumstances. Every night, class instructors led their students in meditation and cultivation sessions on the school grounds. Tiangyue High School was no exception. Besides the principal, Sun Li, the school was guarded by 4 powerful golden core cultivators, Luo Keqing, Li Qing, Chu Guolong, and another expert. Their heightened senses enveloped the entire campus, ensuring not even a mosquito could escape their notice. As for why the Li family had yet to retaliate against Lu Benwei, both Sun Li and Luo Keqing were well aware of the reasons. Chu Guolong, though unaware of the specifics, refrained from asking any questions given the current crisis. After all, compared to the class demon lurking in the city, everything else seemed trivial. Suddenly, Luo Keqing and Sun Li exchanged a glance. Did you see it clearly? Sun Li asked. No, he just vanished from my perception. Luo Keqing replied with a bitter smile. It seems Lu Benwei's strength far exceeds our expectations, Sun Li sighed. So what should we do? What can we do? Treat him like an ordinary student? Even if I wanted to handle him, I'd need the power to back it up, Sun Li snapped irritably. Li Qing, too, noticed Lu Benwei's disappearance, and it left him deeply unsettled. Even against a nascent soul cultivator, he should have been able to sense something. At the same time, he felt fortunate that he'd chosen to show weakness in front of Lu Benwei earlier. It had been a wise decision. Meanwhile, Lu Benwei had already crossed most of Xiangcheng. He was less than thrilled with the school's lockdown policies, thinking to himself that the ladies on Yulan Street were far more appealing. However, when he descended from the sky, expecting the street to be lit up and lively, he found it completely deserted. Confused, he hurried off to the bar district in the west of the city, only to find it equally lifeless. He had dressed up for the occasion, donning a 380 yuan leather jacket and a pair of rare Chelsea boots, hoping to bask in the admiring gazes of young women. Instead, he was met with utter disappointment. Grabbing a passing pedestrian in a flash, he demanded, "Hey, you, why is the street so empty? Please, don't kill me. I'm just an innocent man." The pedestrian, trembling, stammered, "I'll tell you. It's because there's a class demon in the city. Everyone's too scared to come out." Those disgusting things again? Lu Benwei's anger flared. His hatred for demons ran deep. Years ago, in Linqing, he was holding a bouquet of 99 roses, confessing his love to Ah Fong from the village. Just as she was moved to tears, a demon suddenly appeared, wreaking havoc. Though he managed to kill it with one strike, Ah Fong, terrified, had already fled. Another time, at Zijing Bay on Linqing's East Cross Street, he had spent hundreds of yuan and hours of persuasion to convince technician number 98 to go on a date with him the next day. But when the day came, a demon's interdimensional portal appeared in the sky. From that moment on, Xiangcheng never reopened, and Linqing gradually became a ghost town. Though he had vanquished the demons before they could emerge from the portal, the bitterness of those ruined moments lingered. And now, once again, these creatures were sabotaging his plans. How could he not be furious? In a fit of rage, a powerful divine presence blanketed the entire city of Xiangcheng. On the rooftop of a 40-story building in the heart of the city, a man dressed in a sharp black suit stood coldly, gazing down at the sprawling urban landscape below. At his feet lay two lifeless bodies, their chests torn open, hearts missing, and blood pooling around them, staining the concrete. Pathetic humans like you think you can capture me? The suited man sneered, a cruel smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He bent down, grabbed one of the corpses, and with no hesitation, tore the face off it. Strangely, as he pressed the skin against his own face, it fused seamlessly, as though it had always belonged there. He extended a crimson tongue to lick away the remaining blood, leaving his appearance indistinguishable from that of an ordinary man. Without warning, he leapt from the rooftop, plunging 40 stories down and landing effortlessly on the deserted street below. Just then, beneath a street lamp across from him, a young man appeared out of nowhere. A mere human, the demon scoffed dismissively, waving his hand in contempt. Yet in the next instant, his expression froze. The man he thought he could crush with ease had vanished. Before he could process what had happened, a heavy blow landed squarely on his head. Bang! The demon collapsed onto the ground, twitching violently and foaming at the mouth. Who, human? He growled weakly, glaring viciously at Lu Benwei. Shut the hell up! Lu Benwei barked, stomping on the demon's head with such force that the imprint of his shoe was left behind. Fueled by his growing fury, he grabbed the demon and hurled him into the air, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. The demon's body slammed into a street lamp, only to be met by a flurry of strikes as Lu Benwei leapt up to deliver yet another round of punishment. When the demon hit the ground, it was greeted by an unrelenting storm of blows. Messing up my plans, huh? Running wild, huh? Lu Benwei snarled, punctuating each insult with another punch. The once arrogant demon was now barely clinging to life. Trembling, he used his bloodied hand to scrawl on the ground. I was wrong. This might have been the first demon in history to admit defeat to a human, but Lu Benwei was far from satisfied. As he contemplated how to deal with the creature, a scruffy stray dog wandered out of the shadows. An idea sparked in Lu Benwei's mind, and he promptly grabbed the dog. You disgusting piece of filth. He was just about to transfer the demon's soul into the dog's body when he paused. Wait a second, Qing is also a dog. Turning this guy into a dog would be an insult to dogs. He released the stray dog and disappeared into the night, only to return moments later with a live pig in tow. I'll turn you into a pig, fatten you up, and then butcher you for meat, he declared. Ignoring the demon's frantic struggles, Lu Benwei forcibly injected its translucent soul into the pig's body. The once proud demon, hailing from another realm, could never have imagined such a humiliating fate. Move it! Lu Benwei barked, tying a rope around the pig's neck and giving it a hard shove. With one last kick, the man and his newly acquired pig disappeared into the shadows beneath the street lamp. Less than 30 seconds later, several figures arrived at the scene. They first noticed the bloodstains on the ground and the bent street lamp. Following the trail of blood, they ascended to the rooftop, where they were met with the grisly sight of the two mutilated bodies. This is the work of a demon, the leader of the group exclaimed in alarm. Alert the Demon Extermination Bureau immediately. In an instant, the Demon Extermination Division had cordoned off the entire crime scene. On the rooftop, led by Guyu, a group of elite cultivators was meticulously investigating the site. Guyu crouched down, closely examining the two corpses. With a grave expression, he confirmed, these two golden core cultivators were indeed killed by a demon. This conclusion cast an even heavier pall over the atmosphere. Golden core cultivators were considered top-tier experts in any city, and their deaths were exceedingly rare. Yet tonight, two of them had perished before reinforcements could even arrive, underscoring the terrifying power of this demon. This realization weighed heavily on the golden core cultivators present. Guyu continued to inspect the corpse with the missing face. The face was torn off. If my assumption is correct, this demon not only has the ability to shapeshift, but can also use the stolen face to disguise itself. This deduction made the atmosphere even tenser. If the demon retained its original form, it could be dealt with as soon as it was spotted. However, if it could blend into the crowd by taking on human form, finding it among the millions of residents in Xiang City would be an almost insurmountable challenge. Take the bodies back for further examination. The rest of you, follow me downstairs to investigate, Guyu commanded as he stepped to the edge of the rooftop. With one fluid motion, he leapt from the 40th floor and landed steadily on the ground below. The others followed, each showcasing their own abilities. The investigators soon discovered signs of a fierce battle on the ground floor. After killing the two golden core cultivators on the rooftop, the demon had apparently engaged someone else in combat below. The scene bore evidence of destruction-bent streetlights, splattered blood, and 3 words written in blood. I was wrong. Judging by the handwriting, it seemed to have been scrawled hastily by someone gravely injured. Strangely, aside from the 2 corpses on the rooftop, there were no other bodies at the scene. Guyu furrowed his brow. Did the demon take the body? Or had someone fought the demon, been defeated, and fled, only to be pursued? But if there had been a chase, it shouldn't have been so silent. Guyu teleported several streets away, his powerful spiritual sense scanning the surroundings. At one corner, he found only a few huddled homeless individuals. Turning to another location, he saw a couple meeting secretly in a park, a drunkard stumbling down the street, and someone walking a pig. All of them exuded the aura of ordinary people, nothing unusual. Returning to the crime scene, Guyu stared intently at the blood-written words on the ground before issuing orders. First, issue a citywide alert regarding the demon's use of stolen faces. Second, investigate all missing persons, especially those who reappeared after being reported missing. Third, offer a reward for any witnesses. Fourth, locate the third party who fought the demon alive or dead. That night, the entire Xiang city was on edge. At Tiangyue High School, veteran Golden Core cultivator Xiangcheng, stationed there as a guardian, was deeply concerned upon hearing the news. He was well aware that demons had a penchant for preying on the hearts of young people, making schools frequent targets of their attacks. As he patrolled the campus, he suddenly came face-to-face with Benwei, who was leading a pig. The sight of this ominous figure sent a chill down Xiangcheng's spine. Before he could react, Benwei had already clapped a hand on his shoulder. "Oldly, you've really outdone yourself this time," Benwei exclaimed, clapping his hands in satisfaction, while holding the VIP card from Yulong Pavilion. "The money in this card is enough for me to book countless sessions, and you even upgraded me to Supreme VIP status." "Not bad at all." Xiangcheng nodded nervously, his voice trembling. "It's nothing, really. Just what I should do." He knew very well that the day after Benwei's last visit, he had personally had 300,000 yuan loaded onto this VIP card, and even sent it to him as a gesture. For the Li family, 300,000 wasn't much, but he hadn't anticipated that this sum would bring Benwei so much closer to him. "Oldly, from now on, you and I are friends," Benwei declared, slinging an arm around Xiangcheng's shoulder and leaning in conspiratorially. "What do you think? Interested in becoming my little brother? Stick with me, and I promise no one will dare mess with you." "Your little brother?" Xiangcheng's face twisted into an awkward grimace. As a respected elder and a golden core cultivator over a century old, he was revered by many. While Benwei was indeed powerful, the thought of becoming his subordinate was a hard pill to swallow. Where would he put his dignity? "What's the matter? Not willing? Got a problem with it?" Benwei's face darkened as he noticed Xiangcheng's hesitation. "It's not that I'm unwilling, it's just," Xiangcheng stammered, caught in a dilemma. He knew that if he dared to refuse, that infamous 40-meter-long blade of Benwei's might be at his neck again. Under the pressure of Benwei's piercing gaze, Xiangcheng wrestled with his thoughts before finally nodding reluctantly. "All right, fine. Excellent," Benwei announced triumphantly. "From today onward, you can walk around like you own the place. If anyone dares to mess with you, just drop my name, Benwei." "Thank you, a senior Xiangcheng mumbled, lowering his head. "Senior? Call me big brother." Benwei corrected him immediately. "That doesn't seem appropriate." "What's inappropriate about it? If you're my little brother, you call me big brother. Simple as that." "All right, big brother," Xiangcheng squeezed the words out through gritted teeth. "Good. Now go to the corner shop and grab us a few bottles of spirit wine. Let's have a drink," Benwei ordered, waving him off like it was the most natural thing in the world. "All right," Xiangcheng sighed deeply. The once revered patriarch of the Li family had now been reduced to a mere errand boy. After returning with the wine, the two of them began drinking on the rooftop. Xiangcheng had no intention of drinking but, under Benwei's watchful eye, had no choice but to join in. "So, a big brother, where did you get that pig?" Xiangcheng finally couldn't hold back his curiosity anymore as he glanced at the pig tied up nearby. "Not bad, huh? What do you think?" Benwei chuckled heartily. "Very nice," Xiangcheng said with an enthusiastic nod. "I'm planning to fatten it up a bit so I can ride it. Once it gets even bigger, they'll butcher it and make dumplings." "Oh, and since I've got you as my little brother now, you can take care of feeding it for me. It's settled then, you'll be in charge of raising this pig. Just make sure it's well fed and bring it to me when it's ready." Xiangcheng's face turned ashen. Being forced into this little brother role was bad enough. Running errands for wine? Fine, he could endure it. But now he was being demoted to a pig caretaker? If word of this got out, his reputation would be in shambles. Yet, what choice did he have? Whether he liked it or not, that pig was now his responsibility. There was no way around it. And so, life in Xiangcheng went on day by day. The threat of the Class B demon loomed over the entire city like a dark cloud, leaving everyone anxious and uneasy. This oppressive atmosphere was especially taxing on the Jindanstige cultivators. Despite their profound cultivation, they were still mortal beings of flesh and blood, and sooner or later, they would have to confront this demon Hedon. Benwei, however, lived a leisurely life. He often lounged on a deck chair atop the 10th floor rooftop, basking in the sun as he gazed through the railings at the students training on the field below, utterly at ease. Meanwhile, his underling, Xiangcheng, was so busy that his feet barely touched the ground. He spent his days shuttling back and forth between the school and the convenience store, wearing out the threshold in the process. Whenever someone curiously asked why this senior cultivator frequented the store so often, he would remain tight-lipped. Some things were better left unspoken. In addition to buying spiritual wine, drinks, and sunflower seeds, Xiangcheng had taken on a new task: feeding a pig. He had arranged for a modified van to be stationed at the school gate, with the back seats removed to make room. Every day, servants from the Li family would deliver meals to the van. At this moment, Xiangcheng squatted nearby, watching the pig devour its food with gusto. He couldn't help but sigh. Where on earth was this demon that had thrown the entire city into fear? The autopsy reports of the 2 Jindan cultivators killed recently had come out, and both had died from a single strike. Such terrifying power, no Jindan cultivator stood a chance against it. As Xiangcheng muttered to himself, the pig, still eating happily, suddenly glanced up at him. "What are you looking at? Just eat." Xiangcheng snapped irritably, slapping the pig on the neck. The demon's threat was bad enough, but now he had to run errands and feed a pig on Benwei's orders, without even daring to complain. Frustrated, he took it out on the pig, giving it a swift kick to its rear. Once the pig had its fill, Xiangcheng grumbled under his breath as he led it back toward the school. Along the way, he ran into Sun Li and Chu Guolong. The two of them teased him about the unusual pig, even playfully tugging on its ears. Though it was just friendly banter, it made Xiangcheng's face darken. They all knew the pig belonged to Benwei, and were aware that Xiangcheng had been spending a lot of time with his enemy lately. Chu Guolong was growing more curious about Benwei, while Sun Li speculated that Xiangcheng might already know Benwei's true strength. "This constant sense of suspense is unbearable," Sun Li said, shifting the conversation and bringing the mood back to somber. Ever since the demon had killed the 2 Jindan cultivators, it had disappeared without a trace. Chu Guolong wondered aloud if it had left Xiangcheng, but Sun Li firmly disagreed. He explained in detail how the materials from demons had been used by the elder Long Huang to refine 81 strands of chaos qi, which formed the foundation of the city. These strands not only created a protective barrier, but also allowed the detection of demons. Thanks to this, the Demon Elimination Division could track any demon within the city. Chu Guolong found this use of chaos qi fascinating. Sun Li elaborated, explaining that since the school frequently used low-level demons to train its students, they interacted with the Demon Elimination Division regularly and naturally learned more about these things. All three of them realized that the demon must still be lurking in the city. This uneasy calm only made the situation more unsettling. "Wait, where's the pig?" "The pig has escaped," Sun Li suddenly shouted. Everyone turned toward the sound, and sure enough, the pig that had been tied up nearby was nowhere to be seen. Xiangcheng immediately took off in a jog, chasing in the direction the pig had fled. The pig ran back to the school. Sun Li, using his keen senses, had already pinpointed its location. The pig was rampaging through the school, flipping over several podiums in the classrooms. "Let's go check it out," Sun Li said, and Chu Guolong followed closely behind. As soon as they arrived at the teaching area, a cacophony of noise greeted them. "Catch the pig! Catch the pig!" Dozens of students armed with sticks and burlap sacks were in hot pursuit, while others tried to block the pig's path with outstretched arms. Surrounded on all sides, the pig only grew more frenzied. It first dashed into the teaching block, then charged into the dormitory area, and finally bolted into the cafeteria. The sound of crashing dishes echoed as a few butchers, clad in rubber boots, cursed under their breath and joined the chaotic chase. After escaping the cafeteria, the pig ran straight into the girls' restroom, triggering a chorus of high-pitched screams. The entire school was thrown into utter chaos because of this one pig. How is one pig causing such a commotion? Sun Li muttered in disbelief as he took in the scene of pandemonium. Beside him, Chu Guolong was similarly speechless. Despite the absurdity of it all, Sun Li couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Lately, due to the growing threat of demons, not only had cultivators like them been under immense pressure, but the entire community seemed shrouded in gloom. This ridiculous spectacle was a rare moment of levity to ease everyone's tension. However, the uproar eventually drew the attention of Guyu, the commander of the Demon Subjugation Division. While patrolling nearby, Guyu heard the commotion and immediately arrived to investigate. "What's going on here?" he asked with a stern expression. "Commander Guyu, it's a pig from the cafeteria. It escaped, and the students are trying to catch it," Sun Li explained awkwardly. "A pig? Guyu's expression shifted slightly. He rose into the air, hovering above the school to get a better view. Once he confirmed it truly was just a pig chase, his tense demeanor relaxed a bit. Sunli and Chu Guolong also stepped onto their swords and floated up to flank him on either side. Commander Guyu, they'll have them return to class immediately, Sunli offered. No need. Let them be, Guyu replied, waving a hand to stop him. Instead, he seemed mildly entertained, watching the chaotic scene below with interest. The pig chase continued, with more and more students joining in. Hold it down! Hold it down! One student shouted as he leapt onto the pig's back, clinging on for dear life. Others rushed in to assist, shouting encouragement. Just as it seemed they might succeed, the pig managed to wriggle free, darting between another student's legs and tearing away half of his pants in the process. The unfortunate student hastily covered himself while yelling, "Hurry! Catch it!" Biff Guyu, watching from above, couldn't suppress a chuckle. The rare smile on his otherwise stoic face caught the attention of Sunli and Chu Guolong. Realizing their gaze, he quickly composed himself, clearing his throat. The school is of utmost importance. Maintain heightened vigilance, and report any suspicious activity to the Demon Subjugation Division immediately. Understood. Sunli and Chu Guolong responded respectfully. Guyu said nothing further, observing for a while longer. Only when the pig finally found itself cornered in a deadened alley did he step away, walking on air as he departed. On the rooftop, Lu Benwei held a bottle of spirit-infused beer in one hand, watching the chaotic pig-catching scene below with great amusement. He turned to look at Li Qing, who stood behind him, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Li, this is quite the entertainment. You deserve a reward for this. Li Qing inwardly rolled his eyes at the remark. Entertainment? It was nothing more than a mishap of failing to keep the pig pinned. At his age, being forced to play lackey was already humiliating enough a situation he had only accepted due to Lu Benwei's overwhelming influence. The idea of deliberately creating fun for him was laughable. No need for a reward. It's just my duty, Li Qing replied with a forced smile. Absolutely not. When I, the great master, say there's a reward, there will be a reward, Lu Benwei declared firmly. Tell me, what do you want? Just say it and it'll make it happen. After several futile attempts to decline, Li Qing grew irritated. Already harboring resentment over being Lu Benwei's subordinate, he finally snapped. Fine. If you insist, I won't hold back. I want to break through to the nascent soul stage. He stared meaningfully at Lu Benwei, fully expecting to see him backpedal. As a latest-stage golden core cultivator, Li Qing knew all too well that, considering his age and talent, such a breakthrough would be nearly impossible without a monumental stroke of luck. To his astonishment, Lu Benwei agreed without hesitation. Sure, no problem. I'll make it happen. You're serious? Li Qing stammered, blinking in disbelief. Why would I lie about something so trivial? Lu Benwei replied nonchalantly, giving him a sidelong glance. Li Qing felt like the world had turned upside down. Shaking his head vigorously, he tried to ground himself in reality. No, this couldn't be real. He's just messing with me, Li Qing thought. Breaking through to the nascent soul stage was no small feat. It wasn't something one could achieve on a whim. Resolving to endure for now, he quietly stepped aside, planning to sever ties with Lu Benwei once the demon threat was eradicated. Days passed quickly. Though the demons had remained quiet, the threat lingered, leaving Xiang City shrouded in tension. Reinforcements from neighboring areas had arrived, and golden core cultivators were now a common sight. This atmosphere of unease only heightened the anxiety of the city's residents, severely disrupting normal life. At Tiangyue High School, the original defense team remained stationed. In addition to manpower, the school had invested heavily in setting up formations and traps, as well as installing high-definition surveillance cameras throughout the campus. Though the perception of the 5 Golden Core experts could cover most of the school, the cameras served as a safeguard against demons employing special means to evade detection. The monitoring room was no longer manned solely by security guards, but was now under the supervision of Chu Guolong and his team. One day, after completing his routine patrol of the campus, Chu Guolong was heading back to the monitoring room when he spotted Li Qing near the school gate, just finishing up feeding the pig. Chu squatted down, pulled 2 peanuts from his pocket, and fed them to the pig, affectionately patting its head. This pig had become the unofficial mascot of Tiangyue High School, not just because of its fame from the earlier chaos, but also due to its endearing personality. Female students often fed it snacks, which it eagerly accepted. The floral dress it wore was a gift from the girls, though the black stockings some of the male students had jokingly put on it were quickly removed for being too much of an eyesore. The school forum's most popular thread was a poll to name the pig, with Chengkai, success, ultimately winning out. Despite this attention, Li Qing always maintained a stern demeanor whenever he encountered people after feeding the pig. He didn't want anyone to suspect he was Lu Benwei's lackey, so he carried out his tasks as discreetly as possible. Yet, he always seemed to run into someone afterward. leaving him no choice but to adopt a cold, unapproachable expression to discourage any conversation. The more it appeared this way, the more suspicious it seemed. Chu Guolong couldn't shake off a nagging question in his mind. He had wanted to ask Li Qing at least 10,000 times. What exactly was the relationship between him and Lu Benwei? Clearly, Lu Benwei had harmed Li Qing's 2 grandsons, yet instead of holding a grudge, Li Qing helped him feed pigs every day. Their overly close relationship was undeniably suspicious. Could Lu Benwei be Li Qing's illegitimate son? This thought frequently flashed through Chu Guolong's mind, but every time he mustered the courage to ask, he was intimidated by Li Qing's cold, emotionless face, and the question remained unspoken. At this moment, Chu Guolong was in the surveillance room, staring intently at the countless monitors on the wall. As a Jindan cultivator, he could simultaneously focus on the details of hundreds of surveillance feeds, which was precisely why he had been assigned to this position. Suddenly, one screen caught his attention. It showed Lu Benwei and Li Qing in a stadium. He immediately zoomed in on the feed, and the sound became clear. Yo, Xiangcheng, done feeding the pigs? Not bad, not bad. You're quite the dutiful little brother, Lu Benwei said lazily, leaning on the stadium steps while watching the cheerleaders rehearse with an amused expression. Li Qing replied flatly, his face devoid of emotion as he tied the pig nearby. What's with that look? Are you unhappy with me as your boss? Lu Benwei's gaze shifted slightly, his sharp eyes sending a shiver through Li Qing. Remembering the terrifying scene of the 40 spiritual energy blades, Li Qing quickly waved his hands and said, No, no, how could I dare disrespect you, boss? Good. Just so you know. Now, get out of here, Lu Benwei said with a dismissive wave. Yes, boss. Li Qing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly retreated. This scene left Chu Guolong in the surveillance room wide-eyed with shock. Li Qing, a dignified Jindan master over 100 years old and the head of the massive Li family corporation, was behaving so submissively toward a young man? At first, Chu Guolong thought it might be some sort of game, but the genuine fear in Li Qing's eyes was unmistakable. What happened next was even more shocking. After the cheerleaders dispersed, Lu Benwei sat alone on the steps and turned his gaze to the pig tied nearby. What's the matter? Do you hate me? Lu Benwei sneered. You filthy rats lurking in the shadows, bringing devastation wherever you go and constantly ruining my plans. And now you expect me not to have a little fun with you? But I must admit, you're clever enduring all this while waiting for the chance to escape this body one day, aren't you? Chu Guolong was stunned to notice that the pig's eyes seemed to reflect a disturbingly human-like expression. What was even more bizarre was Lu Benwei's next move. Although I don't see you as a threat, I really dislike that look in your eyes. A pig should act like a pig. So, I've decided to let your soul remain fused with this body, but am going to erase your consciousness. As he spoke, Lu Benwei placed his hand on the pig's head. The pig's face twisted into a grotesque expression, and a transparent soul-like form was forcibly extracted from its body. This is... In the surveillance room, Chu Guolong jumped out of his chair in shock, stammering incoherently as he struggled to process what he was witnessing. Chu Guolong's mouth hung open in sheer shock, wide enough to fit an egg. His face was filled with terror, as if he'd just seen a ghost. Before him loomed a spectral figure neither fully human nor beast with a grotesque and menacing visage. As a seasoned cultivator at the Golden Core stage, Chu Guolong had witnessed his share of the bizarre. He immediately recognized this as an otherworldly demon. From Lu Benwei's words, he quickly deduced that this demon's soul had been extracted and sealed within the body of a pig. Then, a sudden thought struck him, and his eyes widened further. Could this demon be the same class threat that had thrown the entire city of Xiang into panic? The more he considered it, the more certain he became. The recent demon incident had been nothing short of bizarre. The creature had entered the city, killed 2 Golden Core cultivators in a single night, and then vanished without a trace. While demons were known for their intelligence, often capable of disguising themselves as humans among the populace, their bloodthirsty nature made it almost impossible for them to remain so quiet. Over the past 2 weeks, the demon hunting division had confirmed the creature was still within the city, yet they had been unable to locate it. Even stranger, after the initial killings, the demon had caused no further harm. If the demon was reduced to a soul fragment sealed inside a pig, everything would suddenly make sense. The realization sent cold sweat streaming down Chu Guolong's back. The class demon the entire city had been hunting, so feared and elusive, was now right in front of him, and he had even fed it peanuts earlier. By now, Lu Benwei had fully extracted the soul fragment. The spectral figure, its face twisted with hatred, let out a silent roar and lunged at Lu Benwei, seemingly intent on tearing him apart. But its efforts were futile. With a simple wave of his hand, Lu Benwei erased the demon's remaining consciousness. The soul writhed in agony, its mouth open in a soundless scream, before disintegrating into a hollow shell. The empty fragment was then resealed into the pig's body. Outwardly, the pig appeared unchanged, but it was now completely harmless. In the surveillance room, Chu Guolong was left speechless, utterly stunned by what he had just witnessed. The ability to effortlessly erase the consciousness of a classer, perhaps even an class demon, was nothing short of miraculous. It was now clear to him why Li Qing treated Lu Benwei with such reverence, going so far as to address him as boss, even after Lu Benwei had injured 2 of his grandsons. If it had been Chu Guolong in Li Qing's place, he doubted he would have acted any differently. Just then, Lu Benwei turned abruptly in the surveillance footage, his gaze locking directly onto the camera. At that moment, Chu Guolong felt a jolt in his mind, as if he'd been struck by lightning. A chilling numbness spread through his body, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. Does he know I'm watching him? Chu Guolong's thoughts raced, his forehead damp with sweat. Fortunately, Lu Benwei merely glanced at the camera before turning away. He then calmly led the pig out of view, disappearing from the surveillance feed. Chu Guolong exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He quickly left the surveillance room but paused mid-step, as if remembering something. Turning back, he retrieved a copy of the surveillance footage before heading out. Just as he stepped into the hallway, he ran into Luo Keqing. Old Chu, where are you rushing off to? The surveillance room can't be left unattended, you know, Luo Keqing remarked, puzzled. Chu Guolong hesitated for a moment. What's there to monitor? The demon soul has already been stripped of its consciousness, he thought. But he simply replied, I've got something urgent to handle. I'll be back soon. Without waiting for a response, he hurried off to find his daughter, Chu Wanzhou, who was in the middle of a class. Without explanation, he called her out directly. Father, you seemed in such a hurry to find me. What's going on? Chu Wanzhou asked, watching her father, Chu Guolong, whose expression was unusually tense. She was about to bring up the matter involving Lu Benwei and Li Qing of the Li family, but her father's stern demeanor stopped her mid-sentence. Stop looking into Lu Benwei, Chu Guolong said gravely. Why? Chu Wanzhou asked, momentarily taken aback. Without answering, Chu Guolong led his daughter to the temporary accommodation arranged for him by the school. Inside the room, he pulled the curtains shut and handed her a USB drive. There's a video on this. Watch it. As the video played, Chu Wanzhou saw Li Qing addressing Lu Benwei as boss. Shocked, she shot up from her chair, her chest heaving. Though she had suspected that Lu Benwei was no ordinary person, the truth before her was still startling. Keep watching, Chu Guolong said, puffing on a cigarette. When the footage reached the part where Lu Benwei was speaking with Cheng Kai, Chu Wanzhou's hands began to tremble. She finally understood why her father was so on edge. Cheng Kai, the student who had captivated the entire school, was revealed to have a demonic soul sealed within him. Is this the class demon that's been causing trouble recently? She asked. Most likely, Chu Guolong replied with a solemn nod. Chu Wanzhou turned off the computer and sank into thought. The class demon that had thrown Xiang City into turmoil was now, unbelievably, sealed inside a pig. What's your plan, father? Are you going to tell anyone about this? I'm not sure, Chu Guolong said, lighting another cigarette. He knows I saw all of this through surveillance. If I reveal it, it might provoke his wrath. Chu Wanzhou nodded in agreement. Someone capable of sealing a class demon into a pig was clearly not someone the Chu family could afford to offend. She couldn't help but laugh bitterly at herself. Not long ago, she had entertained the idea of recruiting Lu Benwei to their side. In hindsight, it seemed utterly ridiculous. But for Xiang City, this was undoubtedly good news. Though the public remained unaware, the city's crisis had already been resolved. For Lu Benwei, it didn't matter what Chu Guolong had seen on the surveillance footage. The warning look in his eyes stemmed solely from his aversion to being watched. Time flew by. Although the class demon was still missing, the city was gradually coming back to life. The streets were bustling again, shops reopened, and companies resumed operations. However, the pressure on the exorcism division showed no sign of easing. In fact, it only increased. In the ancient castle of the exorcism division, Guyu stood by the window, gazing at the setting sun as he quietly listened to his subordinates' reports. His brows furrowed deeper and deeper. There was still no progress in the search. Since the rooftop incident, the demon seemed to have vanished into thin air. Despite the division's exhaustive efforts, not a single trace could be found. This abnormality troubled Guyu even more, as it defied the bloodthirsty and violent nature typical of demons. The demon's unsettling patience sent chills down his spine. He threw on his cloak and made his way alone to the underground chamber. Passing through layers of barriers and arrays, he reached the lowest level. At the center of the underground chamber, a stone pool churned with a wisp of chaotic energy. Whenever the trail went cold, he would come here seeking guidance. This time, as before, the chaotic energy delivered the same answer. The demon was still in the city. Frustrated, Guyu slammed his fist against the wall. Reinforcements from Lan City and Jiang City had already arrived, and their combined strength was more than sufficient. The only missing piece was finding the demon. Yet the feeling of having power, but nowhere to direct it left him deeply irritated. As he stood atop the castle, surveying Xiang City once more, a subordinate approached to report. Chu Guolong had requested an audience. The sudden visit from this golden core cultivator caught Guyu slightly off guard. After much internal deliberation, Chu Guolong had decided to risk offending Lu Benwei by submitting the surveillance footage to the exorcism division. He couldn't allow Xiang City to remain shrouded in fear indefinitely, nor could he watch the division continue to waste valuable resources. He had to reveal the truth. When they met, Chu Guolong wasted no time. He placed a USB drive containing the surveillance video directly on the table. At first, Guyu didn't pay much attention to Lu Benwei and Li Qing's conversation. But when the footage showed Lu Benwei speaking to the pigan, especially the moment he extracted the demon's soul from the pig's body, Guyu's eyes widened in disbelief. After verifying the source of the video, Guyu finally understood the truth. The demon that had plagued him for so long had already been destroyed, leaving only a remnant soul sealed within the pig. The chaotic energy's detection had been coming from this lingering soul all along. The residual chaotic energy indicates that demons are still present in the city. Guyu, the leader of the demon exorcism division, appeared particularly composed upon receiving this news, in stark contrast to his earlier surprise during his first video call with Chu Wanzhou and Chu Guolong. Years of experience in demon hunting had taught him there is always someone stronger out there. Thus, the appearance of a master like Lu Benwei in Xiangcheng only caused him mild astonishment. More than anything, he felt genuine excitement and a sense of relief. Xiangcheng's crisis was finally resolved. Lord Guyu, that's the situation. What will you do next? Chu Guolong asked, glancing at Guyu. As the leader of the demon exorcism division, Guyu immediately saw through Chu Guolong's concerns. Your visit here today will remain confidential, and the video I saw will be treated as if it never existed, Guyu said firmly. At the same time, I will inform the public that the demons have left Xiangcheng. The pig. Chu Guolong hesitated, leaving his sentence unfinished. It's merely a remnant soul without consciousness and poses no threat, Guyu responded decisively. Therefore, I won't take any further action. Hearing this, Chu Guolong let out a sigh of relief. He had indeed been worried that Guyu might insist on dealing with the pig, which would inevitably offend Lu Benwei. He looked at Guyu with gratitude. If anyone should be thankful, it's me. If you hadn't told me the truth, I'd still be in the dark. Overwhelmed, Guyu said, extending his hand for a handshake. It's only what I should do. Thank you, Lord Guyu, for your understanding, Chu Guolong replied with a smile. Glancing at the sky, he added, I won't take up any more of your time. Take care, Mr. Chu, Guyu said, personally escorting Chu Guolong out of the castle. After bidding farewell, Guyu made his way to the rooftop where the incident had occurred. Although the threat had been neutralized, he still needed to piece together the sequence of events. The streetlights below remained bent, and the words "I was wrong," written in blood, were still clearly visible on the ground. This area had been sealed off since the incident. Guyu stood in deep thought. He suddenly recalled encountering a young man leading a pig through the streets on the night of the incident during his patrol. At the time, he hadn't paid much attention, but now he realized that man was likely Lu Benwei from the surveillance footage. If his deductions were correct, the demon had already been dealt with on the night of the incident, and the 3 words on the ground were likely left by the demon. This meant that all the actions the demon exorcism division had taken over the past 2 weeks were essentially chasing shadows. As the truth became clear, Guyu gained a newfound respect for Lu Benwei's abilities. From the moment the battle's energy fluctuations were detected to the time the demon exorcism division arrived on the scene, only 2 minutes had passed. In that brief window, Lu Benwei had subdued the demon and sealed its soul into the pig. Soon, news of the exorcism division's triumph spread across Xiangcheng. The demons had been completely eradicated. The announcement sent the entire city into a frenzy of celebration. Within a single day, order was restored, and the streets, restaurants, and entertainment venues experienced a wave of revenge spending as people indulged in the joy of peace. However, the calm lasted only half a month before another storm swept through Xiangcheng's education sector. A young man named Fu Qinling burst onto the scene, making bold, provocative statements across major online platforms. He openly declared that Xiangcheng's prestigious schools were garbage, claiming they were incapable of producing anything useful. But it wasn't just empty talk. Backed up his words with action. Fu Qinling challenged 5 of the city's top schools in succession, defeating each of them with overwhelming dominance. Now, his sights were set on his next target, Tiangyue High School. The upcoming challenge, scheduled for 3 days later, had already become the center of attention for the entire city. Media outlets swarmed to cover the event, online forums buzzed with heated discussions, and even underground betting pools emerged, speculating whether Fu Qinling could bring Tiangyue High to its knees as well. As one of the top 3 schools in Xiangcheng, Tiangyue High School carried the weight of the city's expectations. If even they were to fall, the reputation of Xiangcheng's elite schools would be utterly tarnished. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, the city's top 10 schools came together in a rare show of unity, holding an emergency video conference among their principals. Who on earth is this Fu Canlang? One of the defeated school principals asked with a grim expression. His sudden appearance is far too suspicious. I suspect there's a bigger plot behind this. We've conducted a covert investigation. Another principal chimed in. On the surface, his background seems ordinary, but his age and abilities don't add up. The fact that everything appears normal only makes him more suspicious. Sun Li interrupted their speculations. The most important question right now is, if Tiangyue High loses, how should we respond? Principal Peng, what are the chances of victory? All eyes turned to Peng Shulin, the principal of Tiangyue High School. The elderly man, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke in a grave tone. 50-50. His response drew a collective gasp from the room. Tiangyue High was considered on par with the other two top schools in Xiangcheng. If even they couldn't guarantee a win, the outlook for the rest of the schools was bleak. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the day of the showdown, all of Xiangcheng's attention was fixed on Tiangyue High School. Media crews set up live streaming equipment, and the air buzzed with anticipation. Under the spotlight, a red-haired man strode arrogantly onto the stage, his gaze sweeping disdainfully across Tiangyue High's stands. Today, I, Fu Canlang, will put Tiangyue High's so-called reputation to the test, he declared, spreading his arms wide. His voice dripped with contempt. Let's hope you're not as pathetic as those other worthless schools I've crushed. At least give me a challenge worth my time. Several principals seated in the audience tightened their fists at his words, their frustration and anger palpable. The crowd watched Fu Canlang's arrogant display, their fists clenched tightly, itching to step forward and teach this audacious young man a lesson. If not for the fear of being accused of bullying someone younger, they would have acted already. The 3 students representing Tiangyue High School stood at the edge of the arena, their faces filled with fury. One of them, unable to hold back any longer, pointed at Fu Canlang and shouted angrily, "You punk! This is Tiangyue High, and you still dare to act so brazenly? Today, I'll make you regret ever stepping foot on this campus." Fu Canlang shot him a disdainful glance and sneered, "You 3 losers want to take me on? You don't look like much. So what's the plan? One at a time or all at once?" As he spoke, he raised his middle finger provocatively, his contempt unmistakable. The student who had spoken out could no longer restrain himself. With a powerful push off the ground, he leapt into the air. Mid-flight, he flipped his palm, sending a fierce strike hurtling toward Fu Canlang. Fu Canlang snorted coldly, releasing a surge of formidable energy as he countered with a strike of his own. The moment the 2 strikes collided, a shocking scene unfolded. Tiangyue's student was sent flying back, blood spurting from his mouth. He crashed heavily onto the ground, unconscious. The crowd erupted in astonishment. No one had anticipated that one of Tiangyue High's top students wouldn't even withstand a single move from Fu Canlang, despite having made the first attack. On the platform, the faces of the school principals turned grim, especially Tiangyue High's principal, whose expression was filled with humiliation. From the strength Fu Canlang had just displayed, it was clear that he hadn't revealed his true abilities during his previous matches against the other top schools. The 3 Tiangyue students were simply not in the same league as him. Ha 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 ha. Fu Canlang stood on the stage, laughing wildly. Tiangyue High, one of the top 3 schools in Xiang City, and this is the best you can offer? The remaining 2 students were seething with rage, and were about to charge forward when the Tiangyue principal's voice rang out, "Stand down." All eyes turned to him as he suppressed his humiliation and declared, "We concede." This decision sent shockwaves through the crowd. Students protested loudly, and journalists looked on in disbelief. However, the other school principals understood the rationale given the vast disparity in strength. It was less humiliating to concede than to have their students defeated in a single blow. Disperse. The Qingyun principal waved his hand weakly before leaving with a dejected expression. Fu Canlang, however, was not done. "Ha ha ha. So much for Tiangyue High," he mocked. His gaze swept across the principals of the other schools before settling on Sun Li. "Tiangyue High, you're up tomorrow. Be ready." With that, he swaggered out of the campus, under the glare of countless angry eyes and the flash of media cameras. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. A principal slammed his fist on the table in frustration, his gaze fixed on Sun Li. "Old son, how about we bring in reinforcements from top schools in other cities?" Despite their school's crushing defeat, no one wanted to witness the complete collapse of Xiangcheng's renowned schools. Sun Li's eyes flickered as he spoke, his tone carrying a sharp edge. "Can't you all see it? This kid is working with a plan. There's no way he's acting Alan an entire team behind him, orchestrating everything to suppress us, the top 10 schools. Even the media has become their accomplice. If we bring in outside help and they catch wind of it, they'll spin the story. Xiangcheng's elite schools not only lack the strength but also can't afford to lose. That would be the ultimate humiliation." His words silenced the room. The other principals exchanged uneasy glances. Fu Canlang's sudden emergence was indeed suspicious, and his provocation seemed too deliberate to be coincidental. There was undoubtedly more to the story. Yet even with this realization, they were powerless. They couldn't even act against Fu Canlang without risking further damage. Less than an hour after the competition ended, Xiangcheng's major platforms were flooded with sensational headlines. Are Xiangcheng's top 10 schools all hype behind expensive tuition? Elite students from Tiangyue High face crushing defeat. Is prestige education just a bubble? Why did Tiangyue High's principal concede voluntarily? In response, Tiangyue High School called an emergency meeting. Sun Li sat silently at the head of the table, his expression unreadable, while the school's leadership debated heatedly below. Some even proposed refusing the next challenge outright, reasoning that if even Tiangyue High had fallen so disastrously, what chance did they stand? Only Luo Wenqing remained quiet, her eyes fixed on Sun Li. She knew Tiangyue High still had one trump card left to play. Enough. Sun Li's voice cut through the clamor as he stood abruptly. Pick 2 top students and have them prepare for tomorrow's challenge. 2? Aren't the other schools sending 3? Someone questioned, puzzled. But Sun Li offered no explanation, leaving the room without another word. Luo Wenqing, however, understood. The 3rd spot was undoubtedly reserved for Lu Benwei. The following morning, the school grounds were swarming with reporters. Students packed the bleachers, their voices buzzing with speculation. Some feared Tiangyue High would become a laughingstock, while others fumed at Fu Canlang's audacity. In a quieter corner, the strikingly beautiful Chu Wanzhou ignored a string of admirers vying for her attention. Her focus was elsewhere, her thoughts consumed by one question. Would he step forward? Her heart skipped as her sharp eyes caught a familiar figure weaving through the crowd. It was Lu Benwei. To Lu Benwei, this challenge was irrelevant. The honor or disgrace of Tiangyue High School meant nothing to him. In the bustling campus, Lu Benwei had carefully dressed up, his eyes occasionally scanning the crowd of graceful young women. From the window of a distant teaching building, Principal Sun Li watched Lu Benwei with a pensive expression. As someone of a higher level of strength, Lu Benwei posed a challenge even for the principal. After all, in this age where strength dictated respect, not even the principal could easily command someone stronger. However, knowing Lu Benwei's personality, Sun Li suspected he wouldn't need to intervene. Lu Benwei would likely take it upon himself to deal with Fu Canlang's arrogance. If things didn't go as planned, Sun Li intended to seek Lu Benwei's help after the others had failed. At that moment, a reporter from Xiangcheng TV stopped Lu Benwei. Spotting the camera, Lu Benwei's eyes lit up. Adjusting his hair and clothes, he eagerly approached the reporter. Excuse me, may I ask your name? Are you a student at Tiangyue High School? Hello. Lu Benwei waved enthusiastically at the camera with a broad smile. My name is Lu Benwei, and am just an ordinary student at Tiangyue High School. I enjoy. Before he could finish speaking, a commotion broke out in the crowd. A red-haired man, Fu Canlang, walked in arrogantly, shoving aside 2 students who happened to block his way. Though many were displeased by his behavior, no one dared to speak up. Suddenly, Fu Canlang turned and strode toward Lu Benwei, who was still being interviewed. What's a piece of trash like you doing in front of a camera? Get lost. Fu Canlang shoved Lu Benwei aside and seized the spotlight. I am Fu Canlang, he declared with a sneer. And I've got only one thing to say today. Within 1 minute, he'll crush the so-called elites of Tiangyue High School. Just as Fu Canlang was about to continue mocking the top schools in Xiangcheng, a sudden gust of wind swept through. Lu Benwei delivered a resounding slap to Fu Canlang's face, grabbed him by the collar, and hurled him with tremendous force. Fu Canlang flew through the air in a wide arc before crashing into a basketball hoop dozens of meters away. His upper body became wedged in the rim, leaving him folded like a ragdoll. He hung there lifelessly, frothing at the mouth with vacant eyes. The unexpected turn of events stunned everyone. The scene fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of dust swirling across the ground in the wind. After a brief moment of silence, the entire schoolyard erupted into a tidal wave of astonishment. Fu Canlang had been thrown onto the basketball hoop. All eyes immediately turned to Lu Benwei, their gazes filled with disbelief. The female reporter responsible for the interview stood frozen in place, her microphone nearly slipping from her hand. She vividly remembered Fu Canlang's prowess ever since he began challenging the second-ranked elite school. The TV station had been closely following his journey. Just moments ago, the arrogant young man had swaggered in, snatching the microphone without a single person daring to object. And now, he was dangling from the basketball hoop, humiliated by someone claiming to be just an ordinary student from Tiangyue High School. Lu Benwei, simmering with frustration, adjusted his clothing and stepped back in front of the camera. Miss, can we start over? He asked with a calm yet pointed tone. The reporter snapped out of her daze and nodded quickly. Yes, of course. Absolutely. The news was too explosive to ignore, and other media outlets were already swarming in. encircling Lu Benwei. Hello everyone. My name is Lu Benwei, just an average student at Tiangyue High School. Oh, by the way, I'm still single and I like... Lu Benwei said casually, smoothing his hair as he addressed the camera with an air of confidence. The students on the field finally began to process what had just happened, their chatter growing louder and more animated. Who is he? I think he's the new guy. Yeah, that's the one who beat the Li brothers a while back. His name's Lu Benwei. Lu Benwei. Oh my god, he's so cool. On the elevated platform, Principal Sun Li stood in stunned silence. This was the first time he had witnessed Lu Benwei in action. True to form, Lu didn't make a move often, but when he did, it captivated the entire audience. Meanwhile, the other teachers were cheering, excitedly discussing the possibility that their school might surpass Tiangyue High School in prestige. Amid the commotion, Yunxi stood in the crowd, biting her lip, her face full of regret. She couldn't help but curse herself for not accepting Lu Benwei's confession back then. If she had, she might have been standing in the spotlight alongside him now. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed across the courtyard as the basketball hoop collapsed, shattering into pieces. Fu Qianlang stood up, his fiery red hair standing on end, his bloodshot eyes brimming with rage. An aura of unrestrained fury emanated from him. "You bastard!" he growled in a hoarse voice, locking his gaze on Lu Benwei. "How dare you ambush me? He'll kill you today." His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked audibly. As a young champion who had trampled over 6 elite schools, being publicly humiliated like this was a disgrace he could never stomach. The laughter in the crowd abruptly ceased. Fu Qianlang had awakened. The aura unleashed by Fu Qianlang was so intense it felt almost tangible, pressing outward and causing countless students to recoil in fear. Instinctively, they stepped back, their faces pale with unease. As a standout among his peers, Fu Qianlang's strength was undeniably intimidating to these elite school students. In the center of the square, a wide space quickly cleared, leaving only Lu Benwei and Fu Qianlang locked in a tense standoff. Even the reporters who had been crowding around Lu Benwei for interviews were forced to retreat, visibly shaken by the overwhelming pressure. However, in the face of Fu Qianlang's stormy momentum, Lu Benwei appeared utterly unimpressed. He even rolled his eyes and muttered disdainfully, "All this flashy nonsense for what? You're still trash." This offhand remark completely enraged Fu Qianlang. "I'll kill you," he roared, his voice filled with fury. In an instant, his figure blurred like a hunting leopard, leaving only a faint afterimage as he charged straight at Lu Benwei. The sheer speed of his movement caused a collective gasp from the crowd. Even Principal Sun Li, who was observing from the high platform, frowned deeply. Such speed was beyond even his capabilities as the head of the school. It was now clear that during Fu Qianlang's previous battles against the 6 top schools, he had been holding back. With the power he was now displaying, not even the top 3 prodigies of the 6 elite schools combined would likely be able to stop him. Die. In just the span of 2 breaths, Fu Qianlang had closed the gap and was right in front of Lu Benwei. Seeing Lu Benwei standing motionless, he sneered, "Kid, have you never seen speed like this before? You dared to cross Metaday, you're dead." But just as everyone held their breath, bracing for the inevitable, a sharp, resounding slap echoed across the field. To everyone's astonishment, Lu Benwei had landed a precise slap on Fu Qianlang's face, sending him flying backward. Blood spurted from Fu Qianlang's mouth as his face twisted in shock and pain. His body arced through the air like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the ground 200 meters away and leaving a massive crater. He lay there unconscious, completely defeated. The scene plunged into utter silence. The crowd collectively sucked in a breath, stunned beyond words. Only Chu Wanzhou remained unfazed after all. Knowing Lu Benwei had the ability to seal the soul of a Class B demon into the body of a pig, defeating someone like Fu Qianlang was hardly impressive. Lu Benwei casually dusted off his hands and turned back to the wide-eyed reporters without so much as a glance at Fu Qianlang. With an enthusiastic grin, he said, "Sorry about the interruption. Come on, let's continue. Where were we?" This moment was broadcast live across major platforms and television networks, instantly causing a massive uproar in Xiangcheng. Forums exploded with posts and news articles. Some people began digging into Lu Benwei's background, while others marveled at how Tiangyue High School had been hiding such an extraordinary talent. The short clip of Lu Benwei slapping Fu Qianlang into oblivion went viral, amassing over 1 million shares within hours. Meanwhile, in the office of Tiangyue High School, Principal Peng Shulin was sitting with a few other principals who had not attended the event. Suddenly, someone burst into the room, breathless and shouting, "Principal, quick, turn on the news." In the principal's office of Tiangyue High School, a heavy, oppressive silence hung in the air. The principal, feeling dejected over yesterday's events, was lost in thought when suddenly, a teacher burst in, flustered and out of breath. "What's the rush?" the principal asked, his face dark with displeasure. Fu Qianlang was defeated at Tiangyue High School. The teacher reported, struggling to catch his breath. What? The news hit like a bolt of lightning, and all the principals in the room shot to their feet simultaneously. They quickly pulled out their phones, and as soon as the screens lit up, a flood of breaking news notifications popped up focused on Fu Canlang's defeat at Tiangyue High School. How is this possible? We know Tiangyue High School's strength inside out. Fu Canlang is so strong, how could he lose to Tiangyue High School? The principals wore expressions of disbelief. Eager for answers, they opened the first video notification. The footage showed Fu Canlang being effortlessly tossed into a basketball hoop by a young man dressed in black. Cheers erupted from the Tiangyue High School students as Fu Canlang climbed out and charged at the young man with astonishing speed. That speed! The Qingyun principal's eyes widened, and the other principals mirrored his stunned expression. They could all tell that Fu Canlang's speed far exceeded what he had displayed when he challenged their schools. This revelation meant he hadn't even been using his full strength before, otherwise their defeats would have been even more humiliating. Just as they anticipated an intense showdown, the video showed the black-clad young man, Lu Benwei, casually swatting Fu Canlang away with a single slap, sending him flying. Let's go find that old man, Sun Li. Qinjian's principal, Peng Shulin, immediately stood up, and the other principals followed suit, hastily driving over to Tiangyue High School. Meanwhile, Tiangyue High School was basking in the joy of victory. Principal Sun Li, beaming with pride, announced, "This month, every teacher at our school will receive a bonus." At that moment, the principals from Tiangyue High School barged in. "Sun Li, where did you find such a skilled fighter?" Peng Shulin demanded. Sun Li's face lit up with a smug grin. "What skilled fighter? That's one of our students from Tiangyue High School. Don't give me that nonsense." Peng Shulin snapped angrily. "With the kind of strength shown in that video, he's beyond being called a prodigy. Do you think I don't know the limits of Tiangyue High School? Just because Tiangyue High School can't produce talent like this doesn't mean we can't." Sun Li retorted, unfazed. "Lu Benwei is indeed one of our students. She's currently in Class 3 of Grade 10. Want to go check for yourself?" Sensing the growing tension between the two principals, the other principals quickly stepped in to mediate. All right, let's not get into a fight here. No matter how you look at it, this has been a blow to Fu Canlang's arrogance, and that's a good thing for all of us as part of the top 10 schools." The principal of Tiangyue High School was still reluctant to give up and questioned Sun Li again. "So you're saying Lu Benwei is really a student of Tiangyue High School? Do you think I'd lie to you?" Sun Li rolled his eyes, his tone tinged with impatience. Seeing Sun Li confirm once more, the Qingyun principal had no choice but to accept the truth. He quickly pressed further. "Then tell me, where on earth did you find a student of this level? And how did you manage to keep it under wraps for so long?" "Hee, that's classified information," Sun Li replied, his small eyes darting mischievously as he thought to himself, "Honestly, I only found out about this not long ago myself." But what Qinjian's principal didn't know was that this was just the tip of the iceberg. If they realized Lu Benwei was stronger than everyone here combined, their reactions would be priceless. To be fair, even Sun Li couldn't understand how the school had hit the jackpot by landing such a freakishly talented student. When he first learned of Lu Benwei's existence, his feelings were more of unease than excitement. After all, having someone he couldn't fully control on campus was hardly reassuring. But thankfully, aside from skipping class and flirting with girls, Lu Benwei hadn't caused any real trouble. And after today's events, it seemed like his presence at the school was proving to be more of a blessing than a liability. Thinking of this, Sun Li couldn't help but smile, the corners of his mouth stretching all the way to his ears. "Look at you, acting all smug. You just got lucky?" The Qingyun principal sneered. Unable to stand Sun Li's self-satisfied expression, he stood up, preparing to leave. Watching the Qingyun principal leave in frustration, Sun Li felt immensely gratified. These old rivals had been competing for decades, and because of Tiangyue High School's lower ranking, Sun Li had always been on the receiving end of ridicule. But today, thanks to Lu Benwei, he finally had his moment of triumph. On the way back, the Qingyun principal muttered curses under his breath, clearly envious and resentful of Tiangyue High School for having such a student. At that moment, one of Qingyun's instructors smiled slyly and suggested, "Principal, why don't we consider poaching this student?" The principal's eyes flickered with interest. The instructor continued, "Our Tiangyue High School has better resources and teaching quality than Tiangyue. If we show him how much brighter his future would be with us, he might just be tempted." The principal stroked his chin, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Sun Li arrived at the doorway of Class 13, smiling warmly as he looked at Lu Benwei. "Lu Benwei, thank you for helping the school defeat Fu Canlang." This was his first proper interaction with Lu Benwei, and as he faced a student stronger than himself, the principal couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, like a company CEO worried about losing a star employee. "You mean that red-haired guy?" Lu Benwei asked, turning his head. "Yes, that red-haired guy." "Oh, he was asking for it." "No need to thank me," Lu Benwei replied nonchalantly. "Maybe, but if it weren't for you, the school would have been humiliated this time. So on behalf of the school, I thank you." If there's anything you need, just let me know, Sunli said, his tone unusually polite. Really? Lu Binwei's eyes lit up with excitement. Of course, as long as it's within my ability. Then can you transfer me to the class next door? I want to sit next to the class beauty, Lu Binwei said with a face full of anticipation. Sunli froze for a long moment, confirming that Lu Binwei wasn't joking, his forehead filled with black lines. This guy, the principal had been prepared to fulfill any request, no matter how extravagant rare treasures, high-grade spiritual swords, anything. Yet this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was being used to switch classes and seats, all for an obvious reason. It was as clear as day. Lu Binwei's intentions couldn't have been more blatant. Are you sure all you need is to switch classes and change seats? Sunli asked seriously. Of course. Can you help me? Lu Binwei looked at him with eager anticipation. Sunli smiled and nodded in agreement. Although he could tell that Lu Binwei's request to transfer classes was all about chasing a girl, he didn't mind. Oh, by the way. Lu Binwei suddenly jumped up excitedly, clasping Sun Li's hands tightly. What's your name? I'm Sun Li, the principal of this school. If you have any issues in the future, feel free to come to me. Ah, so it's Principal Sun. You're such a kind person. Lu Binwei exclaimed enthusiastically, shaking the principal's hand before quickly packing up his things to prepare for the transfer. The matter was settled swiftly. His current homeroom teacher, Luo Wenqing, had no objections. To her, a student like Lu Binwei didn't particularly matter which class he was in, as long as he stayed enrolled at Tiangyue High School. Lu Binwei was transferred to Class 4 of the first-year students. The new class homeroom teacher, Huang Hai, was an elderly man nearing 60. With reading glasses perched on his nose, he was often seen in suspenders and walked slightly hunched over with the aid of a cane. Having taught at Tiangyue High for decades, even Principal Sun Li treated him with respect. Huang Hai was known for his gentle demeanor, always wearing a warm, welcoming smile. Class, Huang Hai announced from the podium, we have a new student joining us from the neighboring class. Please welcome Lu Binwei. Lu Binwei walked into the room with a confident smile, greeted by an eruption of cheers. Our idol is here. He looks so handsome today. The enthusiastic applause and flattery immediately lifted his spirits. Lu Binwei, you'll be sitting next to Wen Rushui, Huang Hai said, his gaze landing on a girl with long, jet-black hair. It was evident that this seating arrangement had been pre-discussed with Principal Sun Li. Unlike the excitement of her classmates, Wen Rushui remained unusually calm. She was engrossed in a book about cultivation techniques, seemingly indifferent to her new seatmate. Hello, Wen Rushui. I'm Lu Binwei, he said with a sudden air of politeness as he approached her. Hi, she replied flatly, barely glancing up from her book. It was as if she were addressing an ordinary classmate, rather than the celebrated figure who had recently defeated Fu Qianlang in a school competition. She then turned her attention to the teacher. Mr. Huang, may we continue the lesson? Of course, Huang Hai said with a chuckle, opening his textbook and resuming the lecture. For the first half of the class, Lu Binwei maintained his polite facade, but it didn't take long before he started yawning. He alternated between stealing glances at Wen Rushui and scanning the room for other attractive girls. His mind wandered to the tall, elegant woman he had seen on Yulon Street a few days ago, and then to the new hostess at Yulong Pavilion. Truth be told, Lu Binwei did like Wen Rushui. His infatuation stemmed from a fleeting encounter one sunny day when their paths crossed, and she gave him a brief glance over her shoulder. It was such a cinematic moment that he had fantasized about creating a romantic misunderstanding, just like in a drama. Since then, he had been fixated on the idea of sitting next to her. But now that his wish was fulfilled, the reality didn't quite match his expectations. It felt underwhelming. As for whether Wen Rushui was happy about this arrangement, that didn't matter to Lu Binwei. All he cared about was achieving his own goal. Perhaps this was how a heartbreaker begins to take shape. When the bell rang, signaling the end of class, the students swarmed around Lu Binwei, eager to get his attention. Wen Rushui, however, remained at her desk, calmly organizing her notes. Surrounded by a group of admiring girls, Lu Binwei basked in their praise, feeling as if he were floating on air. Just then, after class, Huang Hai walked out of the classroom but suddenly turned back. Stepping onto the podium, he cleared his throat. Classmates, I have some news to share. Besides Lu Binwei, who just transferred here, our class will be welcoming another new student, Li Tianhao. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall figure appeared at the doorway. A young man, standing at 1.8 meters, dressed in a spotless white shirt, entered with a warm smile on his face. His arrival instantly caused a stir in the classroom, especially among the female students, who seemed to hold their breath. Hello everyone. My name is Li Tianhao, he said with a slight bow, his demeanor graceful and composed. Li Tianhao? Are you the Li Tianhao from Jiangsu? One of the female students couldn't contain her excitement and asked eagerly. Yes, I'm from Jiangsu, he replied softly. Oh my god. It really is the Li Tianhao from Jiangsu. A few female classmates covered their mouths, their whispers filled with excitement. Even the male students, though less overt in their reactions, couldn't hide the surprise in their eyes. Everyone present knew what the Li family of Jiangsu represented. They virtually monopolized the spiritual artifact market in the surrounding cities. Many of the flying swords and talisman arrays used by the students in the classroom were products of the Li family. Their influence was far superior to that of the Li family in Xiangcheng. But Li Tianhao's reputation wasn't just built on his family background. At just his teenage years, he had already reached the golden core stage, making him a prodigy sought after by countless cultivation sections. Many sects had extended invitations to him, but the powerful Li family had declined to let him join any of them. A young man who was not only handsome and wealthy, but also exceptionally talented was naturally the dream figure for countless young women, practically a celebrity among his peers. What surprised everyone even more was that someone of his stature had chosen to attend Tiangyue High School in Xiangcheng, and yet carried himself with such humility and courtesy, like a true gentleman. The entire class was still reeling from the shock, except for Lu Benwei, who barely spared him a glance before zoning out again. In Lu Benwei's mind, unless it was a beautiful girl, there really wasn't much worth paying attention to. Half a month after the Fu Qianlang incident, the uproar gradually subsided in this era of rapid information dissemination. However, beneath the surface of calm, an even greater undercurrent was brewing. After being injured that day, Fu Qianlang was rushed to the hospital, only to be immediately placed under tight surveillance by Xiang City's Shadow Division. This mysterious organization, operating alongside the Demon Elimination Unit, specializes in interrogation, intelligence gathering, and tracking, and rarely appears in the public eye. They quickly sensed that this seemingly simple provocation incident harbored hidden dangers unknown to most. On that same day, two unexpected visitors arrived at the office of Tiangyue High School. Dressed entirely in black, they directly requested to meet Principal Sun Li. "And you are?" Sun Li scrutinized the pair. "Shadow Division," one of them stated, presenting their credentials. Sun Li's brow furrowed slightly. He immediately understood this must be related to Fu Qianlang. Once the two were seated and tea was served, Sun Li asked seriously, "What can I do for you?" "Fu Qianlang is dead." The woman in black placed a document on the table, her tone heavy. "Dead?" She handed over a few photographs. The images were horrifying. Countless insects crawled out of Fu Qianlang's 7 orifices. Even the experienced Sun Li couldn't help but feel his stomach churn. "Goo magic?" he asked. "Exactly." Someone was worried he might divulge secrets and decided to silence him, the woman said with a piercing gaze. "We've uncovered his true identity. 40 years old, mid-stage golden core cultivation, skilled in strength and speed. 5 years ago, he stole technological research from Chuan City and murdered several researchers before vanishing. He's an 11-level fugitive on our most wanted list." Sun Li's eyes widened in realization. No wonder a teenager could possess such power. This was clearly a meticulously planned operation targeting Xiang City's top 10 schools. Fu Qianlang was connected to foreign organizations, the woman continued. Their goal is to create chaos domestically and incite public opinion. Xiang City was just the first target, but your students disrupted their plans. So, we may face retaliation? Sun Li immediately sensed the danger. Precisely. This organization operates globally and is extremely powerful. The fact that they were willing to sacrifice a mid-stage golden core expert shows the depth of their resources, the woman replied, pulling out another document. "A few days ago, we discovered on the dark web that Lu Benwei has been placed under a bounty of 30 million. Sun Li's expression darkened. Such an enormous reward would undoubtedly attract assassins from around the world. While Lu Benwei was exceptionally skilled, an endless wave of assassination attempts would plunge him into a life of constant peril." The man in black, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "We've considered assigning protection, but as long as the bounty exists, this cycle will never end. While the Shadow Division can cover the costs, the impact on Lu Benwei's life would be devastating. Even with protection, he'd forever live under the shadow of being a target." "Damn it!" Sun Li slammed his fist onto the desk, the dull thud echoing through the room. If he had known things would turn out this way, Sun Li would never have allowed Lu Benwei to get involved. Despite Lu Benwei's exceptional abilities, he was still just a student at Tiangyue High School, someone Sun Li was supposed to protect. What exactly is the Shadow Division planning to do now? Sun Li raised his head to look at the man in black, his voice carrying a heavy undertone. "We'll inform Lu Benwei first. It's his right to know," the man replied solemnly. "Our subsequent actions will depend on his decision." Sun Li fell silent for a long time. Even though Lu Benwei's strength far surpassed his own, in Sun Li's eyes, he was still just a teenager. How could a young boy handle the pressure of knowing there's a 30 million bounty on his head? Yet, it was impossible to keep this from him. If he were informed in advance, at least he could better prepare to protect himself when the assassins came. "I'll take you to him," Sun Li finally sighed. The three of them made their way to Class 4's classroom. Sun Li attempted to break the ice with a casual tone. Lu Benwei, how are you adjusting to class 4? Not bad. Lu Benwei replied with a satisfied nod. There's something I need to discuss with you. Could you step outside for a moment? With nothing better to do, Lu Benwei got up and followed the three out of the classroom. Most of the students didn't pay much attention. After all, Lu Benwei had recently done a great service for the school, so it wasn't unusual for the principal to want to talk to him. Only Li Tianhao noticed the two men in black trailing behind Sun Li and fell into deep thought. Once they reached a secluded spot, Sun Li hesitated for a while before finally speaking. Lu Benwei, there's something I need to tell you. Please prepare yourself mentally. Lu Benwei raised his head, his signature deadpan expression unchanging. Oh, what's the matter? The person you defeated, Fu Canlang, was actually part of an overseas organization. Their original plan was to stir up chaos and public outrage in Xiang City, but you thwarted their operation. Sun Li gestured to the two Shadow Division members behind him. According to their intelligence, that organization has placed a 30 million bounty on you on the dark web. This means you'll be facing relentless assassination attempts. Assassins from both home and abroad may come after you. After delivering the news, Sun Li looked up, expecting to see a frightened teenager. Instead, he found Lu Benwei's face lit up with an unexpected excitement. Oh, I'm worth 30 million now? Lu Benwei rested his chin on his hand, as if discussing an accomplishment worth bragging about. Not bad, not bad. It'd be even better if it were higher. His reaction left Sun Li and the two Shadow Division members momentarily stunned. One of the men in black pulled out his ID and spoke sternly. Lu Benwei, this is no joke. We're serious. You need to understand the gravity of the situation. What's there to worry about? Lu Benwei said nonchalantly, glancing at the man in black. So what if some small-time trash comes to assassinate me? Life's been so dull lately, this might actually make things a bit more interesting. Lu Benwei's words left everyone present looking uneasy. Although they all acknowledged the boy's extraordinary talent showcasing remarkable strength at such a young age with limitless potential, they couldn't help but worry about his situation. Two men dressed in black spoke gravely. Having immense power at an early age often does more harm than good. It can easily make someone arrogant and reckless. Those who take bounty contracts on the dark web aren't just cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, they include top-tier experts from around the globe. Even the dark department cannot guarantee your safety entirely. Starting today, we'll assign people to protect you in secret. They turned to Sun Li and advised. We hope your school will also implement appropriate protective measures. With that, they turned and left. After seeing the two men off, Sun Li patted Lu Benwei on the shoulder. Just focus on your classes and leave everything else to us. I'll request the highest level of protection from the dark department. Although Tiangyue High School had gained fame because of him, who could have expected such trouble to follow? Lu Benwei, however, seemed entirely unconcerned. He headed straight back to the classroom. As soon as he sat down, Li Tianhao approached him with a grin and handed him an invitation. Lu Benwei, I'm hosting a pool party at my place in Xiangcheng tonight. Are you interested in joining? A pool party? Lu Benwei's eyes lit up. Does that mean there'll be lots of pretty girls? Wait, what's your name again? I'm Li Tianhao. The boy replied patiently, unfazed by the question. All right, you've got yourself a friend. Lu Benwei said cheerfully, accepting the invitation. The classmates in class 4, especially the girls, were envious yet hesitant to feel jealous of this prodigy who had already secured a guaranteed admission to the top universities. Meanwhile, in the exorcism department's castle, two operatives from the dark department met with Guyu. The female operative got straight to the point. We're here to discuss something important. Do you dark department people always have to look so serious? Guyu quipped, unable to resist making a jab. Let's stick to the matter at hand, the woman said, pulling out a file. It's about Fu Canlang. The organization backing him has put out a $30 million bounty on the dark web targeting that student from Tiangyue High School. We're currently short-staffed, so we're hoping the exorcism department can assign someone to protect him. Guyu nearly spat out his tea upon hearing this. You want me to protect him? Are you sure you're not mistaken? What's the problem? The woman frowned. What's the problem? Guyu repeated with a smirk, shaking his head. Do you really think that kid is just an ordinary student? Let me tell you, something's the one who took down that Blevel demon recently. As he spoke, Guyu inserted a USB drive handed to him by Chu Guolong into his computer and turned the screen toward the two operatives. Don't believe me? See for yourselves. The footage on the screen left the two operatives wide-eyed in shock. When Lu Benwei extracted the demon's soul, a ghostly blue light coalesced in midair. Even the seasoned members of the covert division couldn't help but gasp in shock. The undeniable truth was right before their eyes, leaving no room for doubt. See for yourselves, Guyu said gravely. This brank demon's power not only surpasses the golden core level, but is dangerously close to a rank. To be honest, even I would struggle to handle it alone. And according to our investigation, Lu Benwei subdued it almost instantly. Guyu's sharp gaze locked onto the two covert division members. With strength like his, Does he really need our protection? And even if he did, who in the demon hunting division is qualified for the task? His words struck like a hammer, leaving the two covert operatives deep in thought. The man in black couldn't help but exclaim, "How can this kid be so powerful? He's only in his teens." "These are the facts," Guyu continued. "A mere 30 million bounty won't attract anyone capable of threatening him. Unless..." "Unless what?" the woman in black asked, pressing for an answer. "Unless the bounty skyrockets to 300 million. But even then, I doubt the entire covert division and demon hunting division of Xiang City could guarantee his safety." The two operatives nodded silently, fully recognizing the weight of Guyu's assessment. Guyu added, "Still, you must keep a close eye on the dark web. If he truly eliminates a few assassination teams, the bounty on his head will inevitably rise. Once it hits 300 million, the situation will take a drastic turn. You can rest assured, Captain Guyu. The covert division already has plans in place. We'll take our leave now." As night fell, the bustling streets of Xiang City came alive under the glow of countless lights. People strolled leisurely, while groups of friends gathered for drinks and laughter. Inside a luxurious villa in the city center, the atmosphere was lively and vibrant. On stage, a group of stylish young musicians performed with enthusiasm, igniting the energy of the crowd. Around the pool, bikini-clad women splashed and played, while others enjoyed billiards and snacks. The youthful guests reveled in the carefree ambience. Benwei had come here at the invitation of Li Tianhao. Dressed in a crisp white suit, Li Tianhao greeted him warmly. "Lu, my friend, you finally made it." "Not bad, not bad. This place is amazing," Benwei said, his eyes darting around, unable to hide his excitement as he took in the long-legged beauties scattered throughout the villa. "Haha, you're too kind, Lu. It's just a casual gathering with friends. You're welcome here anytime," Li Tianhao said as he guided him further inside. "Attention, everyone." Li Tianhao raised his hand, signaling for silence. The band immediately stopped playing, and all eyes turned toward them. "Let me introduce a new friend to everyone. This is my good buddy, Benwei. Wow, isn't he the guy who's been all over Xiang City's media lately? Welcome, welcome." The young crowd quickly warmed up to Benwei, pulling him into their circle. While some guests were engrossed in playing billiards or sampling snacks, Benwei's attention was clearly captured by the pool. After a brief round of introductions, he dove straight in, joining the women in the water and laughing as they splashed and played. However, amidst the joyous celebration, an unnoticed threat loomed. In a dimly lit corner of the villa, a faintly glowing yellow talisman had been affixed to the wall. From within the talisman, a pitch-black eye emerged, silently observing everything inside the villa. A mysterious wave of energy suddenly surged through the party venue, and most of the guests collapsed unconscious in an instant. Even the few who managed to stay on their feet wavered and fell after just a few breaths. In the vast space, only Li Tianhao and Benwei remained standing. Several people fell into the pool amidst the chaos. With swift and agile movements, Li Tianhao lightly tapped across the water's surface, quickly rescuing those who had fallen in. Seeing this, Benwei excitedly rushed forward. "Let me help. I'll save them," he exclaimed, carefully lifting several unconscious women and gently placing them by the poolside, entirely oblivious to the danger that was fast approaching. After ensuring there were no more risks in the pool, Li Tianhao looked up toward the entrance. The butler and servants at the villa's door had already fainted. 6 men dressed in black strode in, their piercing gazes locking onto the two still standing. The men exuded a chilling aura, and the gleam of their drawn blades revealed them to be deadly mercenaries from overseas. "Are you from the dark web?" Li Tianhao asked in a deep voice. Hearing this, Benwei, who had been preoccupied with checking on the unconscious women, looked up excitedly. "Are they here to kill me? This is amazing. It's not every day you meet someone willing to put a 30 million bounty on your head." "Smart guess, but it won't help you," one of the black-clad men sneered in broken Mandarin. In an instant, the 6 figures blurred, attacking Li Tianhao from all directions. Li Tianhao, demonstrating the prowess of a true prodigy, drew his long sword and, with a dazzling spin, deflected every strike with precision. Impressive, but not enough. The leader of the group taunted coldly before issuing a command. "One of you, take care of that guy. The rest, focus on the one named Li." One of the black-clad men broke off to confront Benwei, while the other 5 continued their assault on Li Tianhao. "Lu, watch out," Li Tianhao shouted in warning. "Still have the energy to worry about someone else?" the leader scoffed, launching a fierce attack that forced Li Tianhao into a defensive retreat. "We didn't plan to cause unnecessary trouble beyond our target, but since you've resisted the soul incense and seen our faces, you'll have to die." Meanwhile, the assassin facing Benwei brandished a black dagger, aiming straight for his throat while speaking in fluent Mandarin. Benwei, however, was entirely focused on Li Tianhao, paying no attention to the danger before him. Believing his strike was successful, The assassin was shocked when the dagger met what felt like solid steel, the impact numbing his hand. Before he could react, Lu Benwei casually twisted the man's neck, ending him instantly. At that moment, two powerful presences surged toward the villa from outside. The five assassins attacking Li Tianhao faltered, their expressions changing. Reinforcements? How did they arrive so quickly? Didn't we seal off this area? Retreat! The leader ordered sharply. The five assassins vanished in a blur, scattering in different directions. Imph! Attempting to assassinate young Master Li Tianhao? None of you will escape, one of the reinforcements declared as they gave chase. The scene quieted once more. Li Tianhao sheathed his sword and adjusted his attire before walking over to Lu Benwei with concern. Lu, are you all right? I'm truly sorry for almost dragging you into this. Only after confirming Lu Benwei was unharmed did he let out a sigh of relief. Come, let's find somewhere else to talk. As the two stepped outside, a helicopter descended before them. Several black-suited bodyguards disembarked, bowing respectfully. Li Tianhao instructed them to tend to the unconscious guests before inviting Lu Benwei aboard. Inside the helicopter, apart from the pilot, there was also a graceful and elegant female stewardess. Wow, this is incredible! Lu Benwei exclaimed, marveling at the luxurious cabin and the stunning stewardess. You flatter me, Lu, Li Tianhao replied with a slight smile. For nearly involving you in such danger earlier, I owe you an apology. Allow me to offer a toast. He gestured for the stewardess to pour a drink, raising his glass in invitation. Lu Benwei lifted his own glass, his admiration evident. In that moment, he silently vowed to one day become someone just like Li Tianhao. Li Tianhao gave a modest smile. You're too kind, brother Lu. The Li family has built a legacy spanning over a century, supported by countless people behind the scenes. I've merely benefited from the foundation they laid. Lu Benwei nodded thoughtfully, then seemed to remember something. That group earlier, were they after you? Exactly. Li Tianhao let out a wry chuckle, leaning forward slightly. The Li family has been operating in Sioux City for many years. We've made plenty of friends, but even more enemies. There are quite a few people who'd love to see us fall. And as the most likely successor, I've naturally become a prime target. Lowering his voice, he added, to be honest with you, I'm even a marked man on the dark web. Oh. Lu Benwei was slightly taken aback, realizing that, just like himself, the other man was also being hunted in the shadows of the internet. Care to guess the bounty on me? Li Tianhao teased, a sly grin playing on his lips. 30 million? Brother Lu, you're underestimating the Li family, Li Tianhao said with a smirk, taking a sip of his drink. As the future heir of the Li family, my bounty is a staggering 100 million. His smile turned bitter. You have no idea how suffocating it feels to carry a price tag like that on your head. I have to be on guard every moment of every day. Even sitting here on this helicopter, there's a chance an RPG could come flying at us any second. Lu Benwei's expression soured, as if he'd bitten into something unbearably bitter. To him, this sounded less like a complaint and more like a boast. Why was his own bounty only 30 million while Li Tianhao's was a full 100 million? No wonder those assassins earlier had only cared about taking out Li Tianhao, treating him Lu Benwei as little more than collateral damage. The sheer gap of 70 million was infuriating. This wouldn't do. He had to raise his own bounty. 30 million was far too embarrassing to mention. Thankfully, Li Tianhao didn't know about it yet. Otherwise, it would be even more humiliating. Lu Benwei silently resolved to increase his bounty to 300 million and to build an empire of his own. Once he achieved that, he'd host lavish parties every night, inviting beautiful women to feed him grapes and toast to his success. With that thought, he suddenly announced, I'm heading back. Before Li Tianhao could react, Lu Benwei leapt out of the helicopter, disappearing into the sky below. Li Tianhao stared after him, utterly baffled. Had he said something wrong? He had been nothing but sincere, even going so far as to share the details of his bounty, a rare show of trust. After all, who could guarantee that someone wouldn't be tempted by the allure of a $100 million target? Back home, Lu Benwei stormed into the room where his father, Lu Daqiang, was leisurely peeling grapes. Without hesitation, he poured out his newfound ambitions. Lu Daqiang's eyes lit up as he listened, and he hugged his son with excitement, planting a kiss on his cheek. Son, you've finally come around. I've been waiting for this day for years, hoping you'd realize your potential. You're so capable, it's about time you started thinking this way. Otherwise, all that talent would go to waste. With that, Lu Daqiang grabbed a pen and paper, his enthusiasm surpassing even his son's. We'll start by founding a corporation. I've already got the perfect name for it. Big and Strong Enterprises. Great name. Lu Benwei's eyes sparkled with approval. But how do we grow and make money? Ah, that's where you're still a bit green, Lu Daqiang said, his face brimming with confidence. These days, there's a popular strategy called merging and acquiring. Basically, we bring other companies under our umbrella. What if they refuse? Simple. Lu Daqiang grinned. With my brilliant son and his charm, just talk to them. Who could possibly say no? Daqiang, you're absolutely right. Lu Benwei felt an immense sense of satisfaction upon hearing his father's agreement. The two quickly divided responsibilities. His father would handle the company registration, while Lu Benwei would assume the role of chairman, with his father serving as general manager. Lu Benwei, leveraging his charisma, would focus on bringing other companies into their newly formed group. Thus, the Make It Bigger and Stronger group was born. Lu Benwei immediately began scouting for suitable business partners. Other than Li Qing, the first person who came to his mind was Gao Shi. He recalled that during their time in the jungle forbidden zone, Gao Shi had mentioned her family's extensive business empire in Xiangcheng. This was an opportunity he couldn't pass up, and he planned to integrate her family's enterprise into his growing group through this younger sister. As night fell, Gao Shi lay alone in her villa room, absent-mindedly holding the mysterious egg in her hands. A sudden knock at the door jolted her from her thoughts. She jumped up and hurried to the door. The moment she opened it and saw Lu Benwei standing there, her eyes lit up with excitement. "Lejage, you're finally here," she exclaimed, throwing her arms around his leg in delight. "Little girl, did you miss me?" Lu Benwei asked with a grin, ruffling her hair. "Of course I did. I missed you so much I could have died." Gao Shi responded energetically, her joy evident. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Benwei promised to take her back to the Forbidden Zone for some fun in a couple of days. He then turned the conversation to her father's company, learning that it was the prominent Xiangcheng group in Xiangcheng. Leaving his phone number with her, he asked Gao Shi to pass it on to her father, expressing his interest in discussing a business collaboration. Not long after Lu Benwei left, several luxury business vehicles pulled up outside the villa. Gao Zai's father, Gao Chong, had returned. She wasted no time relaying Lu Benwei's phone number and his intentions to her father. While Gao Chong furrowed his brow slightly, he accepted the number, moved by his daughter's earnestness. Gao Chong soon immersed himself in work, remaining busy until late at night. Taking a brief moment to rest in his office chair, he finally remembered his daughter's request. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out Lu Benwei's number. At the same time, he checked with his team on the preparations for their entry into the Forbidden Zone. Assured that everything was ready, he confirmed they could proceed in 2 days. This version retains all the original plot elements while enhancing the storytelling with a more natural flow and vivid descriptions, making it engaging and easy to follow. Gao Chong stared at the phone screen. After a moment of hesitation, he finally pressed the call button. From his daughter Gao Shi's description, this Lu Benwei seemed like a mere youngster. The idea of him discussing business with Gao Chong was almost laughable. Yet, out of consideration for his daughter, Gao decided to take the call. "Hello? Who is this?" A youthful voice answered promptly. "This is Gao Chong," he said calmly. "Oh, it's old Gao." Lu Benwei's voice sounded cheerful. "Your little girl probably told you about me. Here's the deal, I just founded a company called Make It Big and Strong Group. I want your company to join us as a subsidiary. What do you think?" Gao Chong's expression darkened instantly. This kid had the audacity to propose that the suntabellisted Xiangcheng Group become a subsidiary of his fledgling company? If it weren't for his daughter, Gao wouldn't even bother to entertain this conversation. "Young man, Lu Benwei, let me tell you, this kind of joke isn't funny. If you have something serious to discuss, just say it," he replied coldly. "I'm being completely serious," Lu Benwei said earnestly. "And I'm only offering you this opportunity because of your daughter." Humph. Gao Chong couldn't suppress a derisive snort. "Do you have any idea how extensive Xiangcheng Group's operations are in Xiangcheng? Even if I wanted to join, could you handle it? We're about to go public. Why on earth would we merge into your group? What could you possibly offer me?" "I can offer protection for your company, of course," Lu Benwei replied matter-of-factly. That was the last straw. Gao Chong was furious. Without another word, he hung up the phone, regretting the time he had wasted entertaining this arrogant, naive kid. Xiangcheng Group had been rooted in Xiangcheng for years, its influence deeply entrenched. Who would dare provoke them? Protection? What a joke. Hearing the dial tone after the abrupt hang-up, Lu Benwei stared at the phone, expressionless. He wasn't angry. Instead, his thoughts drifted to Li Qing, a subordinate he had recruited back at Tiangyue High School. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Xiangcheng, Li Qing was sitting cross-legged in his room, cultivating. Spiritual energy swirled around him, but he was unable to break through to the nascent soul stage. Ever since he returned from dealing with the Blevel demon incident at Tiangyue High, he had been in seclusion, attempting this breakthrough. Yet, every attempt ended in failure. Given his current age, this might be his last chance. As Li Qing was sinking deeper into frustration, a figure clad in black suddenly appeared in his room. Recognizing the man who had once held a 40-meter-long spiritual blade to his neck, Li Qing trembled in fear. What are you doing here?" he stammered. "Didn't I promise to help you break through to the nascent soul stage?" Lu Benwei replied casually. Without waiting for a response, he grabbed Li Qing and flew out of the room. Let's head to the Forbidden Zone. They soon arrived outside a luxurious villa, where they encountered Gao Shi, who was standing with a backpack, looking fully prepared. "Lejage, I'm ready. Let's go," Gao Shi said excitedly. "My dad went into the Forbidden Zone today too. I wanted to go with him and meet you there, but he said the Forbidden Zone is too dangerous for someone my age." As soon as Gao Shi saw Lu Benwei, she couldn't contain her excitement and spoke up eagerly, a hint of pride in her tone. "Good thing Logue and I have been to the Forbidden Zone before." His words might fool those who've never been there, but someone like me who's been with Logue won't be tricked so easily. Lu Benwei was carrying Li Qing in one hand, and the latter froze upon hearing Gao Zai's words. Bringing a kid into the Forbidden Zone? The idea left him utterly speechless with shock. However, before he could say anything, Lu Benwei had already taken them and soared toward the Forbidden Zone. The three of them quickly left the city and flew over the skies of the Forbidden Zone. To Gao Shi, it felt like an exhilarating field trip. She reached into her small backpack and pulled out a lollipop, exclaiming cheerfully, "Logue, let me peel a lollipop for you." But in her excitement, she accidentally dropped it from high above. "Oh no, I dropped one," she said, her voice tinged with regret. "It's just a lollipop. If it's gone, it's gone. He'll buy you more when we get back," Lu Benwei reassured her. "Hee Logue, you're the best." Gao Shi giggled happily and carefully unwrapped another one, this time gently placing it into Lu Benwei's mouth. While the three of them flew through the sky, Gao Zai's father, Gao Chong, was leading a group of skilled warriors cautiously through the Forbidden Zone. The night was fraught with danger, and the group concealed their presence as much as possible, not daring to emit even a faint glimmer of light for fear of attracting the attention of spirit beasts or other eerie entities. "This journey depends entirely on the protection of you experts," Gao Chong whispered to the group. Apart from his personal bodyguards, the others were Golden Core experts he had hired at great expense from the outer city. As for himself, he was only at the late Foundation establishment stage. One of the Golden Core experts responded, "We're well aware of your reputation, Mr. Gao. But for safety's sake, we should pick up the pace tomorrow. The longer we stay in the Forbidden Zone, the greater the danger." Gao Chong nodded solemnly. After a full day of trekking to reach this point, they had taken every precaution, even purchasing several formation talismans for nighttime defense. Yet, the rustling sounds from the dense forest around them kept his nerves on edge. He had no choice but to see this perilous expedition through. Suddenly, Gao Chong felt something hit the top of his head. "Who's there?" he exclaimed, jumping in alarm and staring wide-eyed into the surrounding darkness. The Golden Core experts instantly drew their weapons and formed a protective circle around him, their eyes scanning the shadows with utmost vigilance. The tense standoff lasted for over half an hour. Only after confirming there was no immediate threat did the group begin to relax slightly. Gao Chong let out a long breath of relief, but as he shifted his footing, he noticed that he had stepped on something. Looking down, he was stunned. It was a lollipop, and not just any lollipop, but one from the popular Wang Wang brand. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, silently seeking answers from one another. The bizarre sight of a lollipop falling from the sky left everyone uneasy. Someone cautiously picked up the lollipop and examined it closely, discovering that the candy inside the wrapper had been shattered into tiny fragments, clearly the result of a violent impact. "This is what hit your head just now, right?" Gao Chong took the lollipop and instinctively looked up at the pitch-black night sky. In this Forbidden Zone, why would a lollipop suddenly fall from the heavens in the dead of night? No one could provide an answer. The eerie atmosphere sent chills down their spines. It was destined to be a sleepless night. Meanwhile, Lu Benwei and his group had ventured deep into the heart of the Forbidden Zone. They landed on a flat, open area, and Lu Benwei stretched lazily before saying, "Let's camp here for the night." "Yay, brother Lu. I was just about to pass out from exhaustion," exclaimed the little girl beside him, yawning as she swiftly pulled a sleeping bag from her backpack and spread it on the ground, clearly well prepared. Li Qing, on the other hand, stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. Being dragged into the Forbidden Zone by Lu Benwei was already overwhelming enough, but now they were going to camp out in such a careless manner? It only made his anxiety worse. "We're just going to sleep here? Like this?" Li Qing asked, incredulous. "What else would we do?" Lu Benwei shot him a glance and found a clean spot to sit down. Though panic-stricken, Li Qing didn't dare to wander off alone in the Forbidden Zone. Reluctantly, he sat down as well, suppressing his frustration. The Forbidden Zone, far removed from the bustling city, turned out to be a perfect place for stargazing. The cloudless night sky was adorned with endless, shimmering stars. When the first rays of dawn broke across the horizon, Li Qing, who had spent the night on edge, finally allowed himself a brief moment of rest. But when he opened his eyes again, the scene before him nearly made him faint from shock. Within a 100-foot radius of their camp, an array of spirit beasts had gathered. Towering trees hosted massive pythons over dozens of meters long, their tongues flicking in and out. A blood-winged crimson tiger spread its scarlet wings, while a ferocious sky-devouring wolf eyed them menacingly. A colossal stone rock bear, standing several stories tall, radiated an oppressive aura. At a glance, there were at least dozens of spirit beasts, many of them at the golden core stage, with a few possessing unfathomable power. Spirit beasts, get up. We're surrounded, Li Qing shouted, his entire body trembling with fear. His panicked cry didn't wake the still sleeping Lu Benwei but managed to rouse Gao Shi from her slumber. The little girl rubbed her sleepy eyes, and instead of showing fear, she lit up with excitement upon spotting the spirit beasts. Xiaobai, you're here. I missed you so much, she exclaimed, spreading her arms wide and running straight toward the group of spirit beasts. Come back, little girl. Li Qing yelled in terror as he watched Gao Shi charge toward the blood-winged crimson tiger, which had raised its claw. Unable to bear the thought of the imminent tragedy, he shut his eyes tight. But to his astonishment, instead of attacking, the imposing crimson tiger gently scooped Gao Shi up in its paw and held her close. The two soon began playing together like old friends. Li Qing stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded by the scene before him. His mind was flooded with questions, and he couldn't believe his own eyes. A young girl, just a few years old, was playing around with the spirit beasts of the Forbidden Zone, a sight that left Li Qing utterly dumbfounded. What shocked him even more was the sudden shift in demeanor of these proud spirit beasts. They now displayed fear and reverence, bowing their heads and prostrating themselves in his direction. Following the direction of their submission, Li Qing saw Lu Benwei standing there, fully awake. His eyes widened, and he stammered in disbelief. These spirit beasts of the Forbidden Zone were actually worshipping Lu Benwei? These beasts, all at least at the Golden Core stage, spoke in unison, "Greetings, my lord." Lu Benwei glanced around at the gathered beasts, his tone carrying a hint of approval. Not bad, not bad. You little beasts know your place. You're quick to welcome me without needing a reminder. Of course, without a doubt. The beasts responded quickly, though inwardly they grumbled. How could we not? The wounds from the last time still haven't healed. This time, I don't have time to deal with you lot, Lu Benwei said casually. You can go about your business. But the little girl here will be staying with you. Make sure you take good care of her. If she loses even a single strand of hair, you'll all vanish from this world. Hearing this, the beasts felt as though they'd been granted a pardon and hastily promised, "Rest assured, my lord. We will take excellent care of Miss Gao Shi." Good. If there's nothing else, you may leave, Lu Benwei said with a satisfied nod. Turning to Gao Shi, now comfortably seated on the back of a winged crimson tiger, he added, "Little girl, play with them for now. They'll come back for you later." Okay, bye brother Lu. Gao Shi waved her tiny hand in farewell as the beasts quickly carried her off, disappearing from sight. Li Qing pinched his thigh hard, trying to process the unbelievable scene unfolding before him. The sharp pain confirmed if this was all real. It was as if the Forbidden Zone had become someone's private backyard. Who exactly was this man? Realizing the implications, Li Qing's legs gave out as he dropped to his knees and clung to Lu Benwei's leg. Big brother, does your offer to take me as your follower still stand? Having roamed the martial world for years, Li Qing had developed a shameless resilience. At this moment, it was clear to him that the man before him was an extraordinary figure. If he could latch onto this golden thigh, perhaps even breaking through to the nascent soul stage wouldn't be just a dream. Of course, what I say always counts, Lu Benwei replied. Overjoyed at the confirmation, Li Qing immediately grabbed a clean stone, carefully wiped it down, and placed it behind Lu Benwei. Big brother, please have a seat. The words big brother rolled off his tongue with surprising ease. Big brother, how about some wine? This is a fine brew, gifted to me by a certain family for helping them out. It's truly exceptional, Li Qing said, pulling out a beautifully engraved wine jar and jade wine cup from his storage pouch. He filled the cup and handed it to Lu Benwei. Ah, little Qing, you're on point, Lu Benwei said as he took the cup and sipped. His eyes lit up. Not bad at all. Good job, little Qing. Li Qing quickly refilled the cup and, after putting the wine jar away, stood behind Lu Benwei, massaging his shoulders attentively. All right, that's enough. Let's go and help you break through to the nascent soul stage, Lu Benwei said as he stood up. You're really going to help me break through to nascent soul? Li Qing's eyes sparkled with hope. After witnessing how even the spirit beasts of the Forbidden Zone treated Lu Benwei with such reverence, he was convinced that this man might truly have the power to make his dream a reality. Do you think I would lie to you? Lu Benwei said as he stepped forward. Thank you, big brother, Li Qing exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion as he quickly followed Lu Benwei. Gratitude filled his heart. Under Lu Benwei's guidance, he felt, for the first time, that this fearsome jungle sanctuary could actually be safe. Yet, a lingering doubt gnawed at him given his talent and age. breaking through to the nascent soul stage seemed impossible. How exactly was Lu Benwei planning to help him achieve this? Before long, the two arrived at a cliff. Below the cliff lay a cave, and in front of the cave stretched a small pool about 10 meters wide. The surface of the water was shrouded in layers of white mist, and the slightly viscous quality of the water hinted at its immense spiritual energy. A pool like this could cleanse one's body and enhance their cultivation just by soaking in it. But what truly caught the eye was the cave itself. The entrance was coated in a layer of crystalline frost, not actual frost, but a manifestation of concentrated spiritual energy. Icy to the touch and as radiant as polished jade, it hinted at the incredible power emanating from within. The source of such dense spiritual energy had to lie deep inside the cave. "Follow me," Lu Benwei instructed as he stepped into the cave, with Li Qing close behind. The rush of spiritual energy inside nearly overwhelmed Li Qing. It was clear that cultivating in this place for just one night could equal a year of arduous training in the outside world. The further they ventured, the denser the spiritual energy became, and with every breath, Li Qing could feel his cultivation advancing. When they reached the end of the cave, Li Qing froze, his entire body trembling in disbelief. Before him lay a spiritual vein. 1,000 years ago, when spiritual energy returned to Blue Star, spiritual veins like this one had emerged across the world, ushering in the age of cultivation. However, within a century, most of these veins had dried up and disappeared. Only a rare few continued to emit even trace amounts of spiritual energy. To cultivators, an intact spiritual vein was nothing short of a paradise. And now, one of these legendary veins was right before his eyes. How could Li Qing not be overwhelmed? With this spiritual vein, you should be able to break through to the nascent soul stage, right? Lu Benwei asked casually. Yes, absolutely. Li Qing confirmed with a firm nod. With such a powerful spiritual vein at his disposal, failure would mean he had no business cultivating at all. All right then, you can stay here and break through on your own. Yet, instead of beginning his cultivation immediately, Li Qing's eyes filled with tears. He said earnestly, "Big brother, you're the first person I've ever truly felt grateful to. Not only did you put aside any grudges, but you also trusted me enough to bring me here to such a precious spiritual vein. I can't take this for myself. You should be the one to absorb its energy. I'll stay outside and guard you. Even though the spiritual energy outside isn't enough for me to break through, it's still far better than years of hard work elsewhere." With that, he bowed deeply to Lu Benwei and turned to leave. Lu Benwei rolled his eyes. "Do you think I still need to cultivate in a trashy place like this? This so-called treasure? I've got at least 10 more spots like this up my sleeve. Nothing to get excited about. I'm heading out for a nice soak in the pool. Take your time and cultivate." With his hands casually shoved into his pockets, he strolled away without a care. Li Qing watched Lu Benwei's retreating figure, his lips trembling. A trashy place? He knows 10 more like this? He sucked in a sharp breath. What others would consider a once-in-a-lifetime treasure was, in Lu Benwei's eyes, utterly insignificant. "Thank you, big brother." Snapping out of his shock, Li Qing was overcome with excitement. With his doubts and burdens lifted, he wasted no time. Sitting cross-legged in front of the spiritual vein, he activated his cultivation technique and began to absorb the spiritual energy with fervor. Time passed quietly. Li Qing focused intently on absorbing spiritual energy within the cave, striving for a breakthrough. Meanwhile, Lu Benwei wandered aimlessly outside, killing time by soaking in hot springs or catching small demonic beasts to toy with. At first, he found some amusement in tormenting them, but the novelty soon wore off. In stark contrast, the situation within the jungle's forbidden zone was far from tranquil. In one area, Gaoshi had become an honored guest among the ferocious beasts. These typically aggressive creatures treated her with utmost respect, ensuring not even a scratch marred her presence. They understood all too well that offending this auntie could provoke Lu Benwei's wrath, turning the entire forbidden zone upside down. However, on the other side of the jungle, a harrowing chase was unfolding. Gao Chong and the experts he had hired were fleeing for their lives through the dense forest. Of the original team of 8, only 5 remained. Gao Chong was drenched in sweat, his eyes bloodshot with terror as fear threatened to consume him entirely. "Something unnatural. It's unnatural," one of the golden core cultivators exclaimed, his voice trembling. That word sent a chill through everyone's hearts. The unnatural was far more terrifying than any demonic beast. It could be corporeal or illusory, its attacks unpredictable, capable of unleashing the power of a beast or infiltrating a body like a parasitic worm to devour internal organs. "It's coming!" A panicked shout shattered their thoughts. A shadowy figure streaked past behind them, accompanied by a piercing screech as it lunged toward the group. Everyone felt their scalps tingle with dread, but the shadow seemed to faint before vanishing into thin air. "Is everyone okay?" Gao Chong asked urgently. Just as the group began to respond, their faces twisted in horror as they stared at one of their own. The man, confused by their reactions, looked down and found a gaping, bloody hole in his chest where his heart once was. His eyes widened in shock, and before he could utter a word, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The sudden death sent waves of panic through the survivors. Gao Chang's voice trembled as he asked, "Didn't the talisman arrays I bought work against it? If they worked, we wouldn't be in this mess." Another man replied grimly. "This unnatural entity's power is far beyond what we can handle. Our only chance now is to split up and run." The suggestion weighed heavily on everyone, but they understood it was their last shot at survival. Gao Chang's personal bodyguard, Wu Gaoda, stepped forward and volunteered, "Chairman, he'll stay with you." Gao Chang nodded, though fear was evident in his eyes. Despite his dominance in Xiang City and his success in building the thriving Xiangcheng group, here in the Forbidden Zone, faced with the unnatural, he was nothing more than a helpless, terrified man. There was simply no other option. With his current strength still far from reaching the golden core stage, even if he somehow managed to evade the pursuit of this eerie entity, his chances of surviving alone in the Forbidden Zone were almost non-existent. In this perilous area, without the cultivation level of a golden core, one couldn't even protect themselves. And even those who had attained the golden core stage could only marginally improve their odds of survival. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up in such a dire situation. Since the group had already reached a consensus, they wasted no time. "Good luck to you all," one of the men said briefly before dashing off in a chosen direction. The others quickly followed suit, picking their own paths and disappearing like arrows loosed from a bow. "Chairman, we need to move now," Wu Gaoda urged, gripping Gao Chang tightly as they weaved through the dense forest at high speed. The thick foliage blurred past them, and the sound of hurried footsteps from other escapees echoed in the distance. Though they were already exhausted from the previous chase, no one dared to slow down or show any signs of weakness. "Gaoda, I really owe you this time," Gao Chang said gratefully as he glanced at his companion. He knew full well that without Wu Gaoda's help, he would have perished long ago. "Chairman, don't mention it. You were the one who took me in back then and cultivated my abilities to what they are today," Wu Gaoda replied as he pulled out a spirit energy vial to replenish his strength, all the while quickening his pace. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced through the forest from a distance, startling the birds into flight. "That's Lu Wei's voice," Gao Chang said with a complicated expression. "While it's unfortunate for Lu Wei, this might actually work in our favor. At least it means the entity isn't after us for now," Wu Gaoda remarked. Gao Chang nodded slightly, his nerves relaxing momentarily until another, even more agonizing scream shattered the air in the opposite direction. "Oh!" The sound echoed through the forest, chilling them to the bone. "It's Kai Wei," Gao Chang said, his eyes wide with shock. "This isn't good, Chairman. That thing killed Lu Wei, and then went after Kai Wei. It's not planning to let any of us escape," Wu Gaoda said sharply, quickly realizing the grim situation. Before he could finish speaking, an overwhelming aura of terror began closing in on them at an alarming speed. "It's already here?" Gao Chang's face turned ashen, despair etched onto his rugged features. In that moment, his thoughts flashed to his late wife and beloved daughter, Cici, the once powerful and commanding figure, a man who had dominated the business world of Xiangcheng, now choked back sobs. The thought of leaving his daughter, Gao Shi, alone in this world filled him with unbearable sorrow. The threat of death itself wasn't what terrified him. It was the thought of never seeing his daughter again that truly broke his heart. "Chairman, you go ahead. I'll hold him off," Wu Gaoda said, pushing Gao Chang forward. His bloodshot eyes burned with determination as he unsheathed his sword, stepping protectively in front of Gao Chang. "Gaoda," Gao Chang's voice quivered as he looked at the boy he had once taken in from the freezing streets. His eyes brimmed with tears. In this life-or-death moment, it was Wu Gaoda who stood up, and Gao Chang felt a deep gratitude for the decision he had made all those years ago. "Gaoda, you can't stop him," Gao Chang said with a heavy sigh. "Chairman, whether I can stop him or not, I have to try. You gave me a second chance at life. This life belongs to you. Now go." Wu Gaoda pushed him forcefully. Gritting his teeth and holding back tears, Gao Chang turned and ran. Every fiber of his being wanted to stay and protect the boy he saw as his own, but he knew hesitation would only waste the chance Wu Gaoda was giving him at the cost of his life. He had no choice but to press on. Behind him, Wu Gaoda's voice roared through the forest. "Come on. Face me if you've got the guts. Fight me fair and square." It was clear that the sinister force had caught up and was now locked in battle with Wu Gaoda. Moments later, a deafening explosion shattered the forest's stillness. Then, silence fell, leaving only the sound of Gao Chang's desperate footsteps echoing through the trees. He stumbled and fell hard, a sharp, jagged branch piercing through his shoulder. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he yanked the branch out, tears streaming down his face, and forced himself to keep running. Blood dripped from his fingertips, leaving a crimson trail on the forest floor. Suddenly, Xiangcheng skidded to a halt. In front of him loomed a sheer cliff, shrouded in thick, swirling mist. It was a dead end. Is this how it ends for me, Xiangcheng? He muttered bitterly, tossing a stone over the edge. It vanished without a sound, the abyss swallowing even the echo. As he let out a cry of frustration and despair, the sound of pursuit grew louder behind him. The sinister force was closing in. With no other choice, Xiangcheng clenched his jaw, took a deep breath, and leapt into the void. Above, birds scattered into the sky. Below, small creatures darted through the underbrush. The forest, teeming with life on the surface, concealed death at every turn. By a serene pool at the entrance of a spiritual cavern, Lu Benwei lounged in the steaming waters, his head resting against the rocky edge as he hummed a carefree tune. Two white foxes pawed at his shoulders, giving him a gentle massage. Massive beasts occasionally passed through the distant forest, but Lu Benwei paid them no mind, completely absorbed in his moment of relaxation. From within the cavern, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed. Emerging into the light was Li Qing, his face radiant and his presence exuding newfound vitality. His eyes sparkled with an energy he had never possessed before. No longer the frail, sickly old man he once was, he now stood as a commanding figure, a man in his prime. Li Qing paused at the entrance, spreading his arms wide as he took a deep breath of fresh air. He could hardly believe it had truly broken through to the nascent soul stage. Spotting Lu Benwei in the pool, he practically sprinted to the water's edge. Ignoring the puzzled looks from the foxes, he prepared to kneel. Master Lu Benwei, please accept my eternal gratitude, Li Qing declared, his voice trembling with emotion. Just as he was about to kneel, an invisible force stopped him mid-motion. What did you just call me? Lu Benwei asked, raising an eyebrow as he glanced at Li Qing. Li Qing quickly corrected himself. Apologies, big brother. I meant big brother. That's better, Lu Benwei said with a satisfied nod. Literally, you've broken through. Not bad. Thank you, big brother. Without you, I never would have achieved this in my lifetime, Li Qing said earnestly. After spending so much time with Lu Benwei, he had come to understand the man's eccentric personality. Eager to please, Li Qing waved off the foxes. Shoo, let me take care of this. He knelt by the pool and began massaging Lu Benwei's shoulders with great enthusiasm. Lu Benwei closed his eyes, a look of pure bliss on his face. Literally, you've got a real talent for this. It's my duty, big brother, Li Qing replied with a smile. Literally, Lu Benwei began, his tone casual yet deliberate. I've recently started a new Venturian empire building group. The goal is to bring as many companies as possible under our banner. Your Li family has quite a few businesses, doesn't it? How about joining us? Of course. They'll handle the paperwork as soon as I return to Xiang City, Li Qing replied without hesitation. He understood all too well that with Lu Benwei's overwhelming power, nothing was beyond his grasp. While Lu Benwei might lack business acumen due to his youth, his sheer strength rendered such concerns irrelevant. Adapting to the situation was simply the wisest choice. After all, without Lu Benwei, not only would he have failed to reach the nascent soul stage, but even the survival of the Li family would have been uncertain. Excellent. Little Li, congratulations on becoming the first official member of my empire building group, Lu Benwei said, clearly pleased. He had a particular fondness for people who knew how to follow orders. Li Qing beamed with pride, especially at the mention of being the first. This distinction marked him as a founding member of the group, ensuring he would hold an esteemed position in its hierarchy. The future suddenly seemed brighter than ever. Woo woo woo. Oh woo. The early morning jungle echoed with the cries of wild beasts, as scenes of the strong preying on the weak played out regularly. A massive lake lay in the heart of this wilderness, its surface reflecting the crimson glow of the rising sun. On a muddy stretch of the shoreline, a middle-aged man, covered in wounds, lay unconscious. As the sunlight grew more piercing, the man slowly opened his eyes. Am I still alive? He muttered, scanning his surroundings. He tried to push himself up, only to be met with searing pain coursing through his entire body, rendering even the slightest movement nearly impossible. His name was Xiangcheng. Now lying in the mud, fragments of earlier, harrowing memories flooded his mind. His teammates falling one after another, and most vividly, Gao is staying behind to cover his escape, sacrificing himself to face that horrifying, otherworldly creature. The expedition team that had ventured into this forbidden zone was most likely annihilated, leaving him as the sole survivor. Yet, in his current state gravely injured and barely clinging to life, his chances of surviving in this perilous jungle were slim to none. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the lake, as though some colossal creature was stirring beneath the water. Gao Chang glanced at the disturbance with detached indifference. He lacked even the strength to stand, and fear now seemed like a luxury he could no longer afford. In what felt like his final moments, memories of his life came rushing back like a tide. Childhood glimpses, youthful adventures, his marriage, the heights of his career. But above all, he couldn't stop thinking about his daughter. The image of her newborn face, her playful pouts, and her every expression played vividly in his mind. My sweet girl, I failed you, Xiangcheng whispered, tears of longing streaming down his face. A fit of violent coughing racked his body, blood spilling from his mouth as excruciating pain tore through his nerves. His vision blurred, and all he wished for was one last chance to see his daughter, just one more glance. Suddenly, a thunderous roar broke through the stillness of the jungle. A majestic crimson-winged tiger leapt into the sky from the opposite shore, its powerful wings unfurling as it soared. On its back sat a little girl with a small backpack. Wow, I'm flying! I'm flying! The girl squealed with delight. Xiaobai, can we circle the lake a few more times, please? Of course, my dear young lady, the crimson-winged tiger replied in a deep, resonant voice, spreading its blood-red wings as it glided above the lake's shimmering surface. Xiangcheng watched the scene unfold, a bitter smile on his lips. I must be dying. Even my hallucinations feel so vivid. The girl pulled 2 lollipops from her backpack, popping one into her mouth and tossing the other to the crimson-winged tiger. As their flight came to an end, a candy wrapper fluttered down in the wind, landing squarely in front of Xiangcheng. He strained to reach for the wrapper, thinking it was merely part of his dying delusion. But the solid, tangible feel of it in his hand sent a jolt through his body. Trembling, he turned the wrapper over to look at the other side. The patterns, brand, and writing on the wrapping paper were vividly displayed before Xiangcheng's eyes. He gripped the piece of paper tightly with both hands, his gaze filled with disbelief. His mind was a chaotic whirlwind. How could his daughter have appeared in this forbidden zone? Even more baffling, she seemed to coexist peacefully with a spirit beast. The tangible feel of the wrapping paper in his hands brutally confirmed that none of this was an illusion. Xiangcheng tilted his head back, scanning the sky in an attempt to catch another glimpse of the human and tiger duo. But they had already vanished into the distance. "Cece," he shouted hoarsely, his voice echoing in desperation. The only response was the gentle breeze rippling the surface of the lake. Eventually, the severity of his injuries overcame him, and he slipped back into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, in the spirit vein cave, Benwei emerged lazily from the water pool after an entire night of soaking. Li Qing quickly handed him a set of clothes, fawning, "Big brother, here you go. Hold on." Benwei gestured for him to wait, standing naked at the water's edge with his hands on his hips, squinting in apparent satisfaction. A series of splashing sounds echoed from the pool. After a while, Benwei shivered slightly, and the sounds ceased. Li Qing hurried over to drape clothes over him. Once dressed, Benwei clasped his hands behind his back and strolled leisurely away with Li Qing. Along the way, Benwei, utterly clueless about corporate management, bombarded Li Qing with questions. Li Qing answered each one obligingly, and the two chatted warmly, sharing laughter as they walked. Not long after they departed, several figures descended from the sky, landing in precise formation by the pool. These individuals were clad in matching camouflage uniforms and high-top boots. At the forefront stood a woman in a leather jacket, her sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. With a wave of her hand, the people behind her immediately spread out and assumed defensive positions. Opposite her stood a blond man. "This is the place you mentioned?" the blond man asked, surveying the area. "That's right. The spirit vein is inside the cave," the sharp-faced woman replied solemnly. The man nodded, noticing the spiritual energy emanating from the pool. He crouched down, dipping his hand into the water. The cool sensation tingled against his skin, making him exclaim in admiration, "No wonder this is where the spirit vein lies. The spiritual energy here is astonishingly dense. Even the water feels like elixir." With that, he cupped some water in his hands and drank. "Amazing! I feel like my cultivation has improved. You should try it too." The woman, intrigued, took a sip of the water herself, her eyes lighting up with surprise. After a brief rest, the two began discussing their mission. The man warned, "Shouldn't your people spread out a bit? After all, this is within Longzhou's territory, and they're known for their strict control over foreign cultivators." "Umph." The woman scoffed dismissively. "Yes, this is technically in Longzhou, but it's in a forbidden zone. Those cowardly Longzhou people wouldn't dare set foot here. Otherwise, this spirit vein would have been discovered ages ago. The only real concern is the leader of this forbidden zone. He's not someone to be trifled with." The man nodded in agreement. "Then we'd better not waste any time. Let's head into the cave." "Agreed." The woman's eyes gleamed with excitement as the two strode deeper into the cave. The two ventured deeper into the cave, their steps cautious as the ground beneath them grew slippery and muddy from the saturation of spiritual liquid. Their inner spiritual energy flowed naturally, forming a faint halo-like barrier under their feet to repel the muck. Suddenly, the woman leading the way came to an abrupt halt. On the ground before them was a third set of footprints clearly not belonging to either of them. The blonde man behind her noticed the anomaly as well, and their expressions darkened. Without hesitation, they quickened their pace, heading deeper into the cave. What greeted them left them stunned. The spiritual vein was completely depleted. The woman, overcome with fury, slammed her fist into the cave wall, sending fragments of rock tumbling to the ground. Her eyes burned with a seething hatred, as though she intended to tear apart the one who had beaten them to it. The blonde man crouched down, inspecting the footprints carefully. "It seems they left not long ago," he remarked, pointing to the tracks. He then gestured toward a protruding rock above them, where drops of spiritual liquid were slowly dripping onto the footprints. If these prints had been here for a while, the water would have eroded them more. But here, it's only formed a small depression where the drops land. Hearing this, the woman acted without delay. With a swift gesture, she summoned her subordinates, who had been lying in wait nearby. "Someone got here first. Split up and pursue them," she commanded. The group dispersed in a flash of light, darting off in different directions. The woman, however, did not immediately join the chase. Instead, she turned her attention to a nearby pool of water, suspecting it might still hold traces of spiritual energy. She retrieved a treasure gourd from her storage, performing a series of intricate hand seals. The gourd began to emit a strange light, hovering in midair. With a sharp command of "collect," the pool water spiraled upward like a tornado, rushing into the gourd. Despite its ordinary appearance, the gourd seemed bottomless, draining the entire pool dry in mere moments. Just then, a report came in from her subordinates. They had found the target. Using her communication tool, she ordered everyone to converge on the location immediately. She exchanged a glance with the blonde man, and together they leapt into the air and sped off. Meanwhile, Lu Benwei was lounging casually beneath a large tree, legs crossed as he hummed a tune and mulled over his latest entrepreneurial ideas. Li Qing had gone off to prepare lunch. When the woman and her team arrived, they stayed hidden, observing from the shadows. One subordinate whispered, "FAT, it's him." The woman, now identified as FAT, fixed her gaze on Lu Benwei, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. It was clear that this man from Longzhou was the one who had stolen the spiritual vein. Just as she was about to give the order to surround him, the ground began to tremble violently. Cracks spread rapidly, and a massive centipede burst forth from the earth. Its towering body loomed in the air, as large as a building, radiating a formidable aura close to the nascent soul stage. FAT gestured for her team to hold their positions, wary of provoking the creature and creating an even bigger problem. "Human, you have trespassed on my territory," the centipede declared coldly, its voice chilling to the bone as it glared down at Lu Benwei. Lu Benwei looked up, unfazed, and retorted, "Oh, and here I thought there weren't any dumb centipedes left who didn't know who I am." The centipede's eyes flashed with rage, and it fully emerged from the ground, its enormous head lunging toward Lu Benwei. "Human, you dare to mock me?" it thundered, its voice filled with fury. In an instant, the giant centipede's features became terrifyingly clear. Its sharp pincers glinted coldly under the sunlight, and amidst its dense bristles was a gaping, menacing maw, as if it could devour any prey in one bite, leaving not even bones behind. "Young and tender just the way I like it," the centipede hissed in a chilling voice, its greedy eyes fixed on Lu Benwei. However, Lu Benwei remained impassive, throwing it a scornful glance. "You little crawler, even the supreme ruler of your centipede clan bows to me. And you, a mere insignificant bug, dare to act up in front of your grandpa, Lu? I'm feeling generous today. Get lost while you still can." "Arrogant," the centipede roared in fury. Never before had it encountered such an insolent prey. It opened its gaping, bloodthirsty mouth, ready to swallow Lu Benwei whole. "Scram, you little bug," Lu Benwei said with utter disdain, not even bothering to furrow his brow. With a casual swipe of his hand, he struck. Boom! Under the sheer force of his blow, the centipede's head exploded into a mist of blood. Its massive body twisted like a broken coil, hurtling backward and snapping several towering trees along the way, sending clouds of dust into the air. Without sparing the centipede a second glance, Lu Benwei leisurely sat cross-legged under a tree, looking slightly impatient. "Where is Xiangcheng? I'm starving." From the shadows, the onlookers were visibly stunned by the scene, especially the woman leading the group. Her initial anger gave way to an intrigued expression. "Interesting," the woman sneered, turning to the man beside her. "Vils, do you think we could use this boy to compensate for the loss of our spiritual vein? For someone so young to possess such strength, it's rare even in Longzhou. Most importantly, he has the perfect Longzhou appearance. If we can bring him under our control, it would make our operations in Longzhou far easier." Vils's eyes gleamed with a strange light as he stared intently at Lu Benwei. The woman let out a soft chuckle, her long legs stepping gracefully out of the shadows. Clapping her hands lightly, she approached Lu Binwei with a playful smile. Well, little brother, that was quite the performance just now. What's your name? Oh, long legs, Lu Binwei openly remarked, his gaze shamelessly scanning her figure. My, a cheeky little brother, aren't we? The woman didn't seem offended. Instead, she deliberately swayed her hips, her movement seductive. As she drew closer, she bent slightly, emphasizing her alluring curves. You still haven't told me your name, little brother. I'm Lu Binwei. And you, big sister? Lu Binwei responded enthusiastically, clearly flustered by her teasing. So, Lu Binwei it is. Emphatic, the woman replied, extending her slender hand for a handshake. As their hands met, she subtly brushed against him, further stirring his already flustered state. Come on, have a seat. Lu Binwei eagerly patted the ground beside him. Fatty smiled sweetly, settling down next to him without hesitation, her body subtly leaning closer. Lu Binwei, already unable to contain his excitement, reached out and grabbed Fatty's thigh. Patience, little one, she said teasingly, catching his hand with a sultry smile. If you come with me to a certain place, you can play however you like with me. How does that sound? Her slender fingers lifted his chin playfully. Sure, wherever you want. Lu Binwei agreed without a moment's thought. Fool, Fatty thought to herself with a cold sneer, exchanging a knowing glance with a blonde man not far away. This was almost too easy a catch they hadn't expected to be so effortless. The group made their way through the dense forest and arrived at the mouth of a dark cavern beneath a towering cliff. Two hawk-nosed men stood guard at the entrance, bowing respectfully to Fatty and the blonde man, who was called Vils. The winding tunnel led to a massive bronze door, its surface gleaming faintly under the dim light. Fatty placed her finger on a scanner, and the door creaked open to reveal an intricately designed space, every corner illuminated by sleek LED lighting. Lu Binwei's eyes darted around like a curious child. Wow, this place is amazing. So, miss, do we start the fun now? He asked eagerly. Fatty led him through several corridors and into a small, plain room containing nothing but a single chair. She gently pushed him into the seat and leaned close, her voice soft and enticing. Wait here for just a moment. I'll be right back. As soon as she stepped out, the charm on her face vanished, replaced by a frosty, calculating expression. She entered another room where Vils was waiting, and their conversation shifted to a newly developed serum. This sinister concoction was designed to inflict unbearable agony while completely breaking the victim's spirit. Let's test it on him, Fatty said coldly. If he survives, we'll turn him into a puppet. If not, he can die slowly in torment. It's a fair price to pay for seizing the spiritual vein. Vils sighed as he retrieved a vial filled with the eerie liquid, its surface marked with unsettling patterns, along with a syringe. Fatty returned to Lu Binwei, her demeanor once again seductive and playful. She coaxed him into trying the injection, framing it as a way to enhance the thrill. To her surprise, Lu Binwei showed no suspicion. Instead, he grinned and eagerly extended his arm. The serum entered his bloodstream, and he blinked in confusion. Huh, that's weird. I don't feel anything. Should we try another dose? He asked, his tone almost gleeful. As soon as Lu Binwei finished speaking, Fatty's brow furrowed deeply, her mind in turmoil. This was beyond anything she could comprehend. The potion in question was the latest development by the Walker Group, a formula that had successfully subdued over a dozen nascent soul-level spirit beasts. Spirit beasts, known for their formidable resistance and physical resilience, were far superior to humans in these aspects. If even they couldn't withstand the effects of this potion, how could it possibly have no effect on an ordinary human? Yet the evidence was undeniable. Lu Binwei sat there, calm and composed, showing no signs of poisoning whatsoever. Without a word, Fatty's expression darkened, and she quickly left the room. Don't forget to come back soon. Lu Binwei called out cheerfully behind her, still lounging casually on his chair, as if he were merely waiting for a cup of tea. Fatty made her way directly to Wills. What's wrong? Is that guy dead? Wills asked, puzzled by her anxious demeanor. Fatty ignored his question, heading straight for the safe. She opened it and retrieved a metal toolbox, carefully inspecting the vials of potion inside. It didn't work on him at all, she said coldly. What? Wills froze in shock, immediately pulling up the surveillance footage. On the screen, Lu Binwei was nonchalantly fixing his hair and spraying breath freshener into his mouth, looking entirely unaffected. There wasn't the slightest hint of the potion taking effect. Without a word, Fatty grabbed another vial, loaded it into a syringe, and stormed back to Lu Binwei's room. This time, she skipped the pleasantries, seized his arm, and administered the injection without hesitation. Heh, you're even more eager than I am, Lu Binwei teased, reaching out to grab her hand, only for her to shake him off. Fatty's eyes stayed locked on him, her pulse quickening as she scrutinized his reaction. Still nothing, Lu Binwei remarked with a playful blink. Maybe you got scammed with fake stuff? How about we stop playing around and just... Fatty's composure finally cracked. Her body trembled as she hastily backed out of the room, locking the door behind her. She immediately returned to Will's, opened the safe once more, and grabbed another vial before heading straight to the main hall. In the hall, she singled out one of her subordinates at random. Immobilizing him with her cultivation, she injected him with the potion. The effect was immediate and horrifying. The man let out a blood-curdling scream, clawing at his own neck as flesh and blood flew everywhere. "Miss Fatty, help me!" he wailed in agony, blood streaming from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth as a crimson mist sprayed from his pores. The other subordinates stood frozen in terror, their faces pale as death. Within moments, the man lost all sanity. In a horrifying frenzy, he gouged out his own eyes and began rampaging blindly through the hall. Under extreme agony, the man, with his last shred of sanity, reached for a dagger. He stabbed himself repeatedly, each strike aimed at his vital points. Blood sprayed everywhere. It wasn't until he had plunged the blade into himself dozens of times that he let out a heart-wrenching scream and collapsed to the ground, completely motionless. Fatty stood frozen, trembling as she watched the horrifying scene unfold. Behind her, Vils stared wide-eyed, his lips quivering, unable to form a coherent sentence. This gruesome spectacle confirmed that their new serum was indeed effective, but it also revealed a far more terrifying truth. Benwei had injected 2 doses of the serum and remained completely unharmed. "A monster. He's a monster. We've brought back a monster," Vils stammered, his voice trembling with fear. "Retreat," Fatty commanded. Though her tone was steady, the deep fear in her voice was unmistakable. Before her words had fully left her lips, a deafening explosion erupted from the inner chamber. A steel door, half a meter thick, was blasted off like paper, crashing heavily at their feet and shattering the floor beneath it. Everyone turned in shock to see the door, now bearing a deeply embedded fist imprint, severely deformed. This room had been specially reinforced with unique materials and enhanced with protective formations barriers strong enough to withstand even a nascent soul cultivator's attack. Yet, it had been destroyed in a single punch. Benwei stormed out of the room, his eyes blazing with fury. "You vile woman! How dare you deceive me? If there's one thing I hate most in this world, it's being betrayed by a woman. Stop him! Hold him off!" Fatty shouted in panic. Her subordinates hesitated but ultimately charged forward, only to be sent flying with a single punch each. They crashed through the ceiling, vanishing into the darkness above. Terrified by Benwei's overwhelming strength, Fatty stumbled backward, pushing open a heavy door. A nauseating stench of blood and decay assaulted her senses, as if tens of thousands of rotting corpses were piled inside. The motion sensor lights flickered on, revealing a dozen colossal spirit beasts, each chained down but radiating a menacing aura. Their crimson eyes gleamed with bloodlust, and thick drool dripped from their gaping maws. Some were covered in grotesque, bulging pustules, while others had ruptured skin exposing writhing tentacles. Each creature exuded an oppressive and suffocating terror. "Kill him!" Fatty screamed, rushing to the control panel and slamming a button. The chains restraining the beasts snapped instantly. "Are you insane?" Vils shouted, his face pale as he tried to stop her, but it was too late. He collapsed to the ground in despair, his voice breaking as he yelled, "It's over. These nascent soul-level spirit beasts have been injected with all kinds of serums. Their strength has multiplied beyond measure, and now they're in a berserk state. They're no longer spirit beasts, they're pure, unbridled monsters. Releasing them means we're all going to die." Fatty ignored his warnings, retreating to the farthest corner, her eyes locked on Benwei as he approached. "You little wench, you've really pissed me off now," Benwei growled through gritted teeth. The crazed beasts let out earth-shaking roars as they lunged at Benwei in unison, each using its own ferocious form of attack. Such a terrifying onslaught would have overwhelmed even a powerful nascent soul cultivator. Yet, what happened next shattered everything they thought they knew. Just as a swarm of grotesque monsters lunged toward Benwei, he casually raised a single finger and pressed lightly into the air. Boom! Time and space froze in an instant. Every mutated creature charging at Benwei was suspended midair, as if immobilized by an invisible force. Fatima witnessed the scene in stunned silence, her throat tightening and her eyes widening in terror. But what came next chilled her to the bone. Those massive, mutated beasts suddenly began to crack like dried sculptures, their bodies shattering into countless pieces of flesh and blood, piling up into grotesque mounds on the ground. Fatima and Wills collapsed to their knees, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Are you God?" Fatima stammered, her voice quivering. "God?" Benwei sneered coldly. "That thing isn't even worthy of comparison to me." With a wave of his hand, an unseen force lifted Fatima into the air. You deceitful woman, you dared to toy with my feelings. Now, I'll make you pay. Go. Eat every last piece of meat on the ground. Fatima was flung into the grotesque heap of flesh. Lu Benwei then turned his gaze to Wills, who shuddered violently. You two, start eating. If you don't finish, both of you will die. Faced with this godlike figure, neither dared to resist. Trembling, they crawled into the pile of flesh, forcing the blood-soaked chunks into their mouths. Lu Benwei snorted dismissively and strode toward a nearby room where a massive safe stood. With a single punch, the supposedly indestructible safe shattered, revealing a neatly arranged set of metal toolboxes. So this is supposed to be the stuff that works wonders, he muttered to himself, pouring the entire collection of vials into a large syringe and injecting it all into his body in one go. He waited, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Though he was already unimaginably powerful, what man wouldn't want to be stronger? Yet, after several minutes, nothing happened. Teeth, worthless junk, he spat, smashing the remaining vials onto the ground in frustration. At that moment, a voice called out from outside. Boss, are you here? Li Qing's voice echoed as he stepped into the chaotic scene, his eyes taking in the carnage and the foreign corpses strewn about. It didn't take him long to deduce that in the short time he'd been out grabbing lunch, his boss had single-handedly wiped out an entire overseas organization. Over here, Lu Benwei replied nonchalantly. Li Qing hurried over, pulling out a fragrant roasted meat dish from his storage ring. Boss, you're incredible. This is roasted raccoon and wild boar. Your favorites, he said, carefully setting down the food and pouring a glass of fine wine. Come, Shaoli, you've worked hard. Join me, Lu Benwei said, gesturing for him to sit. The two clinked glasses and ate heartily, Lu Benwei's mood gradually improving. Once their meal was finished, they began exploring the cavern. Lu Benwei picked up a gun-like object, examining it curiously. Li Qing was just about to explain that it was a new spirit-infused technological weapon when Lu Benwei pointed it at his own head and pulled the trigger. Oh, what a big squirt gun, he remarked, quickly losing interest and disassembling it with ease. Watching this, cold sweat beaded on Li Qing's forehead. Though Lu Benwei continually defied all logic and expectation, Li Qing was slowly learning to accept his boss' utterly unique nature. After searching every corner thoroughly, Lu Benwei found nothing of interest and decided to leave with Li Qing. As they retreated to the main hall and approached the bronze door to exit, both of them suddenly froze in their steps. In the shadowy corner of the room stood a man, dressed sharply in black. His hair was cropped short, yet it was completely white. Li Qing gasped audibly. I was certain this man hadn't been there when they entered. It was as if he had materialized out of thin air. Lu Benwei, on the other hand, appeared utterly uninterested. Just as he raised his hand, ready to toss the uninvited guest out, the white-haired man's reaction took them both by surprise. He suddenly burst into uncontrollable sobs, collapsing into the corner as his entire body trembled violently. Please, spare me, sir. I'm a good man, I swear. Please, have mercy, he wailed, his voice quivering with fear and desperation. A dark stain spread across the front of his trousers. With nowhere left to retreat, he dropped heavily to his knees, bowing so low that his forehead repeatedly struck the damp ground. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his forehead hitting the floor echoed through the hall. Blood soon trickled from the gashes on his skin, but he kept muttering in a trembling voice, Don't kill me, don't kill me. Lu Benwei grimaced in disgust and didn't even bother to spare the man another glance. Without hesitation, he motioned for Li Qing to follow him, and the two swiftly left the area. Long after they had disappeared, the white-haired man slowly lifted his head and scanned the surroundings. He then rose to his feet, his previously panicked and fearful expression now replaced by an eerie, deathly calm. He walked straight toward the blood-soaked chamber. Inside, Fatty and Wills were still hunched over the pile of shredded flesh, ravenously devouring the remains. The white-haired man stood silently, watching them without a flicker of emotion. Then, with a slight movement of his hand, a powerful force swept the two men off their feet, dragging them into his grasp like dried leaves in a gale. Crack! With a simple squeeze, their necks snapped instantly. He flung their lifeless bodies toward the wall with a casual motion. Boom! The impact left a massive dent in the stone, with cracks spidering outward in all directions. Only then did the white-haired man turn away. Without a word, he exited the cave, his footsteps slow and steady, leaving the eerie silence behind him. Not long after Lu Benwei and the white-haired man had left, another group of uninvited guests appeared at the cave entrance. Leading them was a man in a trench coat with a cigarette dangling from his lips, his hands casually shoved into his pockets. He gestured for two of his subordinates to scout ahead while extinguishing his cigarette on a tree trunk. In a low voice, he warned, Be careful. We're up against Hei Bai, who has awakened his innate powers. The two subordinates moved like silent phantoms, slipping into the shadows. The trenchcoat man crouched down, lighting another cigarette as he waited patiently. Less than 2 minutes later, the scouts rushed back. Boss Majian, something's off, one of them reported. The detectors aren't picking up any signs of life. Escaped? Majian frowned deeply before leading the group into the cave. Passing through the bronze door, he drew a broken blade to clear the way, with the others following closely behind. Inside, the chaos of the battle and the corpses strewn across the floor shocked everyone. A man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses stepped forward and asked, "Boss, could it be that another team got here first?" "If you're asking me, who am I supposed to ask?" Majin snapped, flicking away his cigarette, but before ordering his men to search the area. Before long, cries came from the inner chamber. Majin and the man with glasses rushed over, only to be greeted by a scene so gruesome it nearly made them gag. "Damn it, this is brutal," Majin cursed, using his foot to nudge the bodies of Fatty and Wills. The man with glasses recognized them immediately. These were Heibai's assistants. What the hell happened here? Majin wasted no time and called for the Umbu to take over. Half an hour later, a tall woman arrived on the scene. Dressed in combat gear and long boots, she was the Umbu leader known by the codename Linghu. Removing her white gloves, Linghu reported to Majian, "All surveillance has been destroyed. Aside from Heibai's group and us, there was a third party involved. They're the ones who wiped out this base," she added. "None of the dragon teams from any city were deployed, so the identity of this third party is a mystery. There's no sign of Heibai's body or evidence of him engaging in the fight." "Impossible." Majian took a deep drag from his cigarette. "We came here based on solid intel from the Umbu." Linghu's expression turned grave. Heibai was indeed here, but strangely, it seems he didn't participate in the battle. However, Fatty and Wills were killed by him. Before they died, they experienced extreme terror and even consumed large amounts of raw mutated spirit beast flesh. Hearing this, Majian fell into a long, contemplative silence. This situation is becoming increasingly complicated. Under the circumstances of Black and White being attacked by a third party, not only did he fail to defend himself, but he even killed his own people. The logic behind this is baffling. Forget about Black and White for now. Follow me to take a look at this steel door, Linghu said, turning and walking deeper into the cave. Imogen, filled with questions, followed closely behind. The two returned to the main hall and crouched in front of the twisted, deformed steel door to examine it closely. Members of the Dark Division's forensic team were busy photographing and collecting samples from the door, with the occasional flash of light illuminating the area. "See the state of this door?" Linghu pointed at it. "You're familiar with the properties of this material. Beyond being made of a special alloy, the door is also reinforced with a protective array. For someone to punch it into this condition, their strength must be extraordinary." Imogen nodded thoughtfully. "So, this is the work of the third party?" "Exactly," Linghu confirmed. "And those mutated spirit beasts that were killed? They were likely taken down by this third party as well." Imogen remained expressionless, silent for a moment, before asking, "Is it possible to identify the culprit from the marks on the door?" "That's hard to say," Linghu replied. "With our current technology, we can collect samples from anything someone has come into contact with, but we still need to match it against the database. If their information isn't in the system, it will be difficult to identify them. There should still be a chance, right?" Imogen said. "The database has been in use for 5 years now. Anyone who has been to a hospital or left data through other means during this period can be traced. Although people rarely get sick these days due to improved physical constitution, improper cultivation has caused more issues instead. Over the past 5 years, haven't you and I both been to the hospital?" "That's true, but in the end, it all depends on the comparison results," Linghu replied with a serious expression. "All right then," Imogen said as he stood up. "We'll withdraw for now and leave the rest to you. Notify me immediately if there's any update." Linghu nodded in agreement. Afterward, Imogen led his team out of the cave. Linghu, meanwhile, directed the Dark Division personnel to collect all valuable evidence. Once the collection was complete, he placed a bomb to destroy the entire cave. "Big brother, when you return, you absolutely must come visit my company," Li Qing said enthusiastically. At that moment, Li Qing and Lu Benwei were leisurely strolling through the forest, chatting and laughing. Lu Benwei's eyes lit up. "Of course, I have to. You mentioned there are countless beauties in your company. How could I miss that?" His face was filled with anticipation. As they joked and talked, they had already returned to the spirit beast camp. The moment Gao Shi spotted Lu Benwei, she happily ran toward him. "Brother Lu, you're back." Lu Benwei gently patted her head and asked warmly, "How was it, little one? Did you have fun?" "Of course I did," Gao Shi replied cheerfully. "Xiaobai flew me all around, and I saw so many beautiful sights. The other spirit beast friends played with me too. They were all so nice." Lu Benwei glanced around at the spirit beasts lying prostrate on the ground. "Looks like you little beasts have done well. I'll let you off the hook this time. I've got to head back and see some pretty ladies. Upon hearing this, the spirit beasts were so moved that tears welled up in their eyes, and they all directed grateful looks toward Gao Shi. Their efforts in taking care of her had not been in vain. Not long after the trio left, a shadow emerged from the darkness. The spirit beasts immediately bowed in respect. Greetings, Chief. The shadow was none other than Yimei, the leader of the Outer Forbidden Zone. Has that demon left? Yimei asked. Yes, Chief. They've already gone. Good, good. Yimei let out a sigh of relief before transforming into a striking young man in white, stepping out into the open. After returning to Xiang City, Lu Benwei had just parted ways with Gao Shi and Li Qing when he received a call from his friend Zhang Han. Zhang Han was a wealthy second-generation heir whom Lu Benwei had met at a bar a few months ago. The two had hit it off and frequently indulged in extravagant escapades together. Lu, there are some new girls at Shui Xianyanhua. Come join me. Wait for me. I'll be there in no time. Lu Benwei replied without hesitation and set off immediately. But just then, a city-wide alarm blared. Emergency alert. A golden core level anomaly has entered the city. Citizens are advised to take precautions and avoid going outside. A reward of 50,000 yuan will be given for any leads. Additionally, a bounty has been issued. Anyone who eliminates the anomaly will receive official recognition and an honorary medal. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, cities had implemented alarm systems and shelters to deal with sudden events like spirit beast sieges and demon invasions. As soon as the alarm went off, the entire city of Xiang was notified. Some people panicked, while others were eager to act after all. The medal symbolizing special privileges in Longzhou was a tempting prize. Lu Benwei, however, remained indifferent. As long as it didn't interfere with his plans, he wasn't concerned. But fate had other ideas. The anomaly sought him out instead. On an empty street, a shadow quietly trailed behind Lu Benwei. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the entire area. A middle-aged man in a suit, his face pale as a corpse, appeared in front of Lu Benwei, inching closer like a zombie. His throat emitted a raspy sound, and a foul stench emanated from his mouth. Hey there, kid. I've got 2 candies, one red, one green. Why don't you pick one to eat? Lu Benwei stood silently, staring at him, while the anomaly waited for his choice. For the anomaly, devouring the dantian or qi of a powerful cultivator was a shortcut to enhance its strength. And someone as unfathomable as Lu Benwei was the perfect prey. Though far more troublesome than spirit beasts, the eerie have a significant weakness. Their intelligence generally falls short of that of humans, demons, and spirit beasts. Their insatiable hunger for power drives them to devour recklessly, often leading to a loss of sanity. As a result, incidents where an eerie overestimates itself and attacks a powerful human, only to be defeated and killed, are not uncommon in this world. A classic case of biting off more than one can chew. However, the eerie before him was an exception. Unlike its kin, it displayed intelligence far beyond the norm. Instead of launching a brute force attack on Lu Benwei, it chose to employ its awakened innate divine ability. An innate divine ability is a special power that can overturn the entire cultivation system. Its emergence once plunged the world into panic because it disregards the boundaries of cultivation levels. A cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, with such an ability, could potentially kill a nascent soul master. However, these abilities are extraordinarily rare, 1 in tens of thousands. Not only humans but also spirit beasts and eerie can awaken such powers. According to official reports, even the demons from beyond this realm have their share of such gifted individuals. The forms and strengths of these divine abilities vary widely. Some possess absolute offensive power, ensuring the destruction of their target. Others boast impenetrable defenses, rendering them immune to any physical attack. Some can manipulate emotions, making their target fall in love with them, while others compel truth-telling or doom their victim to a life of loneliness. Each of these abilities is rooted in certain rules or laws, and it is precisely these rules that shatter the limits of the cultivation hierarchy. The innate divine ability of the eerie before him was particularly unique. Once it targeted someone, the individual would be forced to follow the rules it set. Any violation of these rules, regardless of the violator's strength, would result in death by the law's judgment, turning them into its prey. No matter how powerful Lu Benwei was, he would meet the same fate if he failed to abide by the rules. So, which candy will you choose? The eerie asked in a chilling voice. Lu Benwei had to make a choice. He couldn't run, ignore it, or pick the wrong answer. The only way out was to give the correct response. Only kids make choices. He'll take both candies. With that answer, the eerie would be forced to let him go. The eerie stared intently at Lu Benwei, waiting for his decision. Finally, Lu Benwei spoke. Screw you. Get the hell out of my way. Lu Benwei turned to leave, completely ignoring the eerie entity's threats. The sinister being twisted its grotesque mouth into a menacing grin. Was convinced that victory was within its grasp. After all, no one could escape the power of the laws it adhered to. This was its unshakable belief. In an instant, the entity's ghastly pale face morphed, splitting into a massive maw that resembled a blooming carnivorous flower, lunging toward Lu Benwei to devour him. Yet, just as it was about to savor its meal, Lu Benwei struck back with a resounding slap. For a brief moment, the entity's thoughts churned. How could someone break the rules and remain unaffected by the laws? But it had no time to dwell on this question. That slap sealed its fate, freezing its existence forever. Lu Benwei wiped his hand in disgust on a nearby lamppost before turning and walking away. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated cigarette and liquor shop in a rundown neighborhood of Xiang City, the faded sign reading, Asian Smoke and Liquor Shop, was being taken down. Inside, a man in fleece pajamas was lounging with his feet propped up on a table, engrossed in a mobile game. A scar ran across his face, and a half-smoked cigarette dangled from his lips as he cursed at the screen. "Come on, you useless piece of trash." Next to him sat a young man in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He was calmly brewing tea and asked in a refined tone, "Boss Missourijian, are you sure this plan will work?" "Useless. Stuck at gold rank forever. You loser." Imojian angrily slammed the phone down before responding. "Listen up. The best way to test a cultivator's strength is through real combat. That thing is at the golden core stage of cultivation. Anyone who can take it down is worthy of being on our radar." With strange entities running rampant and the dragon team in Xiang City understaffed while the demon extermination division is useless, this is the perfect way to recruit backup forces. Just then, the man with gold-rimmed glasses answered a call. His expression instantly darkened. "Boss, we've got a problem. Lu Ziki just called. She said that entity isn't at the golden core stage, it's at the nascent soul stage, and even possesses innate divine abilities." "What?" Imojian shot to his feet. What the hell is Lu Ziki doing? How could she mess up intel like this? He realized the gravity of the situation. An entity at the nascent soul stage was far more powerful than one at the golden core stage. Any hunter sent after it might not come back alive. Without wasting another second, he threw on a trench coat, sprayed half a bottle of mousse into his hair until it shone, and, with the gold-rimmed glasses man in tow, headed straight for the industrial park on the outskirts of the city. There stood a peculiar factory building. Its exterior was sealed like an impenetrable iron box, but inside, it was brightly lit, bustling with black-clad personnel. This was a place where, within minutes, they could uncover the ancestral history of anyone. At the entrance, two burly guards blocked their way. "Stop. Show your pass. Get out of my way." Imojian barked, his scarred face glaring fiercely as he stormed past. The guards, intimidated, dared not stop him. Imojian might appear carefree and nonchalant, but his strength is truly terrifying. 10 years ago, people witnessed him effortlessly slay a nascent soul cultivator from overseas using nothing more than a broken blade. Standing beside him was Bai Zhe, a man in a sharp suit and gold-rimmed glasses, whose depth was even harder to fathom. Every time someone faced Bai Zhe, they could sense a primal, ancient aura hidden beneath his refined and gentlemanly demeanor. At this moment, in an office within the factory, Zhang Yuqi was intently focused on the electronic screen in front of her. Dressed in a professional suit and glasses, her every movement exuded the competence and charm of a career woman. Recently, she had taken on a task from Imojian, using the Sky Eye system to monitor the peculiarities and life signatures in the city. Moments ago, the screen showed that the strange life signature near the Shui Xianyan Hua area had suddenly disappeared. Taken care of already? Zhang Yuqi murmured to herself, thinking that this might be an opportunity for Imojian and his team to discover a promising talent. Before her thoughts could settle, the office door was abruptly pushed open. Imojian and Bai Zhe strode in. "You already know?" Zhang Yuqi asked, a bit surprised, especially seeing Imojian himself. She couldn't help but tease. "Captain Imojian actually came in person? Aren't you supposed to be busy climbing to platinum rank?" Imojian's expression was grave. "Cancel the bounty on that anomaly immediately and tell me its exact location." Zhang Yuqi frowned and pursed her lips. "So, you didn't know. But what you're asking for might not be possible." Clearly, she was unaware of any misinformation regarding the anomaly. After all, this matter wasn't initially assigned to the Shadow Division. Her role was solely to monitor. "Why not?" Bai Zhe asked, his brows furrowed. "Because that anomaly has already been taken care of," Zhang Yuqi replied. Zhang Yuqi pointed to the electronic screen beside her, her tone heavy. "Look, everyone. The mark that represented its life has already gone out." Imojian, who was about to light a cigarette, froze abruptly upon hearing this. Behind him, Bai Zhe furrowed his brows slightly and immediately pulled up the surveillance footage from the area. "Here, the surveillance is right here. Take your time and watch," Imojian said, taking a deep drag from his cigarette before speaking slowly. Zhang Yuqi yawned as she brought up the footage, clearly uninterested. She began packing her things to leave, but couldn't resist asking before she left, "I'm really curious. It's just a golden core level anomaly, right?" Is it really worth the two of you coming all the way here? Shouldn't breaking into the platinum rank be more important for you? Want me to give you some tips? She grinned mischievously. Imogen ignored her completely, but Baizé adjusted his glasses and smiled. You don't know yet, do you? Lu Ziqi's intel was wrong. This anomaly isn't at the golden core level. It has awakened its innate divine ability and is actually at the nascent soul level. What? Zhang Yuqi's eyes widened in shock. She immediately put down the things she had packed and pulled up a chair to sit next to them. Grabbing a bag of chips, she added, no wonder you both showed up personally. Scoot over, I need to see who's this impressive. Can we fast forward? Imogen seized the bag of chips while she was distracted. You're a grown man in your 50s, and you're still stealing chips from a young woman? Aren't you ashamed? Zhang Yuqi grumbled, but still fast-forwarded the footage to the critical moment. On the screen, a man named Lu Benwei was walking alone down the street. This guy? Why does he look so flamboyant? Zhang Yuqi muttered as she crunched on the chips she had reclaimed, checking the timestamps. Judging by the timing, it must be him. The other two ignored her comments as the surveillance footage revealed an eerie figure appearing in the frame. Suddenly, without any warning, the screen went pitch black. What's going on? Is the camera broken? That's impossible. It can't have gotten dark this quickly either, Zhang Yuqi said, puzzled. Just 10 seconds later, the footage resumed. The anomaly was lying on the ground, its head blown apart, while Lu Benwei was wiping his hands disdainfully on a utility pole. What do you think? Baizé adjusted his glasses again, one hand in his pocket, clearly intrigued. Not much to think, Imogen said as he shook an empty bag of chips and turned to Zhang Yuqi. Got any more? Even if I did, I wouldn't give them to you. Imogen tipped the remaining crumbs from the bag into his mouth, clapped his hands, and stood up. Pull up that guy's file for me. Though clearly unhappy, Zhang Yuqi quickly brought up Lu Benwei's profile and printed it out. Scanning it, her eyes widened in surprise. Oh, this guy's kind of a big deal. A while back, he defeated Fu Canlang from the top 10 academies. Because of that, someone put a 30 million bounty on him on the dark web. Taking the file, Imogen flipped through it as a curious grin spread across his scarred face. Interesting. With that, he casually snagged Zhang Yuqi's last bag of chips and walked off with Baizé, leaving her fuming and stomping in frustration. As they exited the headquarters of the covert division, Baizé asked, what's the plan now? Focus on reaching platinum rank first. The rest can wait. Have Lu Ziqi keep an eye on him, Imogen replied, lighting a cigarette as he slid into the passenger seat. Looks like you're really invested this time, Baizé said with a resigned shake of his head before starting the car and driving off into the night. After a rowdy night, Lu Benwei staggered out of the Shui Xianyenhua Club. His rowdy friends had long since dispersed, leaving him alone to bask in the soft glow of the early morning. But from the corner of the street, a pair of watchful eyes followed his every move. Those eyes belonged to Lu Ziqi, a Dragon Squad member sent by Imogen. Dressed casually in white sneakers, light skinny jeans, and a loose t-shirt, with a baseball cap on her head and headphones draped around her neck, she looked like any ordinary young woman. She had been staking out this spot all night, silently grumbling to herself about the point of this mission. This guy doesn't look like much of a fighter. I'd bet he wouldn't last a single move against me, Lu Ziqi muttered under her breath. Meanwhile, Lu Benwei, still lost in the haze of last night's indulgences, suddenly felt the weight of an unfriendly gaze. Not the look of admiration. Could it be a hitman from the dark web? His heart leaped with excitement, but as he sensed the opponent's power level, his enthusiasm quickly waned. They sent this trash to kill me? Memories of his encounter with Li Tianhao and his paltry 30 million bounty flashed in his mind, and a surge of anger rose within him. In the blink of an eye, Lu Benwei appeared in front of Lu Ziqi. Before she could react, he executed a clean over-the-shoulder throw, sending her flying hundreds of meters. Following close behind, he loomed over her as she lay on the ground, coughing up blood. Grabbing her by the collar, he hoisted her up. Little girl, you're here to assassinate me, aren't you? And for 30 million? They sent someone of your caliber? Lu Benwei snapped angrily. I won't kill you today, but you go back and tell the dark web this raised my bounty to 3 billion. Got it? 3 billion. With that, he hurled her far into the distance. Meanwhile, at the Asian Tea and Smoke Hotel, Imogen was engrossed in a ranked game at platinum level. Furiously tapping away on his phone, he cursed his teammates for dragging him down and even threatened to take it up with the game developers. A frantic knocking at the door interrupted his tirade. Outside lay a battered and unrecognizable Lu Ziqi. Imogen helped her inside and listened to her recount the events, only to burst into laughter. He told her to head to the medical unit in the Shadow Division and promptly returned to his game. Shortly after, Baizé arrived, asking if Imogen planned to confront Lu Benwei personally. He'll go once I hit platinum, Imogen replied, eyes glued to his phone. Come find me tomorrow morning. Though skeptical of Imogen's ability to rank up so quickly, Bai Zhe nodded hesitantly and left. The next morning, Bai Zhe arrived at Asian Smoke Tea Hotel as promised. He ascended the stairs slowly to the second floor. Through the glass door, he saw Imogen slumped on the sofa, his eyes bloodshot and his hair greasy. The table in front of him was piled high with beer bottles, the ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts, and ashes scattered all over. Useless, absolutely useless. What's the point of you playing games if you're this pathetic? What a joke. Even in his disheveled state, Imogen's mouth didn't stop hurling insults. Bai Zhe raised an eyebrow, withdrew the hand he had been about to use to push the door open, turned around, and went back downstairs to make tea for himself. Not long after, his phone rang, prompting him to return to the second floor. Boss, there's a meeting to attend, Bai Zhe called out as he opened the door. I don't have time. You go in my place, Imogen mumbled, rubbing his eyes. With no other choice, Bai Zhe left to attend the meeting on his own. The day flew by, and as the sun dipped toward the horizon, the bustling city began to settle down. After the meeting, Bai Zhe returned to the Smoke Tea Hotel. At the front desk, Lu Ziki was leaning on a crutch, her head wrapped in bandages, dozing off on the counter. Hearing footsteps, she groggily raised her head. Bai Zejij, what are you doing here? Weren't you in the hospital? Bai Zhe asked, surprised. The boss told me to come back and watch the shop, Lu Ziki replied, rubbing her eyes. And where's the boss now? He went to the seclusion room. The seclusion room? Bai Zhe's tone was incredulous. Is he having another epiphany? Or is he about to break through? I only know he took his charger with him, Lu Ziki said drowsily, blinking her large eyes. Bai Zhe pinched the bridge of his nose. I guess he's breaking through to platinum rank in a game. How are you feeling? Not bad, really. I'm the tank of the Dragon Squad. I'm used to taking hits. But that guy, he really didn't hold back. Think of it as training. Bai Zhe patted her on the shoulder encouragingly. When are we recruiting him into the Dragon Squad? Lu Ziki suddenly perked up. His strength is incredible. It's been so long since anyone managed to put me in the hospital. If he joins, I'd let him pummel me every day just to improve myself. You've truly embraced the tank mindset, Bai Zhe said with an approving nod. Lu Ziki blushed and stuck out her tongue playfully. As for when he'll join, that's up to the boss. It could be 3 days or it could be 3 years. Before Bai Zhe could finish his sentence, a commotion outside caught their attention. An armored transport vehicle pulled into the backyard. Ah, my dinner is here. Bai Zhe licked his lips, adjusted his jacket, and walked out with a small cart. He thanked the delivery staff politely as they unloaded a large refrigerator before driving off. Is this a reward from your last mission? Lu Ziki asked, eyeing the refrigerator curiously. Proper ginseng is off limits according to headquarters, so we have to settle for this demon ginseng, Bai Zhe explained with a hint of regret. But his mood quickly brightened. Still, it's better than nothing. A demon ginseng showed up in Xiang City recently, but we weren't around to catch it and it got away. Ziki, care to join me for dinner? Bai Zhe offered. I just had half a tea egg, so I'm full. Lu Ziki replied softly. Half a tea egg? That's hardly enough. For a girl like me, it's plenty, she said with a shy smile. Bai Zhe snapped his fingers and wheeled the refrigerator into a room. The warm glow of a European-style 9-light chandelier illuminated a long dining table that could seat 30. The table was set with an array of elegant cutlery, while an old-fashioned record player stood in the corner next to a cabinet filled with vinyl records. He hung up his suit jacket carefully before selecting a refined, ethereal record to play. As the music began, his eyes lit up. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Donning a pair of white gloves, Bai Zhe meticulously prepared the demon ginseng, arranging the roots and limbs neatly on a platter. After tying a napkin around his neck and clasping his hands together for a brief prayer, he finally picked up his utensils. With deliberate elegance, he cut off a small piece, placed it in his mouth, and savored it thoroughly. The forest in the restricted zone was lush and verdant. If one could overlook the terrifying spirit beasts and eerie phenomena, it might even be considered an ideal summer retreat. Gao Cheng lay beneath a towering tree, his eyes fluttering open in a daze. I'm not dead, Gao Cheng muttered in disbelief, scanning his surroundings. His last memory was losing consciousness by the lakeside. How had he suddenly ended up here? Even more astonishing was the noticeable improvement in his injuries. As he leaned against the tree trunk, lost in thought about who might have saved him, the dense forest suddenly parted. A blood-eyed demon wolf emerged, moving with an elegant yet menacing gait. Almost simultaneously, heavy footsteps echoed from another direction. A colossal ape, as tall as a building, came into view. Behind the ape, an endless stream of spirit beasts began to appear, each more intimidating than the last. Some bared razor-sharp fangs, others exuded an aura that made Gao Cheng's heart race with dread. In the blink of an eye, the spirit beasts had encircled him completely. Pressed against the tree, Gao Cheng trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat streaming down his pale face. Any one of these creatures could tear him apart effortlessly, let alone all of them combined. He abandoned all thoughts of resistance, closing his eyes and bracing himself for the inevitable end. But the expected attack never came. Instead, the giant ape's voice boomed like thunder. What is your relationship with Gao Shi? Gao Chang jolted in shock, his eyes snapping open. You know Gao Shi? He stammered in disbelief. I'm the one asking questions, the ape replied, irritation evident in its tone. Gao Shi is my daughter. I'm her father, Gao Chang quickly answered. The giant ape and the demon wolf exchanged a glance, nodding slightly. How do you know my daughter's name? Gao Chang asked nervously. Miss Gao, she is our esteemed guest, the ape said calmly. This revelation left Gao Chang utterly dumbfounded. His little girl, a guest of honor among the spirit beasts of the restricted zone? It was beyond absurd. The blood-eyed demon wolf spoke next. We found you near the lake and sensed Miss Gao Shi's aura on you. That's why we brought you back. May I ask, where is my daughter now? Gao Chang asked cautiously. Miss Gao, she returned to Xiang City 2 days ago, the ape replied, its tone suddenly turning cold. Human, if it weren't for Miss Gao Shi, we wouldn't have saved you. In fact, we would have torn you to pieces. Your injuries are almost healed. It's time for you to leave. Humans are not welcome here. I will have someone escort you to the edge of the restricted zone. Do you have any objections? No objections, Gao Chang stammered, shaking his head. With a wave of its massive hand, the giant ape summoned a flying spirit beast. The creature swooped down, gripping Gao Chang's clothes with its claws and lifting him into the air, heading straight for Xiang City. When they reached the outskirts of Xiang City, the flying beast released Gao Chang from a height of several dozen feet. As he tumbled to the ground, it issued a chilling warning from above. Human, if you dare enter the restricted zone again, you will be torn to pieces. With that, it disappeared into the sky like a streak of light. Lying on the ground, Gao Chang gazed at the towering city walls, tears welling up in his eyes. He had thought death was certain, yet he had been spared by the very spirit beasts of the restricted zone. Dragging his exhausted body, he hurried toward the city gate, his mind racing with questions he desperately needed his precious daughter to answer. After returning to Xiangcheng, Gao Chang hurriedly took a quick shower and tended to the wounds on his body before heading home. As he pushed open the door, he noticed the light in Gao Zai's room was still on. He gently knocked on the door. When it opened, a small head peeked out. Daddy! The little girl exclaimed, throwing herself into his arms with excitement. Gao Chang held his daughter tightly, his eyes brimming with tears. During his perilous journey to the Forbidden Zone, he had feared he might never see her again. Daddy, what happened to your face? Gao Shi asked, her tiny hands gently brushing against the cuts on his cheeks, her voice full of concern. It's nothing, just small scratches, Gao Chang replied casually, trying to downplay his injuries. He lifted her and placed her on a chair. Shishi, Daddy has something important to ask you. You need to tell me the truth, okay? Seeing her nod seriously, Gao Chang took a deep breath. Shishi, tell me honestly, have you been to the jungle Forbidden Zone? Of course. I told you about it last time, Gao Shi replied matter-of-factly. And this time? This time too. Since you wouldn't take me, I had to go by myself, she said innocently. Gao Chang inhaled deeply again. Though he had suspected it, hearing it confirmed from her own mouth left him utterly shaken. The jungle Forbidden Zone was a place of unparalleled danger, a death trap feared by all. Yet his young daughter had entered it not once, but multiple times alone. Do you know the spirit beasts in the Forbidden Zone? He asked cautiously. Of course. They're really nice, especially Xiaobai, the big ape, and Lang Lang. They take great care of me. I went to the Forbidden Zone this time just to play with them, Gao Shi said, her wide eyes sparkling with innocence. Gao Chang felt his worldview crumble. The ferocious spirit beasts that struck terror into the hearts of so many had somehow become friends with his daughter? As unbelievable as it sounded, the evidence before him, the beast's own accounts and his daughter's confirmation, left no room for doubt. Shishi, can you tell me why they're friends with you? Gao Chang asked, his gaze fixed intently on her. This was the most crucial question. How could the terrifying creatures of the Forbidden Zone possibly befriend a little girl? It's all thanks to Brother Liu. Didn't I tell you before? He took me on a tour of the Forbidden Zone last time, Gao Shi explained cheerfully. Brother Liu? Gao Chang's voice rose slightly. Are you talking about the same Brother Liu who called me a few days ago to discuss business? Yep, that's him, she confirmed with a firm nod. Gao Chang nearly collapsed into a chair. What sort of person could command the respect of the Forbidden Zone's spirit beasts and facilitate such harmony between them and a human child? Recalling the unpleasant phone conversation Head had with this mysterious Brother Liu, regret surged through him. Daddy, how's your business deal with Brother Liu going? Gao Shi asked innocently. Gao Chang's expression turned awkward. Well, I'm sorry, Shi, but it didn't go well. He wanted to merge our company into his, And that involves not just the hard work your mom and I have poured into it for years, but also the interests of other shareholder. Ugh, Daddy. You're so silly. Gao Shi puffed her cheeks in frustration. Brother Lu is super powerful. Even Xiaobai and Lang Lang are scared of him. If you work with him, you definitely won't lose out. Grandpa Li Qing has already agreed to his terms. Li Qing. Gao Chang's eyes widened. Are you saying Li Qing is merging his assets into Lu Binwei's company? Yep. I heard Grandpa Li Qing is going to finalize the paperwork tomorrow. Brother Lu is really happy about it. He even took Grandpa Li Qing to the Forbidden Zone to help him break through to the nascent soul stage. Gao Shi said, her tone brimming with excitement. What? Gao Chang shot to his feet. Shishi, you can't just throw around words like that. I'm not making things up. Gao Shi said earnestly, her expression serious. We were chatting the whole way back, and that's exactly what they said. How is that even possible? Gao Chang still couldn't believe it. But it's the truth, Gao Shi insisted, spreading her small hands in exasperation. If you don't believe me, you can ask Grandpa Li Qing. Gao Chang fell into deep thought. He knew his daughter, though young. She would never lie about something this important. If she hadn't misheard, then the matter was likely true. Thinking it over, he remembered that even he had once been saved by a spirit beast from the Forbidden Zone. Perhaps it wasn't so far-fetched that his daughter could befriend one of these creatures. Breaking through to the nascent soul stage? Maybe that wasn't entirely impossible either. At that moment, Gao Chang was filled with regret. He deeply regretted not having a proper conversation with Lu Binwei back then. In this era of spiritual energy resurgence, society might still appear to be governed by laws, but for the truly powerful, those rules were meaningless. At its core, this was still a world where strength reigned supreme. No matter how vast the Gao family's business empire was, it couldn't withstand a single strike from a true powerhouse. Connections and resources were nothing more than fleeting clouds in the presence of overwhelming strength. For this reason, Gao Chang had always yearned for power. Unfortunately, while he excelled in business, his talent for cultivation was limited. Even with the immense resources of Xiangcheng Group at his disposal, he had been unable to break through the Golden Core stage. If someone were to offer him the chance to advance beyond Golden Core in exchange for shares in Xiangcheng Group, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. After all, breaking through wouldn't just grant him greater strength, it would also extend his lifespan by several centuries. What troubled him even more was the poison coursing through his veins. 10 years ago, he had been betrayed in a business deal and infected with a type of goo poison. If he didn't resolve it soon, he had only 6 months left to live. There were only 2 ways to cure it. Find the legendary Tsangmu divine tree or break through to the Golden Core stage and use his cultivation to expel the poison. That was why he had risked everything to venture into the Forbidden Zone, only for the mission to end in disaster within 2 days. His team was wiped out, and he barely escaped with his life. As he gazed at his sleeping daughter, Gao Chang couldn't help but slap himself twice in frustration. If only he had agreed to Lu Binwei's offer back then, maybe all these problems would have been resolved. Maybe Gao De wouldn't have died. The next morning, Li Qing arrived at Lu Binwei's home with a legal team, respectfully handling the merger arrangements. It took them an entire day to get through most of the main procedures. That evening, Li Qing rented out an entire restaurant to host a dinner for Lu Binwei. On the restaurant's balcony, Li Qing poured a glass of red wine for Lu Binwei with great deference. Brother, a toast to you. Not bad, little Li, Lu Binwei said, giving him a pat on the shoulder. Brother, it's the least I can do. If it weren't for you, my lifespan would have long been up. Now, thanks to you, I can live carefree for a few more centuries. Li Qing's gratitude was sincere. A few centuries? Lu Binwei raised an eyebrow, giving him a sidelong glance. Is that all you think I'm capable of? Huh, brother, you mean? Li Qing hesitated, unsure of what Lu Binwei was implying. Stick with me, and you'll achieve immortality, Lu Binwei said nonchalantly. This, brother, don't joke around. Someone like me wouldn't dare dream of immortality, Li Qing replied with a wry smile. It wasn't that he didn't believe Lu Binwei, it was just that the thought of such an extraordinary opportunity was too overwhelming to entertain. As Lu Binwei gently shook his head, Li Qing felt his heart stop for a moment, and his vision turned pitch black. When he regained consciousness, the sight before him left him trembling in disbelief. Was standing on the surface of the moon. Beneath his feet was the silvery lunar soil. Above him loomed the dark expanse of space, and that beautiful blue planet hung suspended before him, breathtaking and otherworldly. Big brother, Li Qing stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. Though he had always held Lu Binwei in the highest regard, convinced that no act of his could ever shock him, this sudden leap of 380,000 kilometers to the moon completely shattered his understanding of reality. Li Zi, Lu Binwei said calmly, as though this were the most ordinary thing in the world. Stick with me, and don't underestimate yourself. Immortality? It's no big deal. Yes, 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 Li Qing stuttered, nodding fervently. At that moment, he wholeheartedly believed Lu Binwei's words. He, a so-called failure who couldn't even break through to the nascent soul stage, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope for immortality. Oh, and by the way, Lu Benwei suddenly shifted the conversation. Do you know why I've been calling you Li Zi instead of Qing Zi lately? Please, enlighten me, big brother. Because the real Qing Zi is someone or rather, something else. Lu Benwei gestured toward the vastness of space and continued, in fact, there's also a little centipede. They're both on the other side of the universe, making their way here. At their current speed, it'll take some time. You're doing well, but in the future, you'll have a lot to learn from them. Lu Benwei gave Li Qing a pat on the shoulder, and in the blink of an eye, the two of them were back on the balcony of a restaurant in Xiang City. Li Qing was still processing what he had just heard. Two more powerful beings were on their way from the other side of the universe. Who exactly was this big brother? He couldn't help but steal a glance at Lu Benwei but refrained from asking further questions. He understood that when the time was right, the answers would come. Lu Benwei leaned lazily against his chair, swirling a glass of red wine, his gaze casually sweeping over the pedestrians on the bustling street below. Li Qing noticed his glass was empty and quickly refilled it with enthusiasm. Just as he set the bottle down, he suddenly pointed into the distance and exclaimed excitedly, "Big brother! Look! Long legs and black stockings. Where? Where?" Lu Benwei immediately set his wine glass aside, stood up, and craned his neck to look around. There. Over there. Li Qing pointed in the direction. Sure enough, amidst the busy crowd, a striking figure stood out, a woman in a black bodycon dress and stockings. Lu Benwei's eyes were glued to her until she disappeared completely from view. So, big brother, what do you think? Not bad. Huh? Li Qing asked with a cheeky grin. Not bad at all, Li Zi, Lu Benwei replied with a satisfied smile. Seeing Lu Benwei in a good mood, Li Qing felt genuinely happy. Over time, he had come to understand Lu Benwei's personality and knew how to cater to his preferences. However, he also noticed his own mindset was becoming increasingly youthful, couldn't help but get excited like a young man at the sight of a beautiful woman. After accompanying Lu Benwei for a hearty meal, Li Qing dragged his weary body back home. As soon as he stepped through the door, the butler quickly approached and respectfully reported, "Master, Mr. Gao from Xiangcheng Group is here to see you." Mr. Gao from Xiangcheng Group. Is that Gao Chong? Li Qing asked. Indeed, sir. The butler confirmed. A flicker of intrigue flashed in Li Qing's eyes as he immediately stood up. Please, show him in. He was no stranger to Gao Chong. After all, Gao Shi had been close to Lu Benwei, and Li Qing had already looked into the background of this particular Mr. Gao. Moments later, Gao Chong entered the living room with a companion, carrying bags of gifts. Ah, it's Brother Gao. Please have a seat. Li Qing greeted him warmly. Although he wasn't sure of Gao Chong's intentions, considering Gao Shi's connection, he made sure to be hospitable. Mr. Li, I don't deserve such kindness, Gao Chong said, looking flattered. To him, Li Qing was a true senior figure, and he hadn't expected such courtesy. He had a faint suspicion that this warm reception might have something to do with his daughter's relationship with Lu Benwei. Don't be so formal. We're all from Xiangcheng, a big family, aren't we? Li Qing said with a hearty laugh, ushering the two to the sofa. The butler promptly served some fruit as refreshments. Wait here for a moment. I'll fetch something special, Li Qing said before heading to his bedroom. Taking advantage of the moment, Gao Chong leaned over to his companion and whispered, Brother Bai, what do you think Li Qing's cultivation level is? He had brought Bai Peng, a cultivator at the golden core stage, specifically to gauge Li Qing's strength. Bai Peng pondered for a moment before replying, if I'm not mistaken, he's at the nascent soul stage. He couldn't help but marvel at the fact that Xiangcheng had gained another nascent soul expert. Gao Chong nodded quietly, affirming that his daughter's remarks were likely accurate. Soon, Li Qing returned, carrying an ornate box. He opened it to reveal some treasured tea leaves and began brewing tea personally. Brother Gao, this is Xiangcheng spirit tea, something money can't buy. You simply must try it. As the hot water cascaded over the leaves, an enchanting aroma filled the room. So refreshing it was as if they were standing in the middle of a lush tea plantation. The fragrance alone seemed to rejuvenate the body and sweep away fatigue. With practiced ease, Li Qing poured 3 perfectly measured cups of tea. Thank you, Mr. Li, Gao Chong and his companion said, standing to receive the tea with the utmost respect. I told you, no need for such formalities, Li Qing said with a smile before asking, so, Brother Gao, what brings you here today? Gao Chong froze, his expression awkward. After a moment of hesitation, he disclosed his conflict with Lu Benwei in full detail. Finally, with an earnest tone, he said, so I was hoping you could mediate on my behalf. I'd like to apologize to him. Initially, he had planned to approach Lu Benwei through his daughter, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. As a result, he came to Li Qing for help. Unexpectedly, Li Qing's smile vanished the moment he finished listening. In a flash, he grabbed the teacup from Gao Chong's hands. How dare you drink my tea? Do you even deserve it? Get out, he bellowed, spilling the tea onto the floor as he angrily ordered them to leave. If it weren't for Gao Zai's sake, he might have kicked them out on the spot. Gao Cheng's face turned beet red as he stood there, utterly at a loss. Mr. Li, Silence! Li Qing roared, cutting him off. In that moment, the full force of a nascent soul cultivator's presence erupted from him, filling the room with an overwhelming pressure. Under the immense pressure radiating from Li Qing, Gao Cheng and the man beside him barely dared to breathe, resembling two frightened rabbits caught in a trap. Gao Cheng's face turned ashen, filled with regret for not having properly communicated with Lu Benwei earlier. If he had, he wouldn't have ended up in such a dire situation. Seniorly, sorry to disturb you, Gao Cheng said respectfully, realizing that Li Qing was unlikely to show them any kindness. Bowing his head, he prepared to leave in disgrace. Wait. Just as they reached the doorway of the living room, Li Qing's cold voice stopped them in their tracks. Gao Cheng turned around, puzzled, and looked at Li Qing. Li Qing's face was stern, his tone icy as he said, "You want me to go to my brother and apologize on your behalf? That's impossible. The only reason I stopped you is to remind you of one thing. Since you were the one who offended my brother, you should personally go and seek his forgiveness. If you can't even show that level of sincerity, you can forget about this entirely. Thank you for the reminder." Seniorly, Gao Cheng replied, his face filled with shame. At the same time, he was shocked to hear Li Qing refer to Lu Benwei as my brother. While he had known the two were close, he hadn't realized their bond was so deep. After expressing his gratitude, Gao Cheng left behind the gifts he had brought and departed with the man accompanying him. "Gao, who exactly is this Lu Benwei you've been talking about?" asked Gao Peng, a friend, as soon as they stepped outside, his curiosity getting the better of him. His background is hard to explain, Gao Cheng admitted with a sigh. "All I know is that he's exceptionally skilled and incredibly powerful. In fact, Li Qing's breakthrough to the nascent soul stage was thanks to his guidance." Hearing this, Gao Peng was astounded. No wonder. I'd heard that Li Qing had repeatedly failed to reach the nascent soul stage, but then suddenly succeeded. So that's the reason behind it. What a pity, Gao Cheng lamented, his expression darkening. That opportunity should have been mine. From Gao Cheng's words and the earlier conversation with Li Qing, the man beside him pieced together the general sequence of events. Shaking his head, he sighed. You've really brought this upon yourself." Back at the headquarters of Xiangcheng Group, Gao Cheng took Li Qing's advice to heart. He immediately assigned his staff to investigate Lu Benwei's whereabouts and personal interests. At the same time, he began contemplating how to earn Lu Benwei's forgiveness. As night fell, the dim lights inside the Nianhua KTV cast a hazy glow. Lu Benwei lounged lazily on a leather sofa, his eyes scanning the sultry figures of a dozen women dancing seductively in front of him. Sitting next to him was Zhang Han, the same man who had invited him to sing at Shuixi Nianhua last time. "Brother Lu, cheers." Zhang Han raised his glass in a toast, his expression carrying a hint of flattery. "I feel like we really hit it off the first time we met. I really admire your personality." Lu Benwei clinked glasses with him lightly. "Little Zhang, you've gone all out tonight. If you ever need anything in the future, just come to me. I promise I'll take care of it." "Haha, you're too kind, Brother Lu." Zhang Han waved his hand hastily. "I'm just a good-for-nothing who eats, drinks, and chases girls all day. Even if something comes up, my family can handle it. Our friendship is purely genuine, no strings attached." "Good. I like the sound of that." Lu Benwei nodded approvingly, and the two burst into hearty laughter. Suddenly, a deafening bang shattered the lively atmosphere. A jagged bullet hole appeared on the 100-inch screen, and several men in black stormed into the private room, their faces devoid of emotion. One of them raised his gun and fired again, riddling the corner sound system with holes. Screams erupted as the women cowered in terror, clutching their heads and retreating to the corners. Zhang Han's face turned ashen at the sight, and he instinctively tried to flee, only to be grabbed by one of the men and thrown back into the room. "Zhang Han, just the person I've been looking for," said the white-haired leader, chewing on a piece of betel nut with a mocking smirk. "Since you've delivered yourself to me, there's no need to run." As it turned out, a month ago, Zhang Han had gotten into a drunken altercation at a bar and, in an act of bravado, promised to book the entire venue. Short on cash at the time, he borrowed 100,000 yuan from this very Brother Lu. When it came time to repay, Brother Lu demanded an additional 1 million in interest. Zhang Han, outraged, cursed him out, paid only 300,000, and vanished. "Brother Lu, didn't I already pay you back?" Zhang Han stammered, shrinking into the corner of the sofa. Brother Lu sneered, pressing the barrel of his gun against Zhang Han's forehead. "Do you think our money is that easy to borrow? You're a rich second-generation kid, and you think 1 million is a lot? They'll pay. Zhang Han fumbled for his phone in a panic. 80,000 more, right? They'll transfer it right now. You little brat, are you playing games with us?" Brother Liu's eyes darkened. Do you know how much manpower and resources we've spent tracking you down this past month? Now the price is 10 million. 10 million? Zhang Han's face went pale as a sheet. Even if you kill me, I can't come up with that kind of money. Then I'll kill you, Brother Lu snarled, grabbing a beer bottle and raising it to strike. Just as the situation reached a critical point, the door to the private room was flung open, and a group of men stormed in. Leading the charge was a bald, burly man who strode directly toward Brother Lu. Brother Ming. Brother Lu barely had time to straighten up before the bald man delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. A sickening crack echoed through the room as Brother Liu's ribs fractured, and he was sent flying into the corner like a broken kite. The bald brute unleashed an astonishing display of strength, effortlessly tossing the two men accompanying Lu Gu aside as if they were mere trash. Clutching his chest, Lu Gu stared at the unexpected aggressor in utter disbelief. Menggu, why? He demanded. Standing off to the side, Zhang Han's eyes widened in shock, his mind going blank as he struggled to comprehend the unfolding chaos. The bald man, however, ignored Lu Ji's question entirely. Instead, he and his men swiftly aligned themselves into two neat rows, standing respectfully on either side. Moments later, a man dressed in an impeccably tailored suit strode in with measured steps. Changgu, the bald man and his group greeted in unison, their voices filled with reverence. The newcomer was none other than Gao Chong, the head of the Xiangcheng group. This establishment, Tiangyue, happened to be one of his enterprises. Gao Chong had been investigating the whereabouts of Lu Benwei with plans to pay him a visit. To his surprise, his subordinates reported that Lu Benwei had shown up in his very own venue. Seizing this rare opportunity, he wasted no time and arrived promptly with his men. In the corner, Lu Gu froze in shock at the sight of Gao Chong. Ah, Changgu, why have you come in person? He stammered. Zhang Han, a second-generation heir from Xiangcheng, was even more terrified, his face pale with dread. He was all too aware of Gao Chong's stature in the business world, far surpassing his own family's influence. Trembling inwardly, he thought to himself, this can't be happening. I only borrowed 10,000 yuan. How did I end up attracting someone like him? To everyone's astonishment, Gao Chong paid no attention to anyone else in the room. Instead, he walked directly toward Lu Benwei, who was seated beside Zhang Han. Bowing deeply, he addressed him with utmost deference. If I'm not mistaken, you must be young Master Lu. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Gao Chong, father of Gao Shi, and the chairman of Xiangcheng Group. We spoke on the phone some time ago. As Gao Chong spoke, he nodded and bent forward repeatedly, exuding humility. Lu Benwei, however, remained silent, lounging on the sofa as he scrutinized the prominent businessman from Xiangcheng. Beneath his calm exterior, a storm of anger brewed. First, his enjoyment had been rudely interrupted by a group of ignorant fools. Second, he was pondering where Gao Chong found the audacity to approach him in this manner. Under Lu Benwei's piercing gaze, Gao Chong felt a chill run down his spine, his forehead beating with cold sweat. Though he was a formidable figure in Xiangcheng, he couldn't suppress the profound fear that arose from facing Lu Benwei. The man's reputation was clearly well-deserved. Yet, Lu Benwei's silence left Gao Chong awkwardly bowing, frozen mid-action, unsure of what to do next. Gao Chong, being someone accustomed to handling high-pressure situations, quickly found a way to diffuse the awkwardness in the room. His sharp gaze swept across the scene and landed on Zhang Han, who was still sitting on the floor in a disheveled state. Without hesitation, Gao Chong strode forward and extended a hand to help him up. Young man, you must be Zhang Han, a friend of Lu Gongzi, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Gao Chong, he said with a warm smile. This was no coincidence. Gao Chong had already done his homework on everyone in the private room before arriving. Zhang Han was utterly stunned by this unexpected kindness. He could never have imagined that Gao Chong, a man he regarded as untouchable, was here for Lu Benwei and treated him with such respect. By association, Zhang Han himself was now basking in that glow. To Zhang Han, Gao Chong was a figure so high up the ladder that even his own father wouldn't have the privilege of such attention. Lu bro, you really played the long game here, huh? Zhang Han stammered in excitement, nearly tripping over his words. He then turned quickly toward Gao Chong, grabbing his hand eagerly. I can't believe you know who I am, Mr. Gao. This is such an honor. Please, Zhang Gongzi, there's no need for such formality. You're a friend of Lu Gongzi, so naturally, you're my friend as well, Gao Chong said graciously as he helped Zhang Han to a seat on the sofa. This scene left Lu Gu, the debt collector, trembling in fear. Only now did he realize the gravity of the situation he had stumbled into. The young man whom Gao Chong treated with such reverence was actually Zhang Han's friend. Lu Gu, after all, was merely a lackey under Meng Gu, who himself was just one of Gao Chong's subordinates. Ignoring the pain from his injuries, Lu Gu dropped to his knees and crawled toward Zhang Han, kowtowing repeatedly. Brother Han, I was wrong. I was wrong. It was just a joke earlier, I swear. His forehead struck the floor so hard that it quickly began to bleed. Are you kidding me? Zhang Han, now emboldened, lashed out with a kick to Lu Ji's head. The impact knocked out two of Lu Ge's teeth and left his nose crooked, but he still crawled closer, groveling. Zhang Han, fueled by his newfound confidence, continued kicking and cursing. You piece of trash. Trying to scam me? Do you even know who my brother is? I lent you money out of kindness, and you dare point a gun at me? Gao Chang watched coldly from the side, a flicker of murderous intent flashing briefly in his eyes. Sensing this, Meng Gu, the bald man standing nearby, began slapping himself in the face repeatedly. Mr. Gao, this is all my fault for failing to keep my men in line. Once Zhang Han had vented his anger, Gao Chang finally spoke. He turned to Meng Gu and said icily, take him outside. You know what to do. Yes, Mr. Gao, Meng Gu replied with his head bowed, immediately dragging the half-conscious Lu Gu and his lackeys out of the room. With the troublemakers gone, the room fell into a calm silence. Gao Chang stood up, feigning anger as he shouted toward the doorway, what is wrong with you people? Is this the level of service you provide to entertain Lu Gongzi and Zhang Gongzi? The managers of the Tiangyue Club outside the room scrambled to respond. Right away, Chairman Gao. We'll handle it immediately. The entire establishment sprang into action. Gao Chang then turned to a group of hostesses lingering in the corner. You ladies, come over here and take care of Lu Gongzi and Zhang Gongzi. The hostesses wasted no time, rushing over with enthusiasm. They began showering Zhang Han and Lu Benwei with attention, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Wow, handsome. You're amazing. What's your story? Even our chairman treats you with so much respect. Exactly. Did you see that white-haired guy earlier? He looked like he was about to wet himself. I bet he's regretting everything now. Two elegantly dressed young women stood beside Lu Benwei, smiling warmly as they raised their glasses. Cheers, handsome. Here's to you. This perfectly timed flattery lifted Lu Benwei's mood, and he quickly picked up his glass to join them. Seeing this, Gao let out a sigh of relief. He hurriedly poured himself a glass of baijiu, forcing a smile as he downed it in one go. Even though Lu Benwei paid him no attention, suddenly, the doors swung open, and a group of graceful women entered in single file, greeting in unison, good evening, Mr. Lu, Mr. Zhang. With flirtatious glances, they directed their charms toward the two men. Good, good, good. Hello to all of you. Lu Benwei, now in high spirits, waved enthusiastically. You, and you and those two over there come here. The chosen women immediately gathered around him. On the side, Zhang Han was practically drooling. His face lit up with excitement as he leaned closer to Lu Benwei, giving him a big thumbs up. Lu, you're incredible. Following you is the best thing that's ever happened to me. Normally, I wouldn't even dare to dream of this kind of treatment. Without hesitation, he also picked out a few women of his own. In no time, the two were surrounded by a crowd of beauties. At this moment, Gao Chang refilled his glass and walked over to Lu Benwei with deliberate steps. Mr. Lu, I was blind to your greatness last time, and I made you unhappy. I've come today to apologize. To show my sincerity, I'll cover all expenses tonight. From now on, whenever you and Mr. Zhang visit, everything will be on the house. With that, he respectfully lowered his glass and drained it in one gulp. In that moment, Gao Chang completely set aside his pride as a leader, showing no concern for his dignity in front of his subordinates. He understood all too well that when it comes to weighing interests, such things are utterly insignificant. Lu Benwei finally cast a proper glance at Gao Chang, lifting his wine glass slowly. Seeing this, Gao Chang's face lit up with a wide grin, but it quickly faded when Lu Benwei snapped. Why were you so oblivious before? Gao Chang immediately lowered his head in embarrassment and admitted his fault, saying, I was blind and foolish before. What now? Planning to just squat there? With your attitude, do you really think you can entertain me? Lu Benwei's tone was indifferent. Prepared for this, Gao Chang quickly beckoned the manager and instructed him to bring over two stunning ladies. Although the women were indeed beautiful, Gao Chang had deliberately chosen ones slightly less attractive than those already by Lu Benwei's side. Accompanied by the two women, Gao Chang offered a toast to Lu Benwei. After downing his drink, he turned to Zhang Han. Young Master Zhang, let me toast to you as well, he said. Zhang Han, flattered by the attention, raised his glass with both hands and replied politely. Then, he leaned toward Lu Benwei with a sycophantic smile. Brother Lu, I was blind and arrogant before. Let me toast to you as an apology. Not a big deal, Lu Benwei replied, crossing his legs casually. Though he appeared indifferent, it was clear he enjoyed the flattery, and his opinion of Gao Chang seemed to improve. He crooked his finger at Gao Chang. Come here, Xiangcheng. At your service, Lu Gongzi, Gao Chang responded eagerly. I'm thinking of calling someone else over. Any objections? Of course not. Treat this place like your own home, Gao Chang assured him. Satisfied, Lu Binwei patted Gao Chang on the shoulder and pulled out his phone to make a call. Shortly after, the door swung open, and in walked Li Qing, his outfit instantly drawing attention. Decked out in edgy leather pants and jacket, a sideswept hairstyle, and knee-high studded boots, he looked every bit the rebellious youth. "Greetings, big brother," Li Qing said respectfully, bowing slightly to Lu Binwei. "Looking sharp," Lu Binwei remarked with approval. Li Qing smirked and ran a hand through his hair. "Well, of course. Do you think someone like me would run with just anyone?" His flattery made Lu Binwei burst into laughter. Gao Chang, watching this unfold, was momentarily stunned. Was this really the same Li Qing, the family patriarch? But he quickly recovered and approached with a toast. Li Qing, raising his glass, said, "At least you're tactful. But remember, you've still got a lot to learn. Pay attention and take notes." After the drinks, Li Qing grabbed the microphone, waving a stack of 100 yuan bills in his hand. "How about a little game?" His suggestion instantly excited the women in the room. He laid out the rules. "It's a quiz game. Get the answer right, and I'll reward you with 10,000. First question. Who's the most handsome man in Xiang City?" Before he even finished, one of the ladies blurted out, "Lu Gongzi, of course." Quick answer. Clearly from the heart. "Here's 20,000 as a bonus," Li Qing said, handing over the cash. The other women protested, clamoring for their chance. Li Qing, however, chuckled and said, "Too bad none of you got it right first." Li Qing curled his lips into a sly smile and shook his head as if refusing. The ladies in the private room immediately caught on and shouted in unison, "Mr. Lu is the most handsome." Their voices rose in waves, filling the room with their enthusiastic cheers. As if afraid Li Qing might change his mind, the ladies swarmed around Lu Binwei, encircling him tightly. Some leaned in close, others brushed against him lightly. Lu Binwei couldn't stop grinning, his eyes glimmering with pride and satisfaction. "Little Li, this game of yours is absolutely fantastic. I love it." Lu Binwei burst into laughter, clearly reveling in the moment. Li Qing maintained his enigmatic smile as he pulled out a stack of crisp bills from his pocket and casually tossed them toward the ladies. The allure of money instantly ignited the atmosphere, sparking waves of cheers and excitement throughout the room. Standing off to the side, Gao Chang stared in astonishment. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Man, this guy's moves are seriously next level." When the game ended, Li Qing picked up the microphone, his expression suddenly turning serious. "All right, the game's over now. I'd like to say something from the heart. The luckiest thing in my life was meeting my big brother and becoming his right-hand man. So now, I want to dedicate a song to him to show my admiration. This song is Love You." As the music intro began, with the rhythm of "Yo Yo Yo Yo, Cindy. What's wrong with me?" Li Qing's quirky singing filled the private room. He sang, "If you suddenly sneeze, it must be because I'm thinking of you," while grooving to the beat. Everyone in the room was stunned. Some burst into laughter, others screamed in excitement, and the more rhythmically inclined ladies ran over to dance behind Li Qing, swaying along with the music. "Oh baby, say a little more sweet words. If you miss me, take a longer glance. Show a little more, so I can really see it." As the song reached its climax, everyone couldn't help but sing along, and the energy in the private room soared to its peak once again. In the private KTV room, Li Qing was passionately singing the final line of the song Love You, punctuating his performance with exaggerated dance moves. As he finished, he made a big heart gesture with his hands toward Lu Binwei. The young women in the room erupted in cheers, applauding the heartwarming moment. "Not bad. Xiaoli, you've got some talent," Lu Binwei said with a chuckle. "Stick with me, and I'll reward you handsomely one of these days." "Heh, this is just me expressing my true feelings for you, big brother," Li Qing replied eagerly, raising his glass. "Let's keep the party going, more drinks, more dancing." The group raised their glasses in unison, fully immersed in the lively atmosphere. Even Gao Chang, the usually reserved CEO, started to loosen up. Drink after drink, by the time the clock struck midnight, the man who was known for his stoic demeanor was visibly intoxicated. Despite having built his company from the ground up and boasting a decent tolerance for alcohol, tonight was different. Drank with uncharacteristic abandon. Under Lu Binwei's commanding presence, he seemed to shed the burdens of his daily life, revealing a side of himself that hadn't surfaced in years. Drunk and uninhibited, Gao Chang let himself go entirely. Stumbling with pigeon-toed steps, he lifted his shirt to reveal his round belly, slapping it in rhythm with the music. The highlight of the night came when he claimed he needed to take a call. 15 minutes later, he returned to the room carrying an actual utility pole he had dragged in from the street, leaving the managers stationed outside the room utterly dumbfounded. "Xiao Gao, I have to admit, you're quite entertaining. How about this? I'll give you another chance. Want to become my right-hand man?" Lu Binwei asked, smirking. Upon hearing this, Gao Chang immediately dropped to his knees. "Big brother, please accept my loyalty," he exclaimed with drunken fervor. "Good. Stand up," Lu Binwei commanded. casually gesturing as if lifting Gao Chong with an invisible force. Big brother, we'll start the paperwork to merge Xiangcheng Group with your empire right now, Gao Chong declared, stumbling toward the door. Fortunately, Li Qing stepped in to stop him. It's the middle of the night. Where do you think you're going to handle paperwork at this hour? Li Qing scolded, rolling his eyes. Meanwhile, Zhang Han, who had been sitting quietly, watched the scene in stunned silence. Only now did he realize that Li Qing was none other than the legendary elder of the Li family. Sharing a room with such powerful figures left him speechless. Seeing Gao Chong pledge allegiance, he couldn't hold back any longer. Dropping to his knees in front of Lu Benwei, he blurted out, "Brother Lu, please take me under your wing too. They'll carry your bag, polish your shoes, whatever you need. Xiaozhong, since you're so eager, let's hear you call me Big Brother," Lu Benwei said, lounging back with one leg crossed over the other. Trembling with excitement, Zhang Han felt his heart race. As the heir to a wealthy family, he knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to climb to the top. Seeing his sincerity, Li Qing and Gao Chong warmed up to him even more. "I have a few tasks for you," Lu Benwei said, his tone suddenly serious. The three men immediately straightened up, sitting at attention, awaiting his orders. Lu Benwei sat upright, his gaze sweeping across the room, fixing on the group before him. With a resolute tone, he declared, "I plan to expand and strengthen our influence. From now on, your job is to spread the word and bring more people into what we're building." "Yes, boss," the three men replied in unison, their voices firm and their eyes gleaming with determination. It was clear that Lu Benwei's words had left a strong impression on them. Satisfied with their response, Lu Benwei nodded approvingly and waved his hand casually. "Let's keep the energy up. Sing, dance, let's have some fun." The moment his words landed, the room erupted into a frenzy of cheers and excitement, the atmosphere electric with enthusiasm. As the night wore on, Gao Chong was constantly stepping in and out of the private room, making phone calls. Each time he returned, he brought something new besides the original electric poles. The room was now adorned with 2 trash cans and a few electric scooters. The revelry continued well into the early hours of the morning before the group finally dispersed, reluctantly calling it a night. When Li Qing returned home, he didn't head straight to bed. Instead, he sat cross-legged for half an hour, centering himself. Once composed, he moved to the living room, where his butler greeted him with a respectful bow. "Sir, everything you instructed has been arranged. The guests should start arriving within half an hour." "Good." Li Qing nodded slightly, his expression calm yet purposeful. Recalling Lu Benwei's instructions at the KTV the previous night, he had immediately tasked his butler with contacting all of the Li family's business partners upon his return. Soon, luxury cars began pulling into the driveway one after another, turning Li Qing's estate into the scene of an impromptu gathering of the elite. The guests, all prominent figures in the Xiangcheng business community, exchanged polite greetings with Li Qing as they arrived, though their expressions betrayed a mix of curiosity and urgency. "Please, take your seats," Li Qing said, his voice steady as he sat at the head of the table. Once everyone was seated, they turned their inquisitive gazes toward him. "Mr. Li, what's the reason for this sudden meeting?" one of them asked. "Indeed, there's a lot of pressing work waiting at the office," another chimed in, echoing the sentiment. After the attendants served tea, Li Qing cleared his throat and addressed the room, his tone serious. "Everyone here is either an old friend of mine or a long-standing business associate of the Li family. I've gathered you all today to offer you an opportunity." "An opportunity?" The words sparked a wave of hushed murmurs among the guests. All eyes turned to Li Qing, awaiting him to unveil the mystery. This respected elder, who had summoned them early in the morning, had naturally piqued the curiosity and anticipation of the gathered business people. Li Qing cleared his throat and got straight to the point. "We'll keep this brief. Recently, a remarkable figure has emerged in Xiangcheng. He has founded a company called the Zhuai Group. This group is seeking partnerships and mergers with other companies, regardless of industry or field." He paused, his tone growing more serious. "I can assure you, this group will undoubtedly become a giant in Xiangcheng's business world. And you all, aside from myself, are the first to be offered the opportunity to join." Before his words could fully settle, the room, which had been brimming with interest moments earlier, shifted into a wave of skepticism. Someone immediately questioned, "Mr. Li, why have we never heard of this Wadizwachang before?" "Exactly. We're all prominent figures in Xiangcheng. How could such a massive group emerge without any prior buzz? Even if it's as powerful as you claim, why would it abandon its independence and let others have a say in its operations?" As the room filled with doubts and murmurs, Li Qing furrowed his brow but remained composed. "It's understandable that none of you have heard of it," he explained patiently. "The group was only recently registered." His response sparked a ripple of derision across the room. Some smirked openly, while one scoffed, "Mr. Li, we all respect your reputation in Xiangcheng, but this feels like a joke. Asking us to merge with a company that's barely been formed? Are you kidding?" Two individuals abruptly stood and left, their displeasure evident. Li Qing's expression darkened, though he chose not to call them back. Internally, he thought to himself, one day, they'll realize what a grave mistake they've made today. Raising his head, Li Qing addressed the remaining crowd. I understand your hesitation. I can't promise specific benefits right now, but I can assure you that whatever you can imagine, this group has the potential to achieve in the future. I stake my reputation on if this is no empty talk. Moreover, my own family's entire business has already joined the group. If you trust me, ask more questions before making your decision. Of course, I won't force anyone. But if you pass on this opportunity now, it'll be much harder to join later. As soon as he finished speaking, most of the attendees began to rise from their seats. Some offered polite parting words, while others left without a second glance. In mere moments, the once crowded hall was nearly empty, save for a handful of individuals. An elderly man leaning on a cane Kai Jean slowly stood up and sighed. Oldly, I'm leaving too. This whole thing feels far too rash, and it's bound to offend people. Li Qing's pupils constricted. Kai Jean, even you're walking away? Li, my old friend, am not senile. Kai Jean replied with a shake of his head, turning to leave. Wait, Li Qing called out urgently. What is it? Kai Jean turned back, his eyes narrowing slightly. Li Qing lowered his head slightly in thought for a moment, then looked up at Kai Jean. His tone was calm but carried a hint of helplessness. Do you really think I want you to stay just to force your company to join us? That's not the case. Our group's growth and success don't depend on any single person. On the contrary, becoming a giant in Xiangcheng is inevitable for us. He paused, a flicker of sincerity flashing in his eyes. The reason I asked you to stay is because of the bond we've shared over so many years. Kai Jean stood there, reaching out to pat Li Qing on the shoulder, a faint, bitter smile appearing on his face. Oldly, I understand your good intentions, he said, though his tone gradually grew colder. But you need to realize that interests and benefits are what we should prioritize. Sure, we've had a great relationship, but so what? Can it fill our stomachs? Can it elevate our standing? After saying this, Kai Jean didn't say another word. He turned, got into his car, and drove away from the Li family estate. Li Qing remained standing in place, making no move to stop him. A chill crept into his heart. He never expected his longtime friend to speak such resolute words. His heartfelt persuasion had been seen as nothing more than a burden by the other party. It's understandable for a businessman to prioritize benefits, but if even the most basic sense of friendship is disregarded, then such a friendship isn't worth continuing. As Kai Jean's car disappeared into the distance, the vast courtyard was left with only one other elderly man, just as advanced in years. Seeing the somber expression on Li Qing's face, the old man couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. Oldly, let it go. Honestly, you were a bit impulsive this time. What now, old Zhou? Are you planning to leave too? Li Qing turned to ask. Zhou Yu spread his hands, looking relaxed. Did I say I was leaving? This kind of endeavor. Only someone like me, no ties, no children, half a foot in the grave yet still chasing a bit of excitement would stick around to give it a shot. Then, with a mock serious expression, he warned. But I'll say this up front. Oldly, I don't mind losing. But you better save enough for my coffin money in the end. Hearing this, Li Qing felt his previously heavy mood lift, and he burst into laughter. It's always you, old man, who knows how to make me feel better. His tone grew resolute. But let me tell you, this today's decision is one you won't regret. Zhou Yu leaned in eagerly toward Li Qing, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Who exactly is that person? And what kind of opportunity can I gain from them? Li Qing stroked his beard, smiling mysteriously. Why don't you take a guess? Guess? Come on. I've already put my trust in you. Can't you give me a little more information? Zhou Yu retorted, clearly annoyed. Hearing this, Li Qing's smile deepened, a glint of mischief in his eyes. In the next moment, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from his body. His figure slowly rose into the air, his robes fluttering as if caught in an invisible wind. The sheer force of his presence was awe-inspiring. Zhou Yu was left dumbfounded, his mouth hanging open. What the? When did you old geezer, break through to the nascent soul stage? Li Qing descended gracefully back into his seat, retracting his aura with practiced ease. I'll give you another chance to guess, he said smugly. Zhou Yu's eyes darted around as he contemplated, and then something clicked. Wait a second, could it be? That's right, Li Qing confirmed, a trace of reverence flickering in his gaze. It was that great figure who bestowed this opportunity upon me, enabling me to break through to the nascent soul stage. What kind of cultivation level is that person at, to grant even someone like you such an advancement? Zhou Yu pressed, his curiosity intensifying. Li Qing hesitated for a moment, recalling the extraordinary experience of being transported to the moon in an instant. If I had to guess, at least an immortal. An immortal? Zhou Yu gasped, drawing in a sharp breath. He grabbed Li Qing's arm in desperation. Old man, tell Mato I have a chance to gain this opportunity too? As long as you follow my instructions and do exactly as I say, reaching the nascent soul stage won't be out of reach for you, Li Qing replied confidently. Zhou Yu was overwhelmed with excitement. Initially, he hadn't placed much hope in the Do Great, Be Great Corporation. He had joined partly out of respect for his friendship with Li Qing and partly because he had nothing to lose. But now, he realized this organization held unimaginable opportunities. If you've already reached the nascent soul stage, why didn't you reveal your cultivation earlier in front of everyone? If you had, I bet everyone would have been clamoring to join the Do Great, Be Great Corporation, Zhou Yu asked, puzzled. Li Qing let out a cold laugh. Haven't I told you before? The Do Great, Be Great Corporation never begs anyone to join. The only reason I informed you all was out of our long-standing friendship. As for those who are driven purely by greed, what use would they be to us? Then why bother approaching smaller businesses like ours? Wouldn't it make more sense to recruit the bigger, more powerful ones? Zhou Yu questioned further. After listening to Li Qing's words, Zhou Yu's eyes revealed a flicker of understanding. He had finally seen through Li Qing's intentions on the surface. It looked like an attempt to rally people with grand promises, but in reality, it was a covert process of selection. After all, these individuals would eventually serve Lu Benwei, and as his trusted confidant, Li Qing had to ensure that only the right people made it through. There was no room for just anyone to join the group. When Kaijin hears about this, his reaction will be priceless. Hasn't he always been obsessed with reaching the nascent soul stage? Zhou Yu couldn't help but laugh. Forget about him. I've already given him enough chances, Li Qing replied flatly. So, when can you take me to meet this powerful figure? Zhou Yu asked eagerly. Li Qing was just about to respond when his phone suddenly rang. Seeing Lu Benwei's name on the caller ID, he gestured subtly to Zhou Yu before answering the call with respect. Big brother. I thought you went back to rest? Ah, little Li. Lu Benwei's voice carried a hint of amusement. I couldn't sleep. Thinking about how weak you guys are, it doesn't sit well with me as your leader. Here's the deal, it'll take you all somewhere to improve yourselves. Li Qing's eyes lit up, and Zhou Yu, overhearing this, immediately began signaling frantically with his eyebrows, urging Li Qing to put in a good word for him. Big brother, as it happens, I have someone here, a friend. Li Qing proceeded to explain Zhou Yu's situation in detail. One more person? Sure, bring him along. Lu Benwei agreed without hesitation and provided the meeting location. Zhou Yu was so ecstatic that he practically jumped for joy, grabbing onto Li Qing's arm. Old Li, does this mean I might finally break through to the nascent soul stage? Why are you so excited? Li Qing said, shaking off Zhou Yu's hand with a stern expression. It's just the nascent soul stage. You're one of Big Brother's people now, can't you aim a little higher? With that, he straightened his clothes and strode out with confidence, leaving Zhou Yu scrambling to catch up. Before long, they arrived at the central square of Xiang City, where Zhang Han and Gao Chong were already waiting. Gao Chong, in particular, looked ecstatic, having survived the brink of death yesterday and now standing on the cusp of a major breakthrough. His face was practically glowing with joy. Greetings, Chairman. I'm Zhou Yu, he said respectfully as Li Qing introduced him. Not bad. Work hard in the group, and I won't let you down, Lu Benwei said approvingly, clearly pleased with Zhou Yu's attitude. Thank you, Chairman, Zhou Yu replied, bowing repeatedly, his face beaming with gratitude. Now that everyone's here, let's get moving, Lu Benwei said. As soon as the words left his mouth, the group experienced a brief moment of disorientation. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves standing in a bizarre environment filled with scattered bones and an air of eerie foreboding. This felt like a world of bones. As far as the eye could see, the land was strewn with the remains of colossal beasts. A skeleton of a giant rock, towering over 10 zhang tall, stood proudly. Nearby, the bleached bones of a ferocious tiger, over 6 or 7 zhang high, loomed menacingly. Even more astonishing was the coiled skeleton of a massive dragon, stretching nearly 100 zhang in length. These skeletal remains were densely packed, extending far beyond the horizon. The mournful sound of the wind carried grains of sand through the air, occasionally mingled with faint echoes of a phoenix's cry or a true dragon's roar. The group exchanged uneasy glances, rendered speechless by the eerie scene before them. These were individuals of notable status and vast experience, yet they now stood like novices, overwhelmed by the surreal and otherworldly sight. Only Li Qing's expression shifted as he seemed deep in thought. Noticing this, Zhou Yu immediately asked, Old man, have you figured something out? Her words instantly drew the attention of Gao Chong and Zhang Han. Li Qing took a deep breath and spoke slowly. I once read in an ancient text about a mythical civilization from a distant era. It was said that divine beasts from this civilization could command the elements wind, fire, thunder, and lightning and possess the power to move mountains and overturn seas. I always thought it was mere legend, but this burial ground before us might very well be the remnants of that mythical civilization. His words sent a chill through the group as they collectively gasped. The notion of another ancient civilization existing was far beyond their comprehension. Just a pile of rubbish. What's there to be so amazed about? Benwei casually waved a hand, dismissing their astonishment. His remarks stirred a storm of questions in their minds. Just who was this man they had sworn allegiance to, that he could so nonchalantly belittle such a mysterious place? Zhang Han rubbed his hands together in excitement. Big brother, these skeletons, though ancient, still radiate an extraordinary aura. If we could take a few bones to forge weapons, our strength would surely skyrocket. Is this the opportunity you spoke of? The other's eyes lit up with eagerness, clearly tempted by the idea. Look at you lot, acting like you've never seen anything worthwhile, Benwei said lazily, stifling a yawn. Do you think I'd bring you here just to mess around with this trash? Be patient. Before he finished speaking, the sky suddenly changed. Thunder roared and winds howled as the heavens darkened. One after another, massive spectral figures materialized in the void. 100 Zanglong dragons soared through the clouds, a phoenix spread its fiery wings, and a Qilin leapt skyward as if to shatter the heavens. Alongside them appeared other ancient beasts, a 3-headed, 6-armed hellhound, the gluttonous Taotai, and the fearsome Xiangcheng. These creatures, though existing only as spiritual remnants, exuded a powerful aura, their hollow eyes radiating an oppressive presence. The group stood frozen, their eyes wide with terror. Even as mere remnants, these ancient beasts were on a life level far beyond their own. Though Liqing had already broken into the nascent soul stage, he now felt utterly insignificant. Your opportunity has arrived, Benwei declared, confidently striding forward toward the spectral remnants of the ancient beasts. With effortless grace, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, subduing 4 of the spectral beasts as if they were mere playthings. The remaining spirits recoiled in fear, retreating from his presence. Big brother is incredible, Zhang Han exclaimed, his voice cracking with excitement. Benwei seemed pleased with their reactions as he embedded the 4 spectral remnants into each of their bodies. Once you fully master these powers, he said nonchalantly, reaching the immortal realm will be a breeze. The immortal realm? The group was dumbstruck, unable to process what they had just heard. For people who had struggled to even break into the nascent soul stage, the prospect of achieving immortality seemed like an unattainable dream. Thank you, big brother, they shouted, their voices trembling with emotion. Enough with the thanks. It's just the lousy immortal realm, no big deal. Benwei waved them off dismissively. The group was stunned once again, but as they felt the immense power surging through their bodies, courtesy of the spectral remnants, they could sense their strength rapidly growing. Benwei's method of refining was as direct and brutal as it was effective. He forcibly embedded the remnants of ancient beast souls into their bodies. The reaction to this surge of raw, primal power was most dramatic in Xiangcheng. Once a wealthy scion with no aptitude for cultivation, he now experienced a meteoric rise in his abilities. In mere moments, he shattered through the golden core stage and began his assault on the nascent soul realm. Before long, the unmistakable aura of a nascent soul cultivator erupted from him, filling the air with its oppressive force. Zhang Han was left utterly dumbfounded, his scalp tingling with disbelief. A man once deemed a hopeless waste had, in the blink of an eye, stepped into the nascent soul stage, something he would have dismissed as pure fantasy. Nearby, Gaochang's cultivation also skyrocketed, leaping directly from the golden core stage to the mid-nascent soul realm. He couldn't help but recall the life-threatening struggle he endured not long ago just to break into the golden core stage. Now, this effortless leap to mid-nascent soul left his heart pounding as if he were trapped in a surreal dream. Zhou was no exception. Initially, he had hoped to ride the coattails of this opportunity for a modest breakthrough. Yet, to his astonishment, his cultivation surged straight from late golden core to late nascent soul. The sheer absurdity of such rapid progress left him questioning if it could even be real. Among the group, only Liqing remained composed. He had witnessed Benwei's extraordinary capabilities too many times to be surprised. After all, it was thanks to him that Liqing had achieved his first breakthrough into the nascent soul stage. This time, however, his gains were even more astonishing. A second nascent soul had formed within him, propelling him from the lesser nascent soul stage to the early great nascent soul stage. Such a leap in power placed him firmly above the others, capable of facing all 3 of them in battle without faltering. Amid the field of endless white bones, the 4 focused intently on absorbing and refining the power of the ancient beast remnants. The overwhelming aura of nascent soul cultivators rippled through the void, stirring violent gusts of wind. It was unclear how much time had passed, but eventually, Liqing and Zhou were the first to awaken. This opportunity you've given me, I'll never forget it, Zhou said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. There's no need for thanks between us, Li Qing replied, his gaze sweeping the area. Lu Benwei, as expected, was nowhere to be seen. In a place as treacherous as this, most would proceed with the utmost caution, but his eccentric elder brother had always been one to defy convention. All around them stretched a desolate expanse of bones, exuding an ancient, somber majesty. Despite the passage of countless years, these remains still glimmered faintly with divine light. Zhou Yu's eyes roved over the scene, and he couldn't help but marvel. Judging by these remnants, even a single one of these ancient beasts, if resurrected, could likely sweep through the current world unchallenged. As they discussed the history of mythic civilizations, Li Qing shared what he knew. 1,000 years ago, the world underwent a great upheaval, and the legendary azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, and vermilion bird appeared. Some claimed they came to aid the human realm in resisting forbidden zones, while others believed they were fleeing to safety. It wasn't until he stood amidst this field of bones that Li Qing became certain those myths were rooted in truth. By this time, Gao Chong and Zhang Han had also awakened and joined the conversation. Their discussions turned to the possibility of surviving supreme beasts still harboring malice. If such creatures were to act against humanity, the consequences would be catastrophic. Yet, the thought of having Lu Benwei as their ally brought a measure of reassurance to their hearts. Just as Zhang Han began scanning the area for Lu Benwei, a familiar figure emerged in the distance. Hands casually tucked into his pockets, Lu Benwei strolled leisurely across the vast sea of bones, as if taking a carefree walk in the park. Upon spotting Lu Benwei's figure, the four men were overwhelmed with excitement, unable to contain their emotions. They knew full well that without this man, their achievements today would have been nothing more than a distant dream. Big brother, your kindness is nothing short of a rebirth for us. Please, allow us to bow in gratitude. As they spoke, the four dropped to their knees. I'm your big brother, so looking out for you is only natural. There's no need for all this bowing nonsense, Lu Benwei said with a casual wave of his hand. A gentle wave of spiritual energy lifted them back up effortlessly. He added nonchalantly, if you really want to show your gratitude, just treat me to a meal, some drinks, and maybe a massage someday. Absolutely. I'll take care of everything: dinner, drinks, the works. Big brother, you'll be satisfied, I guarantee it, Zhang Han promised, thumping his chest with conviction. Lu Benwei's lips curled into a faint smile, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. These younger brothers of his were proving themselves to be quite considerate, making all his efforts to secure this opportunity for them worthwhile. All right, we'll discuss the full package later. For now, your priority is to go back and familiarize yourselves with the surge of power within you, he instructed. Meanwhile, high above in the clouds, a massive eye silently observed the group. Cold and emotionless, it resembled a mechanical watchtower hidden within the mist. Sensing its presence, Lu Benwei glanced skyward just before departing. The eye immediately shut and vanished without a trace. Li Qing and the others remained blissfully unaware of this eerie watcher. They only felt the world around them shift and spin before suddenly finding themselves in the middle of a bustling marketplace. To their astonishment, their abrupt appearance went entirely unnoticed by the passers-by, a display of power that left them in awe. All right, everything's settled. Time to part ways, Lu Benwei announced, hands in his pockets as he strode off with a carefree air. Big brother, don't forget to stay in touch. Zhang Han called after him. Call me if you need anything. Lu Benwei's voice echoed faintly from the distance as his figure disappeared from sight. The group stood there, watching his retreating silhouette, feeling a mix of admiration and awe. His casual demeanor exuded a unique charm, a blend of nonchalance and unshakable confidence. Big brother, what an extraordinary man, Gao Chong exclaimed, his voice filled with genuine admiration. The others nodded in agreement. Li Qing stepped forward, his tone resolute. Big brother has shown us unparalleled kindness. Brothers, I urge you all to master your newfound powers as soon as possible. Let us work together to get our organization running at full capacity. He treated us with sincerity. We must repay him with loyalty and action. Of course. The four men exchanged determined glances before parting ways. Zhou Yu returned home, replaying the events of the past 2 days in his mind. It all felt like a surreal dream. Meeting a powerful figure by chance had somehow propelled him directly into the nascent soul stage. Life, indeed, worked in mysterious ways. As he reflected on his extraordinary encounter, the housekeeper approached and announced, Master, Mr. Kai is here to see you. What brings him here? Zhou Yu murmured, puzzled but curious. He instructed the housekeeper to invite the guest into the living room. Old Zhou, I hope I'm not intruding with this unannounced visit. Kai Jin greeted with a warm smile, lifting a teacup to his lips. Judging by that grin of yours, Kai Jin, I take it you've got something exciting to share? Zhou Yu replied, raising an eyebrow. Among all my friends, you're the one who knows me best, Kai Jin chuckled. unable to conceal the joy on his face. When I come across something good, you're the first person I think of. Oh, and what treasure have you stumbled upon this time? Zhou Yu asked, his curiosity piqued. Kai Jin straightened his posture, his expression turning serious as he prepared to unveil his prize. Slowly, he enunciated the words, "A longevity pill." "Ah," Zhou Yu responded simply, his tone calm and indifferent. Kai Jin froze, momentarily stunned by the lack of reaction. "Old Zhou, are you feeling all right? This is a longevity pill we're talking about. One pill can extend your life by 20 years. Continue with subsequent sections, ensuring the narrative retains its vivid imagery and emotional depth while staying true to the original plot." Faced with Kai Jin's persistent questioning, Zhou Yu merely shrugged nonchalantly. "It's exactly what you're thinking, old Kai. If there's nothing else, I won't keep you any longer. I've just broken through to the nascent soul stage, so I need some time to stabilize and adapt to my newfound strength." These words hit Kai Jin like a sledgehammer. Arrogance blatant, unrestrained arrogance. Staggering out of Zhou Yu's lavish mansion, a storm of jealousy and confusion burned within him. What kind of hidden power and secrets lay behind the rise of the Strive for Greatness group? What could possibly enable a golden core cultivator to ascend to the nascent soul stage in such a short time? Even more shocking was Zhou Yu's orate far surpassed that of seasoned nascent soul elders, with a depth and potency that was simply unfathomable. If Zhou Yu were to unleash the full force of her latest-stage nascent soul abilities, Kai Jin's current shock would pale in comparison. "I have to uncover the truth behind this," Kai Jin muttered, his eyes red with determination. Without hesitation, he ordered his driver to take him to the Li family estate. In his mind, Li Qing was undoubtedly the key to unraveling this mystery. Standing before the grand gates of the Li family, Kai Jin's emotions were a whirlwind of anxiety and regret. Not long ago, Li Qing had called a meeting, offering everyone an incredible opportunity in the condition that their companies merge with the Strive for Greatness group. At the time, no one took him seriously, least of all Kai Jin, who had openly mocked him, leaving Li Qing humiliated. If not for the chance at a seemingly miraculous breakthrough, Kai Jin would never have humbled himself to come here. After straightening his clothes, Kai Jin approached the gatekeeper with a polite smile. "Please inform the master of the house that Kai Jin is here to see him." The arrogance he once displayed was gone, replaced by a forced courtesy that only highlighted his discomfort. Meanwhile, Li Qing was in his private chamber, consolidating his cultivation. The immense power from his recent breakthrough required careful adjustment before it could be fully harnessed. When the old steward brought in a meal, he also relayed the news of Kai Jin's visit. "What does he want?" Li Qing's brows furrowed deeply. The memory of Kai Jin's insolence during their last encounter soured his mood. After a moment's thought, however, he decided to see him. "Let him in. I'm curious to see just how thick-skinned he can be." In the drawing room, Li Qing sat calmly sipping tea, his face devoid of emotion, while Kai Jin entered with an ingratiating smile. "Brotherly, it feels like ages since we last met. I must admit, I was wrong before. My words were out of line, and am here to sincerely apologize. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me." Li Qing let out a cold laugh. "Oh, Kai Jin, you're too kind. I still remember your wise words. A businessman chases profit above all else. Relationships can't fill your stomach, let alone advance your cultivation. That lesson has stuck with me quite vividly." Kai Jin's smile froze, his face flushing with embarrassment. Swallowing his pride, he took a deep breath and pressed on. "Brotherly, I know I wronged you, and I'll accept whatever punishment you see fit. I just need to know one thing: was Zhou Yu's breakthrough related to the Strive for Greatness group?" "It was," Li Qing replied bluntly. "Everyone who joined the group last time experienced a breakthrough, often crossing entire cultivation stages." Kai Jin was stunned. While he had already suspected this from his conversation with Zhou Yu, hearing it confirmed sent a shiver down his spine. This wasn't just a minor improvement. It was a leap that defied all logic, a feat unheard of in the cultivation world. "Brotherly, I admit I was blind and foolish," Kai Jin said, his tone humble and pleading. "But now, is it still possible for me to join the Strive for Greatness group?" Hearing this, a cold smirk appeared at the corner of Li Qing's mouth. His gaze, sharp as a blade, locked onto Kai Jin. Raising a hand, he pointed directly at Kai Jin's nose, his voice laced with undisguised anger. "I really don't know where you get the nerve. Back then, I gave you a chance, but you dismissed it with disdain. Now that you see the benefits, you want a share of the pie? Do you think joining us is as simple as walking in whenever you please? The last time I reached out to you was purely out of respect for old times. But since you missed the opportunity, it's gone for good." With that, he waved his hand dismissively. "I need to focus on strengthening my cultivation. I won't waste any more time on you. Butler, show him out." As Li Qing turned and walked away, his retreating figure perfectly embodied the phrase, "Yesterday you ignored me. Today you can't reach me." The butler immediately stepped forward, gesturing politely but firmly toward the door. His tone was calm and composed. Master Kai, please leave. It's clear that our master does not welcome you here. Kai Jin, thrown out of the estate, stood outside the courtyard with a face so dark it seemed it could drip water. Never in his life had he suffered such humiliation. Today, his dignity was utterly trampled. Yet, despite the burning resentment in his chest, he dared not harbor any thoughts of revenge. The reason was simply the very last moment. In his fit of rage, Li Qing had unintentionally revealed a trace of his early nascent soul stage cultivation. That glimpse alone left Kai Jin stunned and his scalp tingling with fear. What level of cultivation did he remember Li Qing having? Merely a latest-stage golden core cultivator on the brink of decline. Yet now, without anyone noticing, Li Qing had leapt to become a nascent soul stage cultivator. What kind of unimaginable power lay behind this rapidly growing organization that could enable such a dramatic transformation in such a short time? A wave of regret surged through Kai Jin, flooding his entire being. He was consumed by remorse. He had once had the chance to join this extraordinary group, yet he had foolishly pushed it away with his own hands. He cursed himself for being blinded by trivial, short-term gains and missing out on such a life-changing opportunity. The more he thought about it, the deeper his regret became. Finally, overwhelmed by his emotions, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Master! His driver exclaimed in panic, rushing to Kai Jin's side. Without hesitation, he drove him to the nearest hospital, straight to the intensive care unit for emergency treatment. The moonlight was as soft as water, with countless stars scattered across the sky. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 98th floor of the Wansheng Tower, Zhang Han silently gazed down at the bustling streets below. Neon lights intertwined with the silver glow of the moon, painting the city in a dazzling palette of colors. The streets were alive with people, business elites clad in tailored suits, white-collar workers rushing home, delivery riders weaving through traffic, and the occasional shadowy figure handing out discreet cards. It was a scene that stirred deep emotions within Zhang Han. Not long ago, he had been just another ordinary soul lost in the crowd, aimlessly drifting through the city's glitz and glamour. But everything changed when he met Lu Benwei. That encounter had completely altered the trajectory of his life. Yuan Ying, Zhang Han murmured softly, his wine glass swaying gently in his hand. Even now, the term felt surreal to him. From being a hopeless nobody unable to cultivate, he had ascended to the coveted Yuan Ying stage of feat that seemed unimaginable. And it was all thanks to a casual act of generosity from his elder brother, Lu Benwei. The nightscape outside grew increasingly enchanting, and the wine tasted richer with every sip. Zhang Han felt as if the world had become a little brighter, his mind wandering to indulgent fantasies. I want the moon in the sky and frost on the earth. I want a fair maiden to keep me warm at night. Just as he was lost in his reverie, his phone rang abruptly. Son, where are you? Came the deep, commanding voice of his father, Xiangcheng, over the line. As the chairman of the Wansheng Group and a renowned real estate tycoon in Xiangcheng, every word Xiangcheng spoke carried undeniable weight. I'm at Wansheng Tower, Zhang Han replied curtly. Come home. There's something we need to discuss, his father said, his tone heavy with significance. Sure, I have something to discuss with you too, Zhang Han responded, a plan already forming in his mind. As the sole heir of the family, he had little more to his name than the allowance he regularly sought from his father. But this time, he intended to persuade Xiangcheng to consolidate all their assets and embark on a bold new venture under Lu Benwei's guidance. At midnight, Zhang Han arrived home. The family maid was already waiting at the door. Young master, the master is in the study, she informed him. Walking through the corridor, past the gardens, and along a stone pathway, Zhang Han reached the sprawling 70 to 80 square meter study. The room was impeccably decorated, with shelves lined with books and priceless antiques, complemented by elegant paintings. A few potted plants added a touch of vitality, while the faint aroma of sandalwood incense lent the space an air of serenity and depth. Zhang Zheng sat at the desk, poring over financial reports for the company. The slightly overweight, balding middle-aged man looked up as his son entered, rubbing his temples. Sit down, Dad. Still busy with company affairs? Zhang Han asked casually as he perched on the edge of the desk, eyeing the mountain of documents. At your age, you should be enjoying life. Leave these tasks to the professionals. If not to leave you a bigger inheritance, why would I bother working this hard? Zhang Zheng replied with a wry smile, sipping his coffee. Your son is no longer the same as before. I'm not the reckless spender you think I am, Zhang Han protested vehemently. Oh, have you discovered a new way to squander money recently? Zhang Zheng retorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Zhang Han was momentarily at a loss for words. Dad, you really underestimate me. Yes, I may have been aimless in the past, but people change. I found a way to invest and make money a path that can elevate the Zhang family to new heights. This is what you wanted to talk about tonight? Xiangcheng's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression a mix of surprise and skepticism. He knew his son all too well, spending his days drinking, singing, or lounging in massage parlors, with little interest in the business world. Yet, despite his doubts, hearing Zhang Han express an interest in serious matters brought a faint sense of relief to the father's heart. Go on, tell me about this project. If you need my support, I'll do my best to provide it, Xiangcheng said. In his mind, he assumed it was likely a small endeavor, perhaps a fleeting whim. Even if it turned out to be a costly mistake, the Zhang family's wealth could easily absorb the loss. After all, it might just be the price of teaching his son a valuable lesson. In a cozy cafe, Xiangcheng sipped his hot coffee leisurely, listening to his son, Zhang Han, talk about his so-called serious business. Dad, you promised to support me, didn't you? Zhang Han's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Since I'm trying to do something important, as my father, shouldn't you show some support? Xiangcheng took a small sip of coffee, a faint smile playing on his lips. All right, tell me, what kind of project have you found? Zhang Han straightened up and began explaining his plan. Here is the deal. I recently met a big brother at a dinner. He just started a company called Great Growth Group. I'm thinking of merging all of the Zhang family's businesses into it as one of their subsidiaries. What? Zhang Jing choked on his coffee, spraying it uncontrollably. His eyes widened in disbelief. What nonsense is this? A big brother you met at a dinner? A new company? And you want to merge the entire family business into it? Zhang Jing had assumed that no matter how reckless his son was, it would only cost a few million at most. But this was beyond anything he could have imagined. His son's audacity was staggering, and now even his retirement savings and future security were at stake. It was simply unacceptable. Oblivious to his father's growing fury, Zhang Han continued enthusiastically, painting his vision. Dad, you have to trust me. Once we join the Great Growth Group, the Zhang family will have limitless prospects. Forget about just ruling. Xiangcheng goal is the stars and the sea. With every word from Zhang Han, Zhang Zheng's face grew darker and darker, until it turned an alarming shade of red, like a boiled liver. You ungrateful brat. Zhang Zheng, usually composed and dignified, finally lost his temper and exploded. How did I end up with such a disgrace of a son? It's bad enough that you spend your days drinking and partying, and you are completely useless in cultivation. But now, just when I thought you might finally be doing something serious, you're talking about severing the roots of the Zhang family? He roared with fury. If you dare bring this up again, I'll disown you and wipe you from the family records. Zhang Han, unfazed by his father's wrath, muttered under his breath, Dad, honestly, I don't think you can take me down now. Clearing the family name might be a bit challenging for you. His words were like pouring gasoline onto an open flame. Zhang Zheng's blood boiled, surging to his head as his eyes turned bloodshot, and a murderous aura emanated from him. The sharp ring of a phone suddenly pierced the tense air, interrupting Zhang Zheng's fury. He glanced at the caller ID, his expression shifting dramatically, and without a second thought, he grabbed the phone in haste. Have you prepared what I asked for? A raspy voice demanded from the other end. Senior Xue, the materials you requested are extremely rare. Please give me a little more time. 3 days. Within 3 days, I promise I'll gather everything for you. Zhang Jing pleaded, his tone tinged with desperation. I said the deadline is no later than midnight tomorrow. If you fail to deliver, there will be no reason for your Zhang family to exist. Senior Xue, please. Before Zhang Jing could finish, the call ended with a series of cold beeps. His face turned ashen, and he slumped into his chair, looking defeated. Dad, who was that? How arrogant. Zhang Han frowned. It was hard for anyone to stay calm after hearing someone threaten to annihilate their entire family. Son, our Zhang family is in grave trouble, Zhang Jing said, his usually composed demeanor shattered, his eyes hollow. Under Zhang Han's persistent questioning, he finally revealed the truth. Years ago, after Zhang Jing had built his business from scratch, he remained childless despite countless medical treatments. One day, a mysterious Taoist calling himself Xue Daoren appeared, promising to grant him a son on the condition that the Zhang family would worship and serve him for generations. Desperate for an heir, Zhang Jing agreed. Since then, Xue Daoren had been exploiting the family relentlessly, draining 60 of their income. Now, his demands had escalated, and he was using threats of extermination to coerce them. Son, Xiangcheng is no longer safe for us. Pack your things and flee as soon as possible. Zhang Zheng's voice was heavy, but a faint sense of relief seemed to surface after unburdening this long-held secret. Dad, have you really let him trample over our family all these years without trying to fight back? Zhang Han asked incredulously. Zhang Jing gave a bitter smile and shook his head. I've sought help from 4 or 5 golden core cultivators over the years, but Xue Daoren is cunning and never engages directly. His methods are sinister, and 2 of those cultivators even lost their lives. Then why not seek help from a nascent soul cultivator? Zhang Han blurted out. Xiangcheng stared at his son as if he were an alien. Are you out of your mind? Nascent soul cultivators are far above us. There are only a handful in all of Xiangcheng, and they live in a completely different world from people like us. An odd expression crossed Zhang Han's face. After all, he himself was a bona fide nascent soul cultivator. A surge of confidence rose within him. Dad, that Shwedaoran is nothing to worry about. If he dares show up, I'll make sure he never leaves alive. Before he could finish, Zhang Jing smacked him on the head. Do you even know your own limits? A chicken could scare you to tears, and you're talking about taking down Shwedaoran? Zhang Han's face reddened with embarrassment. It was true he had once been bullied by a chicken, but that was in the past. Dad, I'm not the same person I used to be. Leave this to me, we don't need to run. Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed through the room. Brat, watch your tongue. Do you think you have what it takes to settle the score between me and the Zhang family? As the eerie, raspy voice spoke, a gust of wind burst open the study door. A shadowy figure materialized before them. The intruder was a diminutive man, barely 4 feet tall, with white hair and beard, a gaunt frame, and a crimson Taoist robe. His face was unnaturally ruddy, and his entire presence exuded an unsettling, malevolent aura. Senior Shui, didn't we agree that you'd come for the materials tomorrow at midnight? Zhang Zheng's face turned pale as he instinctively stepped in front of Zhang Han. You were planning to flee, Zhang Jing. If I hadn't shown up now, I'd have broken my vow to wipe out your family, Shwedaoran sneered maliciously. Dad, is this the old bastard who's been leeching off our family all these years? Zhang Han pointed at Shwedaoran, his tone dripping with disdain. Both Zhang Jing and Shwedaoran froze for a moment, their expressions darkening. You insolent brat, you're courting death. Shwedaoran's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he lunged at Zhang Han like a ghostly shadow. The air turned icy, filled with the wails of unseen spirits. No. Zhang Zheng's eyes widened in horror, tears streaming down his face as he imagined his son meeting a grisly end. Bang! A deafening explosion shattered the silence of the sky. To everyone's astonishment, it wasn't Zhang Han who was sent flying, but a blood-red figure. Impossible. How can you possibly be a nascent soul cultivator? The blood cultivator's voice was filled with terror, disbelief, and shock. Before he could finish his sentence, his body exploded midair, leaving not even a trace behind. This mid-golden core blood cultivator, who usually relied on his sinister techniques to barely contend with late golden core opponents, was utterly powerless before a true nascent soul expert. His demise was nothing more than a manifestation of the natural order of power. Yet, in Zhang Zheng's eyes, this moment was nothing short of earth-shattering. Zhang Zheng, who had already braced himself for the grief of losing his son, was now frozen in place. Tears still streaked across his face. Staring at his son, who stood unscathed, Zhang Jing was utterly dumbfounded. It wasn't until he locked eyes with Zhang Han's faintly amused expression that he snapped back to reality just in time to recall the blood cultivator's final words. His son was a nascent soul cultivator. A nascent soul. In all of Xiang City, the number of forces with a nascent soul cultivator could be counted on one hand, and each was an undeniable powerhouse. This revelation signified that the Zhang family now possessed the potential to rise to unimaginable heights. Zhang Zheng's expression shifted rapidly, cycling through astonishment, joy, and disbelief. Son, are you really a nascent soul cultivator? Zhang Zheng finally managed to find his voice after much effort. Zhang Han thought of Lu Benwei, mimicking his nonchalant posture by shoving his hands into his pockets and curling his lips into a smirk. It's just a trash-dear nascent soul. What's the big deal? The act of showing off filled him with immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, Zhang Zheng, upon hearing the phrase, trash-dear nascent soul, was so overwhelmed with emotion that his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. After being taken to the hospital for observation, the doctor concluded it was merely due to excessive emotional excitement. A night's rest would suffice for recovery. The next day, the father and son strolled down a tree-lined asphalt road flanked by ginkgo trees. Zhang Zheng still appeared dazed, repeatedly confirming his son's cultivation level. Under his father's persistent questioning, Zhang Han finally toned down his arrogance. Dad, I'll admit I exaggerated a bit earlier, but I am indeed a nascent soul cultivator. This was all thanks to the opportunities my elder brother granted me. At the mention of elder brother, Zhang Zheng suddenly recalled his son's earlier mention of expanding their family business under a certain group's influence. Now it was clear that this was no ordinary business alliance. Zhang Han continued, Elder Brothers Group is currently recruiting new members. I want to invest our entire family business into it. What do you think? This time, Zhang Zheng had no hesitation. Not only was it a way to repay the favor of nurturing his son, but forming a connection with such a peerless powerhouse was reason enough to offer up their entire family enterprise. I'll make the arrangements right away. I'll compile a full inventory of our family assets and join the group. This was likely the largest deal Xiangcheng had ever made in his career, yet it filled him with an unprecedented sense of excitement and anticipation. Once Xiangcheng had meticulously prepared all the necessary paperwork and documents, his phone buzzed with a call from Lu Benwei. Xiao Zhangzi, meet me at Pinyin Community. Got something to discuss with you. Got it, big brother. I'll be there soon, Zhang Han replied enthusiastically. He brought his father along, prepared a gift, and drove straight to the meeting point. When they arrived and knocked on the door, it was Lu Daqiang who opened it personally, warmly greeting them. Welcome, welcome. I'm Lu Daqiang, general manager of the Make It Big and Strong group. Zhang Han, already informed of Lu Daqiang's identity by Li Qing, respectfully handed over the gift. Hello, sir. A pleasure to meet you for the first time. This is a premium ginseng, just a small token of appreciation. You're too kind, Lu Daqiang said with a broad smile as he accepted the gift and ushered the father and son into the house. Inside the modest room was a conference table, around which sat Lu Gaoqiang, Zhou Yu, Li Qing, and a few others. Lu Benwei leaned casually against the wall, glued to his phone, engrossed in a chat with a certain young lady. Want to meet up? Nope. Then why are we even chatting? The young lady's profile picture went gray instantly. Lu Benwei stared at his phone with a sigh. Women these days impossible to figure out. Big brother, that's only because she hasn't had the honor of seeing your unmatched, devastatingly handsome face. Li Qing chimed in with exaggerated flattery. If she had, she'd undoubtedly fall head over heels for your unparalleled charm. This flattery seemed to work, lifting Lu Benwei's mood. The others quickly joined the chorus of compliments, and for the next hour, the room was filled with unrelenting praise, leaving Lu Benwei thoroughly satisfied. Son, all your key people are here. Isn't it time to get down to business? Lu Daqiang interjected at just the right moment. Snapping back to the matter at hand, Lu Benwei cleared his throat and addressed the group. I've gathered everyone here today to announce the official establishment of the Make It Big and Strong group. As for the specifics of how we operate, I want to hear everyone's ideas. Zhang Han was the first to speak up. Big brother, the group needs a headquarters, a building that's grand and iconic. One that matches your commanding presence. My family specializes in construction materials. Leave this to me, and I promise it'll be perfect. Good idea. Consider it done. Any other suggestions? Lu Benwei prompted. Lu Daqiang added, son, a great company needs great employee benefits. If we offer monthly perks and focus on building their skills, we'll not only attract talent, but also keep them loyal. This suggestion was met with enthusiastic agreement from Li Qing and the others. And so, as everyone tossed around ideas, the framework for the Make It Big and Strong group began to take shape. Little did they know, this humble room was the birthplace of a future business empire that would one day shock the world. Xiangcheng observed the scene, his heart filled with complex emotions. As a third-tier wealthy family in Xiangcheng, the Zhangs had never even been qualified to converse with the first and second-tier elites in this room. Yet now, not only was he seated as an equal among them, but he also watched his son interact with them as if they were old friends. He realized with certainty that this moment marked a turning point. The Zhang family's destiny was about to change forever. The meeting stretched into the evening, and Zhang Han suggested, Big brother, I've arranged everything for a honest-stop night out. How about we grab some dinner, sing karaoke, and then unwind at Yulong Pavilion? At the mention of Yulong Pavilion, Lu Benwei's heart skipped a beat. He had nearly forgotten how long it had been since he last supported the ladies' business there. As a man of refined tastes and a sentimental heart, he decided right then and there tonight. Nothing would stop him from paying Yulong Pavilion a visit. Nostalgia can indeed be a delightful habit. When Lu Benwei felt the touch of the new masseuse's hands, the familiarity of her technique almost made his soul ascend. Though the method and sensation were the same as before, the person delivering the massage was now a younger, more beautiful and passionate young woman. My boys really know me well, Lu Benwei thought to himself with a hint of satisfaction. Boss, your favorite spot truly knows how to deliver, Zhang Han remarked, giving a thumbs up while enjoying his massage. I've visited at least 80 of the entertainment venues in Xiangcheng, but when it comes to massage techniques, none of them can hold a candle to this place. Lu Benwei smiled with pride. I never boast about my own abilities, but finding a place with such authentic and skillful massage techniques is something to be proud of. And the key is, the girls are beautiful. At this, Xiangcheng, Li Qing, and Zhou Yu collectively gasped. Who would have thought our boss has such refined taste? Truly a role model for us all. Li Qing chimed in with perfect flattery. This pleased Lu Benwei immensely, and the rest of his men silently took note of Li Qing's skillful way with words. Sir, would you like to extend your session? The young masseuse asked softly. Add 10 more hours for everyone, Zhang Han declared grandly with a wave of his hand. His generous gesture hit just the right note for Lu Benwei, reminding him of the days when he and Dechong had to scrape together money to extend their sessions. Now, with such considerate underlings, he no longer had to worry about such things. When the group finally stepped out of Yulong Pavilion, it was already noon the next day. Zhang Han immediately announced his intention to begin scouting locations for their company's headquarters. The others quickly divided tasks, preparing to handle recruitment, department structuring, and other organizational matters. Benwei was very pleased with their enthusiasm. You'll have to work hard for a while, but once the company is up and running, I'll make sure to reward you all handsomely. We'll go through fire and water for you. Boss, without hesitation, they shouted in unison, their voices echoing high into the sky. Zhang Han wasted no time, and by that very evening had finalized the location and assembled a construction crew. Fueled by the power of money, the site quickly became a hive of activity, operating around the clock in 3 shifts. Within days, the foundation had already risen from the ground. Zhang Han even stationed himself at the site, living and eating there to oversee the progress. One day, a peculiar visitor appeared at the construction city, a blind Taoist priest with protruding eyes. Despite his blindness, he walked with steady confidence. His tattered robe and unkempt appearance carried an air of mystique. "You there? Stop!" the Taoist called out, blocking Zhang Han as he made his rounds. "Do you realize you're courting disaster? This location is a place where 3 yin energies converge, forming a deadly Sha formation. Continuing construction here will break the formation and release malevolent spirits. Not only will you perish, but every living being within a dozen miles will suffer." Zhang Han dismissed him with a smirk, pulling out a 100 yuan bill and pressing it into the Taoist's hand. "Old man, it's not right to deceive people. Take this money for a cab ride home, and don't go around scamming others anymore." This act enraged the blind Taoist. As a renowned nascent soul cultivator in the world of cultivation, he had offered a sincere warning, only to be treated like a fraud and insulted with a mere 100 yuan. Though he initially intended to leave in a huff, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He resolved to stay and witness the chaos when the malevolent spirits were unleashed, curious to see how these people would react to the calamity they had invited. The bright moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the construction site, which was ablaze with lights. Several high-powered lamps were suspended overhead, making the area as bright as day. The roar of excavators and the bustling sounds of workers filled the air, creating a scene of intense activity. Zhang Han stood in one corner of the site and announced to the crowd, "This project is very important to me. Complete it within 3 months, and everyone gets triple pay." His words immediately electrified the atmosphere. More than impassioned speeches or empty promises, tangible benefits struck a chord with the workers. Their eyes lit up, and their enthusiasm soared. The allure of triple wages ignited a fervor within them, as if they had been injected with boundless energy. On a nearby hill, an old blind Taoist in a tattered robe observed the scene coldly. Based on his calculations, tonight was the perfect time for malevolent spirits to roam. A golden core-level spirit like this one was insignificant to him, a nascent soul cultivator, but for ordinary people, it could spell catastrophe. Remembering how he had been dismissed as a fraud earlier in the day and casually thrown 100 yuan to send him off, the Taoist felt his teeth clench with irritation. As he brooded, a worker carrying cement passed by. "Excuse me, sir, could you step aside?" After making a few trips, the worker noticed the Taoist lingering there and kindly asked, "Sir, are you lost? Do you need me to call the police to help you get home?" The Taoist used his spiritual sense to assess the worker. Slowly, he said, "You have a good heart, but your eyesight is lacking. Can't you see this Taoist robe I'm wearing?" Only then did the worker notice his attire and looked a bit surprised. The Taoist continued, "Out of respect for your kind nature, I'll give you a warning. Malevolent spirits will soon appear here. Within a radius of several miles, this place will become a death trap. You should flee for your life." "Crazy," the worker muttered, rolling his eyes before returning to his tasks. The Taoist sighed in frustration. First, he was mistaken for a fraud, and now a lunatic. How could a dignified nascent soul cultivator endure such humiliation? He called out again to the worker, "Stop right there. The terror of malevolent spirits is second only to that of demonic entities. You're mere mortals, do you not fear death by staying here?" The worker laughed. "Master Taoist, I'm more afraid of dying from poverty than anything else. If you could pay me triple wages, I'd gladly dance in the lair of malevolent spirits." His remark left the esteemed nascent soul cultivator utterly dumbfounded. Midnight arrived, and an overwhelming surge of dark energy erupted from the ground. The Taoist's expression grew serious as he prepared to witness the unfolding chaos. He had no intention of intervening. His morally ambiguous nature left him indifferent to the fate of the living beings within miles of the site. Even if the entire city of Xiangcheng were to fall, he wouldn't bat an eye. With a loud rumble from the excavator, a disheveled spirit emerged from the ground. This was the golden core-level malevolent spirit. Invisible to ordinary people, it scanned the area before locking its gaze on Zhang Han. Instinct told it that Zhang Han's flesh would be the most delectable. transforming into a streak of light. It launched itself toward him. However, Zhang Han was no ordinary manha, was a genuine nascent soul cultivator. Recognizing the spirit immediately, he thought to himself, that old Taoist wasn't entirely useless. There really is a spirit here. But he remained unafraid, raising his fist to strike. Boom! The power of a nascent soul cultivator erupted instantly. The spirit's eyes widened in shock, realizing far too late that its chosen prey was a nascent soul expert. That was its final thought in this world. The gap between a golden core and a nascent soul was insurmountable, and to make matters worse, Zhang Han harbored the ferocious soul of an ancient beast within him. The spirit met its end in the blink of an eye, so quickly that even the busy workers on site remained oblivious to its existence. The Taoist was utterly stunned. Though his eyes were blind, his spiritual sense clearly perceived the nascent soul aura emanating from Zhang Han. To achieve such a level at such a young age, this kind of talent was unprecedented in all his travels. After his initial shock, the Taoist became excited. In a flash, he appeared before Zhang Han, all prior grievances forgotten. "Child, what's your name?" the Taoist asked, rubbing his hands together in excitement. "Why is it you again?" Zhang Han raised an eyebrow but, recalling the earlier spirit incident, realized the Taoist wasn't a fraud. With a more amicable tone, he said, "Master Taoist, were you here to deal with the spirit?" "No need, I've already taken care of it." A hint of embarrassment flickered across the Taoist's face, though his blindness spared him from others noticing. "Child, I didn't come for the spirit. I came for you." "What do you mean by that, Master Taoist?" "Child, are you a nascent soul cultivator?" "That's correct. Do you realize what it means to reach the nascent soul stage before the age of 20? Zhang Han pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, "It means I'm awesome." The Taoist was left speechless, feeling as though his future disciple's train of thought was entirely unpredictable. The blind Taoist sighed inwardly, admitting that Zhang Han indeed had reasons to be proud. However, Zhang Han clearly lacked the patience to engage with him further. He cut straight to the point, saying, "Taoist, if there's nothing else, please leave." To Zhang Han, dealing with Lu Benwei's matter was the priority. This was his first task for his elder brother, and he couldn't afford any mistakes. Unwilling to give up, the blind Taoist feigned profundity and said, "Child, fate has brought us together. Why rush to send this old Taoist away? I can see that your bone structure is extraordinary, and a unique aura emanates from the crown of your head. You are destined for greatness, but right now, you lack the guidance of a true master. Taoist, if you don't leave now, they'll have to throw you out." Zhang Han replied impatiently. To him, the old Taoist was as irritating as a buzzing fly. The blind Taoist sighed deeply. "Fine. I had hoped to interact with you as an ordinary person, but it seems my sincerity has been met with rejection. Enough. No more pretending. You'll lay it all bare. I am the renowned blind Taoist of the cultivation world, a mighty expert at the early nascent soul stage." He clasped his hands behind his back, gazed skyward, and unleashed the imposing aura unique to a nascent soul cultivator. But to Zhang Han, this display was laughable. Nascent soul? Wasn't Li Qing at the same level? And Li Qing was someone casually supported by his elder brother. "All right, you win. You won't leave, right? Fine, he'll leave instead." Zhang Han shook his head and walked off. The blind Taoist stood there, stunned. This turn of events was entirely unexpected. In a hurry, he chased after Zhang Han. "Child, do you already have a master? If not, would you consider becoming my disciple? If you already have one, perhaps you could take on another teacher. In the cultivation world, I do hold some influence." "Taoist, I have no intention of taking on a master. Besides, with my elder brother teaching me, there's no need for one," Zhang Han replied bluntly. Just then, a deafening boom echoed across the sky, and dark clouds gathered. From within the clouds, a green figure emerged. The blind Taoist trembled all over. A Qilinit's the appearance of a Qilin. Though his eyes were blind, his spiritual senses allowed him to perceive the massive, otherworldly Qilin gazing coldly at the vast expanse of the earth. At that moment, the blind Taoist recalled the legend of his sex claim of being descendants of the Qilin. Feeling the stirring of his bloodline, he hastily pulled out a worn jade pendant from his robes and thrust it into Zhang Han's hands. "Child, I have urgent matters to attend to. This is the token of my sect. Keep it safe." With that, he hurriedly departed. Zhang Han examined the palm-sized jade pendant, covered with cracks and reeking of sweat, which the Taoist had called precious. Without hesitation, he tossed it into the trash. Meanwhile, high above in the heavens, the green Qilin continued to circle. If Lu Benwei were present, he would undoubtedly notice that the Qilin's eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to the colossal eye from the mythological civilization's burial ground. The blind Taoist transformed into a streak of light, shooting straight into the heavens. Ever since breaking through to the golden core realm, flying through the skies had become second nature to him. Now, as a formidable nascent soul cultivator, traveling thousands of miles in a day was effortless. When he sensed the presence of the Qilin manifesting in the world, he began to tremble uncontrollably. Ancient family legends surged in his mind. Being a descendant of the Qilin, if he could awaken the Qilin bloodline within him, it would completely transform his talent and grant him unparalleled cultivation speed. Yet, for nearly a millennium, not a single family member had succeeded. The record stated that only by receiving the Qilin's divine blessing could the bloodline be activated. As he drew closer, an overwhelming pressure became increasingly palpable. The sacred, majestic, eternal, and indestructible aura washed over him, leaving the blind Taoist too awestruck to even breathe. Amidst the clouds, a Qilin as vast as an ancient divine mountain loomed over the tiny figure below. Its eyes flashed with surprise as it spoke, its voice reverberating through the void. "Who are you?" "I sense the power of the Qilin bloodline within you." The blind Taoist immediately dropped to his knees. "Your unworthy descendant, Li Hao, pays respects to the revered ancestor." As a Qilin descendant, addressing it as ancestor was only fitting. "A remnant of the Qilin bloodline, is it?" The Qilin murmured, its thoughts drifting to the current plight of its kind, with fewer than 5 members remaining. Though Li Hao's bloodline was faint, it was undeniably pure. "As a descendant of the Qilin race, why is your strength so feeble?" The question left the blind Taoist stunned. Among humans, possessing a nascent soul cultivation was a pinnacle few could dream of. Yet, before this ancient ancestor, he was indeed pitifully weak. It was said that even an adult Qilin could effortlessly defeat an immortal, highlighting the vast disparity. After a moment of contemplation, the Qilin declared, "Your power is far too weak, a disgrace to the name of our race. I shall grant you a single drop of Qilin blood. If you can refine it, achieving immortality will be well within your reach." Li Hao's heart raced wildly. Immortality, the realm that no human had reached in 1,000 years, was now within his grasp, a chance to carve his name into history. The drop of blood merged into his forehead, its immense energy threatening to overwhelm him. With a sweep of its front hoof, the Qilin tore open a space and sent Li Hao into it with a single breath. As the surging energy coursed through him, Li Hao was overwhelmed with excitement. Refining this divine blood would take 3 months, but even a preliminary refinement would lead to an exponential increase in his strength. His thoughts turned to his young nascent soul disciple, Zhang Han, who was not yet 20. He silently vowed, "Disciple, wait for me. In 3 months, if we both ascend to immortality, we will create a legend in the cultivation world." The Qilin's appearance went unnoticed by all but the blind Taoist. It hovered above Xiangcheng, seemingly searching for something. Meanwhile, the bustling masses below continued their daily lives, oblivious to the divine presence above. Among them were the father-son duo, Lu Benwei and Lu Daqiang. At that moment, Lu Benwei and Lu Daqiang had just stepped out of the Yulong Pavilion. As the founders of the Do Big, Do Strong corporation, they had ironically become the most idle individuals in the company. Zhang Han was busy constructing buildings, Li Qing was recruiting employees, Gao Chang managed administrative affairs, and Zhou Yu barely had time to catch her breath. Yet, the father and son spent their days frequenting tea houses, enjoying performances, indulging in the Yulong Pavilion's luxurious services, and occasionally venturing into restricted zones for a change of scenery. Life was good. On the street, Lu Daqiang suggested getting more involved in company matters. However, Lu Benwei was preoccupied with his phone, chatting with a newly acquainted young lady. When he discovered that she wanted him to help take care of her 6-month-old child, he solemnly put his phone down. Glancing at the chat, Lu Daqiang calmly asked, "Another heartbreak?" "Not exactly. It never even started." Lighting a cigarette, Lu Daqiang gave his son a heartfelt piece of advice. "Focus on the business. With the company's new building underway, can we afford to skimp on the renovations? Once it's done, hire a couple of personal assistants. With your looks, won't they naturally admire you?" The mention of personal assistants made Lu Benwei's eyes light up. His earlier frustration vanished instantly. Wei Bin Lu stood there, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The thought of his 2 future assistants gazing at him with admiration filled his heart with motivation. "De Chong, you head back first. I've got somewhere to be," he said, and before the words had fully left his lips, Wei Bin Lau's figure had already vanished. His father, De Chong Lu, was long accustomed to his son's swift and decisive ways. Yet, his own heart was brimming with excitement. If his son could have 2 assistants, surely, as a father, having one wouldn't be too much to ask? The thought of those charming assistants on TV with their alluring demeanor and graceful strides quickened De Chong's pace as he headed home. Far across the seas, atop a mystical mountain, stood the Baiyu sect, an extraordinary sect of cultivation. 1,000 years ago, when the world underwent a dramatic transformation and spiritual energy was revived, countless cultivators rose to prominence, and major sects emerged in their wake. Established 700 years ago, the Baiyu sect was among the finest. Its sect leader, Tiangyue, was a cultivator of unfathomable power, having reached the late nascent soul stage. His life had spanned over 7 centuries, a testament to his unparalleled strength. This formidable power elevated the Baiyu sect to an unassailable position in the cultivation world, so much so that even an entire nation wouldn't dare provoke them lightly. Today, Tiangyue was in an exceptionally good mood. He had sensed a slight loosening in the bottleneck that had kept him at the late nascent soul stage for years. If given another 300 years, he might ascend to the soul transformation stage. Such a breakthrough would undoubtedly elevate the Baiyu sect's prestige to even greater heights. Buoyed by his optimism, he ordered a grand feast for the entire sect to celebrate. Soon, over 300 disciples and elders had gathered in the grand hall. Among them, more than 100 had reached the golden core stage, and over 20 were nascent soul cultivators. This level of strength alone was enough to overpower smaller nations with ease. The banquet was full of joy and vibrant energy. One disciple couldn't help but ask, "Sect leader, you've reached the late nascent soul stage in just 700 years and are on the verge of stepping into soul transformation. While our talents may not match yours, is there any hope for us to achieve such heights in this lifetime?" The question immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Seated in his high position, Tiangyue took a sip of fine wine and sighed with emotion. The path of cultivation is like defying the heavens. Every step is fraught with peril. Talent may allow us to progress more swiftly, but to reach the pinnacle, one must possess both unwavering determination and resilience. You are all here in the Baiyu sect because your talents surpass countless others. I've observed your diligence and persistence in cultivation, and that speaks highly of your resolve. Today, let us talk about the importance of a strong heart and mind. The disciples leaned in eagerly, and some even took out small notebooks to jot down the priceless wisdom they were about to receive. Tiangyue continued, "When I speak of heart and mind, I mean the cultivation of a firm Tao heart. The desire to seek the Tao must be steadfast, with the courage to break through all barriers, face suffering heed, and fearlessly embrace challenges." As he spoke, he slowly rose, clasped his hands behind his back, and gazed toward the heavens. Cultivation is to defy the heavens. If the heavens stand against us, what should we do? The disciples exchanged uncertain glances until one finally whispered, "Sect leader, as the saying goes, better to live to fight another day. If the heavens oppose us, we should endure for now. Surely, the heavens won't always have their eyes on us. When their attention wavers, we can seize the opportunity to act." This response quickly gained murmurs of agreement, and the disciple who spoke even wore a hint of pride. However, Tianyue's voice turned stern as he declared, "Completely wrong. With such a mindset, how can you ever hope to attain the great Tao? To fear no tribulation means that if the heavens oppress us, we must never yield. I would draw my blade and laugh in defiance, with courage as vast as the mountains. If the heavens oppress me, I will shatter the heavens. If the earth confines me, I will break the earth. We are born free, and we must strive to stand tall and act with a clear conscience. With pride in our hearts, neither heaven nor earth shall force us to kneel, and no god or demon shall make us bow." His words sent a collective gasp through the hall as disciples and elders alike felt a chill run down their spines. In that moment, it seemed as if Tiangyue radiated an intense, blinding light. His words resounded like a great bell, shaking every soul present. They felt the immense gap between themselves and their revered sect leader. Lu Tianyu gazed at the disciples before him and nodded to himself in approval. The temperament and vigor displayed by this group truly comforted him. However, just as a sense of pride swelled within him, an unexpected voice abruptly shattered the solemn atmosphere of the hall. Well, enjoying a feast, are we? Looks like I've arrived at just the right time." The voice belonged to Lu Benwei. His entrance was eerily mysterious, as if he had materialized out of thin air. If not for him speaking, no one would have even noticed his presence. When Lu Qianyu recognized who it was, it felt like a thunderclap in his mind. His knees nearly buckled, and he almost collapsed on the spot. This harbinger of doom. Why is he here? Lu Qianyu was utterly shaken. At that moment, a brash disciple stepped forward, pointing at Lu Benwei and shouting, "How dare you? Barging into White Feather sect uninvited? Oh, you realize the gravity of your offense?" Lu Benwei slowly turned his head, his eyes cold as ice, and locked his gaze on the disciple. "You are talking to me?" That single glance sent a chill down the disciple's spine, making his confidence waver involuntarily. In truth, this disciple was not typically reckless. To infiltrate the White Feather sect's grand hall without alarming any guards, the intruder was undoubtedly no ordinary foe. Yet, emboldened by the fact that they were deep within the sect's territory and recalling the sect leader's teachings about facing challenges with boldness and pride, he mustered his courage and continued, "Who else could I be talking to? Unless there's another intruder here?" If you know what's good for you, surrender now and await the sect leader's judgment. Otherwise, your blood will stain this very hall. The moment those words left his mouth, Lu Qianyu felt as though his very soul was about to dissipate. Even he wouldn't dare to raise his voice in front of Lu Benwei, and now, this disciple had the audacity to act so brazenly. You insolent fool, silence! Lu Qianyu roared, his voice like the bellow of a lion. The unruly disciple was flung backward by the sheer force of the shout, coughing up blood before losing consciousness. Hurriedly, Lu Qianyu approached Lu Benwei, his face plastered with an ingratiating smile. Senior, if you were coming, why didn't you send word ahead? I would have gone out to personally welcome you. My disciple was ignorant and disrespectful. Please don't take offense or lower yourself to his level. This sudden shift in Lu Qianyu's demeanor left the other disciples utterly dumbfounded. The hall fell into an eerie, stunned silence. Within the halls of the Baiyu sect, an almost unbelievable scene was unfolding. Lu Qianyu, the sect master who once declared with domineering conviction, "If the heavens wrong me, I shall destroy the heavens. If the earth oppresses me, I shall shatter the earth," was now humbly and attentively serving tea to Lu Benwei. Not only had he vacated his own seat of honor, but he was also bustling around with unparalleled hospitality, offering warmth, care, and flattery at every turn. The disciples watched in stunned disbelief, as though they were trapped in a dream. Their notebooks still contained the words of their master's bold proclamation: "Neither heaven nor earth shall force us to kneel. Neither gods nor demons shall make us bow." Yet here he was, practically on his knees. The stark contrast left the disciples choking on their shock. Senior, this is the 100-year snow bream, known for its tender and melt-in-your-mouth texture. And this, the 1,000-year earth fire fruit, harvested from molten lava. Lastly, this jar of monkey wine crafted by mountain spirit monkeysis, my 700-year-old treasure. Only one jar remains, Lu Qianyu introduced with an almost sycophantic enthusiasm, as if presenting rare treasures. Having just come from the Yulong Pavilion, Lu Benwei was indeed a bit hungry. Little Lu, it's been a few years, and you've really learned how to please people. Not bad, not bad. I'm quite satisfied, he remarked, savoring the delicacies while nodding in approval. Serving you, senior, is my greatest honor. I've always regretted not being able to host you properly during your last visit, as you left so quickly. I'm grateful for the chance this time. Lu Qianyu's words were like daggers to the hearts of his disciples. He's such a bootlicker, one disciple blurted out, sparking a wave of agreement among the others. None of them could have imagined that their once proud sect master was such a seasoned sycophant, and worse, he was groveling before another man. Finally, one of the elders couldn't hold back any longer. Sect master, you are the leader of the Baiyu sect. You represent all of us. How can you demean yourself like this? Lu Qianyu's heart was heavy with despair. Do you think I want to grovel? If I upset this senior, the entire Baiyu sect could be annihilated in an instant. Do you think this is easy for me? Little Lu, bring me some more spirit fruits, Lu Benwei commanded as he continued feasting. This earth fire fruit is quite exceptional. I'll need to take some back for my brothers to try. Right away. Lu Qianyu immediately presented another plate of spirit fruits. By now, he had resigned himself to his fate. Misunderstood? So be it. As long as I can keep this man happy and prevent disaster, that's all that matters. Losing face is a small price to pay compared to losing lives. The disciples watched Lu Benwei devour the fruits with a mix of disdain and envy. The earth-fire fruit was a rare treasure that they could only hope to taste once every decade, and even then, only in slivers after fierce internal competition. Yet here was Lu Benwei, casually munching on them as if they were ordinary snacks. It felt like salt was being rubbed into their wounds. Once Lu Benwei had eaten his fill, Lu Qianyu cautiously asked, "Senior, may I ask the purpose of your visit this time? If there's anything you need, the entire Baiyu sect stands ready to serve you." This sent the disciples into further despair. This wasn't just flattery anymore. Their sect master had completely thrown away his dignity. Lu Benwei reclined on the sect master's throne, rinsed his mouth with spirit water, and spat it onto the floor without a care. Only then did he speak. "Oh, I recently built a new house and need some materials for the interior. Thought I'd drop by to see if your sect has anything useful." Lu Qianyu and the disciples were dumbfounded. Building a house? Looking for materials? And you came to the Baiyu sect for that? What do you think we area construction supply store? In the grand and solemn Tiangyue Hall of the Baiyu sect, a heavy atmosphere filled the air. Disciples and elders gathered in silence, their gazes fixed on the sect leader, Lu Qianyu, who sat on the high seat with an air of quiet authority. "Sect leader, we demand an explanation for what happened today." One elder spoke up, his eyes blazing with anger. His voice carried a sharp edge, unmasking his frustration. The events of the grand banquet had brought shame upon everyone present, a humiliation unlike anything they had ever experienced. Lu Qianyu had anticipated this moment. He let out a soft sigh, his eyes sweeping across the assembly. "Tell me," he began, his voice calm, "what kind of person do you think I am?" "Until today," an elder replied gravely, "you were someone we deeply respected, strong, detached, and above all, unshakable. But after what transpired, my respect for you has vanished. The Bayou sect is my home, a place I love deeply. Yet now, I feel no sense of belonging, no pride in calling it my own." His words struck a chord, and murmurs of agreement spread among the disciples. Lu Qinyu remained composed, his gaze steady as he spoke again. "You think your sect leader is weak, spineless, or even a sycophant. I don't blame you for that. But will you at least hear me out?" "Sect leader," another voice interjected. "We all want to understand what could have caused such a drastic change in you. What else could it be?" Lu Qinyu's eyes drifted toward the distant horizon. "It's him. His strength is unparalleled. Some would say he is the strongest under heaven." "There's always someone stronger," another elder retorted, skepticism in his tone. "No one can claim to be the ultimate. And are you saying that even with the full might of the Bayou sect, we cannot stand against him?" Lu Qinyu's voice turned cold. "The last sect to think that way was the Wanxiang sect. Their graves now lie covered in grass taller than a man." The hall erupted in shock. Everyone knew of the Wanxiang sect, a dominating force twice as powerful as the Bayou sect, led by a grandmaster in the nascent soul perfection stage. Yet, 3 years ago, on a single fateful night, they were completely annihilated. The Wanxiang sect, thousands of people strong, including their nascent soul perfection stage master, were wiped out with a single strike, Lu Qinyu said, his words sending chills through the crowd. Not a single soul survived. An entire sect, erased in an instant. The disciples and elders were stunned into silence, their faces pale with disbelief. "And do you know why the Wanxiang sect met such a fate?" Lu Qinyu continued, his tone grave. "It was their blind confidence. They believed their collective strength made them untouchable. But their so-called strength was obliterated with one palm strike, leaving nothing behind." The hall remained silent, the weight of his words pressing down on everyone. "But sect leader," a voice finally broke the stillness, trembling yet resolute, "that doesn't justify your submission. You once said that neither heaven nor earth could make you kneel, that no god or demon could force you to bow. No matter how powerful he is, your actions today have left us utterly disheartened." Lu Qinyu fell silent, the words cutting deeply into him. He lowered his gaze, lost in a profound and painful self-reflection. Lu Qinyu sighed inwardly. He blamed himself for instilling such rigid beliefs in his disciples over the years. Now, even after he had clearly pointed out the terrifying nature of Lu Benwei, they still displayed a fearless, almost reckless, determination. Wasn't this the perfect example of shooting oneself in the foot? The situation was dire, and if mishandled, morale would inevitably crumble. He understood deeply that he had to take action. Slowly raising his head, a profound sorrow appeared on his face. His eyes reddened as he gazed at the disciples before him, his voice tinged with a slight tremor. "Do you know why I am doing this?" He paused for a moment before continuing, "I, Lu Qinyu, have cultivated to the late nascent soul stage, weathering countless storms along the way. If not for my unwavering heart in pursuit of the Tao, how could I have reached where I am today? Indeed, with my strength, I can face any challenge without fear. As a strong cultivator, one must naturally have unyielding pride. But do you think my actions are for myself?" His voice grew heavier. "For 700 years, I have experienced both the depths of despair and the heights of glory, witnessing the full spectrum of human existence. But you are different. Since joining the Bayou sect, you have been focused solely on arduous cultivation, never truly tasting the richness of life. Your future should be dazzling and boundless. How could I bear to let you perish here in Bayou sect?" These words struck a chord, and the disciples' expressions shifted dramatically. At last, they grasped their master's painstaking intentions. Their sect leader, always upright and unyielding, had lowered himself in this moment solely to protect everyone in the sect. Reflecting on their earlier misunderstanding of him as weak, they were overcome with shame. "Sect leader, we were wrong." One disciple spoke earnestly. "We were blind and failed to understand your heartfelt intentions. Please forgive our disrespect." The other disciples echoed their apologies in unison. Lu Qinyu quickly waved his hand. "To err is human. None of us are without fault. You are all the pillars of Bayou sect. How could I hold a grudge against you?" "Sect leader." The disciples were deeply moved by his magnanimity. Watching this touching scene unfold, Lu Qinyu quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his performance had been convincing enough to navigate through this crisis. It is often said that life is but a stage, and survival depends on one's acting skills. Lu Qinyu, the master of the Bayou sect, managed to restore his nearly shattered reputation through a series of death maneuvers. Of course, sharp-eyed observers could see through the charade. But in this cultivation world, where strength reigns supreme, Who would be foolish enough to expose the truth? With 7 centuries of cultivation under his belt, sect master Lu Qianyu could easily find an excuse to make any dissenters disappear without a trace. Opposing him over such trivial matters simply wasn't worth it. Once the storm had passed, Lu Qianyu hurried to the quarters prepared for Lu Benwei. Bowing respectfully, he apologized, "Senior, I was delayed by some minor issues earlier. I hope you'll forgive my neglect." "Enough with the nonsense," Lu Benwei interrupted with a wave of his hand. "Does your sect have any building materials?" "What kind of materials does Senior need?" Lu Qianyu asked cautiously. "How would I know? I'm no builder," Lu Benwei replied bluntly, leaving Lu Qianyu inwardly grumbling. But he dared not show his frustration. In the face of overwhelming power, whatever the other party said was always right. "Just pick something for me. As long as I'm satisfied, I won't let you suffer any losses." Lu Qianyu quickly shook his head. "Senior must be joking. It is an honor for Baiyu sect to be of service to you. How could I dare ask for anything in return? Our sect has stood for centuries and boasts a vast collection of treasures. Perhaps Senior would like to choose for yourself?" Even as he spoke, Lu Qianyu's heart bled. The treasure vault in the back mountain held the fruits of his centuries of effort. This time, it seemed he would have to part with a significant portion of it. But what choice did he have? If he couldn't placate this formidable figure, all the treasures in the world would be meaningless if he lost his life. The two made their way to the back mountain, where Lu Qianyu performed a hand seal to open a hidden underground door. A spacious chamber, dozens of feet wide and several feet deep, was revealed. Starlight sand filled the corners, rare spiritual fruits were neatly displayed, and shelves were lined with cultivation scrolls, spiritual artifacts, and spatial stones, each item worth a fortune in the outside world. Lu Qianyu's heart ached as he gazed at the collection. These were the treasures he had painstakingly gathered over hundreds of years during his travels. Now, they were likely about to be scattered. "Farewell, my Gongjin sword. Farewell, my 10,000 arts codex. Farewell, my heavenly silkworm armor." In his heart, he bid a sorrowful goodbye to his beloved treasures. "All right, I'm done picking," Lu Benwei suddenly announced. "So soon? What has Senior chosen?" Lu Qianyu asked, surprised. "These," Lu Benwei replied, holding up 4 fist-sized pearls, each radiating a soft, misty glow. Lu Qianyu stared in disbelief. These pearls, while priceless in the mortal world, were hardly noteworthy in the cultivation realm. He had merely used them to light his cave. Who would have thought Lu Benwei would choose such ordinary items? Would Senior like to select anything else? Lu Qianyu blurted out, immediately regretting his words. Most of the treasures here were his cherished possessions. Why bother? The rest is just junk. Do you expect me to lug it all back just to clutter up my place? With that single dismissive remark, Lu Benwei managed to transform Lu Qianyu's heartache into sheer exasperation. He never expected that something he treasured so deeply would be seen as nothing but trash in Lu Benwei's eyes. Lu Qianyu's mood instantly plummeted, sinking to rock bottom as a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. On one hand, he felt a sense of relief that his prized possessions were spared. On the other, he was deeply disheartened to see them dismissed as worthless. This complex mix of emotions left him struggling to regain his composure. "Enough. This pile of junk isn't worth looking at. Let's go," Lu Benwei said nonchalantly. The two left the secret chamber, but Lu Benwei's casual remark suddenly made a spark of light return to Lu Qianyu's previously despondent eyes. He felt a glimmer of hope and thought to himself, could it be this demon is so easy to deal with? Just a few pearls and he's satisfied? "I told you, as long as I find something that pleases me, I won't let you suffer a loss," Lu Benwei said calmly. Lu Qianyu quickly waved his hands and replied humbly, "Senior, you must be joking. Just a few pearls, how could I possibly consider it a loss?" He was about to politely decline, but the moment Lu Benwei pulled out an item, it was as though his throat had been seized. He couldn't utter another word. Right before him was a beast core the size of a chicken egg, radiating a distinct and fearsome aura. "This is the beast core of a Huashen spirit beast." Lu Qianyu's pupils contracted sharply, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Senior, you must be kidding me. Are you seriously going to trade this Huashen spirit beast core for my 4 pearls?" he asked in utter astonishment. This was an unparalleled treasure coveted by every powerful Yuan and cultivator. With it, the 300-year-long breakthrough process, which had only a 20 success rate, could be reduced to just 3 days, with the success rate skyrocketing to 80. Such a divine artifact, if revealed, would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among countless powerful cultivators. Lu Qianyu's eyes burned with desire, and every fiber of his being seemed to hum with excitement. Yet, he dared not act rashly. The sheer value of the core far exceeded the limits of what he felt he could accept. However, Lu Benwei seemed entirely indifferent as he casually tossed the beast core into Lu Qianyu's arms. "Why are you making such a fuss over a worthless beast core?" Lu Benwei asked, his tone laced with confusion. Lu Qianyu was utterly dumbfounded. Worthless beast core? Lu Qianyu stared at Lu Benwei in disbelief, his heart unable to calm from the shock. He had always known this senior was extraordinarily powerful, but he never expected such overwhelming strength. Before his eyes, Lu casually took out a core from a divine transformation-level spirit beast, a treasure so priceless in the cultivation world that even the combined wealth of the entire Baiyu sect could not compare. Yet to Lu, this divine artifact seemed no more valuable than trash, which he carelessly discarded. Please wait, senior. Seeing Lu Benwei about to leave, Lu Qianyu hurriedly called out to stop him. If senior is fond of pearls, I know of a place where human head pearls are abundant. It only takes 2 or 3 months for them to fully form. If you're not in a rush, you could stay at Baiyu sect until the pearls are ready, and I would personally take you there to retrieve them. If time is tight, you could leave an address, and I will have someone deliver them to you once they are collected. Hearing this, Lu Benwei's eyes lit up. Human head pearls? If I hang those in my office, wouldn't they dazzle my secretaries into a stupor? He looked at Lu Qianyu with satisfaction. Little Lu, your cultivation may be lacking, but you're a decent fellow. From now on, I've got your back. If you run into trouble, just mention my name. These words stirred a mix of emotions in Lu Qianyu's heart. For a nascent soul late-stage cultivator to be deemed weak, something that, if spread, would surely embarrass countless practitioners, was a tough pill to swallow. Yet, considering the terrifying strength of the individual before him, his own cultivation was indeed insignificant in comparison. Still, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy at gaining Lu Benwei's protection. 3 days later, Lu Qianyu emerged from his secluded chamber, his entire being radiating the formidable aura unique to a divine transformation stage cultivator. With the power of the divine transformation spirit beast core, he had successfully broken through the bottleneck of nascent soul perfection, advancing to the divine transformation stage, a level that allowed him to stand unrivaled across the land. Outside the chamber, several elders waited anxiously. They had initially assumed that their sect master had suffered a blow to his Tao heart due to his earlier displays of humility. But instead, they were greeted by a spirited and commanding divine transformation cultivator. When Lu Qianyu confirmed his breakthrough, the elders were first stunned, then overjoyed. Their sect master had finally ascended to that legendary realm. The sect leader's rapid advancement in power filled the elders of the Baiyu sect with joy. After all, the stronger the leader, the higher the sect's standing would rise, and with it, the elders' own positions would naturally improve. However, after a brief moment of happiness, the elders began to frown. According to the norms of the cultivation world, advancing even a minor stage in the nascent soul realm required decades, if not centuries, of effort. A breakthrough to the next major realm was nearly impossible without hundreds of years of accumulation. Yet Lu Qianyu, who had only been at the late nascent soul stage, still far from the soul transformation realm, managed to achieve a breakthrough after just 3 days of seclusion. The elders exchanged knowing glances, their minds already piecing together the puzzle. The arrival of that mysterious figure, the sect leader's drastic change in attitude, and his sudden leap in cultivation, all of it pointed to one possibility. Sect leader, could this be related to that individual? One of the elders asked, his gaze sharp and penetrating as he looked at Lu Qianyu. Lu Qianyu awkwardly rubbed his nose. He had intended to claim that the breakthrough was entirely due to his own efforts, but these sly old foxes had seen through him immediately. No need to explain, sect leader. It's perfectly reasonable for you to remain discreet, another elder said with a genial smile. We came here to lighten your burden. Ever since that esteemed visitor arrived, you've personally attended to every detail, which must have been exhausting. As members of the sect, it is only right for us to share in the responsibilities. How about this? Why don't you take a well-deserved rest and leave the task of hosting to us? The other elders quickly chimed in, echoing their agreement. Yes, the third elder is absolutely right. Sect leader, you've just made a breakthrough and need to stabilize your cultivation. You can rest assured we will handle the reception of the honored guest with utmost care and make sure they are completely satisfied. With that, the elders hurried off, their enthusiasm leaving Lu Qianyu momentarily baffled. These usually unyielding old men, why were they suddenly so eager to take on this task? A moment later, realization dawned on him, and he inwardly cursed. These old foxes, they truly are as cunning as they are experienced. The elders of the Baiyu sect, their faces filled with fervor, rushed toward the residence of Lu Benwei. These old foxes had immediately seen through the situation clearly. Their sect leader had stumbled upon an opportunity through sheer flattery. If the art of flattery cultivation could enhance one's power, every one of them was confident they could become a master of it. Before long, Lu Benwei's courtyard was bustling with activity. The elders, all with utmost respect, greeted him and eagerly sought to curry favor. Some massaged his shoulders, others worked on his legs, and a few even served tea and water, treating him as if he were their own father. Lu Benwei, in a great mood, casually tossed out a handful of spirit beast inner cores items he had obtained from slain spirit beasts that he found useless. The elders, upon seeing this, were so overwhelmed with joy that they nearly knelt to him on the spot. Lu Qianyu arrived just in time to witness this extravagant scene. Though he was already aware of Lu Benwei's generosity, using spirit beast inner cores as rewards was still shocking to him. He immediately stepped forward and barked at the elders who were massaging Lu Benwei. "What are you all doing? So clumsy. How can you serve our senior properly like this? Move aside. Let me do it." With that, Lu Qianyu, leveraging his authority as the sect leader, shooed the elders away. While the elders' cultivation growth would certainly benefit the Baiyu sect, if this group of old men continued their bootlicking, his own cultivation as sect leader might end up being the lowest. Turning to Lu Benwei with a sycophantic smile, Lu Qianyu said, "Senior, I used to work as a professional masseur and chiropractor on the Tiangyue Bridge. This is my specialty." As soon as he said this, the elders were thunderstruck. This level of flattery was truly unparalleled. One elder suddenly had a bright idea and fawningly said, "Senior, I can perform opera. Would you like me to sing a piece for you?" Receiving Lu Benwei's nod of approval, the elder immediately struck a pose and began singing dramatically, "Ah, General, lay down your armor, for she is still waiting for you at home." Seeing this, the other elders began showcasing their talents as well. One demonstrated tea-making skills, brewing tea with a copper pot. Another claimed to be a 5-star chef and set up a stove to cook on the spot. And one elder, unable to think of any talent, blushed deeply and said, "Senior, how about I show you a split?" He then improvised by adding a "smashing a rock on my chest" act. The courtyard was soon filled with laughter and cheer. These elders, usually revered and dignified, had all transformed into shameless sycophants. If the disciples of the sect saw this scene, their jaws would surely drop. Lu Benwei, thoroughly enjoying this unique treatment, thought to himself that it would be even better if these people were young ladies instead. "Xiao Lu Benwei called out, "have you found the specific locations of those materials you mentioned?" It turned out that in order to keep Lu Benwei around, Lu Qianyu had previously mentioned a few rare treasures, among which the spirit liquid pool and the Tao comprehension tea tree had piqued Lu Benwei's interest. Over the past few days, Lu Qianyu had been cultivating while deducing the locations of these treasures. Since the spiritual energy revival 1,000 years ago, the world had undergone drastic changes, and geographical locations were constantly shifting. Lu Qianyu respectfully replied, "Senior, I've already deduced their locations. The spirit liquid pool lies 39,000 miles south of the Baiyu sect, occupied by 2 nascensal stage spirit beasts, 1 gold and 1 silver. The Tao comprehension tea tree is located in the mountains 4,500 miles to the east. If you require assistance, the entire Baiyu sect will spare no effort to aid you." At first, when Lu Qianyu expressed his admiration for Lu Benwei, the elders of the sect felt he was being overly obsequious. However, as time went on, they began to think that even the sect master's attitude wasn't respectful enough. "No need, I'll go myself." Lu Benwei waved his hand casually, his demeanor relaxed. "I'm getting a bit tired of the food here these past few days. Might as well take a walk and work up an appetite." These words immediately sent Lu Qianyu and the others into a panic. Seeing that this esteemed guest was about to leave after getting the address, Lu Qianyu hurried forward. "Senior, with your abilities, you can retrieve it any time. There's no rush. Why not stay a few more days in our Baiyu sect, enjoy some fine food and wine, and take in the beautiful scenery of our sect? Wouldn't that be wonderful?" As he spoke, he regretted inwardly. Had he known, he would have delayed revealing the location. "No, no, I'm in a hurry to get back to my company," Lu Benwei interrupted with a wave of his hand, clearly determined to leave. Seeing this, everyone's faces fell. They realized there was no way to keep him here today. Lu Qianyu cautiously asked, "All right then, since Senior insists on leaving, we won't try to hold you back. But after retrieving the item, you'll be coming back, won't you?" After all, the human head pearl still needs some time. The other elders also looked at Lu Benwei expectantly. However, he simply stretched lazily and said, "I can't be bothered to come back. Just send the human head pearl to me when it's ready." Lu Qianyu and the others' expressions changed drastically. They quickly asked, "Senior, have we somehow offended you during your stay?" "No." "Then, have we done something to displease you?" "Also no." "Then, is it?" Lu Benwei looked utterly uninterested. "Because your sect doesn't even have a single attractive young lady. It's just a bunch of old men, and honestly, it's boring." With that, he casually tossed his last nascent soul-grade spirit beast core to Lu Qianyu, left behind an address, and disappeared in a flash. The elders stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. They never could have imagined that the reason they couldn't convince this senior to stay was simply because their sect didn't have any attractive young women. The scorching sun hung high in the sky over the White Feather sect's courtyard, where a group of elders stood frozen like statues. Breaking the heavy silence, Lu Qianyu stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, Perhaps it's time we recruit a new batch of disciples. Sect Master, the third elder, immediately objected. Taking in new disciples every 10 years is an ironclad rule set by our ancestors. It's only been 3 years since the last recruitment. The patriarch would never agree to this. Indeed, the White Feather sect was not founded by Lu Qianyu. Its true creator was a half-step nascent soul cultivator, a formidable figure who remained the sect's ultimate authority. Don't worry, Lu Qianyu replied calmly. I will protect all of you while you cultivate. Once you've broken through, the patriarch will surely understand the necessity of our actions. As soon as his words fell, the elders eagerly began refining the beast cores gifted by Lu Benwei. These were no ordinary cores, but those of nascent soul-level spirit beasts, each one capable of inciting bloodshed and chaos if it were to surface in the cultivation world. Yet now, each elder held one in their hands, trembling with excitement as they consumed them. In the days that followed, waves of overwhelming energy erupted from their bodies. Many of the elders broke through directly to the great nascent soul stage, ascending to the level of nascent soul cultivators. This level of power, long considered unattainable, was now theirs with startling ease, leaving them feeling as if they were dreaming. Now that you've all made your breakthroughs, come with me to meet the patriarch. We must discuss the future of our sect, Lu Qianyu declared. The patriarch of the White Feather sect, named Yuan Feng, had secluded himself in the rear mountain for decades, striving to reach the nascent soul stage and revitalize the sect. The arrival of Lu Qianyu and the elders shattered the long-standing tranquility of the area. Standing outside a cave dwelling, Lu Qianyu clasped his hands respectfully and announced, Lu Qianyu, current sect master of the White Feather sect, seeks an audience with the patriarch, accompanied by the elders. Moments later, the cave doors swung open, and an elderly man with youthful features and snow-white hair stepped out. Dressed in flowing white robes, he exuded an aura of righteousness and wisdom, embodying the demeanor of a grandmaster. What is the matter? Yuan Feng asked, his brows furrowing as he scrutinized the group. He had explicitly ordered not to be disturbed during his seclusion unless faced with a grave crisis. For the sect's leadership to gather here today, something significant must have happened. Lu Qianyu spoke directly. Patriarch, a powerful cultivator visited recently. His strength is unparalleled, and he single-handedly annihilated the renowned myriad phenomena sect in an instant. This individual has a penchant for beautiful women. I believe we should recruit some exceptionally talented and attractive female disciples. Absurd. Yuan Feng's expression darkened, though he tempered his tone upon recalling Lu Qianyu's competent leadership over the years. Qianyu, you must understand the importance of upholding tradition. Recruiting disciples every 10 years is a core principle of our sect. To change it so casually would be disrespectful to our ancestors. Furthermore, our sect's resources are limited. Adding more disciples would inevitably strain the cultivation of our current members. Even if an extraordinary talent were to appear, it would be one thing, but since when has appearance become a criterion for recruitment? Beauty fades with time, leaving nothing but bones. Do you wish for outsiders to mock the decline of the White Feather sect? But Lu Qianyu's expression shifted slightly. Without recruiting these women, it may be difficult to establish a good relationship with that senior. This remark infuriated Yuan Feng. Nonsense. While forming alliances with strong cultivators is important, doing so at any cost is a betrayal of our principles. As cultivators, we must remain steadfast, unmoved by wealth, unbowed by power. No matter how strong this individual may be, do you truly believe he can grant you greater cultivation? Lu Qianyu and the elders exchanged knowing glances, their expressions turning peculiar. Patriarch, you might want to rethink that assumption, Lu Qianyu said with a faint smile. Before Yuan Feng could respond, the group collectively unleashed their cultivation bases. The oppressive aura of nascent soul-level power filled the air, shaking the heavens and earth. Such a scene caused Yuan Feng's pupils to contract sharply, and his body swayed. The serene and ethereal image he had always maintained shattered instantly, and he blurted out, "What the hell? When did you all break through to the nascent soul stage?" Yuan Feng, the revered patriarch of Baiyu sect, stammered, his previously unshakable demeanor completely gone. As a half-step nascent soul cultivator, he was utterly stunned to see the sect elders and the sect master, all now at the nascent soul stage, standing before him. Inside, a storm of disbelief raged. Lu Qianyu smiled gently and explained, "You're absolutely right, Patriarch. Our breakthrough is thanks to the generosity of that senior." He then recounted the story of how Lu Benwei granted them the miraculous pills, each word striking Yuan Feng like a heavy blow. After decades of painstaking cultivation, Yuan Feng had still not fully reached the nascent soul stage. Yet these juniors had surpassed him in one stroke, all thanks to a single fortuitous encounter. Regret filled his heart. If only he had known, he wouldn't have secluded himself in isolation. At that moment, Lu Qianyu took out the last nascent soul spirit beast core gifted by Lu Benwei. It emanated an aura of fierce power and abundant spiritual energy. Patriarch, this is for you, as a token of respect. I have one too, chimed in the other elders. Yuan Feng stared, dumbfounded, at the divine object before him. He could hardly believe it. Such a treasure. And that senior just handed it out casually? Or in large quantities? Who on earth is this extraordinary figure? Shock quickly gave way to overwhelming joy. With this divine pill, breaking through to the nascent soul stage was now a certainty. Without hesitation, he accepted the spirit beast core and immediately secluded himself to refine it. Lu Qianyu and the others stood guard outside. Days later, a unique aura belonging to the nascent soul stage radiated from Yuan Feng's body. The bottleneck that had troubled him for years was effortlessly shattered. When Yuan Feng finally opened his eyes, Lu Qianyu seized the opportunity to bring up the matter of accepting female disciples. Patriarch, about recruiting female disciples? Yuan Feng's expression turned serious as he interrupted. Qianyu is absolutely right. Recruiting new disciples is an urgent matter. You will take charge of this, but the new disciples must be female. They should have good temperament and a pleasing figure. He paused before adding, once you've made your selections, they'll personally evaluate them. The speed at which the patriarch, who had once staunchly opposed recruiting female disciples, changed his stance was truly astonishing. Lu Qianyu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. No one, it seemed, could resist the allure of Lu Benwei's generosity, not even the patriarch himself. Understood, sect master. I'll see to it immediately and ensure everything is handled perfectly, Lu Qianyu replied before heading off to make the arrangements. The story unfolds on two fronts, each presenting its own tale. After departing from the Baiyu sect, Lu Benwei headed straight for the spirit liquid pool. Along the mist-shrouded coastline, the air was filled with the occasional roars of spirit beasts. Gigantic creatures, towering hundreds of feet, thrashed about in the ocean, sending tidal waves crashing against the shore. This perilous forbidden zone, which would strike terror into the hearts of most, felt as familiar to Lu Benwei as his own backyard. Amidst the dense fog stood a solitary island, small in size, merely 3 to 5 kilometers in diameter but exuding an extraordinary aura. The island sparkled with spiritual light, its surface bathed in divine radiance. Across the shimmering lake that dominated the island, rare and exotic fruits floated, their vibrant colors reflecting the otherworldly glow. This lake was none other than the legendary spirit liquid pool, its waters pulsing with a mysterious light and brimming with pure spiritual essence. Were its existence to become known, it would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among sects and could even serve as a strategic resource for an entire nation. Hovering above the spirit liquid pool, Lu Benwei gazed upon the basketball court-sized lake with a flicker of delight in his eyes. With a grand sweep of his hand, an immense suction force drew the entirety of the lake's liquid into a small pouch he carried, a pouch that seemed capable of holding the vastness of rivers and seas. Not stopping there, he uprooted the rare fruits and treasures scattered across the island, taking even the very soil beneath them and storing it all in another pouch. What remained was a barren, desolate landscape, stripped of its former splendor. Not long after, a pair of mystical beasts, one golden and one silver, returned to the island. These dominators of the region, each possessing the strength of the nascent soul stage, had just returned from their ventures overseas, their spirits high. However, their joy turned to shock and fury as they beheld the devastation before them. The once glorious spirit liquid pool was dry, the rare fruits vanished, and centuries of painstakingly accumulated treasures were gone without a trace. Following the lingering scent of the culprit, the silver beast snarled, and with a shared roar of rage, the two beasts launched into pursuit. Meanwhile, Lu Benwei did not head directly to claim the Dao Comprehension Tree. Instead, he roamed the Forbidden Zone for several months, collecting a trove of treasures that could serve as materials for a grand renovation project. Eventually, his journey brought him to a vast, ancient forest, where he laid eyes on the towering Dao Comprehension Tea Tree. Standing 100 feet tall, its trunk was as wide as two men standing shoulder to shoulder, its bark resembling the scales of a dragon. The tree exuded an ancient, dignified aura, its branches and leaves shimmering with divine light and releasing a subtle, calming fragrance. Just as Lu Benwei prepared to claim the tree, an elderly man leapt down from its branches, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he scrutinized the newcomer. The old man explained that the tree was meant to be a part of his granddaughter's dowry. However, if Lu Benwei were willing to marry his granddaughter, whose beauty, he claimed, could rival that of mythical goddesses, not only would he gain the Dao Comprehension Tree, but he would also receive an opulent dowry. Lu Benwei couldn't help but chuckle at this unexpected turn of events, finding it amusing that he was finally experiencing a situation befitting a protagonist. When the old man called out to his granddaughter, two melodious voices, as clear and sweet as orioles, answered in unison, coming. The moment the pair of sisters appeared, their presence lit up Lu Benwei's eyes. He thought to himself with a grin, well, I think I'm in love. Nestled amidst lush green forests, a quaint farmhouse stood quietly, surrounded by verdant mountains and towering ancient trees. A winding mountain path twisted upward like a ribbon. 300 steps from the courtyard gate stood an imposing ancient tree, known as the Enlightenment Tree. Lu Benwei stood on the mountain path, his gaze fixed intently on the small courtyard. Inside, an elderly man with silver hair, dressed in a gray robe, smiled warmly as he looked at him. Moments passed, and two towering figures slowly emerged from the courtyard. The two women stood nearly 2 meters tall, their massive frames resembling those of bears. Their waists were so broad that it would take 2 people to encircle them. They wore identical green garments, which looked less like clothes and more like custom-made bedsheets. From their faces to their outfits, even the folds of their ample flesh were identical. It was clear they were twins. Old man, are you telling me these are your granddaughters? The light of anticipation in Lu Benwei's eyes was extinguished in an instant, leaving his heart cold. That's right. What do you think? My granddaughters are quite the beauties, aren't they? The old man's smile grew even brighter. You're saying they're the ones you described as having the beauty to outshine fish and birds, and the grace to put the moon and flowers to shame? Absolutely. The one on the left is outshining fish and birds, and the one on the right is shaming moon and flowers. Aren't they the epitome of human perfection? So, young man, do you fancy the elder sister or the younger one? If you like both, we can talk about it. Lu Benwei felt as though his eyes were being assaulted, and even another glance felt unbearable. Old man, you can keep playing your games. I'm out. With a wave of his hand, he pocketed the Enlightenment Tree and vanished into thin air, the entire process taking no more than 0.3 seconds. Grandpa, the husband you picked for us ran off with the Enlightenment Tree, the twins yelled in frustration. Their voices might have been melodious, but they were utterly mismatched with their bulky frames. The old man stared thoughtfully in the direction where Lu Benwei had disappeared. I didn't expect someone from a nascent civilization to possess such strength. It seems I underestimated him. The sisters clung to him, whining, Grandpa. So what if he's strong? He's still under your control. Go after him. All right, stop shaking me. You'll shake these old bones apart, the old man said indulgently. That young man, only 16, already has such abilities. He's destined for great things. Perhaps he could become an ally to us in the future. It's best not to push him too hard. If you truly like him, you can pursue him when fate brings you together again. Hearing this, the sisters nodded in agreement. They immediately began fantasizing about their future together, even coming up with names for their children. If only they had asked for Lu Benwei's last name, they might have started drafting the family tree. As Lu Benwei returned to Xiangcheng, the image of those two figures lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. He quickly made a call to one of his subordinates. Xiangcheng, what are you up to? Boss, the Make It Big Group's new skyscraper just finished construction. We're about to throw a party. Are you coming? Hearing this, Lu Benwei's mood improved. Wait for me. They'll be there soon. The moment he disappeared, high above in the clouds, the gaze of a jade-green Qilin fell upon him. This little one is intriguing. Perhaps he could serve as my representative in the mortal realm. Before the words had fully settled, the Qilin's figure dissolved into the sea of clouds. The imposing headquarters of the Zhuozhuang Group towered over the bustling commercial district in the eastern part of Xiangcheng. Standing at an impressive 99 stories, the skyscraper symbolized the company's unparalleled ambition and supremacy. Inside, the building was fully equipped with state-of-the-art facilities, seamlessly combining spaces for work, entertainment, and leisure. Surrounding the building was a meticulously landscaped garden spanning hundreds of acres. The premises also featured an array of amenities: employee dormitories, dining halls, a movie theater, and even a private villa complex. The building's exterior was adorned with specially designed luminescent materials, causing it to shimmer brilliantly day and night, making it the most dazzling landmark in the district. At this moment, in a pavilion crafted from rare agarwood, 3 Min Liqing, Gao Chong, and Zhang Han were deep in conversation. Brotherly, I heard you've had some issues with the Wang and Lu families of Xiangcheng recently. Do you need our help to deal with them? Gao Chong asked, toying with a jade walnut in his hand, his tone serious. Pouring tea for the group, Zhang Han added, if you need anything, brotherly, just say the word. Whether it's manpower or money, we've got you covered. Li Qing chuckled softly. I appreciate your concern, brothers. In the past, I did tread carefully around the Wang and Lu families. But now, they're nothing more than grasshoppers after the first frost in their last legs. Once I absorb their industries into our group, it'll be a little surprise for our elder brother. This token of respect for him doesn't require your intervention. In the power structure of Xiangcheng, the Li family, led by Li Qing, was considered a first-tier force. However, The Wang and Lu families were in a league of their own, backed by nascent soul ancestors. But ever since Li Qing had crossed paths with Lu Benwei, he had ascended from a mere golden core cultivator to a formidable nascent soul powerhouse. The two mighty families were no longer a threat to him. As the three continued their discussion, a familiar voice suddenly interrupted them. Xiao, this skyscraper suits my taste quite well, big brother. All three men's faces lit up with joy. That unmistakable voice belonged to none other than their savior and mentor, Lu Benwei. Before they could react further, the sky abruptly darkened. Thunder roared, and lightning tore through the heavens as a massive azure qilin emerged, walking on air. The mythical beast's body shimmered with divine light, its scales radiating an ancient and sacred aura, as though it had transcended from the rivers of time. Its presence was so overwhelming that it seemed to command the heavens and earth to submit. Its enormous head alone was as vast as a mountain, while most of its colossal body remained hidden in the void, threatening to tear space apart. Li Qing and the others were utterly stunned. Just locking eyes with the qilin made their souls feel as though they were freezing. The qilin lowered its gaze, scanning the group before finally fixing its eyes on Lu Benwei. Human, I have observed you for some time. If you kneel and pledge your allegiance to me, proclaiming the name of Qinglin sovereign, I shall grant you immortality and appoint you as my emissary among mortals. You say that again. Lu Benwei's brow furrowed, his tone icy. The qilin's gaze was filled with condescension, as if looking at an ant. Human, you lack even the most basic reverence for the strong. It seems I must first teach you the meaning of fear before I can tame you. Before the words had fully left its mouth, the qilin opened its jaws and unleashed a radiant beam of divine light, instantly enveloping the surrounding space. The void froze, and time itself seemed to come to a halt. Li Qing and the others were horrified to find themselves utterly immobilized, unable even to blink. Such power capable of ending their lives as easily as crushing an ant was beyond their comprehension. Though they had unwavering faith in their elder brother, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear for him. In that moment, Lu Benwei moved. He vanished from his spot, reappearing in an instant directly before the qilin, his fist already in motion. The punch was so swift that even the qilin couldn't react in time. Its massive head was struck with the force of a mountain, sending its colossal body hurtling backward into the void. Human, how is it possible that you've broken free of my spatial temporal confinement? The qilin's voice echoed in disbelief from the void. This was its innate divine ability, capable of immobilizing even celestial beings, yet it had failed against Lu Benwei. Huh, you've got some nerve showing off in front of me, you overgrown lizard. Lu Benwei sneered, wasting no time. He launched himself into the void, unleashing a relentless barrage of kicks and punches upon the mythical beast. The qilin roared in fury and shock, struggling to fight back against the onslaught. The qilin was utterly stunned to find himself completely immobilized under the relentless stomping of Lu Benwei's massive feet. What shocked him even more was that his proud mastery of the time-space confinement technique, once an unshakable source of his confidence, had been reduced to a shackle, trapping him beneath Lu Benwei's feet. Every time he was on the verge of breaking free, another crushing stomp would come whistling down, forming a new prison to bind him. What kind of monster is this? The qilin felt a chill run down his spine, his mind overwhelmed by waves of disbelief. The power of laws, the ultimate force in all of existence, was something only the mightiest beings could wield. It required the manipulation of one's soul and the mastery of intent. Yet, this man before him was somehow using the power of laws as if it were a mere tool beneath his unheard-of feet. Even more terrifying was the sheer force of Lu Benwei's attacks, which defied the qilin's understanding of strength. It was worth noting that the qilin's physical body was among the most formidable in all of mythological civilization. For anyone of the same level to breach his defenses was nigh impossible, and even divine artifacts could only leave faint marks on his scales. Yet, under Lu Benwei's assault, his scales shattered, his bones fractured, and he was left in unbearable agony. You little piece of trash, weren't you the one bragging about making me kneel? Lu Benwei sneered as he slapped the qilin across the face, the force of the blow collapsing the very air around them. The qilin was sent flying, sparks erupting from his body as he let out a pained roar. His eyes locked onto Lu Benwei with a mix of fury and disbelief. How many years had it been since he, a proud divine beast, had suffered such an unbearable humiliation? Still daring to glare at me? Lu Benwei's anger flared even hotter. With another ferocious kick, he shattered 3 of the qilin's ribs. Already irritable from his earlier encounter with those terrifying twins, Lu Benwei's mood had soured further thanks to the qilin's arrogance. A mere piece of trash dared to spout off in his presence? He would teach this beast the meaning of respect. Big brother, I was wrong. Please, stop hitting me. The qilin finally caved, discarding all notions of pride and dignity. He knew that if this continued, his life might very well end here today. Regret churned within him. Why had he ever left the resting grounds of mythological civilization in search of some fleeting sense of purpose? Lu Benwei landed a few more kicks before his anger subsided. Standing over the battered Qilin, he spoke coldly. Do you admit your mistakes now? Yes, yes. It's all my fault, every bit of it. The Qilin's body trembled as he pleaded, Big brother. I was blind to your greatness and overstepped my bounds. Please, have mercy and let me go. Treat me like nothing more than a passing breeze. As he spoke, his heart sank into despair. A supreme divine beast, reduced to such humiliation. How had it come to this? But faced with the overwhelming disparity in power, he had no choice but to grovel. If he didn't, he wouldn't leave this place alive. I don't like looking up when I talk to someone, Lu Benwei remarked. Hearing this, the Qilin immediately shrank himself down, transforming into a miniature version just 3 feet tall and 4 feet long. Lu Benwei grabbed him with one hand, stepped out of the void, and tossed him unceremoniously beside a pavilion. From now on, you'll kneel here quietly and repent. Unless I give you permission to move, any twitch will earn you a beating. And if you dare to run, it'll kill you on the spot. The Qilin didn't dare make a sound. He withdrew his time-space confinement powers and knelt motionlessly beside the pavilion like a statue. This sight sent adrenaline surging through Li Qing, Gao Chong, and Zhang Han, igniting a fierce fighting spirit within them. They had just witnessed one of the supreme divine beasts of mythological civilization reduced to a groveling subordinate in front of their big brother. The three of them now felt ashamed for ever doubting Lu Benwei's safety earlier. Their big brother was unstoppable, slaying gods and crushing demons alike. How could a mere Qilin ever hope to challenge him? Expand and strengthen the corporate empire. Li Qing, Gao Chong, and Zhang Han shouted in unison, their voices ringing with excitement. This single phrase perfectly captured the exhilaration they felt at that moment. What lay before them was a sight they could hardly believe. The legendary Qilin, a divine beast they had always held in the highest regard, was now as docile as a house cat. It stood utterly subdued, not daring to move an inch under the command of their elder brother. If their admiration for others could reach a perfect score of 100, their reverence for their elder brother had long since transcended that scale, soaring into the thousands. Enough already. It's just a trash Qilin, nothing worth boasting about, Lu Benwei remarked nonchalantly, his casual tone leaving everyone speechless. A Qilin, after all, was no ordinary creature but a divine beast of immense power. Li Qing and the others had personally experienced its terrifying might moments ago. Yet here was their elder brother, dismissing it outright as though it were nothing more than garbage. This left the three of them pondering once again. Just how powerful was their elder brother? The question lingered in their minds like an unsolvable riddle. Each time they witnessed him in action, he shattered their understanding of strength. No matter how formidable the enemy, their elder brother would annihilate them with an effortless, overwhelming force. Perhaps only the word invincible could begin to describe his unparalleled prowess. Meanwhile, the Qilin's behavior was equally telling. It stood still, its gaze fixed downward, not daring to make a sound. In the past, anyone who dared show it the slightest disrespect would face divine retribution. And yet now, after being so openly demeaned and even called trash, it made no move to retaliate. The once proud divine beast had been utterly cowed, fully aware that in the presence of this demon, it was less than an ant. As the group stood lost in their thoughts, Lu Benwei, hands casually tucked into his pockets, turned to the three men. Remember what I told you before? Once you've put in some hard work, I'll reward you with an opportunity for transformation. Seeing how a mere trash Qilin has you trembling in fear, it's clear your strength needs some serious improvement. You're making me lose face. Li Qing, Gao Chong, and Zhang Han were instantly filled with excitement. Their elder brother's care for them was beyond words, akin to that of a second parent. It hadn't been long since their last power boost, and now he was already offering them another chance at growth. Such generosity and concern were something even their own parents might struggle to match. The Qilin, on the other hand, felt a deep, piercing pain in its heart. Though it knew it was no match for Lu Benwei, being repeatedly referred to as trash was a humiliation it struggled to accept. It couldn't help but regret its choices. Clearly, it should have checked the omens before leaving its lair today. Now, all it could do was endure both the physical and emotional torment. While the Qilin wallowed in regret and the trio brimmed with anticipation, Lu Benwei waved his hand and said, "Follow me." The four of them strolled along a tree-lined path, with Lu Benwei leading the way. After walking for a while, they came to a halt in front of a barren plot of land, roughly the size of 2 football fields. Zhang Han quickly stepped forward to explain, "Elder brother, I had planned to turn this area into a landscape garden, but with the construction of the new corporate building, we haven't had a chance to plant anything yet. Give me 3 days, and I'll have it filled with greenery." "No need. I have my own plans for this place, Lu Benwei replied, patting his pocket. In an instant, an overwhelming torrent of spiritual trees and mystical fruits poured out, darkening the sky as they descended. With another wave of his hand, a divine light swept across the area, scattering like raindrops. The spiritual trees took root seamlessly, and in the blink of an eye, a magnificent garden emerged. The garden was a breathtaking sight. Each tree had its own unique form. Some resembled soaring dragons, while others were shaped like crouching white tigers. The fruits were equally extraordinary, ranging from fiery red to snow white to those crackling with arcs of lightning. The air was thick with the rich aroma of spiritual energy, intoxicatingly fragrant and otherworldly. Li Qing, Gao Chong, and Zhang Han were left utterly stunned. What kind of power was this? With just a wave of his hand, Lu Benwei had conjured an entire orchard from his pocket. The trees seemed as though they had grown naturally, without any trace of transplantation. Li Qing, the most knowledgeable among them, gazed at the orchard in awe. He understood better than anyone the rarity of spiritual fruits. In the world they lived in, a single spiritual fruit could spark fierce competition, even bloodshed. He vividly recalled an incident from his youth when 3 golden core cultivators fought to the death over a mid-tier spiritual fruit. Yet here, in this newly formed orchard, there were spiritual fruits of every grade from low-tier to top-tier and even a Tao Enlightenment tea tree, its shimmering divine light and profound aura indicating that it had nearly reached the semi-mortal level. Since the great transformation of heaven and earth, ushering in a golden age of cultivation, the official publication known as the Spiritual Compendium had classified spiritual resources into various tiers: low-tier, mid-tier, high-tier, and top-tier. Top-tier spiritual treasures are considered the pinnacle of what the world knows about such mystical items. However, above this threshold, there has always been a bold theory: the existence of celestial-grade spiritual treasures. Although there have been occasional rumors supporting this idea, definitive proof has always been lacking, leaving it as one of the great unsolved mysteries of the cultivation world. At this moment, a semi-celestial enlightenment tea tree was standing openly before them, its mere existence serving as the most compelling evidence yet of the possibility of celestial-grade treasures. Li Qing gazed at the extraordinary sight, his heart surging with emotion. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the cultivation world. Then again, as he thought deeper, if legendary civilizations and mythical creatures like the Qilin still existed, the existence of celestial-grade treasures didn't seem entirely far-fetched. After all, compared to this semi-celestial treasure, the Qilin was an even more transcendent being. Zhang Han's eyes gleamed with excitement as he stared unblinkingly at the spiritual orchard before him. Unable to contain himself, he eagerly asked, "Big brother, can I try one?" As someone who had once been a failure in cultivation, he was no stranger to the legends of spiritual treasures. However, his previous low status had kept him far from ever encountering such rare wonders. Now, he was like the mythical Zhu Beiji laying eyes on a ginseng fruit, filled with overwhelming desire. This spiritual orchard was planted specifically as a company perk. "You, as part of my team and my trusted brothers, can eat to your heart's content," came the response, casual yet astonishing. Hearing this, the 3 of them collectively gasped, their scalps tingling. Such priceless treasures, merely given as company benefits? While other companies were still talking about basic insurance and retirement plans, their company had elevated perks to a whole new level by including spiritual fruits and trees. This was simply beyond comprehension. Zhang Han could no longer hold back. He immediately plucked 3 or 5 spiritual fruits. To his amazement, the spots where the fruits had been picked began growing new ones at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scene before them left everyone utterly stunned. Freshly picked spiritual fruits miraculously regenerated in an instant, with new, plump fruits now hanging heavily on the branches. The astonishing speed of this growth was beyond belief. Zhang Han could hardly trust his own eyes and immediately tested this phenomenon on other spiritual trees. The results confirmed that this remarkable ability was not unique to a single tree but shared by every tree in the orchard. "Big brother, does this mean that all these spiritual resources are inexhaustible?" Zhang Han asked, swallowing hard, his voice trembling with excitement. "It's not quite that miraculous," Lu Benwei explained calmly. "This orchard is infused with the essence of creation. As long as the essence remains, the fruits can indeed be harvested endlessly. But once it's depleted, these spiritual plants will return to their normal growth cycles." As it turned out, Lu Benwei had been busy during his absence. Not only had he retrieved spiritual pool liquid from the Baiyu sect and uprooted the Enlightenment tea tree, but he had also spent months traveling through forbidden lands. Most of the spiritual trees in the orchard had been transplanted from various places, and the essence of creation was another treasure he had acquired during his journey. This divine substance could restore the essence of all things with unparalleled speed, serving as the key to breaking the natural growth limitations of these spiritual plants. If the Qilin were to learn that the essence of creation and artifact revered as a supreme treasure even in mythological civilizations was being used merely to cultivate fruits, it would likely lose its mind with jealousy. However, for Li Qing and the others, such profound mysteries were far beyond their comprehension. They could only marvel in awe, grasping but a fraction of the truth. Big brother, how long can the essence of creation sustain this orchard? Gaochang asked curiously. Lu Benwei slipped his hands into his pockets and considered for a moment before answering. If you were to harvest around the clock, it could last about 10,000 years. With normal usage, it should endure for several million years. The sheer magnitude of this number left everyone reeling. 10,000 years. And that was with continuous harvesting. All right, enough gawking. Eat and drink your fill, Lu Benwei said nonchalantly. Once you're full, we'll take you to improve your strength. The three of them froze in disbelief. This vast orchard of spiritual fruits wasn't the full extent of the gifts? They couldn't help but recall their last adventure in the burial grounds of the mythological civilization. What they thought was the ultimate treasure, a field of ancient bones, turned out to be merely the prelude to capturing remnants of ancient beast souls to enhance their power. Eagerly, they began devouring the spiritual fruits. Li Qing bit into a thunderflame fruit, feeling a burst of electrifying energy exploding in his mouth, crisp and tingling. Zhang Han, with a zhu fruit in one hand and a spiritual ginseng in the other, was thoroughly enjoying himself. Zhang Han, with so many high-grade spiritual treasures in this orchard, can't you aim a little higher? Lu Benwei remarked, casually munching on a water spirit fruit. Embarrassed, Zhang Han immediately discarded the lower-tier fruits and began searching for more valuable ones. Such extravagance in consuming these rare spiritual fruits would leave any outsider green with envy. The three of them ate until juice dripped from their mouths, and their bodies began to emit a radiant glow, as if they were on the verge of ascending to immortality. Only when they could eat no more did they collapse onto the grass, their bodies exuding a dense spiritual energy. Are you full? Lu Benwei asked, biting into a six-colored immortal peach. Full? So full we can't take another bite, big brother, they replied, struggling to speak, caught between bliss and discomfort. The joy lay in the abundance of spiritual fruits, but the pain stemmed from their overstuffed stomachs. Good. Since you're full, let's get moving, Lu Benwei said with a wave of his hand. Zhang Han, take me to the pool. Today, they'll treat you all to a proper bath. The pool was located on the rooftop of the Dazhua Daqiang Group's 99th floor, spanning an impressive 3,000 square meters. Surrounding it were lounge chairs, beach decor, tables, umbrellas, and other elements that created a vacation-like atmosphere. Lu Benwei patted his pocket, and a stream of crystal-clear spiritual pool liquid poured out, quickly filling the entire pool. Witnessing this, the group couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Just a fragment of a damaged spiritual vein was enough to incite fierce competition among powerful factions. Yet here was their big brother, using such a precious resource as spiritual liquid for a mere bath. The sheer extravagance of it all made their scalps tingle. The most astonishing thing for them was their elder brother's magical bag. It was truly extraordinary, like a cow flying a plane, utterly unbelievable. Two small cloth pouches managed to hold an orchard as vast as a football field and even an entire pool of spiritual liquid. How it worked, they couldn't comprehend. They could only marvel at its mystery. It was clear they couldn't view their elder brother through the lens of ordinary people. His methods had already transcended their wildest imagination. Their life plan now? Stick to their elder brother no matter what. At this moment, Lu Benwei poured a little more stellar liquid into the pool. This liquid, born from the stars, was a top-tier spiritual essence containing the purest celestial energy. It was one of Lu Benwei's gains during his recent journey to the starry skies, prepared specifically to enhance his followers' strength. Now that everything was ready, it was time to dive in for a swim. Lu Benwei took the lead, changing into swimwear and diving straight into the pool with a powerful leap. The surrounding facilities were comprehensive, lacking only the water itself earlier. Seeing their elder brother enjoying himself in the spiritual pool, Li Qing and the others couldn't resist joining in. They also changed into swimwear and plunged into the luxurious pool of spiritual liquid. What does it feel like to swim in a pool filled with spiritual essence? For Li Qing and the others, it was pure bliss and electrifying comfort that left their skin tingling. The boundless spiritual energy permeated their bodies through every pore. This intense stimulation even caused the ancient beast remnants sealed within them to stir restlessly, triggering a rocket-like surge in their cultivation levels. Zhang Han, initially at the early nascent soul stage, broke through to the mid-stage, latest stage, and peak nascent soul levels almost without pause, before launching directly toward the great nascent soul stage. With a resounding boom, his cultivation level shattered the barrier into the great nascent soul stage. As his cultivation surged, the endless spiritual energy continued refining his body. Overwhelmed by the burning energy within, Zhang Han swam energetically to expend it. Just when he thought the great nascent soul stage was his limit, the power of the spiritual fruits he had consumed earlier erupted. With internal spiritual energy merging with external influx and absorption of the stellar liquid, Zhang Han found himself breaking through another minor stage with every lap. After several laps, he had directly advanced from the great nascent soul stage to the spirit transformation stage. The rapid progress left him both thrilled and terrified. Breaking through two major stages in a single day was unprecedented. Even though he hadn't originally been a cultivator, Zhang Han had diligently studied the basics of the cultivation world after becoming a nascent soul cultivator. He knew that since the revival of spiritual energy and the transformation of heaven and earth, there had never been a record of anyone breaking through two major stages in a single day. Cultivation was a rugged path, requiring innate talent, a solid cultivation method, abundant spiritual resources, and exceptional comprehension. Even with all these elements in place, bottlenecks often hindered progress, leaving most people stuck for years or even lifetimes. But for Zhang Han and his companions, bottlenecks didn't exist. As long as they fully refined the remnants of ancient beasts within them, ascending to the immortal realm was inevitable. The spiritual fruits, spiritual pool liquid, and stellar liquid were all aimed at accelerating this process. While others struggled for resources or risked life and death for breakthroughs, Lu Benwei had paved an expressway to the immortal realm for his followers, complete with a conveyor belt. With these experiences of refining ancient beast remnants, even if Zhang Han did nothing else in the coming centuries, he would still advance to the immortal realm. Once the remnants were refined to a certain degree, their bodies would automatically assimilate the beast's power through the flow of spiritual energy, further accelerating the process. Zhang Han wasn't the only one experiencing explosive growth. Xiangcheng and Liqing also skyrocketed in their cultivation. Xiangcheng, originally at the mid-nascent soul stage, also advanced two major stages, stopping only at the mid-spirit transformation stage. This rapid progress left him utterly stunned. Looking back to those days, he was nothing more than a mere nobody who hadn't even reached the golden core stage. The strongest individual he knew at the time was merely a cultivator at the golden core level. Back then, achieving the golden core was his lifelong aspiration. Yet now, in just a few short months, he had leaped from the nascent soul stage to become a mighty soul transformation cultivator, stepping into a realm he once dared not even dream of. All of this was thanks to the casual generosity of his older brother. Standing in the courtyard, Gao Chang gazed at the distant clouds, his heart brimming with emotion. The wisest decision of his life was, without a doubt, having a wonderful daughter like Gao Shi. Without her, he and that older brother of his would have remained two parallel lines, never intersecting. He couldn't help but recall when his older brother invited him to join the company and how he outright refused. Even now, the thought sends shivers down his spine. If he hadn't come to his senses later, he would have narrowly missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Li Qing, at this moment, found himself lost in similar thoughts. Like Gao Chang, he too had broken through two major cultivation stages in one go, advancing from the early nascent soul stage to the void return stage, becoming a figure of immense influence. Among the three of them, his history with Lu Benwei ran the deepest, though it was far from pleasant. He had once vowed to avenge his grandson and swore to break Lu Benwei's legs. Now, looking back, the fact that he was still alive seemed like a stroke of divine luck. What's even more ironic is that he later, by a twist of fate, ended up acknowledging Lu Benwei as his older brother. While it was initially a reluctant decision driven by circumstances, in hindsight, this pragmatic choice had undoubtedly saved his life. Meanwhile, in the silent void of space, a lone figure stood suspended in midair. With the slightest motion, a surge of overwhelming power belonging to a soul transformation cultivator rippled outward, causing the surrounding winds and clouds to churn and the heavens and earth to tremble. This person was none other than the blind Taoist. Ever since he had received a drop of Qilan blood gifted by the Qilan ancestor, his strength had skyrocketed like a rocket. After months of secluded cultivation, he had advanced from the early nascent soul stage to the soul transformation stage in one fell swoop. From this day forth, the heavens and earth shall make room for the blind Taoist, he declared, brimming with confidence, his eyes gleaming with a domineering light. In his view, the heroes of the world were nothing but trifles. With a hearty laugh, the blind Taoist departed gracefully, already scheming how to use his newfound reputation to take Zhang Han as his disciple and forge a legendary tale of a master and student ruling the world. The Wang family council hall in Xiangcheng was steeped in solemnity. Two figures sat facing each other in the room, none other than Wang Fugui and Lu Quan, the heads of Xiangcheng's two most influential families. Each family controlled nearly 20 of the city's economic lifeblood, and their combined power was enough to shake all of Xiangcheng to its core. Wang Fugui sat upright on a carved wooden chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping the polished mahogany table. Though he appeared to be in his early 40s, his brows carried a weight of wisdom and gravity beyond his years. After a long pause, he turned to Lu Quan beside him and spoke. Brother Lu, on the surface, the Demon Suppression Division governs Xiangcheng, but behind the scenes, it is our two families who hold sway. Now, someone dares to extend their hands toward the industries under our family's names. What measures do you think we should take? Lu Quan sat with a composed demeanor, idly toying with a smooth jade artifact in his hand, his expression serious. Brother Wang, given the strength of our two families, anyone bold enough to cross the line should naturally pay the price. Cut off the hand that reaches, sever the head that dares. However, this Li Qing is a difficult matter. Over the past few months, he's been aggressively expanding his family's influence. To be frank, and I hope you won't laugh at me, I sent 3 golden core cultivators to warn him, but none of them returned. Are you saying he's already broken through to the nascent soul stage? Wang Fugui's brows furrowed deeply. It's not just a possibility, it's a certainty, Lu Quan replied, setting the jade artifact down. With the combined power of our two families, no mere golden core cultivator would dare act so recklessly. He must have something to rely on. A nascent soul cultivator indeed, has the qualifications to challenge the dominance of the Wang and Lu families in Xiangcheng. A glint of cold resolve flashed in Wang Fugui's eyes. Brother Lu, let's not beat around the bush. Xiangcheng is already well-balanced with just our two families in power. If another force suddenly rises to stand on equal footing with us, would you be willing to accept that? What choice do I have if I'm unwilling? Lu Quan gave a bitter smile. The Lu family's nascent soul elder is in deep seclusion, and your Wang family's nascent soul elder has been away for years with no word. The power of a nascent soul cultivator is not something we can contend with, even if we combine forces. After a moment of silence, Wang Fugui suddenly said, what if you didn't have to act yourself, but instead we called on outside help to eliminate this threat? How much would you be willing to sacrifice? Brother Wang, do you know someone capable of taking down a nascent soul cultivator? Lu Quan looked up in surprise. After a moment of contemplation, he responded seriously, if Li Qing can be dealt with, I'm willing to give up 20 of the Lu family's profits for this year. Excellent. Wang Fugui exhaled lightly. The Wang family has some connections in Longqing. Recently, I received a message from our main branch there, saying that a powerful nascent soul cultivator, known as the Blind Taoist, has arrived in Xiangcheng. They advised me to treat him well. If we can persuade him to act, dealing with a single nascent soul cultivator will be a trivial matter. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Xiangcheng, the Blind Taoist, who had just broken through to the soul transformation stage, was strolling leisurely through the bustling streets. He was contemplating how to make a grand, earth-shattering move to establish his reputation across the land. Just as he was envisioning taking on a rampaging spirit beast or vanquishing some malevolent force, an unexpected phone call interrupted his thoughts. The silence was abruptly shattered by Wang Fugui's phone call. On the other end, his voice carried an initial flurry of flattery and compliments. Then, with a subtle shift in tone, he delicately broached the subject of hiring someone to assassinate a nascent soul cultivator. He offered an enticing sum of money and mentioned that the details would need to be discussed in person. Blind Taoist listened quietly, sinking into deep thought. A nascent soul cultivator was considered a top-tier figure in Xiang City. If he could take down such a powerful individual, it would not only align with his identity but also bolster his reputation, spreading his name far and wide. With this in mind, the Blind Taoist disappeared in a flash, heading straight for the Wang family estate. Soon, the gates of the Wang family residence came into view. Wang Fugui, the head of the Wang family, along with Lu Quan, the head of the Lu family, were already waiting outside. Upon seeing the Blind Taoist arrive, they hurried forward to greet him. Your esteemed presence graces my humble abode, making it truly shine. Please come in. Wang Fugui said with an ingratiating smile, his obsequiousness plain to see. Guided by the two men, the Blind Taoist entered the meeting hall. After the three of them took their seats and exchanged pleasantries, Wang Fugui couldn't contain himself any longer and cut straight to the chase. Senior, the target's name is Li Qing, suspected to be a nascent soul expert. Here are his detailed records. He handed over a folder. The rest, we leave in your capable hands. Li Qing. The Blind Taoist's expression darkened, his brows knitting together. Are you unaware that my original surname is also Li? He's from my own clan. At these words, Wang Fugui and Lu Quan went pale. What had seemed like a foolproof plan to hire an assassin had taken an unexpected and disastrous turn. Senior, since Li Qing is from your clan, perhaps we should just let this matter go? Wang Fugui ventured cautiously, barely concealing his apprehension. Let this matter go? How could that be possible? The Blind Taoist slammed the table with a resounding thud, his voice thundering with anger. At this, Wang Fugui and Lu Quan were stricken with fear, their hearts sinking. Could it be that the Blind Taoist intended to defend Li Qing? Was this the day the Wang and Lu families would face their doom? He's from the same ancestral lineage as I am, a close family member. A cherished relative, the blind Taoist declared, his gaze fixed on the two men, who were now ashen-faced. That means the price goes up? The sudden twist left Wang Fugui and Lu Quan utterly dumbfounded, as though they had been thrown into a fog. For a moment, neither of them knew how to react. The words, pay more, hit Wang Fugui and Lu Quan like a bolt of lightning. The two men couldn't help but cast resentful glances at the blind Taoist. That brief moment of killing intent had truly scared them out of their wits. They thought their lives would end right then and there. As long as you're willing to help, senior, everything is negotiable. Wang Fugui forced a smile, though his voice trembled slightly. It wasn't that he was reluctant to part with his money. It was just that the fright from earlier still lingered. After some haggling, the final price ended up doubling. Young ones, don't think this old man is taking advantage of you. The fact that you're able to hire me for this sum, you should be counting your blessings, the blind Taoist said arrogantly. Wait for my good news. Within 3 days, you will hear of Li Qing's demise. With that, the blind Taoist strode off, but not before showing a glimpse of his power. A surge of energy suddenly erupted, accompanied by roaring winds and rolling thunder. The sky seemed to tremble, and the overwhelming pressure left Wang Fugui and Lu Quan weak at the knees, nearly causing them to collapse. Fortunately, the Taoist reined in his energy almost instantly. By the time they looked up again, he had vanished without a trace. That pressurite felt like someone beyond the great nascent soul stage. Lu Quan stammered, his whole body trembling in disbelief. As a golden core cultivator, even the great nascent soul realm was an unattainable height for him. Anything beyond that was the stuff of legends. Wang, my brother, I didn't know you were acquainted with such a powerful figure. If we can build a connection with him, our futures might hold unimaginable possibilities, Lu Quan said, his face lighting up with hope rather than frustration over the increased price. Wang Fugui took a deep breath. For someone of his caliber, we must indeed find a way to form a relationship. But right now, there's something even more pressing. What could be more important than forging ties with such a powerful individual? Dividing up the Li family's assets. At these words, a glint of greed flashed in Lu Quan's eyes. While the Li family's wealth couldn't compare to that of the Wang and Lu families, swallowing it whole would still amount to a considerable fortune. Agreed. I'll send people to monitor Li Qing's movements. The moment he's dead, it'll be time for us to carve up the Li family's holdings, Lu Quan said, swiftly beginning to assign tasks. The two men had no doubts about the blind Taoist's abilities. In their minds, if Li Qing managed to survive an encounter with such a formidable figure, they themselves should probably pack their belongings and flee for their lives. While Wang Fugui and Lu Quan were eagerly plotting this feast, their target, Li Qing, was immersing himself in an entirely different kind of celebration. On the 33rd floor of the Make It Big Group's headquarters, neon lights flashed, music blared, and the atmosphere was electric. Li Qing, clad in leather armor and a baseball cap, was showing off his moonwalk on the dance floor. Ever since meeting Lu Benwei, he not only looked younger but also felt rejuvenated, living life with a youthful exuberance and partying harder than anyone else. The party was in full swing. Several young women danced gracefully, while Lu Benwei alternated between drinking games and toasting with friends, thoroughly enjoying himself. Even his eyes, which had been irritated earlier, seemed to have mostly recovered by now. Brother Lu, you're amazing. Let me toast to you. A sweet, coquettish voice rang out, dripping with charm. Lu Benwei never turned down a drink, and soon he was basking in a sea of compliments, thoroughly intoxicated by both the alcohol and the attention. The festivities carried on until late into the night. Lu Benwei, not content to let the fun end, took two of the young women back to his room to play games. The moon hung seductively in the sky, but it paled in comparison to the allure of the women's dancing. At this moment, playing cards with beautiful companions truly felt like one of life's greatest pleasures. Meanwhile, the blind Taoist had already arrived at the Make It Big Group's building. As one of Xiangcheng's wealthiest individuals, Li Qing's whereabouts were not hard to track. Under the moonlight, the Taoist's figure exuded a sense of solitary pride. It didn't take him long to locate his target. Li Qing, reeking of alcohol, was fishing by the lake with Gao Chong and Zhang Han. The blind Taoist froze for a moment, startled. He hadn't expected his potential future disciple to be fraternizing with the man he was supposed to assassinate. This revelation caused a flicker of hesitation in his murderous intent, which was quickly replaced by fury. To him, Zhang Han was a prodigy. At not even 20 years old, he had already reached the nascent soul stage. With such talent, Zhang Han's future could be limitless if he focused on cultivation. But now, seeing the young man wasting his days in indulgence and hedonism, the Taoist felt a deep sense of disappointment and anger. He concluded that it must be Li Qing who had led Zhang Han astray, and his resolve to kill Li Qing burned even fiercer. Just as he was about to strike, a drunken Zhang Han called out from the lakeside, "Brother Li, Brother Gao, these fish are so stubborn. Let me teach them how to be obedient." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Zhang Han slapped the surface of the lake with his palm. A shockwave of power, belonging unmistakably to an early-stage divine transformation cultivator, erupted. The lake exploded in a thunderous roar, sending massive waves crashing as countless fish leapt into the air. The blind Taoist stood frozen, speechless, his eyes locked on Zhang Han. Only 3 months ago, Zhang Han had been at the nascent soul stage. Now, he was already an early divine transformation cultivator, on par with the Taoist himself. It was astonishing. The blind Taoist had achieved his current level only through the help of the Kirin ancestors' bestowed Kirin blood. Yet Zhang Han had somehow broken through multiple realms in just 3 months, an accomplishment that defied all reason. The blind Taoist stood in the shadows, watching the scene before him, his heart surging with waves of shock. Zhang Han had advanced from the nascent soul stage to the soul transformation stage in just 3 months, a speed that was utterly unprecedented. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy throughout the entirety of human history, no one had ever achieved such a miraculous breakthrough. What made it even more astonishing was that Zhang Han was only 20 years old. A nascent soul cultivator at the age of 20 was already enough to shake the world. But a soul transformation master at that age? That was enough to leave an indelible mark on the history of human civilization. The blind Taoist could already foresee that once this news spread, Zhang Han would become an unshakable legend for generations to come. However, amidst his excitement, a harsh reality hit. The blind Taoist had lost the qualifications to take Zhang Han as a disciple. As someone at the early stage of soul transformation himself, what right did he have to demand Zhang Han to call him master? His age? His unkempt appearance? This mix of joy and anguish left him deeply conflicted and restless. By the lakeside, Zhang Han unleashed a palm strike toward the water's surface. The sheer force was astounding, but his lack of control caused several large fish to be blasted into pieces. Seeing this, Xiangcheng laughed and demonstrated his own technique. Although his strike appeared less imposing than Zhang Han's, it revealed his cultivation level mid-stage soul transformation. This scene left the blind Taoist even more stunned. 2 soul transformation masters had appeared in succession, and Gao Chang's cultivation was even higher than his own. Reflecting on how he had once taken pride in spending 2 centuries to break through the nascent soul stage, he now found himself utterly humbled by Gao Chang, who had reached mid-stage soul transformation before the age of 40. The blind Taoist's confidence was dealt a severe blow. What baffled him more was why these 2 soul transformation masters were following Li Qing, who was only at the nascent soul stage. The answer soon became clear. When Li Qing made his move, the overwhelming aura of a void refinement master instantly filled the air. The blind Taoist felt a chill run down his spine. A void refinement master was capable of annihilating small nations. He silently thanked his luck for not acting recklessly. Otherwise, he would already be a corpse. Just as the blind Taoist was preparing to slip away unnoticed, something in his peripheral vision caught his attention. A peculiar sight near the pavilion. Under the moonlight stood a Qilin, its entire body a vibrant shade of blue. This Qilin bore an uncanny resemblance to the one that had once granted him Qilin blood. Its presence even stirred the Qilin blood within him, making it restless. Approaching cautiously, the blind Taoist realized this was no statue but a living, breathing Qilin. His heart leapt with excitement. If he could persuade the old ancestor to intervene, no soul transformation or void refinement master would stand a chance. But as he observed the Qilin standing motionless, a sliver of doubt crept into his mind. "Old ancestor, what's happened to you?" he murmured. The blind Taoist knelt on the ground, mumbling incessantly, "Ancestor, please wake up, just look at me. Have you forgotten? I am your descendant." Nearby, the Qilin seethed with fury. This oblivious fool couldn't see he was already frozen in place, too terrified to move? Yet here he was, babbling on, demanding attention. The Qilin cursed inwardly. "I can barely protect myself right now. How on earth can I help you?" "Ancestor," the blind Taoist persisted. "You used to value me so much. You even granted me a drop of Qilin blood. Look, this is the genuine Qilin bloodline running through me." As he spoke, he activated his blood energy, revealing his Qilin heritage in a dramatic display. The Qilin's expression darkened, shifting from blue to green. If this idiot had even a shred of filial piety, he'd stay as far away as possible. Inside, the Qilin raged. "You're going to get me killed. If that terrifying figure shows up, what chance do I have?" Yet he remained paralyzed, unable to move a muscle, silently praying the blind Taoist would just leave. But the blind Taoist was completely oblivious to the Qilin's unease. To him, his ancestor was the pinnacle of mythological power, a being capable of dominating an era and suppressing entire realms. As for why his ancestor was kneeling in such a peculiar posture, he simply assumed it was some sort of eccentric preference. Naturally, as a dutiful descendant, he chose to follow suit and kneel alongside him. Just as the Qilin was on the verge of exploding with frustration, a figure emerged from the darkness. It was none other than Lu Benwei, who had just finished playing cards with two young ladies and stepped out to grab a late-night snack. The Qilin let out a startled cry, his anger evaporating in an instant, replaced by sheer resentment. Damn it! This is the day my so-called descendant has truly doomed me. Lu Benwei paid no attention to the blind Taoist, his cold gaze fixed on the Qilin. You little runt. Did you think my warnings were just noise to ignore? Boss, I was wrong. I didn't mean it, I swear. I had no choice. The Qilin trembled violently, collapsing to his knees in terror as he begged for mercy. Without a word, Lu Benwei strode forward and unleashed a merciless barrage of kicks. The Qilin wailed in agony beneath his feet, blood and flesh scattering with each blow. Each anguished cry sent shivers down the blind Taoist's spine. Every drop of blood that splattered made his scalp tingle and his eyes nearly pop out of his head. He stared in utter disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. This was a Qilin, a divine beast, a supreme creature of mythological lore, and yet here it was, beaten down like a dog at this man's feet. The stunning scene shattered blind Taoist's entire worldview. He stood frozen in place, his eyes wide open, his mouth slightly agape, as the astonishing moment replayed over and over in his mind. The young man before him had just effortlessly defeated the renowned Qilin patriarch, leaving him utterly powerless to fight back. Such strength was far beyond anything blind Taoist had ever understood about the power hierarchy of the cultivation world. One by one, the mysteries in his mind unraveled. Zhang Han's astonishingly rapid cultivation progress, reaching the nascent soul stage at such a young age. Gao Chong breaking through to the mid-nascent soul stage before the age of 40, and Li Qing, who, despite being a return-to-void stage powerhouse, was mistaken by the Wang and Lu families for merely a nascent soul cultivator. All the clues pointed to an obvious conclusion: the young man who had just beaten the Qilin patriarch into submission was the source of it all. He was the terrifying figure capable of turning ordinary people into peerless geniuses, the very big brother Zhang Han had always spoken of. Recalling how he had previously harbored the delusion of teaching this wasted talent a lesson, blind Taoist felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat pouring from his body. He had even imagined slapping the young man twice upon meeting him. In hindsight, such thoughts now seemed like walking straight into his own grave. At this moment, the Qilin patriarch lay battered and broken, groveling on the ground like a defeated dog, repeatedly begging for mercy and swearing never to cross the line again. Only then did Lu Benwei withdraw his hand and shift his gaze toward blind Taoist. With just that one look, blind Taoist felt as though the king of hell himself was beckoning him. His heart pounded violently, threatening to leap out of his throat. Forcing down the overwhelming fear in his chest, he managed to squeeze out a smile that was more pitiful than a sob, his voice trembling as he stammered, "Senior, if I said I was just passing by, would you believe me?" Lu Benwei looked at the blind Taoist with utter disdain. The once mighty nascent soul cultivator was now trembling uncontrollably, cursing the ancestors of the Wang and Zhang families in his heart. While the Wang and Lu families were also unclear on the specifics of the situation, that didn't stop him from venting his anger on them. Meanwhile, the Qilin silently cursed the blind Taoist ancestors as well. Strangely enough, the mindset of this grandfather-grandson duo was perfectly aligned at this moment. Noticing Lu Benwei's growing impatience, the blind Taoist braced himself and spun a ridiculous lie. "Senior, I noticed that the Make It Big group was just recently established, and I imagine you're short on manpower. I may be old and unworthy, but am willing to do cleaning work. I was drawn to your overwhelming aura and couldn't help but come here in the middle of the night to seek a cleaning job to support myself. I hesitated outside because, with my poor eyesight, I feared you wouldn't accept me. Please, senior, take me in." After finishing his absurd plea, he immediately prostrated himself on the ground, awaiting the judgment of fate. The lie was so poorly crafted. An esteemed nascent soul cultivator applying to be a janitor? Who would believe such nonsense? Yet, to his surprise, Lu Benwei's suppressive aura dissipated. Instead, he broke into a warm, almost spring-like smile. "And what exactly are you here for again?" Still kneeling, the blind Taoist cautiously repeated, "To seek a cleaning job, and I was truly inspired by your awe-inspiring presence from afar." Lu Benwei burst into hearty laughter. "Well, your eyes may be blind, but your heart is sharp. Just for that compliment, they'll give you a position. Turns out the company does need a few janitors. From now on, you'll be in charge of cleaning the bathrooms." The blind Taoist was dumbfounded. For a nascent soul cultivator, doing cleaning work was already a humiliation, let alone cleaning toilets. "You're unwilling?" Lu Benwei's brow furrowed, his tone darkening. No. Willing, absolutely willing. It's an honor to contribute to your company, senior." The blind Taoist nodded repeatedly, feigning gratitude and humility. The commotion drew the attention of Li Qing and his crew, who were frying fish nearby. "Boss, who's this guy? they asked, pointing at the blind Taoist. Just some nascent soul-level trash looking for a janitor job, Lu Benwei replied casually. Li Qing and Gao Chang exchanged glances, their expressions shifting immediately. To them, this was clearly someone ruthless enough to lower himself just to gain favor with a powerful figure. Zhang Han, however, recognized the man. Wait a minute, aren't you the blind Taoist? Upon hearing his name, the blind Taoist wished he could vanish into thin air. Not long ago, he had been trying to take Zhang Han as his disciple. Now, he was reduced to cleaning toilets in the same company. It was as if fate had publicly humiliated him 100-fold. All right, you guys chat, Lu Benwei said with a yawn. I've got things to do. The ladies are waiting for me to go play cards with them. Shaoli, this old fellow is in your hands, now make sure to train him well. Got it, boss. Li Qing replied. Though he was dying to ask if his boss really just played cards with the ladies late at night, his survival instincts told him to keep that question to himself. Years later, when Li Qing became a legendary figure, his biography The Chronicles of Lu Benwei became a global bestseller. Among the many mysteries discussed, the question of whether Lu Benwei truly only played cards with the ladies remained one of humanity's top 10 unsolved enigmas. Time flew by, and 3 days passed. At the Wang family estate, Wang Fuguwei and Lu Quan met once again. Ever since sending the blind Taoist, both families had been eagerly awaiting news of Li Qing's demise, ready to divide up the Li family's assets. But the 3-day deadline had come and gone, and everything remained eerily calm. Any updates on Li Qing's side? Lu Quan asked over the phone, calling someone tasked with monitoring the situation. Nothing to report, master. The two men exchanged puzzled looks. Could it be that the blind Taoist was delayed for some reason? Wang Fuguwei speculated. Another 3 days passed. What's Li Qing up to now? Master, he's at Yulong Pavilion getting a foot massage. And another 3 days. What about now? Master, he's at a nightclub singing karaoke. After half a month, Wang Fuguwei and Lu Quan couldn't sit still any longer. What was supposed to be resolved in 3 days had dragged on, and Li Qing was not only alive but thriving, frequenting nightclubs and massage parlors, seemingly enjoying life more than they were. Brother Wang, what's going on with the blind Taoist? Shouldn't you give him a call and find out? That's unwise. High-level cultivators like him can be unpredictable. Calling him rashly might offend him. Let's track down his whereabouts first and then pay him a visit to inquire. The two families agreed on this plan and began searching for the blind Taoist. Before long, news came back. In the surveillance footage of the Dazhuachang Group headquarters, employees moved about the building in small groups, their presence mundane and unremarkable. Yet, amidst this sea of ordinary figures, one stood out, a man whose eerie white eyes, long beard cascading to his chest, and a palpable aura of melancholy marked him as anything but ordinary. This was none other than the enigmatic Xia Daoren, the figure who occupied the thoughts and fears of many. At this moment, however, Xia Daoren was engaged in an act so inconceivable it bordered on absurdity. Carrying a bucket in one hand and a rag in the other, he strode down the hallway and into the restroom, where he began cleaning with an almost reverent focus. His movements as he scrubbed urinals and scoured toilets were fluid and practiced, rivaling those of a seasoned janitor. It was a surreal sight, this once revered nascent soul cultivator, a being of immense power, reduced to performing the most menial of tasks. Two men watching the surveillance feed were struck dumb, their worldview shattered. What chilled them even more was the look on Xia Daoren's face, a mixture of despair and bitterness, as if he were a prisoner enduring forced labor. It was a haunting expression that spoke of humiliation and defeat. What on earth is going on? The question burned in their minds, filling them with both dread and disbelief. They had been so confident in their plan, sending a nascent soul cultivator to eliminate Li Qing seemed like a surefire strategy. Yet, not only had their target emerged unscathed, but their assassin had also been reduced to this degrading state. The stark reversal of fortune left them reeling. They had been ready to carve up the Li family's assets and grovel before Xia Daoren in gratitude. But now, their imagined savior was cleaning toilets in enemy territory. The absurdity of the scene was laced with an ominous undertone, sending shivers down their spines. Could it be that Li Qing has someone even more powerful backing him? Someone beyond nascent soul level? The thought surfaced briefly but was dismissed just as quickly. In this third-rate small city, even a nascent soul cultivator was an anomaly, a figure of myth. The existence of someone stronger was simply unfathomable. And yet, the evidence before them was undeniable. Lu, this Li Qing is beyond strange. Maybe we should pull back, suggested Lu Quan, exhaling deeply as he tried to quell the chaos in his mind. Wang Fuguwei, though tempted, was unwilling to concede. Lu, our entire foundation is rooted in Xiangcheng. If we retreat now, the Wang and Lu families will be crippled. Decades of hard work, gone just like that. Can you really accept that? Despite his bravado, Wang Fuguwei couldn't hide his unease. He attempted to contact Xia Daoren, but the call went unanswered. Meanwhile, In the restroom of the Xiangcheng group, Xia Daoren glared at his incessantly ringing phone, his fury barely contained. If not for his fear of Lu Binwei's overwhelming power, he would have already obliterated the Wang and Lu families. In a fit of anger, he hurled the phone into the urinal, silencing it for good. Wang Fugui's frustration grew as his calls continued to go unanswered. Pacing back and forth, he finally barked an order. Send our best men to infiltrate the Xiangcheng group. I want to uncover the truth behind all of this. Unbeknownst to him, he was about to collide with a force far beyond his comprehension. Faced with absolute power, even the most intricate schemes and strategies were destined to crumble into insignificance. Wang Fugue and Lu Quan's undercover plan was doomed before it even began. An unexpectedly obtained video completely shattered all their schemes. In the video, Li Qing was seen speaking calmly and confidently to the blind Taoist. Blind man, keep up the good work. A cultivator at the transformation stage is indeed remarkable, but if one day you catch my elder brother's attention, your future might very well surpass mine. This brief conversation struck Wang Fugue and Lu Quan like a heavy blow, plunging them into despair. Lu Quan trembled all over and stammered, Brother Wang, what do we do now? Both of their faces turned pale, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. The information revealed in the conversation was suffocating. Not only did Li Qing know that the blind Taoist was a transformation stage cultivator, but he also spoke to him with the air of a senior. And that line, surpass mine, strongly implied that Li Qing's cultivation level was far beyond the transformation stage. Lu Quan felt the world spinning around him, his regret nearly causing him to faint. All this time, they had assumed Li Qing was merely at the nascent soul stage, and even dared to plot against his wealth. It was akin to lambs provoking a tiger. Wang Fugue immediately screamed, stop all actions against Li Qing at once. He understood clearly that if Li Qing were only at the nascent soul stage, they could still maneuver using their family influence. But against someone beyond the transformation stage, even leveraging the power behind them would be suicidal. What was even more terrifying was the hint that Li Qing had an elder brother who could command reverence from a transformation stage cultivator. How could a small town like Xiangcheng harbor such a terrifying figure? Wang Fugue muttered to himself, his heart gripped with fear. Not only had they offended Li Qing, but they had also deceived the blind Taoist, sending a transformation stage cultivator to assassinate someone even stronger. This meant they had simultaneously offended at least two individuals above the transformation stage. And if Li Qing's elder brother was factored in, Brother Lu, what should we do now? Lu Quan asked in despair. Wang Fugue slumped into his chair and let out a bitter laugh. This time, we've lost completely. Our only option now is to visit him, admit our wrongs, offer up all our assets, and beg for forgiveness. Perhaps that way, we can preserve our family's bloodline. Meanwhile, in his study, Li Qing was calculating the recent expansion of his business empire. Since Zhang Han started constructing the group headquarters, the Li family's assets had more than doubled. Just as he was considering making a move against the Wang and Lu families, his butler informed him that Wang Fugue and Lu Quan were requesting an audience. Speak of the devil, Li Qing chuckled, motioning for them to enter. To his surprise, the moment they stepped in, the two men fell to their knees, begging for mercy and confessing all their schemes against him, including sending the blind Taoist to assassinate him. This left Li Qing both amused and exasperated. He thought to himself how ironic it was that this so-called assassin was currently working diligently as a janitor, cleaning toilets in his ever-growing company. At that very moment, the blind Taoist sneezed and wondered why. As a transformation stage cultivator, he was catching a cold. Back in the study, Wang Fugue and Lu Quan knelt like prisoners awaiting judgment, their faces ashen as they awaited Li Qing's decision. Li Qing's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, each tap striking Wang Fugue and Lu Quan's hearts like a heavy hammer. The oppressive tension in the room was unbearable, and the two men were on the verge of breaking down. Just as their nerves were about to snap, Li Qing finally spoke. Since you've shown some sense, then let the past slide. Leave behind the assets of the Wang and Lu families, and don't ever let me see you again. Thank you, sir, for your mercy. We promise we won't appear before you again, Wang Fugue and Lu Quan hurriedly replied. These two figures, once dominant forces in Xiangcheng, now shuffled away in disgrace, like defeated strays. Watching their retreating figures, Li Qing couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If not for the guidance and support of his elder brother Lu Benwei, it might have been him in their place, facing humiliation. Yet now, those he once looked up to had surrendered without a fight. Suddenly, a troubling realization struck him. The internal security of the Zhuodazuoqiang group was far too lax. Members of the Wang and Lu families had been able to come and go freely, even stealing sensitive information. This was particularly concerning because the group possessed priceless treasures, such as the Lingqi elixir and the Ling orchard. Although Lu Benwei had used special methods to conceal their presence, the more people involved, the greater the risk of a leak. Meanwhile, at the airport, Wang Fugui and Lu Quan, accompanied by their families, were hastily boarding a flight to leave Xiangcheng. Before departing, they looked back at the city, grateful to have escaped with their lives from such a perilous and unpredictable place. Back at the headquarters of the Zhuozhuaqiang Group, Lu Benwei was touring his new office with Zhang Han. The 200-square-meter office was the epitome of luxury. Jade flooring shimmered with brilliance, gold-painted walls gleamed, and at the center stood a dragon throne carved from rare Xinjiang wood, adorned with intricate depictions of 9 lifelike dragons. Surrounding the room were priceless antiques and famous paintings, exuding wealth and sophistication. Big brother, is there anything else you'd like to add? Zhang Han asked respectfully. Lu Benwei nodded in satisfaction. This will do. How's the company's progress lately? Soon, Zhang Han convened a meeting with key stakeholders, including Li Qing, Gao Chong, Xiangcheng, and Gao Yu, as well as several newly appointed executives. Among the attendees was Zhou Yu, who sat quietly, his gaze filled with envy as he observed Zhang Han, Gao Chong, and Li Qing standing confidently by Lu Benwei's side. He could sense the remarkable growth in their abilities. Lu Benwei surveyed the room and addressed the group. I am Lu Benwei, now serving as the chairman of Zhuozhuaqiang Group. I've gathered you all here today for 2 reasons. First, to get acquainted, and second, to discuss how we can set the company on the right track. During the meeting, Zhang Han served fruit from the Ling orchard and tea brewed with leaves from the Dao Comprehension tea tree. The moment one of the shareholders sipped the tea, a profound energy surged into his mind, instantly amplifying his mental clarity and thought process tenfold. Spirit tea, he exclaimed in astonishment. In this world, anything associated with spiritual items sees its value skyrocket by tens or even hundreds of times. The Li Qing family's business once dominated the spiritual material industry, although their products were merely pseudo-spiritual items containing faint traces of spiritual energy. Even so, the price of each material was astonishing, ranging from tens of thousands to millions. True spiritual items, however, had long transcended the realm of monetary value. At this moment, Chandali stared at the tea in front of him, utterly dumbfounded. His exclamation drew the attention of everyone else, who now turned their heated gazes toward the fruits and tea on their own tables. Chairman, are these really for us? Someone asked cautiously, pinching themselves hard to confirm they weren't dreaming. Look at you lot, acting like you've never seen anything decent, Lu Benwei said dismissively, waving his hand. It's just some spiritual fruits and tea. If you like them, take a few pounds home when you leave. The room fell silent in stunned disbelief. Spiritual fruits given out by the pound? Just as they were struggling to process this revelation, an even more shocking announcement followed. This is part of the company benefits. Each of you gets 10 pounds every month. You're shareholders, so act like it. Don't make it seem like you can't afford spiritual fruits. The shareholders were left speechless. Spiritual fruits were so rare that only a handful of people in the world could afford them, let alone receive them in monthly allocations. This level of privilege was beyond what even world leaders could dream of. At that moment, they finally understood why individuals like Li Qing, Gao Chong, Zhou Yu, and Xiangcheng were so unwaveringly loyal to the company. After the meeting, the shareholders wasted no time devouring the fruits and tea, not even sparing the tea leaves. The results were immediate. For individuals without any aptitude for cultivation suddenly embarked on the path of cultivation, reaching the peak of the qi refinement stage in one leap. Meanwhile, for others who had been stuck at the peak of qi refinement for years broke through to the foundation establishment stage. The miraculous effects of the spiritual tea were undeniable. It not only helped people overcome bottlenecks, but also improved their aptitude and refined their bodies. Alright, that's all for today. Meeting adjourned. Lu Benwei declared with a wave of his hand. Zhang Han seized the moment to suggest, Boss, how about hitting the nightclub tonight? His father, Xiangcheng, nodded approvingly at his son's clever proposition. Just as Lu Benwei was about to agree, his phone rang. It was his homeroom teacher, calling to ask if he could attend the upcoming final exams. Only then did he remember that he was still technically a student and hadn't been to school in ages. A sudden wave of nostalgia for the school's young women hit him. All right, Lu Benwei replied enthusiastically. He turned to Zhang Han and the others. I've got to head back to school for exams. The nightclub can wait. Before the words had fully left his mouth, his figure had already vanished. The shareholders were once again left in shock. Their chairman was still in school, and his teacher had to personally call him to request his attendance? Then again, considering this was a man who handed out spiritual fruits like snacks, nothing seemed too far-fetched anymore. When Lu Benwei appeared on campus that afternoon, his arrival caused an immediate uproar. As the legendary figure who had defeated Fu Canlang, his presence electrified the student body. What amazed them even more was his approach to schooling. Showing up briefly at the beginning of the term, disappearing for months, and only returning for finals. This carefree attitude had earned him the title of academic god. As Lu Benwei strolled leisurely across campus, a cheerful voice called out to him. Lu, my friend, Long time no see, you're as dashing as ever. Li Tianhao waved as he approached. Nearby, a group of fangirls squealed in delight, whipping out their phones to snap pictures. The sight of two campus legends together sent the atmosphere into a frenzy. While Lu Benwei posed obligingly for the photos, he couldn't help feeling a twinge of irritation that Li Tianhao was stealing some of the girls' attention. Li Tianhao spread his arms wide and gave Lu Benwei a warm hug, his face glowing with a sincere smile. Seeing this first friend he had made at school, Lu Benwei's earlier frustration instantly melted away. Lu, where have you been lately? I've been looking all over for you. Li Tianhao asked eagerly. Lu Benwei's mind wandered back to the extravagant pool party he had attended at Li Tianhao's place, surrounded by opulence and beautiful girls. That experience had inspired his entrepreneurial aspirations. However, with his company still in its infancy and lacking even a decent secretary, he didn't feel like bragging. He responded casually, just wandering around. Lu, you're really living the carefree life, Li Tianhao said with a hint of envy. Unlike me, burdened by family expectations and responsibilities. Sometimes, it feels like I have no control over my own life. As they spoke, an elegant woman in professional attire approached Li Tianhao. With a charming demeanor, she leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Young master, your father has urgent matters to discuss with you. It's important and cannot be delayed." The sight of this graceful secretary stirred a pang of bitterness in Lu Benwei's heart. He couldn't help but wonder if Li Tianhao had come specifically to flaunt his stunning assistant. Though he had no evidence, he silently vowed to himself that one day, he would hire not one but two secretaries 10 times more beautiful than hers. Lu, I'm really sorry. I was hoping we could have a long chat, but something important has come up at home. I'll arrange a dinner gathering soon to make it up to you, Li Tianhao said apologetically. Go ahead, go ahead. Lu Benwei waved dismissively, not caring much. Inwardly, he thought to himself, if there aren't any pretty girls at that dinner, I'm not going anyway. Just as Li Tianhao left, a female classmate who had been taking photos nearby ran up to Lu Benwei, excitement written all over her face. Lu Benwei, can I get your autograph? Seeing how thrilled she was, Lu Benwei felt a surge of excitement himself. Was this his first ever female fan? He happily signed his name in her notebook. Thank you, the girl said joyfully. What's your name? Lu Benwei asked, feeling he should remember the name of his very first fan. Miao Xiaoxiao, she replied, practically buzzing with excitement. Lu Benwei, are you here for the exams? Everyone's saying you're incredibly strong and might even break our school's records. Ever since the revival of spiritual energy transformed the world, education had undergone major reforms. Exams were no longer focused solely on academics, but were divided into two categories: academic tests, which accounted for 30 of the total score, and martial tests, which made up the remaining 70. Many of the records set in these exams had become benchmarks separating ordinary individuals from the truly gifted. Lu Benwei wasn't particularly concerned about the exams themselves. What he cared more about was the admiration shining in his fans' eyes. Of course, breaking records is child's play for someone like me. Wow, Lu Benwei, you're amazing. Miao Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with awe. Can I come with you to witness the moment you set a new record? Lu Benwei nodded in agreement, feeling especially courteous toward girls when in a good mood. Sure. I don't even know where the exam venue is, so I'll have to trouble you to show me the way. Oh, it's no trouble at all. I'd be delighted. Tiangyue High School, one of the top 10 schools in the country, spanned over 1,000 acres. Today, the martial exams were being held in the gymnasium. The tests were divided into 4 categories: cultivation level, strength, speed, and overall combat ability. Inside the packed gymnasium, the examiners' voices rang out continuously. Xiao Yin, cultivation level. Qi refining stage 3. Shi Hao, strength, 1,000 pounds. Yifan, speed, 2 seconds per 100 meters. As the results were announced, the crowd buzzed with mixed reactions. Some were thrilled, while others were disheartened. Conversations erupted everywhere. Did you hear? Someone broke a school record today. Who was it? Li Tianhao from class 4, grade 10. At just 17, he's already reached the early golden core stage, with a strength of 30,000 pounds, a speed of Mach 1, and an overall combat power of 50,000. The news left everyone in the gymnasium gasping in astonishment. Reaching the golden core stage at 17 was a rarity even on a national scale. On top of that, Li Tianha's scores in all categories far exceeded those of others at the same cultivation level. Some marveled at the vast gap between geniuses and ordinary people, while others pointed out, don't forget the Fu Qianlang incident. He dominated nearly all of Xiangcheng No. 10 High School, but in the end, didn't Lu Benwei defeat him with a single move? I'd say Lu Benwei is no less impressive than Li Tianhao. When Lu Benwei arrived at the gymnasium with Miao Xiaoxiao, he overheard the discussions and couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Even in his absence, he had already become a legend. Lu Benwei, you're finally here. Sun Li appeared out of nowhere, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Lu Benwei. Lately, Sun Li had been riding a wave of success. With both Lu Benwei and Li Tianhao on the roster, he was confident that Tiangyue High School could claim the title of the top school in Xiangcheng. With Li Tianhao's impressive test results already in, all eyes were now on Lu Benwei. If these two prodigies delivered, Sun Li was certain he could secure additional funding from the Education Bureau to elevate the school's resources. However, reality often has a way of unfolding in the most unexpected ways. Are you Luo Benwei from Class 4, Grade 10? A middle-aged man suddenly leapt out from behind Sun Li, squinting as he scrutinized Luo Benwei from head to toe. The unexpected visitor was none other than Ran Tongdawei, the newly appointed Dean of Academics and Vice Principal. I heard you haven't attended school for 3 or 4 months, Ran said coldly. I need an explanation. Otherwise, with such blatant disregard for discipline and school rules, I have every right to expel you on the spot. At these words, Principal Sun Li's face instantly darkened. To him, this newly arrived vice principal seemed like nothing more than a troublemaker. Who didn't know that Luo Benwei was the pride and joy of the school? The entire institution was counting on him to elevate their reputation and compete with Xiangcheng No. 1 High School. Mr. Run, I suggest you watch your tone, Sun Li said, his rare anger evident. Principal, rules are the foundation of any institution, Ren retorted righteously. I won't deny that Luo Benwei is a genius, but this school has always been known for its strict adherence to discipline, earning the respect of both parents and students. No matter how talented he is, he cannot be above the rules. Sun Li was so infuriated he wanted to yell. Ren Tongdawei, parachuted in by higher-ups to enforce educational regulations, had been eager to make a name for himself. While his strict demeanor was sometimes helpful in managing the school, this time his overzealous behavior was downright exasperating. Ren Tongdawei, you're fired. Effective immediately. Get out of my office now. Sun Li barked. What? Run was dumbfounded. Principal, this isn't procedural. Out! Sun Li roared. Usually known for his easygoing demeanor, Sun Li's sudden outburst was terrifying. Ren Tongdawei, completely deflated, turned red with frustration but had no choice but to storm out in humiliation. The gathered students were left utterly stunned. Firing the vice principal over a single student? This drama was next level. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Sun Li turned to Luo Benwei with a beaming smile. Luo Benwei, don't mind him, mister. Ren is new and doesn't quite understand how things work around here. I apologize on his behalf. Now, if you're free, would you mind taking a quick test for us? This suggestion left everyone even more shocked. The principal personally inviting a student to take a test? This was the pinnacle of prestige. Most of them couldn't imagine their family, even across 3 generations, receiving such treatment. Miao Xiao, standing nearby, gazed at Luo Benwei with stars of admiration in her eyes. To her, her idol was nothing short of extraordinary. Under the weight of her adoring gaze, Luo Benwei felt his ego swell. Old son, since you've shown me so much respect, they'll return the favor. Let's do it. The gymnasium was quickly cleared, and the first test of strength assessment was prepared. The current school record was held by Li Tianhao, who could lift a staggering 30,000 pounds. Luo Benwei glanced at the testing equipment casually and threw a punch with little effort. Boom. The entire gymnasium trembled. The testing machine shattered into 2 pieces, and the display panel flew off, completely destroyed. The crowd froze in shock. Never in the history of Tiangyue High School had a testing machine been obliterated like this. Old son, I won't have to pay for the damages, right? Luo Benwei asked, eyeing the wreckage. Inwardly, he thought the equipment was laughably fragile, had only used a fraction of his strength. Sun Li, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, waved his hands hastily. No, don't worry about it. Please, continue with the tests. Next came the speed test. As soon as Luo Benwei landed on the specially designed treadmill, it immediately disintegrated with a thunderous crash. The subsequent tests followed the same pattern. Every piece of equipment either exploded into fragments or was reduced to scrap metal. Is this for real? Am I dreaming? Someone exclaimed. Hey, I get you're shocked, but why are you pinching my leg? Sorry, man. I was trying to pinch myself to check if it hurt. Borrowed your leg instead. Get lost. The entire gym erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, Principal Sun Li's thoughts were racing. These state-of-the-art machines, capable of measuring nascent soul-level strength, had all been rendered useless. Did this mean Luo Benwei's power had already surpassed the nascent soul stage? A 16-year-old with such abilities was beyond anything he could have imagined. After the initial shock wore off, Sun Li's excitement grew. What better proof of talent than 4 destroyed testing machines? If he presented this to the Education Bureau, securing additional funding would be a breeze. A day after the martial arts exam concluded, the commotion sparked by Lu Benwei on campus continued to intensify. His astonishing feat of breaking 4 testing machines during the 4 assessments had become an unprecedented record in the school's history. In the classroom, Lu Benwei was the center of awestruck gazes from his classmates. Sharing a class with such an extraordinary talent felt overwhelmingly pressuring. On one hand, Li Tianhao had shattered all previous martial exam records, and on the other, Lu Benwei demonstrated a level of power that exceeded the limits of testing devices. These achievements were heights that seemed unattainable for the rest of them. As the class bell rang, the homeroom teacher of Class 14, Mr. Huang Hai, walked into the room with a spring in his step. The usually stooped elderly man now stood tall, his face beaming with a radiant smile. "Good morning, everyone. I have a few pieces of good news to share today," Mr. Huang began cheerfully. "First, congratulations to Li Tianhao for breaking 4 school records and becoming one of the most outstanding students in the history of our school. However, Li Tianhao has taken a leave of absence for a few days due to urgent matters." The moment these words were spoken, all eyes instinctively turned to Lu Benwei. Quietly, the students marveled to themselves. Is this what it means to be a genius? One barely shows up to school and spends time wandering outside, while the other leaves as they please, completely unrestrained, as though the school were their personal playground. In stark contrast, even taking a half-day leave required layers of approval for the rest of thema disparity that was hard to stomach. Now, for the second piece of news, Mr. Huang continued, "Congratulations to Lu Benwei. His strength has far surpassed the level of an ordinary high school student, all while maintaining a humble and low-key demeanor. I hope you all can learn from him." However, before Mr. Huang could finish, he noticed something unusual in the classroom atmosphere. Lu Benwei was openly flirting with a female classmate. Looking at this student, who was either sleeping or charming girls, Mr. Huang hastily corrected himself. You should all seek guidance from Lu Benwei." The classroom erupted in excitement as the girls surrounded Lu Benwei. "Lu Benwei, you're amazing. Do you have any tips for us?" they asked eagerly. "Want to learn? Meet me tonight, and I'll teach you everything I know." Lu Benwei replied smugly, clearly enjoying the attention and admiration. The girls blushed furiously at his words, while Mr. Huang broke into a cold sweat. Still, he pretended not to notice offending such a prodigy could lead to disastrous consequences, as evidenced by what had happened to Tong Dawei. Besides, the higher Lu Benwei's future achievements, the more glory it would bring to Mr. Huang as his homeroom teacher. "The third announcement is the most important. It concerns your future," Mr. Huang said, instantly silencing the room. "The Baiyu sect is looking to recruit disciples from the top 10 schools, and thanks to the principal's efforts, we've secured a special recruitment spot. However, it's only open to female students. I hope all the girls here will prepare diligently." This news hit the classroom like a bomb. A special recruitment spot from a sect meant a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to rise to prominence. Compared to prestigious universities, the status of a sect was far more revered. Even if one didn't excel in their craft, simply being a disciple of a sect would open countless doors. Soon, an even more shocking rumor began circulating. This time, the sect might be recruiting for the position of saintess. As the sect's representative figure, the saintess held a status so high that even national leaders would treat her with utmost respect. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Sun Li was elatedly organizing documents. Not only had the school produced 2 extraordinary talents, but it had also caught the attention of a sect. This was undoubtedly a golden opportunity for Tiangyue High School to rise to new heights. As he was daydreaming about the school's bright future, the phone suddenly rang. "Old Sun, the Baiyu sect representatives have arrived at Tiangyue High School. They've called for a meeting with the principals of the top 10 schools. Remember to bring photos and profiles of all the female students from your school," came the voice of Peng Shulin, the principal of Tiangyue High School, on the other end. Sun Li quickly agreed and immediately ordered the collection of the most beautiful photos of all the female students. Before long, armed with a thick stack of documents, he drove off to Tiangyue High School. In the conference room of Tiangyue High School, the principals of 10 prestigious schools gathered, the air thick with an undeniable sense of excitement and anticipation. This meeting regarding Baiyu sect's recruitment of female disciples carried immense significance for every principal present. As one of the most renowned and powerful sects in the cultivation world, Baiyu sect's influence was unmatched. Even more importantly, among the newly recruited female disciples, one would eventually be chosen as the saintess. Inside the room, several elders from Baiyu sect sat intently reviewing photographs, occasionally murmuring their thoughts to one another. "Third elder, what about this one? No, her legs are too short. Not attractive enough. How about this one? Too many signs of cosmetic surgery. Pass. And this one? Petite and delicate, with a charming aura. Put her on the short list." This exchange left the principals exchanging bewildered glances. Peng Shulin, the principal of Xiangcheng High School, couldn't help but ask, "Honored elders, may I inquire about the selection criteria?" "Don't ask what you're not supposed to." The third elder's expression darkened, his authority evident. While he showed deference in front of his superiors, his presence was undeniably commanding before outsiders. The principals, sensing the tension, fell silent. though their confusion only deepened. After rounds of meticulous screening, the Baiyu sect finalized a list of 15 candidates. The third elder stood and announced, "After thorough evaluation, we have determined the preliminary list. These 15 individuals are eligible to become disciples of Baiyu sect. Principals, return to your schools and bring these candidates back here in 3 days for the next round of assessments. At that time, we will select 10 disciples and the saintess." Back at Tiangyue High School, Principal Sunli, though puzzled by the appearance-based selection process, was nonetheless thrilled that his school had secured 2 spots. He wasted no time in posting the list on the school's bulletin board, sparking a campus-wide uproar. Discussions erupted across the school. "I thought each school was only allowed 1 spot? Our principal must be amazing to have secured 2. Who are Zhang Xiaoxiao and Du Feifei? What classes are they in? Is it too late to try and cozy up to them now?" Zhang Xiaoxiao, a student from class 4 of the second year, was widely regarded as the school's beauty. However, her lackluster abilities had kept her out of the spotlight. Now, surrounded by classmates offering their congratulations, even the wealthy girls who had previously ignored her were suddenly all smiles, eager to ingratiate themselves. Meanwhile, in class 4 of the third year, the other selected candidate, Du Feifei, received her classmates' flattery with an air of superiority. As the daughter of a wealthy family, she had already begun envisioning her life in the sect. To her, the students around her no longer seemed worthy of her attention. When her friends hinted at wanting her future support, she coolly replied, "Well, see." At this moment, Du Feifei's thoughts were consumed by the competition for the position of saintess. She was convinced that the role was destined for her, as if it had been tailor-made for her ambitions. Although 2 students from Tiangyue High School were selected in the preliminary recruitment list of the Baiyu sect, this did not guarantee their official acceptance as disciples. The elders of Baiyu sect had explicitly stated that the final decision would only be made after passing an assessment 3 days later. To prepare for this, Principal Sun Li arranged special tutoring sessions for Zhang Xiaoxiao and Du Feifei. In a small classroom with only 3 people, Du Feifei looked at the principal nervously and asked, "Principal, do you know the content of the sect's disciple assessment? And what are the criteria for selecting the saintess?" "I don't have any insider information," Sun Li replied, shaking his head, "but it's always better to be well prepared. Over the next few days, focus on reviewing the basics of cultivation. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Faced with the principal's personal guidance and the rare opportunity to join the sect, Zhang Xiaoxiao and Du Feifei dared not slack off even a little. They gave it their all, pushing themselves to the limit, studying as diligently as if they were ancient scholars burning the midnight oil. Over these 3 days, none of the 3 including Principal Sun Li get much sleep, as they raced against time to absorb as much knowledge as possible for the upcoming assessment. Similarly, students from other schools were also engaged in intense preparation. In the blink of an eye, the 3 days passed. On the day of the assessment, Sun Li accompanied Zhang Xiaoxiao and Du Feifei to the venue at Tiangyue High School. Other principals also arrived with their students, each wearing a solemn expression. The assessment was held in a massive hall sealed by a barrier, making it impossible for outsiders to know what was happening inside. When the time came, the commanding voice of a Baiyu sect elder echoed from within. "First candidate, Du Feifei." Hearing her name, Du Feifei's expression changed instantly. She hadn't expected to be called first. Although Sun Li was also surprised, he quickly stepped forward to encourage her, saying, "Don't be nervous. Being the first can leave a strong impression if you perform well. Just remember what you've reviewed these past few days, and you'll do fine." "Yes, Principal," Du Feifei replied, taking a deep breath to calm her nerves. With everyone watching, she walked into the assessment hall with measured steps. Inside the hall, 3 elders of the Baiyu sect sat with an air of authority, their eyes fixed on Du Feifei, scrutinizing her every move. Despite her privileged background, Du Feifei felt that these elders, who held her future in their hands, were figures far beyond her reach. Her nervousness intensified as fragments of cultivation knowledge she had studied over the past few days replayed in her mind. From the examiner's table, the third elder commented, "This young lady is quite impressive, graceful posture, elegant demeanor, and a striking appearance." The other 2 elders nodded in agreement, which brought Du Feifei both joy and added pressure. While she was pleased to have made a good impression, she knew that sects like Baiyu placed the greatest emphasis on innate talent and perseverance. Though her talent was considered outstanding at her school, it might still fall short in the eyes of the sect. She could only hope to prove her dedication and hard work through the examination. Sensing her anxiety, the third elder smiled and asked, "Du Feifei, no need to be so tense. Do you know how to dance?" Caught off guard, Du Feifei quickly replied, "Yes, elder. I've trained in ballet for 2.5 years. Excellent." The elders chuckled. The third elder then instructed a sect disciple in the hall, "Prepare the music." Turning back to Du Feifei, he added, "Please perform a dance for us." Before she could process what was happening, upbeat music began to play, and the large screen in the room displayed a video of blonde women performing pole dances. The scene left Du Feifei utterly shocked. This was supposed to be a formal assessment. Why were they asking her to dance? And while she had mentioned ballet, the screen was showing pole dancing. The incongruity of the situation was baffling. Despite her confusion, Du Feifei didn't dare defy the elders' instructions. As a wealthy socialite, she had attended countless galas growing up and, during her rebellious teenage years, frequented nightclubs and bars. She had even earned the nickname Princess of the Nightlife. Her dance repertoire included various styles, including pole dancing. Still, she couldn't help but question the situation. Wasn't a cultivation sect supposed to be dignified and solemn? If they wanted her to dance, shouldn't it be something traditional and elegant? Yet the screen was undeniably showing pole dancing. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to adapt to the circumstances. The dance felt like an eternity to Du Feifei. The piercing gazes of the sect elders, who were usually so serious and aloof, made her feel as though their eyes were needles pricking her skin, leaving her deeply uncomfortable. Finally, the dance was over. Inside the examination hall, several elders of the Baiyu sect sat with their eyes closed in deep thought, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Standing in the center, Du Feifei nervously asked, "Seniors, can the official sect assessment begin now?" The third elder slowly opened his eyes, a subtle and enigmatic smile playing on his lips. "The assessment is already over." What? Du Feifei's eyes widened in disbelief. The dance just now was the assessment? That's right. Du Feifei, you may leave now. We'll announce the results later. Remember, the content of the examination must remain confidential until all candidates have finished. In a daze, Du Feifei walked out of the hall. Sun Li immediately approached her. "Feifei, what did they test you on? How do you feel about it?" Recalling her spirited pole dance performance, Du Feifei's cheeks reddened. After stammering for a while, she finally said, "The examiner said it's confidential." Her reaction left Sun Li and the 9 prestigious school principals around them utterly baffled. They had never encountered an exam that could make someone blush. What puzzled them even more was that every subsequent candidate emerged from the hall with the same reaction: anxious going in, embarrassed coming out, and all refusing to disclose the exam content, citing confidentiality. It wasn't until the final candidate completed the assessment that the principals learned the truth. The test was a dance-off. All the time and effort spent studying cultivation techniques had been completely irrelevant. The Baiyu sect elders exited the hall and addressed the crowd. "The examiners are currently evaluating the results. Please be patient." Although the nature of the test was unexpected, the opportunity to join the sect was undoubtedly a life-changing moment for the candidates. Not long after, the third elder stepped forward with the results in hand. First place, Du Feifei from Tiangyue High School. Second place, Qin Ruxue from Tiangyue High School. 10th place, Zhang Xiaoxiao from Tiangyue High School. After deliberation, the sect has decided to appoint Du Feifei as the saintess of Baiyu sect. The top 10 candidates should prepare themselves. Sect disciples will come to escort you tomorrow. The 9 principals couldn't hide their envy as they looked at Sun Li. From the prodigy Lu Benwei to the record-breaking Li Tianhao, and now a sect-appointed saintess, Tiangyue High School was clearly on the rise. On their way back, the trio was still reeling from the shocking assessment. Just then, they ran into Lu Benwei. His eyes lit up as he plucked a small wildflower from the roadside and strode toward Du Feifei. "Hey, gorgeous. Want to be my girlfriend?" Du Feifei glanced at his cocky demeanor, her eyes filled with disdain. As the newly appointed saintess of Baiyu sect, she had no interest in associating with this campus playboy. Unfazed by her cold shoulder, Lu Benwei turned to Zhang Xiaoxiao and offered her the flower instead. "Hey, beautiful. Want to be my girlfriend?" Sun Li was left speechless, thinking to himself, this guy is way too bold. But to everyone's surprise, the kind-hearted Zhang Xiaoxiao accepted the flower with a smile. "Sure. You're awesome, sis," Lu Benwei exclaimed with excitement. "From now on, if you ever need anything, just call me. They'll have your back." "Thanks. They'll let you know if I ever need help," Zhang Xiaoxiao replied politely, treating his words as nothing more than a joke. Meanwhile, Du Feifei looked on with disdain, thinking to herself, as fellow Baiyu sect disciples, who would ever need your protection? "All right, you guys take care. I've got to head to Yulon Street," Lu Benwei said with a carefree wave, disappearing into the golden hues of the setting sun. The next morning, Zhang Xiaoxiao and Du Feifei were personally escorted out of the school gates by the third elder of the Baiyu sect, drawing envious gazes from the entire school. Surprisingly, the third elder did not take them directly back to the sect, but instead had them board an ordinary sedan. "Third elder, isn't it said that people from the sect travel by sword? Where are we going?" Du Feifei couldn't help but ask. The third elder smiled and explained, "We're going to visit a senior. When we meet them, make sure to be respectful." These words sent a jolt through both girls. In their eyes, Baiyu sect was already an unattainable existence, so what kind of figure could the third elder himself address as a senior? The car soon entered a residential area called Pinyin Community. The surroundings were modest, even a bit old-fashioned. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Du Feifei exchanged puzzled glances, unable to believe that such an extraordinary individual would choose such an ordinary place to live. Following the address provided by sect leader Lu Qianyu, the third elder led the two girls to the sixth floor. He knocked on the door respectfully and then stepped aside, his cautious demeanor only heightening the girls' nervousness. The door opened, and to their astonishment, it was none other than Lu Benwei standing there. What? It's you. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Du Feifei were stunned. They had imagined the senior to be someone either ethereal or exceptionally sophisticated, but they had never expected it to be their classmate, Lu Benwei. Oh wow, it's you Xiaoxiao. Come in, come in. Lu Benwei exclaimed excitedly, grabbing Zhang Xiaoxiao's hand with delight. Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at the third elder in utter confusion, her eyes filled with questions. The third elder, noticing their acquaintance, felt secretly pleased. He had specifically chosen this day to deliver the sect's prized disciples, hoping to impress Lu Benwei with Baiyu sect's new recruits. The senior invited you in. Why are you still standing there? The third elder urged. This statement sent waves of shock through the girls' hearts. The third elder's attitude clearly confirmed Lu Benwei's extraordinary status. This seemingly ordinary classmate turned out to hold an unparalleled position. Still in a daze, Zhang Xiaoxiao bowed to express her gratitude and cautiously stepped inside. Meanwhile, Du Feifei was filled with regret. If she had known Lu Benwei's true identity, how could she have refused him just the day before? As Du Feifei attempted to follow Zhang Xiaoxiao inside, Lu Benwei blocked her path. Yesterday, I tried to make friends with you, and you turned me down. Since we're not friends, you're not welcome here. The third elder was taken aback. He had been relieved earlier, seeing that Lu Benwei and Zhang Xiaoxiao seemed to know each other, but now he was alarmed to realize that Du Feifei had offended this influential figure. Du Feifei, effective immediately, your entry into the sect and your status as a saintess are revoked. Leave at once, the third elder announced decisively. Du Feifei's face turned pale. She hadn't expected that Lu Benwei's mere displeasure would cost her such a hard-earned opportunity. She desperately pleaded, Senior, I was blind to your greatness. Could you give me another chance to get to know you properly? Since Lu Benwei's attitude had the power to strip her of her identity, Du Feifei thought that seeking his forgiveness might offer a glimmer of hope. However, Lu Benwei refused to even glance in her direction, his arrogance reaching an extreme. This reminded her of something Qing had once said, any woman who dares reject you, big brother, is nothing but an unworthy and wicked woman. You two, come in, Lu Benwei commanded, pointing at Zhang Xiaoxiao and the third elder, leaving Du Feifei outside the door. Staring at the tightly shut door, Du Feifei felt as if the world were spinning around her. That door was not just a simple barrier. It symbolized the end of her future and dreams. Overwhelmed by regret, she realized that if she hadn't been so arrogant and self-centered back then, her life might have taken a completely different course. Inside the room, Lu Benwei gestured for the two to take a seat. Did you bring what I asked for? He asked, casually patting the third elder's shoulder. Senior, we wouldn't dare neglect your instructions. The harvest this time was quite good 5 human head-sized pearls, the third elder replied respectfully, presenting a storage pouch. Though the pouch itself was worth only a fraction of the 5 pearls, Lu Benwei seemed particularly interested in what lay inside. Opening the pouch, Lu Benwei revealed its interior, which contained about 3 zhang of space. Inside, 5 massive pearls, each the size of a human head, lay quietly, emitting a soft, radiant glow. I like these pearls very much. Go back and tell your sect leader that I'm satisfied with the gift. As long as Senior is pleased, it is truly an honor for Baiyu sect, the third elder said with a flattering smile. Watching this exchange, Zhang Xiaoxiao's impression of cultivation sects plummeted, but her respect for Lu Benwei rose sharply. Just then, Lu Benwei suddenly pulled out one of the pearls and handed it to her. Here, young lady, this is a gift for you. Senior, this is far too valuable. Zhang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, caught off guard by his generosity. It's just a pearl. If you don't accept it, are you looking down on me? Lu Benwei replied, his tone half teasing, half serious. Seeing this, the third elder's eyes gleamed with calculation. I could tell from the start that you are kind-hearted, graceful, and truly the perfect candidate to become the saintess of Baiyu sect. Would you be willing to take on this role? The sudden invitation left Zhang Xiaoxiao stunned. Simply becoming a disciple of Baiyu sect was already a tremendous opportunity, let alone being elevated directly to the position of saintess. The turn of events was so abrupt that she needed time to process it. Fate works in mysterious ways. In the presence of Lu Benwei, this unpredictable factor, different choices led to vastly different outcomes. While Du Feifei left in despair, Zhang Xiaoxiao ascended to the position of saintess. It wasn't until much later that she realized the true value of the pearl Lu Benwei had given her. Its significance propelled her to heights she had never imagined. Of course, that is a story for another time. This world does not revolve around the rise and fall of a few ordinary individuals, yet amidst the countless lives, there will always be certain people and events that are particularly intriguing. On the surface, shallow water bay in Xiangcheng appears to be nothing more than an ordinary hill. However, hidden a kilometer underground lies an astonishing subterranean base. This base is a self-contained microecosystem capable of sustaining the daily needs of hundreds of people. It is also a breathtaking architectural marvel that transcends its time. The interior of the base boasts a variety of styles. Rustic red brick and wooden structures intermingle with modern concrete and steel frameworks. High-tech laser arrays and holographic projection screens add a futuristic touch. The ceiling simulates a night sky filled with stars and a bright moon, while the ground features miniature mountain and lake landscapes. Though these are scaled-down versions of nature, they carry a unique charm of their own. At this moment, a tall figure stands amidst the artificial forest. Dressed in casual white attire, his every move exudes strength and charisma is none other than Li Tianhao. In the serene setting of the starry, moonlit environment, Li Tianhao seems perfectly integrated with the surroundings. Suddenly, a sharp punch cuts through the air, accompanied by a deafening roar. Faced with this surprise attack, Li Tianhao remains unfazed. He merely raises his gaze and counters with his own fist. Golden spiritual energy gathers at his knuckles, forming a massive imprint that collides directly with the incoming force. The resulting shockwave ripples outward, stirring up fierce winds that set the trees and grass swaying violently. Not bad, kid. You managed to block my sneak attack, a booming voice declares. The attacker steps into Viwit is none other than Li Tianhao's father, Li Anian. Father, you're out of seclusion? Li Tianhao exclaims with delight. Li Anian's smile fades as he lets out a cold snort. If I didn't come out, should I just sit back and watch you, my rebellious son, break the family rules and traditions? Caught off guard by his father's accusation, Li Tianhao looks puzzled. Li Anian goes on to explain that the Li family's secret to 8 centuries of survival on Blue Star lies in the principle of staying low and discreet. Yet, Li Tianhao had recently shattered 4 records at Tiangyue Academy and became the youngest golden core cultivator in history. Father, this really isn't my fault, Li Tianhao protests. I held back and only used less than 1/10th of my power. Fortunately, another prodigious student at Tiangyue Academy, Lu Benwei, emerged and diverted attention. Not only did Lu Benwei break 4 testing machines in a row, but at just 16 years old, he also displayed extraordinary talent. This helped overshadow Li Tianhao's achievements. Despite this, Li Tianhao genuinely felt happy for his friend's success. However, deep down, he knew that no matter how remarkable Lu Benwei was, there was still a significant gap between them. All 4 machines were completely wrecked. It sounded almost unbelievable. Li Tianhao stared at the scene before him, silently contemplating. With that person's level of cultivation, it was indeed possible to achieve this with just a single breath. However, given Lu Benwei's flamboyant and arrogant personality, no matter how powerful he was, it was only a matter of time before he caused trouble too big to handle. Li Tianhao hesitated, wondering if he should find an opportunity to offer some advice. But on second thought, he decided against it. Someone like Lu Benwei was unlikely to take such warnings seriously. Forget it. If one day he truly finds himself in a life-threatening situation, he'll step in to help, Li Tianhao thought. After all, being cautious doesn't mean being cowardly. When it's time to act, you act. As his thoughts swirled, Li Anian approached him slowly, speaking in a calm tone. Since you've come to the Li family base, don't leave for the time being. The ancestor will soon emerge from seclusion. If you have any doubts about your cultivation, this is the perfect opportunity to seek guidance. Even here on Blue Star, any improvement, no matter how small, is worth pursuing. Understood. Li Tianhao nodded solemnly, a sense of heavy responsibility settling in his heart as he reflected on his family heritage. In a world where strength reigned supreme, continuous self-improvement was the only true path. Power was not only the foundation for survival, but also the ultimate safeguard against complex and unpredictable situations. Yet, everyone has their own aspirations. Unlike Li Tianhao's family's cautious approach, Li Qing, Zhang Han, and Gao Chang lived a completely different lifestyle under Lu Benwei's lead. Despite being 1 void return cultivator and 2 nascent soul cultivator top-tier experts, they spent their days frequenting clubs and entertainment venues. If an ordinary person lived like this, their kidneys would have given out long ago. Even these nascent soul cultivators had started experiencing, shall we say, side effects like issues with their aim during trips to the restroom, all due to their excessive indulgence. And then there was the blind Taoist, who diligently cleaned the restrooms every day with unwavering dedication. His work ethic was so admirable that it even inspired Li Qing to consider awarding him the title of Employee of the Month. However, despite all the fun and games, they didn't neglect their responsibilities. Although the group had been living it up recently, they remained meticulous about the company's affairs. In any smoothly functioning organization, the contributions of shareholders, board members, and core personnel were essential, but so were the efforts of the ground-level employees, like the security guards at the entrance. Hiring new staff, though, posed a real challenge for Li Qing. He had once sought Lu Benwei's advice on recruitment standards and was told, "We need elites, not trash." This left Li Qing hesitant to hire just anyone to fill the gaps. But what exactly qualified as an elite? The answer required careful consideration and repeated deliberation. Finding it too exhausting to figure out on his own, Li Qing ultimately decided to call a meeting to brainstorm and create a comprehensive recruitment plan with everyone's input. In the group's conference room, Li Qing sat firmly at the head of the table, his sharp gaze sweeping across the gathered minor shareholders. "The company is planning to hire a few security guards," he began, his tone calm but commanding. "But my elder brother has specifically emphasized that we must recruit elites. So, what kind of person do you think qualifies as an elite?" As soon as the question was posed, the room buzzed with murmurs. For security personnel, strength was undoubtedly the most critical factor. But how exactly should strength be defined? To the average person, someone at the foundation establishment level would already seem like an exceptional expert, someone who could stand out even in the military. Yet, by Lu Benwei's standards, such abilities might as well belong to ants. Zhang Han and Gao Chang exchanged a knowing glance, both silently agreeing that their elder brother's standards were far too extreme to use as a benchmark. With his almost monstrous level of power, even their current abilities appeared insignificant in his eyes. At the same time, using ordinary people's standards seemed laughably inadequate. After all, this wasn't just any company, it was arguably the greatest in the world, offering benefits that would be unparalleled across millennia. "I believe," Zhang Han spoke up, his expression serious, "that anyone qualified to work as a security guard here must have at least reached the golden core stage." His words sent a ripple of shock through the room. In a third-tier city like Xiangcheng, a golden core expert was a towering figure, often a local overlord admired and revered by countless people. And now, such a level of mastery was being suggested as merely the minimum requirement for a security guard. Led by Chindali, several minor shareholders exchanged uneasy glances, their silence betraying their unease. The discussion had taken on an almost surreal tone. What should have been a conversation about entry-level positions had transformed into a high-level debate far beyond their ability to contribute. Li Qing, however, seemed inspired by Zhang Han's suggestion. "Excellent idea," he declared with conviction. "If our security is too weak, it will lower the company's prestige. Too strong, and they'll be hard to find. Setting golden core as the standard strikes a perfect balance." He added thoughtfully, "Of course, not every golden core cultivator will be suitable. We'll also need to consider factors like age, aptitude, and even appearance. These all affect the company's image." The three quickly delved into a detailed discussion, hashing out the specifics of the recruitment process. Meanwhile, the other shareholders could only sit quietly on the sidelines, feeling increasingly out of place. Once the plan was finalized, Li Qing addressed the room again. "Does anyone here know any suitable golden core cultivators? If you have recommendations, I'm willing to offer them a chance to join the company. As you all know, even a security position here is far from a humiliation." The shareholders looked at one another, clearly torn. While some of them did know golden core experts, those individuals wouldn't even acknowledge their existence, much less consider a job recommendation. Despite their recent gains in power, they remained worlds apart from the golden core realm. It was then that Zhou Yu spoke up. "I do know a golden core cultivator with a strong sense of integrity. Perhaps I could try reaching out." "Great," Li Qing said with an approving nod. "I'll leave it to you, old Zhou. Follow up on this as soon as possible." Li Qing himself knew plenty of golden core cultivators, but most had turned him down in the past, their arrogance making them impossible to recruit. Zhou Yu, however, had always stood by his side through thick and thin. Determined to maintain high standards, Li Qing resolved to avoid compromising even if it meant delays in finding the right candidates. After the meeting, Zhou Yu wasted no time contacting an old acquaintance. In the office of Tiangyue High School, Benwei was grading papers when his phone buzzed. A distinguished teacher at the school and a golden core cultivator in the late stage, Benwei had been personally recruited by Principal Peng Shulin after considerable effort. Seeing Zhou Yu's name on the caller ID, Benwei felt a wave of mixed emotions. They were relatives and had once been close, but a series of past events had caused them to drift apart. After a moment of hesitation, he answered the call. "Xiaowei, it's been a long time." Zhou Yu's voice carried a note of nostalgia. "Uncle Zhou," Benwei replied, his tone equally complex. Although Zhou Yu was technically his uncle, the history between them was fraught largely due to an unresolved entanglement between Zhou Yu and Benwei's older sister, which had soured the relationship between their families. "I have something I'd like to discuss with you," Zhou Yu said after a deep breath. "It might sound a little unusual, so hear me out before jumping to conclusions." "Go ahead," Benwei replied, his voice steady. "I've gained some patience over the years. There's an incredible opportunity one want to offer you. Zhou Yu began cautiously. How would you feel about leaving your teaching job to come work as a security guard for our company? Zhong Wei froze, blinking in disbelief. He instinctively rubbed his ears as if he had misheard. What did you just say? Zhou Yu repeated the offer. I'm a golden core cultivator, a highly respected teacher at this school, Zhong Wei said, his voice rising incredulously. And you're asking me to become a security guard? Are you out of your mind? If not for knowing that Zhou Yu was not a careless person, Zhong Wei might have suspected that his old friend was insulting his intelligence. If you trust me, meet me tonight at Villa Number 1 in Happiness Gardens, East District, Zhou Yu said before abruptly hanging up the phone. To him, giving his old friend a reminder was already the limit of his goodwill. The choice was now in Zhong Wei's hands. In his office, Zhong Wei stared at the now black screen of his phone, lost in thought. After a moment, he made up his mind to go on it because of the security guard position Zhou Yu had mentioned. Becoming a security guard? Not in this lifetime. That was simply out of the question. He only wanted to ask Zhou Yu one thing in person, a question that had been stuck in his throat like a thorn for years, impossible to ignore any longer. Under a moonlit sky as serene as flowing water, Zhong Wei drove to the address Zhou Yu had given him. When they met again in the villa's living room, a flood of emotions surged through both of them. The history between their two families could only be described as dramatic. The Zhong and Zhou families had been close for generations. The Zhou family, with only one heir per generation, contrasted sharply with the flourishing Zhong family. Back in the day, Zhong Wei's father, Xiangcheng, had been close friends with Zhou Yu and had even suggested arranging a marriage between their children. However, 20 years passed, and while Zhong Wei and his sister, Zhong Yao, had grown into adulthood, Zhou Yu remained unmarried. What no one could have predicted was that Zhou Yu and Zhong Yao would develop feelings for each other. This infuriated Xiangcheng. I promised you a marriage between our children, not for you to seduce my daughter. How dare you disgrace her like this? He was so enraged that he nearly grabbed a blade and went after Zhou Yu. What ultimately severed the relationship between the two families, however, was Zhong Yao's reaction. Upon learning of the situation, her parents confined her to the house, intending to arrange a more suitable marriage for her. But Zhong Yao refused to comply, declaring that she would marry no one but Zhou Yu. Things reached a breaking point when Xiangcheng roared, "Marry Zhou Yu? Over my dead body. Not in this life, maybe in the next." In a fit of defiance, the fiery-tempered Zhong Yao left behind a farewell letter and threw herself into the river. Her body was never recovered. From that moment on, the two families cut all ties. I'm glad you came today, Zhou Yu said, pouring tea for Zhong Wei. Time spares no one. Look at you already in your middle years. Zhong Wei was about to speak, but was distracted by the tea and fruit on the table. 7 or 8 vividly colored fruits exuded an ethereal aura, their fragrance utterly enchanting. But what truly shocked him was the cup of tea. Its leaves radiated a soft, glowing light, rippling with mystical energy. A faint, otherworldly glow surrounded it, as if it were imbued with celestial power. In this era, the concept of immortals was little more than a myth. Throughout human history, no one had ever truly ascended to an immortal realm, and divine fruits or artifacts existed only in legends. Yet the energy emanating from this cup of tea was unmistakably beyond the realm of ordinary spiritual energy. Just inhaling its aroma brought an unparalleled sense of tranquility. One could only imagine the effects of drinking it. Given Zhong Wei's understanding of the world, such a miraculous item would be impossible to obtain, even with the resources of an entire nation. Zhou Yu, a mere businessman, had no conceivable way of possessing such a treasure. Even more bewildering was the fact that he was offering it so casually. This tea is far too precious. I can't accept it, Zhong Wei said, his voice steady but resolute. Even if he sold everything he owned, he wouldn't be able to purchase a single sip of it. Zhou Yu studied him intently, his gaze meaningful. Most people, faced with such a treasure, would have been consumed by greed, willing to kill for it, even devour the cup itself. Zhong Wei's response affirmed Zhou Yu's belief that he had chosen the right person. Drink it, Zhou Yu said calmly. It is indeed valuable, but once you join the company, you'll receive 10 pounds of spiritual fruit and a small amount of enlightenment tea every month. There's no need to hold back. Zhong Wei was stunned, his voice trembling with disbelief. This is a company benefit? What kind of company could offer such unimaginable perks? Even the wealthiest corporations in Longzhou couldn't provide anything close to this. Yet the spiritual fruit and tea before him were undeniable proof that Zhou Yu was telling the truth. In that moment, Zhou Yu seemed to radiate a divine brilliance, as if guiding Zhong Wei toward the pinnacle of life. Though being a teacher was a respected profession, in this strength-driven world, how many truly honored their teachers once they left the classroom? With his latest stage golden core cultivation, Zhong Wei had long ago resigned himself to the fact that he would never rise further without some extraordinary opportunity. And now, that opportunity had landed right in his lap. His long-dormant desire for enlightenment stirred once more. Deep in his heart, he silently apologized to his late father. Dad, it's not that I'm disobeying you. It's just, the offer is too good to refuse. For years, Wei had grappled with a nagging doubt. Had Zhou Yu's brotherly bond with him all those years ago been genuine, or merely a ploy to marry his sister? This question had haunted him for decades. But as the enlightenment tea flowed down his throat, that doubt dissolved like mist in the morning sun. At this moment, he even thought, if Zhou Yu wants it, calling him brother-in-law wouldn't be so bad after all. That night, Wei's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Zhou Yu, a founding member and shareholder of the company, although not enjoying the same privileged treatment as Li Qing, Zhang Han, and Gao Chong, still received a greater supply of spiritual fruits and enlightenment teas compared to regular employees. Nourished by the continuous supply of these mystical resources, Wei's cultivation level skyrocketed from the late golden core stage directly to the early nascent soul stage. This breakthrough was nothing short of miraculous for Wei. In the past, he had believed it might take a lifetime to even glimpse the threshold of the nascent soul stage. Yet, here he was, achieving it with such ease. The feeling of his cultivation soaring like a rocket left him exhilarated, as if he had discovered a wide and clear path to immortality. Brother-in-law, I'll go resign right away and start work at the company by noon. I'll be counting on your guidance in the future. After a long night of conversation, the past grievances between the two had completely dissipated. Wei's casual and natural use of brother-in-law now carried a genuine sense of familiarity. By midday, when Wei arrived at the school to pack his belongings, his colleagues were puzzled and full of questions. Mr. Zhong, where are you going? I've found a better platform for growth. Please let the principal know I've resigned. I'll come back to complete the formalities once my new job settles down. What? You're leaving, Mr. Zhong? What kind of new job is it? Security guard, Wei replied succinctly. After packing his things, he left with an air of confidence, eagerly heading to his new company. His colleagues were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why a teacher would give up his current job to become a security guard. As time passed and the semester came to an end, both the martial arts and academic exams were concluded. On campus, Benwei watched the students leaving, feeling a sense of melancholy who wouldn't see these vibrant, youthful faces for the next 2 months. From the balcony in the corridor, Tiangyue High School's principal, Peng Shulin, observed Benwei with a similar sense of unease. Such a prodigy, yet he wasn't part of his school. Old Peng, what are you staring at so intently? Sun Li asked with a cheerful smile, his hands clasped behind his back. Peng Shulin cast a jealous glance at Sun Li. This year, all the good things seemed to have fallen into the hands of this old fox. The 4 machines damaged during Benwei's testing had been sent to the Education Bureau by Sun Li, securing double the funding for Tiangyue High School. This only strengthened Peng Shulin's resolve to poach Benwei. Old son, our Tiangyue High School's teaching staff is far superior to Tianyue's. Take Wei, for instance, he's a late golden core stage expert, second only to you and me in power. His research into cultivation even makes me feel inadequate. A genius like Benwei is wasted at your school. Why not consider transferring him to us? If you help persuade him, I'll give you my treasured jar of spiritual wine. The spiritual wine was something Peng Shulin had obtained in his youth from an ancient ruin. It was priceless, and he had always regarded it as a precious treasure. Although Sun Li was tempted, he ultimately refused. A prodigy capable of breaking 4 testing machines in one go had unimaginable potential, possibly even becoming the first immortal among humans. The benefits of such an achievement would far surpass the value of a single jar of spiritual wine. Peng Shulin's motive for recruiting Benwei was straightforward: to enhance his reputation. At this moment, he was seated in his office, facing Principal Sun Li, his eyes gleaming with a sense of determination. Old son, won't you reconsider? Peng leaned forward slightly, his tone tinged with persuasion. We're talking about spirit wine here. Besides, take our school's Wei for example. His research achievements alone could easily outshine all your teachers combined. If not for yourself, shouldn't you at least think about Benwei's future? Principal Sun of Qingyun School was still making a final effort to resist, his words laced with reluctance. Just then, a sharp ring from the phone shattered the tense atmosphere. Without a second thought, Peng Shulin hung up. This critical recruitment negotiation couldn't be interrupted by trivial matters. However, the phone rang again almost immediately. He hung up once more, but the persistent caller didn't give up. After this back and forth repeated 3 or 4 times, Peng began to grow irritated. Is the sky falling or the ground splitting? He muttered to himself, glancing at the display that showed the caller was a teacher from Qingyun School. When the phone rang yet again, Peng finally couldn't suppress his irritation. What is it? He snapped as he answered. Principal, there's big trouble. Teacher Wei has resigned. The news hit Peng like a sledgehammer, leaving him stunned. Just a moment ago, he had been boasting about how outstanding teacher Zhong was, how remarkable his teaching achievements were. And now, In the blink of an eye, he was being told the man had quit. The irony was swift and brutal. What made matters worse was that Benwei wasn't just any teacher, was a top-tier golden core stage educator who had cost Peng a fortune to hire. In fact, he was the only one of his caliber among the top 10 schools. With such prowess, Benwei could easily qualify to be a principal himself. To say he was Peng's ace card would be an understatement. Benwei was the reason Peng could hold his head high in front of other principals. And now, this key player had left without warning, as if cutting off Peng's right arm. Did he say why he resigned? Peng asked urgently. Principal, Teacher Zhong said. He found a better platform for his development. He's going to be a security guard. What? Peng's eyes widened so much they looked like they might pop out of their sockets. His voice rose an octave in disbelief. What kind of security guard could possibly offer a better future than being a teacher at Qingyun School? Is this some kind of joke? When Peng Shulin, the principal of Tiangyue High School, contacted Zhong Wei, the latter had already been working for the Xiangcheng group for 3 days. That day, Zhong Wei returned to the school to formally complete his resignation process. In the principal's office, Peng Shulin looked at his most reliable assistant of many years and said earnestly, "Wei, are you unhappy here? If you have any requests, just let me know. I'll do my best to meet them." Why the rush to leave? Principal, it's not about being happy or unhappy. Zhong Wei replied, meeting Peng Shulin's gaze directly. I've simply found a platform that's better suited for my growth. Peng Shulin furrowed his brows. The platform you're talking about is becoming a security guard? This is absurd. Security guards out there don't even get basic benefits or decent pay. How can you count on such a job for a secure future? Zhong Wei remained silent. The perks of working at Lingua Qizhen were beyond explanation. Such benefits, let alone basic insurance and pension plans, would attract a crowd, even if people had to pay to get in. Principal, my mind is made up. Please don't try to change it. This company has incredible potential for growth. Thinking about the principal's care over the years, Zhong Wei added, actually, the company is hiring. Why don't you consider applying for a security position yourself? Peng Shulin was thunderstruck. A principal of a prestigious school applying to be a security guard? That was utterly preposterous. Wei, I've always treated you well. How can you say something so outrageous? What has this company done to brainwash you into praising a mere security job so highly? Zhong Wei wanted to explain but thought better of it. Talking about the company's distribution of spiritual fruits? The principal would probably think he'd lost his mind. Who would believe such a miraculous opportunity unless they saw it with their own eyes? Principal, seeing is believing. Come visit the company when you have time, and I'll show you what I mean, Zhong Wei said, sending over the company's address. It's getting late. Please help me finalize the resignation process. I need to get back to work. Faced with Zhong Wei's insistence, Peng Shulin had no choice but to process his resignation. Over the next few days, however, Peng Shulin couldn't shake an uneasy feeling. Could this be some sort of pyramid scheme? Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, society had embraced the path of cultivation, but pyramid schemes, an age-old scam, still thrived. Some organizations specifically targeted cultivators, harvesting their organs for profit. Golden core cultivators' organs, in particular, could fetch astronomical prices on the black market. Media outlets had once reported a golden core cultivator being swindled out of everything, only to be sold to a mining operation in Africa as breeding stock. A chilling thought. Now, considering that Zhong Wei not only joined as a security guard but also tried to recruit him, it seemed like a classic pyramid scheme tactic. Holding the address in his hand, Peng Shulin decided to investigate the matter personally. Meanwhile, Zhong Wei had returned to the Xiangcheng group headquarters, diligently fulfilling his duties by day and focusing on cultivation by night. Ever since Li Qing, the company's executive, had remarked that his early nascent soul stage cultivation was decent, but still too weak for guarding the company, and allocated him a batch of cultivation resources, Zhong Wei's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. That morning, inside the company-provided residence, Zhong Wei consumed a spiritual fruit and drank enlightenment tea. A surge of spiritual energy coursed through his body, and his thoughts became 10 times clearer than usual. Under the effects of the tea, the path beyond the golden core stage became increasingly evident. Breakthrough! He roared under his breath, shattering an internal barrier. A powerful aura erupted from within him. He gasped for breath. His face alight with joy. He had advanced to the mid-nascent soul stage in just a few days. News of such rapid progress would undoubtedly cause a stir. Bathed in the morning light, Zhong Wei stood outside, gazing at the Ninetinenestre skyscraper with a sense of reverence. If even a security guard like him could achieve such growth, how powerful must the true experts within the company be? With gratitude in his heart, Zhong Wei arrived at the security office at the company's entrance. Standing tall and proud like a statue, he resolved to repay the company's support with his utmost dedication. At that moment, Peng Shulin arrived at the Xiangcheng group headquarters, following the address Zhong Wei had given him. Unbeknownst to him, a wandering malevolent spirit lurking in the ruins nearby had locked its greedy gaze on him. This spirit, on the verge of becoming an fiend, had been biding its time for a significant target. If I devour this latest stage golden core cultivator, it'll have a 70% chance of breaking through to become a fiend. Once that happens, the heavens and earth will be mine to roam. The spirit's ghostly eyes could perceive cultivators below its level. Upon spotting Peng Shulin, it became filled with murderous intent, patiently waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Under the morning light, the entire Zhuangchang group building glimmered like it was draped in a golden veil, glowing resplendently under the radiant sunrise. The skyscraper stood out, dazzling and extraordinary. Hovering in midair, Peng Shulin gazed down at the opulent structure, his brow furrowed. A headquarters this grand for a pyramid scheme company? This level of ostentation was beyond excessive. His eyes drifted to the front of the building, where a figure stood tall and upright, Benwei, dutifully and meticulously carrying out his role as a guard. As Peng Shulin observed, a sinister smile crept across the face of the ghostly entity behind him. In the skies above, ominous dark energy churned and twisted, stirring the winds and clouds. Without warning, the malevolent spirit lunged toward the unsuspecting Peng Shulin with lightning speed. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted as a burst of golden light radiated from Peng Shulin. His protective jade amulet activated in response, shielding him from what would have been a fatal blow. The moment the amulet shattered, cold sweat broke out on Peng Shulin's forehead. Without this life-saving artifact, he would have perished on the spot. How dare you? Attacking me in broad daylight, unforgivable. Peng Shulin roared, his fury igniting. The ghost remained unfazed by his threat. Its power far exceeded that of an ordinary golden core stage cultivator. Having failed the ambush, it no longer concealed its presence, preparing to finish the fight quickly and retreat to the forbidden zone. The two clashed instantly. Peng Shulin's expression changed dramatically as the ghost's eerie energy penetrated his defenses, wreaking havoc within his body. This was fiend energy, a force only attainable by those on the cusp of the nascent soul stage far beyond his ability to withstand. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield. It was Benwei, drawn by the commotion. Away, this ghost has reached the fiend stage. It's beyond what we can handle. I'll hold it off. Go alert the Demon Extermination Division for reinforcements. Peng Shulin urgently called out. A mere ghost? Not worth mentioning. Principal, just watch me take it down, Benwei said with a faint smile. The ghost's expression shifted at these words, as it realized it couldn't discern Benwei's cultivation level. Peng Shulin, too, froze mid-warning, stunned to discover that Benwei was already at the nascent soul stage. Such a leap in cultivation was unheard of. The battle erupted in an instant. Benwei threw a single punch, and the air within a 10-meter radius was completely vacuumed out. The ghost, overwhelmed by the terrifying assault, began pleading for mercy. But Benwei remained unmoved, and within a dozen moves, he obliterated the ghost entirely, leaving no trace of its existence. What the? Peng Shulin was left speechless, his jaw slack. A ghost that had posed such a dire threat to him was dispatched so effortlessly. Away, your strength. Principal, let's discuss this on the ground, Benwei interrupted, reminding him. The aerial battle had already drawn the attention of curious onlookers, many of whom were recording the scene. The two quickly descended, avoiding further scrutiny. However, when videos of the battle surfaced online, they immediately caused a massive stir across the internet. A video circulating online has sparked a massive uproar. In the footage, a sinister spirit exuding an aura equivalent to the Golden Core stage, or even the nascent Soul stage, was effortlessly obliterated by a mysterious figure clad in a security guard uniform. Though the image was blurry and failed to capture the man's face, the distinctive security uniform was unmistakable. A nascent soul-level expert working as a security guard? This unbelievable revelation quickly ignited heated discussions across the internet. Titles such as Strongest Security Guard, King of Security, and Security Guard Legend began to emerge like mushrooms after the rain. Amid the online frenzy, at Xiangcheng City Airport, a young man who had just stepped off a plane glanced coldly at the video on his phone. This is what they call a legend? If this is all it takes, then legends are worth nothing, he sneered, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. In this world, who dares to call themselves a legend besides me? His arrogance was rooted in a past steeped in extraordinary feats. Orphaned at a young age, he trained under a mysterious master and graduated at just 10 years old. After descending the mountain, he avenged his parents by annihilating all 137 members of his enemy's clan, leaving not even a dog or chicken alive. Forced to flee overseas, he joined a mercenary group at 13, and within 4 years, he founded the renowned Dragon King Mercenary Corps, achieving the legendary feat of defeating an army of 30,000 single-handedly. Returning to his homeland at 17, he unified the underground world of Longzhou within 3 years, earning the feared title of the godfather of the underworld. By the age of 20, he had reached heights that ordinary people could only dream of, a track record that allowed him to look down on all others. In my presence, dragons must coil, and tigers must kneel, the young man thought to himself. This time, his journey to Xiang City carried a specific purpose, fulfilling his master's task to protect the daughter of a wealthy businessman. Looking at the company in the video where the so-called nascent soul security guard worked, the young man seemed lost in thought. Perhaps this company could serve as my foothold. Experiencing the mundane life of ordinary people might not be such a bad idea. After returning to the surface, Wei faced Peng Shulin's bewildered and suspicious gaze. He simply said, "Principal, I know you have many questions, but I'm still on duty and it's not convenient to explain now. Let's talk in detail after work." With that, he headed straight back to his security post, fully focused on his task, completely unaware of the storm of attention he had stirred online. Peng Shulin waited anxiously. Never had a day felt as long and agonizing as this one. The display of power Wei had shown completely upended his understanding. How had someone undergone such a transformation in such a short amount of time? This question gnawed at him like a needle, persistently pricking his nerves. Finally, as the sun set and moonlight bathed the treetops, Wei's shift came to an end. "Mr. Zhong, can we talk now?" Peng Shulin hesitated for a long moment before settling on this form of address, polite yet familiar. In the world of cultivation, strength commanded respect, and lower-tier practitioners were expected to address higher-tier ones as seniors. But Peng Shulin found it difficult to suddenly call someone he had known for years as a junior by such a deferential title. "Principal, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Just call me away like before," Wei replied with a warm smile, sensing the other man's unease. "Although I'm off duty now, it's customary for me to do a final patrol around the company. If you're interested, feel free to join me. Perhaps it will help answer some of your questions." From this brief exchange, Peng Shulin already had a vague sense that Wei's transformation was closely tied to this mysterious company. But what kind of company could bring about such a profound change in a person? He was utterly baffled. Following Wei's lead, the two began to tour the building. At first glance, aside from the luxurious decor, the structure seemed rather ordinary until they reached the top floor. Peng Shulin's eyes widened in shock. The rooftop was equipped with a massive glass dome, retractable like a Mongolian yurt. Its surface shimmered with flashes of red and ultraviolet light, exuding an advanced, futuristic feel. At the moment, the dome was open, revealing a pool below not filled with ordinary water, but with precious spiritual liquid. The entire space was suffused with spiritual energy, and the liquid shimmered with a mystical aura as it flowed. Just inhaling the air in this space made the spiritual power within Peng Shulin's body surge uncontrollably. "Away, this must be the company's most classified area, right?" Peng Shulin asked, his voice trembling. "This is indeed one of the company's restricted areas," Wei replied casually, "but it's not exactly top secret, it's just the chairman's swimming pool." This statement hit Peng Shulin like a thunderclap. Such a rare and valuable spiritual liquid, used merely as bathwater? The sheer extravagance of it made his heart ache. After leaving the rooftop, the two continued their tour. Even as they walked far from the building, the words bathwater echoed relentlessly in Peng Shulin's mind. While he was still lost in his thoughts, they arrived at the spiritual orchard. As the company's first security guard, it was part of Wei's daily duties to patrol both the spiritual pool and the orchard, two of the company's most important locations. Just as Peng Shulin was reeling from the scale of what he had seen, an unusual phenomenon suddenly caught his attention. "Where is this place?" Peng Shulin stood there, muttering instinctively. The moment he looked up, the scene before him struck him like a bolt of lightning, leaving him frozen in place. What lay before him was an enormous orchard filled with spiritual fruits. Within this magical grove, fruits of vibrant red, delicate pink, and lush green grew in perfect harmony. Each fruit exuded an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy, their fragrance filling the air. Just from the intoxicating aroma alone, Peng Shulin could tell these were no ordinary fruits, they were rare and precious spiritual treasures. As an experienced high school principal, Peng Shulin understood the stringent requirements spiritual plants had for their environment. Under normal circumstances, finding even two spiritual plants coexisting within miles was nearly impossible. Yet this orchard defied all logic. From the most common low-grade spiritual fruits to the priceless, top-tier varieties, the array was astonishing. The sheer diversity and density of these plants made his heart race uncontrollably. But what truly left him speechless was the towering ancient tree standing proudly in the center. It was none other than the legendary semi-immortal grade enlightenment tea tree. "Away," Peng Shulin croaked, his voice hoarse and his eyes red with emotion. "You've only been with the company for a few days, and they've already entrusted you with such an important place? Aren't they worried you might steal something? Even a saint would be tempted by such a treasure trove, let alone Peng Shulin." Thankfully, his years of moral discipline served as a final line of defense, keeping him grounded and preventing him from committing an act as disgraceful as theft. Principal, do you know why I managed to break through to the nascent soul stage? Wei asked in response. Staring at the spiritual orchard, Peng Shulin suddenly had a realization. Could it be? That's right. It's because of these, Wei explained. Working for the company comes with a monthly allowance of 10 pounds of spiritual fruits, not to mention the added benefit of enjoying immortal tea. Now, tell me, does it make more sense to steal once and get caught, or to receive these benefits every month? These words left Peng Shulin utterly dumbfounded. He thought about his own life as a principle-endless toil, minimal rewards, and constant stress. Then he looked at Wei, who had only been with the Build It Bigger and Stronger corporation for a few days and had already achieved a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. A thought began to take root in his mind: why remain a principal? He needed to apply for a job as a security guard at the Build It Bigger and Stronger corporation. That night was destined to be unforgettable for Peng Shulin. Lying in bed, he replayed everything he had witnessed earlier that day over and over in his mind, unable to shake the overwhelming sense of shock. A company so extravagant that it used spiritual liquid for bathing and handed out rare spiritual fruits as ordinary employee benefits, it completely shattered his understanding of the world. For someone who had always been meticulous about saving even the tiniest trace of spiritual energy, this level of extravagance was beyond the limits of his imagination. Thinking back to when he naively believed that Zhuoda's Group was a fraudulent company, Peng Shulin couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He had to admit that his perspective had been far too narrow. At dawn, Peng Shulin intercepted Wei early. Wei, my only hope of joining the company lies with you. Please put in a good word for me with the leadership, he pleaded, pacing anxiously in front of Wei. Wei sighed and shook his head. Principal, this isn't something that can be rushed. Go back and wait for news. I'll try to get a sense of what the leadership thinks when the opportunity arises. Although slightly disappointed, Peng Shulin quickly adjusted his mindset. He began delving into every possible channel to learn more about the Zhuoda Group. Remarkably, this company, which was only established this year, had already acquired the renowned Wang and Li family businesses in Xiangcheng, becoming the city's leading enterprise. Yet, despite its immense stature, the company maintained an astonishingly low profile, with no available information about its chairman or general manager. In the days that followed, Peng Shulin committed himself wholeheartedly to studying what it takes to be a qualified security guard. Not only did he write several academic papers on security work, but he also volunteered as a security guard at the entrance of Tiangyue High School. Every day, from 9 to 6, he performed his duties with diligence and responsibility. This unusual behavior soon became the talk of the school. One day, Vice Principal Zhou Zili approached Peng Shulin, who was on duty, and remarked sarcastically, Principal Peng, are you planning to give up being a principal and switch careers to become a security guard? Faced with his rival's mockery, Peng Shulin responded calmly, Vice Principal Zhou, excellence can be achieved in any profession. Soon, I'll be resigning as principal, and I plan to recommend you to the Education Bureau as my successor. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Zhou Zili stunned. Back in his office, Peng Shulin began drafting his resignation letter. As he put pen to paper, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. If he could invite Lu Benwei to the school before leaving, it would be his final contribution to Tiangyue High School. After Peng Shulin submitted his resignation letter to the Education Bureau, his thoughts were still consumed by the issue of recruiting Lu Benwei. Just as he was contemplating a detailed plan, his phone suddenly rang. A familiar voice came through the line. Old Peng, a few of us principals from the top schools are having a little get-together today. Got time to join us for some fun? Although the top 10 schools in Xiangcheng were competitive with one another, their principals shared a good personal rapport and often arranged casual gatherings. Knowing he was about to transition to a security guard position and would likely have fewer opportunities for leisure in the future, Peng readily agreed. Send me the address. Shortly after, a message with the location popped up on his phone. The gathering spot, Shui Mu Yuan Mansion, was located on the outskirts of the city's western district. It was a classic courtyard residence, with a gentle stream flowing in front of the entrance and a row of willows lining the bank. Ivy climbed densely along the courtyard walls, and two jujube trees stood gracefully at the front, creating a picturesque harmony. The golden hues of the setting sun filtered through the leaves, adding a touch of vitality to the serene setting. When Peng arrived, the courtyard was already bustling with activity. At the center, a bonfire blazed brightly, with an array of meats and vegetables sizzling on the grill. Several principals were seated around, either sipping drinks or humming tunes, clearly enjoying themselves. Sunli quickly pulled up a chair for him. Old Peng, you're here. Come, have a seat. With that, all 10 principals of Xiangcheng's top schools were officially gathered. As the group chatted and laughed, the conversation flowed naturally from everyday life to educational achievements and eventually to their cultivation experiences. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively. When the topic turned to cultivation, Someone suddenly asked. Old Yuan, we've heard you recently acquired quite a few treasures from a secret realm. Care to share the details? In this era dominated by cultivation, secret realms were legendary places of fortune, filled with rare natural treasures, divine weapons, and mystical techniques. They were akin to otherworldly paradises. However, for most people, secret realms were merely the stuff of legends, elusive and unattainable in a lifetime. Old Yuan was Yuan Shang, the principal of Tiangyue High School and the host of the evening. Seeing the conversation steer toward the secret realm, the other principals eagerly chimed in with questions. How did you discover the secret realm? What was it like inside? Is it true there were mythical beasts and rare treasures? In truth, Yuan Shang had organized this gathering precisely to boast about his discovery. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, he smiled and began. The secret realm was revealed to me through information passed down by my ancestors. Though it wasn't particularly large and lacked mythical beasts or rare treasures, I did come away with a remarkable artifact. With anticipation written all over their faces, the group watched as Yuan Shang retrieved a bronze cauldron. The cauldron stood about a foot tall and 3 inches in diameter, covered in intricate, arcane symbols that shimmered faintly with a mysterious glow. Its presence was undeniably extraordinary. As everyone examined it with curiosity, Yuan Shang teased, "You're all the elite of Xiangcheng, well-versed in many things. Why not take a guess at what this treasure is?" One principal scrutinized it closely and remarked, "Judging by the patterns, this seems to be an artifact from about 5 centuries ago." Another added, "Ever since this cauldron appeared, the concentration of spiritual energy in the vicinity has at least doubled. 500 years ago marked the golden age of cultivation, when spiritual energy was abundant and natural treasures were plentiful. It was a time when master craftsmen forged countless divine artifacts. If I'm not mistaken, this appears to be a spirit-gathering cauldron, designed to concentrate and absorb spiritual energy." The words, spirit-gathering cauldron, sent a collective gasp through the group. As the world's spiritual energy has drastically diminished, the speed of cultivation is no longer comparable to the era of abundant energy. Against this backdrop, Yuan Shang's presentation of the spirit-gathering cauldron appeared exceptionally precious. This artifact can significantly accelerate the cultivation process, making it a priceless treasure that cultivators can only dream of. "Everyone, tell me, does this spirit-gathering cauldron catch your eye?" Yuan Shang asked with a smug smile, his gaze deliberately drifting toward Peng Shulin. Although his question was directed at the crowd, it was clearly aimed at Peng Shulin. The two had been classmates and had developed a subtle rivalry due to their mutual affection for the same woman. While it wasn't a deep-seated grudge, it had led to frequent, childlike bouts of competition between them. Hearing Yuan Shang's words, the onlookers couldn't conceal the envy in their eyes. "This is more than just impressive, it's a priceless heirloom. A treasure capable of bringing prosperity to an entire family," someone remarked with a slightly bitter tone. "Old Yuan, with such a divine artifact in your possession, your cultivation is bound to skyrocket. Surpassing the rest of us is only a matter of time. Who knows? You might even become the first among us to reach the nascent soul stage." This comment only fueled the admiration directed at Yuan Shang. Yet, the person Yuan Shang cared most about was Peng Shulin. Unlike the others, Peng Shulin remained unusually composed, as if the spirit-gathering cauldron were nothing more than an ordinary object. Yuan Shang sneered inwardly, "Keep pretending. Deep down, you must be dying of envy and jealousy over such a divine artifact." But Peng Shulin truly felt nothing. He knew that Benwei, after joining the Rise and Prosper group, had advanced from the Golden Core stage to the nascent Soul stage in just a few days. If Peng Shulin could also secure a spot in that group, this so-called spirit-gathering cauldron would indeed seem like worthless junk in comparison. With this thought in mind, Peng Shulin stayed calm, even finding the situation somewhat amusing. Yuan Shang observed Peng Shulin's expression closely, feeling a surge of dissatisfaction rising within him. Determined to provoke the man further, he deliberately asked, "Old Peng, what do you think of this gathering spirit cauldron? Share your thoughts." Peng Shulin glanced at it with an indifferent expression and replied in a flat tone, "It's a decent treasure." His nonchalant attitude left Yuan Shang feeling like he had just punched cotton, utterly frustrated. His attempt at showing off suddenly felt pointless. The principals present were all aware of the subtle animosity between the two. Sensing the awkward silence, someone quickly changed the subject. "Old Peng, what's gotten into you lately? You're usually the life of the party at these gatherings, but today you're so quiet. Oh, by the way, I heard you're planning to resign. Is that true?"
Yes.
Peng Shulin's straightforward response took everyone by surprise. "Why? With your experience, if you hang in there a bit longer, you might even make it to the Ministry of Education. Resigning now would be such a waste of a promising opportunity," someone advised earnestly. Facing their concern, Peng Shulin smiled and said, "Fame, fortune, and power are just worldly possessions. I simply want to enjoy a peaceful retirement now." His words left everyone stunned. After all, he had always been the most ambitious among them, constantly striving for advancement. To hear him claim he no longer cared about such things was baffling. For the next few days after the gathering, Peng Shulin was preoccupied with figuring out how to recruit Lu Benwei. Unfortunately, every plan he came up with was rejected because he couldn't find anything truly compelling to offer. A 16-year-old prodigy who could repeatedly shatter 4 testing machines in a row, with cultivation far surpassing even the principal, such a monstrous talent was unlikely to be swayed by the school's resources. Just as he was considering visiting Lu Benwei personally, Xiangcheng called. "Principal, the higher-ups have approved an interview for you. How about coming to the company at 3 p.m. today?" The news filled Peng Shulin with ecstatic joy, more so than on his wedding day. He immediately agreed, then changed into the security uniform he had prepared in advance. Standing before the mirror, he practiced saluting and standing at attention repeatedly, while mentally rehearsing potential interview scenarios. When he arrived at the headquarters of the Grand Prosperity Group, it was still an hour before the interview. Zhongwei took him to a lounge and poured him some tea. The two reminisced about the past, sharing heartfelt sentiments. Zhongwei then brought up the company's staffing needs and asked if Peng Shulin had wrapped up all his school-related matters. Peng Shulin sighed. "The only thing left is dealing with Lu Benwei." After a moment of thought, Zhongwei suggested, "Why not wait until the company distributes benefits, then set some aside to recruit him?" Peng Shulin's eyes lit up. Brilliant idea. Zhongwei's words opened up a whole new perspective for Peng Shulin, giving him a chance to see an opportunity to win over Lu Benwei. However, before the two could delve deeper into their discussion, it was time for the interview. The interview room was located on the first floor of the great and strong building. Zhongwei escorted Peng Shulin to the door, giving him an encouraging look. Peng Shulin took a deep breath and knocked on the door gently. "Come in." Li Qing's voice called out from inside. Despite having prepared himself, Peng Shulin couldn't help but feel a wave of nervousness as he faced the interview heat. Li Qing sat upright in his office chair, carefully examining the respectful yet slightly uneasy Peng Shulin, who stood before him. "Why do you want to join our company?" Li Qing asked directly, without any preamble. "Your company has great potential, and I believe it's an excellent place for me to realize my value. Here's my resume. I sincerely hope your company will give me a chance," Peng Shulin said respectfully, handing over his resume. Li Qing took the resume and tapped his fingers rhythmically on the desk. "A 69-year-old at the late stage of the Jindan realm, your cultivation level meets the requirements. As for age and demeanor," he gave Peng Shulin another once-over. "Your years as a school principal have given you a bit of a scholarly air. Jindan cultivators can live up to 200 years, so your age actually adds a mature charm. You barely meet the criteria." Peng Shulin felt a glimmer of hope, but his heart sank when Li Qing suddenly changed his tone. However, just as Peng Shulin's nerves were stretched to the limit, Li Qing continued. "The company has a 1-month internship period with a monthly salary of 1,500. Due to a staffing shortage, we currently operate on a 6-day workweek with 12-hour shifts. Once we have enough staff, we'll adjust to a 2-day weekend. After the internship, we can discuss the specific terms of employment. Take some time to think it over." To Peng Shulin, these conditions were an unexpected blessing. A 12-hour workday? He would gladly work 20 hours a day, even without weekends. As a Jindan cultivator, such hardships were trivial. "No need to think it over. Presently, I'm ready to start right away," Peng Shulin declared firmly. His enthusiasm took Li Qing by surprise. Judging by Peng Shulin's demeanor, he indeed seemed ready to begin immediately. "Then, let's start now." "Thank you, Presidently, for this opportunity." Peng Shulin's voice trembled with emotion. He had resigned from his position as a school principal for this interview, and now it seemed all his efforts had paid off. Just as Li Qing was about to assign tasks, he suddenly noticed a figure through the window. It was Lu Benwei. "We'll discuss this later. Come with me to greet the chairman." Peng Shulin froze for a moment. The chairman of the great and strong group was a legendary and enigmatic figure. Stories of their extravagant lifestyle, such as swimming in spiritual liquid, were awe-inspiring. He never imagined he'd have the chance to meet this mythical person on his very first day. Li Qing led Peng Shulin and Zhongwei, who had been waiting outside, to greet the chairman. Zhongwei had never seen Li Qing so eager before and curiously asked Peng Shulin what was going on. When they reached the entrance, they saw Lu Benwei approaching. Peng Shulin instantly recognized him as the genius student from Tiangyue High School. But what shocked them even more was when Li Qing addressed Lu Benwei as Big Brother and introduced him as the chairman of the company. Both men were utterly stunned. The mysterious chairman they had envisioned turned out to be a 16-year-old student? Even more ironic, they had been scheming to use the company's benefits to recruit Lu Benwei, unaware that he was the one granting those benefits in the first place. Despite their shock, they quickly saluted Lu Benwei. "Greetings, Chairman." Their voices trembled slightly, still reeling from the overwhelming revelation. Lu Benwei walked toward the company building and gave a slight nod to Zhongwei and Peng Shulin as a greeting. He looked up at the towering skyscraper, then suddenly turned to Li Qing and asked, Shaoli, don't you think there's something missing at the entrance of our company? Boss, what's missing? We'll take care of it right away. Li Qing responded promptly. Lu Benwei stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment. Seems like we need a stone sculpture. All the top companies have a pair of stone statues guarding their entrances. We can't fall behind. They'll handle it immediately. Li Qing was about to turn and leave. No need to trouble yourself, Lu Benwei said, striding toward the backyard. We've got one ready and waiting in the back. He made his way to the pavilion, stopping in front of a kneeling Qilin statue. The Qilin, a mythical creature, looked at Lu Benwei approaching step by step, its heart filled with unease. It had been behaving itself lately and couldn't fathom why this ominous figure was coming for it now. Before it could think further, Lu Benwei raised his foot and delivered a swift kick. Why did you kick me? I haven't done anything wrong lately. The Qilin felt aggrieved, but its indignation quickly turned into astonishment. As a divine beast that had survived since the age of myths, it had once suffered a severe injury in a near-apocalyptic battle. That wound, which had never fully healed, had become a persistent affliction. Yet, shockingly, Lu Benwei's kick not only failed to harm it, but actually seemed to bring a faint trace of healing to its internal injuries. Before the Qilin could process what had just happened, its entire body was propelled through space at incredible speed. In an instant, it found itself at the company's entrance, its kneeling posture now transformed into a dignified seated one. Lu Benwei appeared in front of it in the blink of an eye. This time, though the Qilin still felt apprehensive, there was a glimmer of hope in its eyes. It even secretly wished he might kick it a few more times. Listen up, you little trash. From now on, you'll serve as the company's mascot right here. If I'm in a good mood, you'll be rewarded. But if you dare to misbehave, wander off, or make any noise, my earlier warning still stands, I'll beat you to death. Got it? The Qilin nodded repeatedly. It understood all too well that this fearsome man always meant what he said. Moreover, if he could heal its injuries, this might be the opportunity it had been waiting for to overcome its bottleneck. What once seemed like a hopeless future now felt like a faint light piercing through the abyss. You're too small. Make yourself bigger, Lu Benwei ordered, scrutinizing the Qilin's size. The Qilin carefully adjusted its body, growing to a height of 3 zhong. Senior, is this size acceptable? Good. That'll do. Lu Benwei nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself that no other company's stone statues could compare to his Qilin in size or grandeur. Nearby, Zhongwei and Peng Shulin stood in stunned silence. They had just witnessed a living, breathing Qilin transform into a stone statue at the company entrance. Not only could it understand human speech, but it could also change its size. This completely shattered their understanding of reality. In their eyes, Lu Benwei's abilities had become unfathomable. Compared to their shock, Li Qing remained calm and composed. He had long grown accustomed to his boss' extraordinary feats. This was just the tip of the iceberg. As Lu Benwei strode into the building, Li Qing followed closely behind. Oh, by the way, Shaoli, find some time to bring that pig I've been raising at school over to the company. It's been months since I've seen it. It hasn't starved to death, has it? Don't worry, boss. I arranged for 3 caretakers to look after it. It's living well and eating well. I'll send a car to bring it over soon. Zhongwei and Peng Shulin overheard their conversation and exchanged bewildered glances. All they could do was marvel at how a man of such caliber operated beyond the bounds of common sense. Before long, Gao Chong and Zhang Han arrived at the chairman's office after hearing the news. Lu Benwei took out 4 large pearls, each as big as a human head, and embedded them in a display rack on the wall behind his desk. The room was instantly bathed in a dazzling glow, exuding an air of opulence. How's that? These pearls impressive enough? Lu Benwei asked. Li Qing, ever the loyal flatterer, immediately chimed in. Impressive? That's an understatement, boss. These pearls are masterpieces of nature, flawless and radiant. Their brilliance perfectly highlights your unrivaled charisma and commanding presence. His poetic praise left Gao Chong and Zhang Han secretly admiring his ability to capture their boss mood so effortlessly. Lu Benwei beamed with pride. The pearls are in place. Now all we're missing is a secretary. Shaoli, make that happen soon. Understood, boss. All right, the reason I called you all here today isn't just about the secretary. I'm also taking you to meet someone. Who, boss? Zhang Han asked, his curiosity piqued. Gao Chong and Li Qing also looked intrigued. You'll find out when we get there, Lu Benwei said, a hint of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Li GT restaurant is nestled in a bustling district, its 1,000-year-old signboard gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. This spacious establishment, capable of seating nearly 300 patrons, currently hosts dozens of customers. Students, office workers, and couples engage in hushed conversations, painting a harmonious urban tableau. When Lu Benwei entered with Li Qing, Gao Chong, and Zhang Han, the three looked slightly puzzled. The big brother, who usually frequented upscale places like Yulong Pavilion and nightclubs, had unexpectedly decided to have tea today. Lu Benwei, however, paid no mind to their confusion. He was engrossed in his phone, sipping watermelon juice while enthusiastically chatting with a girl he had met online. The agreed meeting time had long passed, but the stunning beauty from the photos was nowhere to be seen. An hour went by before Zhang Han couldn't hold back and asked, "Big brother, hasn't the person you're waiting for arrived yet? What's the rush?" Lu Benwei replied nonchalantly, "You need patience when dealing with girls. If you can't even endure a brief wait, how can you expect to reap the rewards of love?" The three exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. Li Qing, unable to suppress his curiosity, asked, "Big brother, what's her name? How did you meet?" Lu Benwei answered candidly, "I met her 3 days ago. Her nickname is Yao Yao. We've been chatting happily these past few days, and today's the day we're finally meeting in person." Immediately, the three straightened up, determined not to embarrass their big brother at this critical moment, though deep inside, they couldn't help but doubt the reliability of online relationships. Another hour passed, and Lu Benwei finally lost his patience. He sent a message in the chat. "Miss, I'm already at the meeting spot. Where are you?" The reply came, "Lu Gidge, what do you like about me? Of course, it's your beauty. But what if I'm not as beautiful as you think?" For once, Lu Benwei's emotional intelligence shone through. A pretty face is common, but an interesting soul is one in a million. As long as there's a connection on a soul level, nothing else matters. "Really?" she replied. "I'm sitting at a 45-degree angle from your left-hand side, third row. I've been watching you all this time." Lu Benwei turned his head toward the direction she mentioned, and was instantly struck as if by lightning. The ethereal beauty from the photo was nowhere to be found. Instead, sitting there was a woman whose physique could only be described as extremely full-figured. She lacked the youthful skin and long legs from her photos, and instead resembled an overinflated balloon on the verge of bursting. To make matters worse, when she coyly called out, "Lu Gidge," her deep, throaty voice shattered Lu Benwei's last shred of fantasy. "Let's go," Lu Benwei commanded decisively, leading his three companions in a hasty retreat. As they fled, his phone vibrated incessantly, but he didn't hesitate to block and delete the contact. Moments later, another online acquaintance, Hua Hua, who claimed to be Yao Yao's best friend and a low-tier model, messaged him, "Lu Gidge, Yao Yao told me you two met today. Is that true?" This player's phone was filled with contacts of various misses, from tea sellers to women working multiple jobs to pay off debts, from those seeking wealthy benefactors to self-proclaimed models. There were at least a dozen of them. Lu Benwei coldly replied, "Yes, but don't worry. I have nothing to do with her." Hua Hua quickly responded, "But Yao Yao said you told her that a pretty face is common, but an interesting soul is one in a million. As long as there's a connection on a soul level, nothing else matters. Doesn't that count as confessing to her?" On the screen, a message popped up from Hua Hua. Lu Benwei stared at it and replied indifferently, "It just means she didn't resonate with my soul." Before he could finish his thought, a menacing emoji suddenly appeared on the screen. Following it, an angry message pierced through like a sharp blade. "Lu Benwei, you scumbag. How dare you trick me, run away, and then claim we don't have a soul connection? I own 30 buildings, and you're saying I'm not good enough for you? Tonight, room 520 at the Rujia Hotel, you spend one night with me, and he'll give you a building." Lu Benwei's expression froze as a shocking realization surfaced. Hua Hua was actually Yao Yao. A wave of indescribable melancholy washed over him, leaving him feeling like his emotions had been struck by a double-edged sword of betrayal. "Bro, you okay?" Li Qing and the others asked cautiously. Lu Benwei took a deep breath. "I'm fine." De Chong was right, the internet is a deep, treacherous sea, and he just couldn't navigate it. A woman who could manipulate two accounts to deceive him so cruelly was beyond his comprehension. "All right then, let's get to it. I'm ready to take on 10. You got it, bro." As it turns out, there's no obstacle in life that can't be overcome. Surrounded by the cheerful laughter of 10 hostesses, Lu Benwei quickly let go of his frustrations. Meanwhile, in room 520 of the Rujia Hotel, Yao Yao was growing increasingly restless as time passed. The bouquet of flowers she had brought was already wilting. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, "I refuse to believe there's a cat in this world that doesn't sneak a bite, or a man who can't be won over with money." By late night, the room remained empty. Just as she was about to erupt with rage while staring out the window, a carefree yet enigmatic figure on the street below caught her attention. "Someone, come here." She clapped her hands lightly, and 6 or 7 bodyguards immediately stepped forward. "Miss Yao, what are your orders?" Pointing to the figure outside, a greedy glint flashed in Yao Yao's eyes. "In 15 minutes, I want him lying stark naked on my bed." The man who had caught Yao Yao's eye was none other than the newly arrived enigma in Xiangcheng Dragon King. The Dragon King was carried in, his face dark as a storm, and left with the same expression. What he had hoped would be a romantic encounter turned into a nightmare with a grotesque woman. His expression was terrifyingly grim, and behind the tightly shut door of the room he had just exited, the air was thick with the stench of blood. Inside, severed limbs were strewn across the floor, and the woman named Yao Yao lay dead, her limbs brutally torn from her body in a gruesome display. For the Dragon King, killing was as routine as eating a meal. He had survived battlefields drenched in blood and scaled mountains of corpses. Anyone who dared to plot against him was courting death. If it had been a beautiful woman, he might have overlooked it. But someone so hideous attempting to provoke him? It was nothing short of suicidal. Under the cover of night, the Dragon King strolled through the streets, gazing at the night sky with a calm expression, showing no trace of post-murder anxiety. His past experiences had forged his heart into stone. In his eyes, human lives were no different from chickens, ducks, fish, or dogs. As for the law, it was nothing more than a chain for ordinary people. For someone as powerful as he was, it held no significance. He had the strength to create his own rules. Tonight's incident was merely a fleeting diversion in his long life, not even worthy of being remembered. This was the Dragon King, an arrogant and domineering figure in the eyes of many. His lone silhouette under the moonlight resembled that of a solitary wolf, exuding the bitter loneliness of standing atop the world. By the time he was in his 20s, he had already reached the midstage of the Void Return Realm, a level of talent so extraordinary that it was said to be unmatched in history. Many speculated that he could ascend to the rank of an immortal before the age of 30. Yet, even someone as formidable as he had his troubles. Where was the nine-yin spirit body his master had spoken of? He had been in Xiangcheng for some time now, but the person he was tasked to protect remained elusive. His mission, assigned by his master, was to safeguard Fan Shuangshuang, the daughter of a wealthy merchant. She possessed the rare nine-yin spirit body, which appeared ordinary before the age of 20. However, after turning 20, a Yuansha pearl would form within her, emanating a unique fragrance that would attract practitioners from hundreds of miles away. Whoever could dual cultivate with her and refine the Yuansha pearl would see their cultivation soar to an entirely new level. The Dragon King's master, a sage of unparalleled insight, had identified Fan Shuangshuang's unique constitution a decade ago. Now, as the cauldron approached maturity, he had sent the Dragon King not only to protect her but also to foster a bond and secure this rare opportunity for himself. However, the Fan family had gone bankrupt and moved away, and Fan Shuangshuang's whereabouts were unknown. Despite mobilizing forces from both the underworld and law-abiding society to search for her, no clues had surfaced. Under the moonlight, a shadow approached silently. The Dragon King, hands clasped behind his back, asked, "Any news?" Reporting to the Dragon King, "This subordinate has failed. We have found no trace of her. Keep looking. If 100 can't find her, send 1,000. If 1,000 fail, send 10,000. If 10,000 aren't enough, send 100,000. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to, but find her for me." Understood, Dragon King. The shadow retreated swiftly. In the following days, Xiangcheng saw an influx of outsiders, all searching for a woman named Fan Shuangshuang. Unbeknownst to the Dragon King, the woman he was so desperate to find was currently on a date with Zhang Han. Influenced by Lubensheng, Zhang Han's 3 underlings had become more enthusiastic about women than ever. Their boss was a peerless powerhouse, and what did their boss like? Women. Naturally, as his followers, they had to align themselves with his preferences. Not having experienced love would be an embarrassment among Lubensheng's ranks. At this moment, Zhang Han was preparing to savor the taste of romance. In a high-end restaurant, the soft sound of a violin played in the background, and rose petals floated through the air. Inside a private room with coffee-colored walls, Zhang Han sat across from Fan Shuangshuang. His confession was as straightforward as it was abrupt. "Shuangshuang, will you be my girlfriend?" The steak hadn't arrived yet, nor had the drinks, and his blunt question left Fan Shuangshuang stunned for 3 seconds. She was attractive, and her purple dress added a touch of allure, while her expressive eyes radiated innocence. This mix of purity and charm was precisely Zhang Han's type, stirring feelings in him akin to those evoked by ancient romantic videos. Fan Shuangshuang had a favorable impression of Zhang Han. 3 days ago, during a rainy evening, a rainbow had stretched across the sky. She stood on one end, he on the other, and when their eyes met, it felt as if a spark had passed between them. After exchanging contact information, she hadn't expected a confession on their second meeting, leaving her caught off guard. I need some time to think about it." For Zhang Han, there were only 2 options, yes or no. "Then I'll give you 3 seconds to think." Fan Shuangshuang was dumbfounded. His blunt, nonsense demeanor was like a sharp blade, cutting through the tender emotions in her heart. Caught between advancing and retreating, she remained silent. "All right, I'll take your silence as a yes." With that, Zhang Han boldly grabbed her hand. After a token struggle, she blushed deeply and lowered her head in shyness. Love can be as simple as buying vegetables at a market, just a matter of saying a few words, or as difficult as a pilgrimage to the west, where success is always just out of reach. The night in Xiangcheng was shrouded in a torrential downpour, with thunder roaring across a sky thick with storm clouds. Zhang Han and Fan Shuangshuang had just stepped out of the restaurant, their hearts still lingering on the fragile sweetness of newfound love, when an unexpected confrontation froze them in their tracks. Through the curtain of rain, a solitary figure approached with an air of unyielding dominance. The downpour seemed to part around him, as though nature itself dared not intrude upon his presence. This was none other than the Dragon King, a man who had spared no expense in his relentless pursuit of Fan Shuangshuang. Discovering that the woman he desired was meeting another, his fury had reached a breaking point. Let her go. The Dragon King's voice was calm, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 storms. His gaze, sharp as a blade, bore into Zhang Han, igniting a primal unease deep within him, as though the beasts slumbering in his soul stirred in agitation. One glance was enough for Zhang Han to recognize the depth of his opponent's power. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice steady but tense. "You are unworthy of knowing my name," the Dragon King replied with unshaken arrogance. "All you need to understand is that the woman you're holding is mine. They'll say this only once more, release her and sever an arm. Do so, and I may consider sparing your life." Zhang Han, who had grown proud and defiant under the tutelage of Lu Benwei, was not one to yield to threats. "And if I refuse?" he challenged. "Then you die." The Dragon King moved with the swiftness of a dragon in flight, crossing the distance between them in a single, fluid stride. His fist hadn't yet landed, but the force of his assault rippled through the air like a tidal wave. When their blows collided, the very street beneath them cracked, the impact louder than the thunder overhead. The clash sent both men staggering back 3 paces, sending nearby onlookers fleeing in panic. Nascent soul, void return. In that single exchange, each had glimpsed the other's cultivation level. A crooked, sinister smile spread across the Dragon King's lips. "Interesting. You've piqued my interest. Now, I've changed my mind. Kneel and knock your head to the ground 3 times, and I might let this slide." "On your life?" Zhang Han shot back, his voice unwavering. "I, Zhang Han, kneel only to my parents and elder brother. Don't think for a second I'll bow to you." "Excellent," the Dragon King sneered, his tone laced with dark amusement. "I enjoy breaking the stubborn ones." He struck again, this time with power that far surpassed his earlier attack. The very fabric of the air seemed to collapse under the sheer intensity of his blow, with arcs of lightning crackling through the force of his punch. Faced with the full strength of a void-return cultivator, even Zhang Han's unleashed feral might was no match. Blood burst from his lips as the impact drove him to his knees, his aura fading rapidly. The gap between their cultivation levels was a chasm too vast to bridge. This battle's outcome had been decided before it began. In the relentless rain, the Dragon King stood like a god of wrath, delivering punishment with cold precision. He shattered Zhang Han's spine with a single strike, then systematically broke his limbs. Finally, he ground Zhang Han's battered face into the mud with his boot, looking down at him with disdain. "You dared to cross the strongest man in this world. Your fate was sealed the moment you made that mistake." "The strongest?" Zhang Han rasped, his laughter hollow and mocking as blood and fragments of bone spilled from his mouth. "In front of my elder brother, you're nothing but trash." The Dragon King tilted his head back, his voice resonating with an otherworldly confidence as he gazed into the stormy heavens. "You have no idea who you're dealing with. He'll let you live today, but only so you can witness the day your brother meets his end at my hands." The rain in Xiangcheng came down in torrents, sudden and fierce. Even after a whole night, it showed no signs of letting up. Instead, it grew wilder, as if the heavens had been torn open. Inside the headquarters of Zhuodazhua Chong Group, Li Qing and Gao Chong were restless. Li Qing frowned deeply, an inexplicable unease gnawing at him. Gao Chong admitted he felt the same. They discussed the possibility of a spiritual connection between individuals once their cultivation reached a certain level, which only added to their apprehension. It was already 10 in the morning. No matter the weather, the 3 of them always arrived at the office by 7, or at the latest by 9. Yet Zhang Han was nowhere to be seen, and his phone remained unreachable. Gao Chong had contacted Xiangcheng, only to learn that Zhang Han hadn't returned home the previous night. With Zhang Han's cultivation level, he should be untouchable in Xiangcheng, immune to any mishap. Staring at the torrential rain outside the window, Li Qing decided to inform their eldest brother, Lu Benwei. The moment the call connected, the air trembled, and Lu Benwei materialized in their office instantly. Under Lu Benwei's divine senses, the entirety of Xiangcheng unfolded before him. He quickly located Zhang Han, and his expression darkened. Without a word, he teleported the 3 of them to a storm-battered street corner. There, Zhang Han lay curled up, his complexion deathly pale, his limbs grotesquely twisted, with shattered bones piercing through his skin. If not for his formidable cultivation and the ferocious beast energy sustaining him, he would have long since perished. Lu Benwei cast a spell to stabilize Zhang Han's injuries, and then initiated a time reversal technique. The scene from the previous day emerged in the shimmering light. The Dragon King sneered arrogantly. The tragedy of the weak lies in their impotent rage when faced with injustice. The strong, however, don't stoop to barking like dogs. Today, I'll spare your pathetic life. I'll wait for the day your big brother comes to die at my hands. Lu Benwei's eyes burned red with fury, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked audibly. The projection shattered under the force of his aura. Zhang Han, struggling to speak, apologized weakly, but Lu Benwei reassured him, "You did well. You didn't disgrace your big brother. Today, your brother will take you to kill." Meanwhile, atop the rooftop of a luxurious villa on the outskirts of town, the Dragon King stood, savoring the downpour. He had always believed rainy days were his lucky charm. His birth, his apprenticeship, and his rise to power had all been marked by heavy rain. This time was no exception. He was awaiting Fan Shuang's 20th birthday, planning to use her as a vessel to break into the Mahayana stage. When that happened, he would hold the fate of the world in his hands. The Dragon King's gaze shifted toward the room where Fan Shuang was imprisoned. To him, she was nothing more than a tool. If she complied, he would grant her protection. If she resisted, he would not hesitate to destroy her. Thunder roared incessantly, and torrential rain poured without end. The Dragon King stood proudly atop the celestial platform, his gaze piercing through the curtain of rain as he looked into the distance. Suddenly, the void trembled, and several figures tore through the air. Lu Benwei, Li Qing, Gao Chong, and Zhang Han appeared in unison. The Dragon King's lips curled into a faint smirk, a glint of disdain flashing in his eyes. This group dared to come together seeking vengeance. Since they had delivered themselves to his doorstep, they shouldn't dream of leaving alive. With his hands clasped behind his back, he exuded an air of arrogance, like a god overlooking mere mortals. This arrogance was not without foundation. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, the Dragon King had fought countless battles, emerging undefeated every time. To him, these individuals were nothing more than insignificant pests, unworthy of attention. Without wasting a word, Lu Benwei stepped forward and launched a punch. The air shattered under its force, and the heavens seemed to change color. The Dragon King's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to counterattack, only to find his spiritual energy frozen solid. Even moving a muscle became an unattainable luxury. Only his thoughts crawled sluggishly. With a deafening explosion, the Dragon King's body was obliterated into fragments. This was not a battle of equals, but an outright display of overwhelming power. Thousands of miles away, deep within a mountain, a dimly lit cave shimmered with an eerie glow. Inside, runes intertwined into a complex network. This was the resurrection array prepared by the Dragon King's master, capable of reversing death and reconstructing his physical form. Slowly, the Dragon King's body reassembled within the formation, his breaths ragged. He recalled the terrifying punch from moments earlier. Never before had he encountered such a formidable opponent. In comparison, he had been as fragile as an ant. Meanwhile, the hidden guards stationed around the villa were left utterly dumbfounded. To them, the Dragon King was an invincible figure, someone who could walk away unscathed even from a nuclear blast. He was their living legend. Yet, this very Dragon King had been killed with a single punch. The scene before them shattered their faith entirely. Hovering in the void, Zhang Han choked back tears as he thanked Lu Benwei for avenging him. Previously, he had suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of the Dragon King, losing not only half his life, but also his dignity. To make matters worse, even his girlfriend had been taken from him. This humiliation was etched into his very bones. Lu Benwei's gaze was cold and deep as he replied calmly, "It's too early to thank me. That little pest isn't dead yet." With a wave of his hand, he ripped open the void, leading the group in pursuit once more. The Dragon King, having just regained his composure, was already plotting his revenge for a decade later when a chilling voice echoed from the void. "Oh, really?" Lu Benwei and his companions appeared once again, and an icy fear gripped the Dragon King's heart. This man was like a demon, capable of tracking him across 40,000 miles. In a desperate moment, the Dragon King pulled out a teleportation scroll. With a flash of light, his figure vanished. Before disappearing, he spat out a venomous warning. "Mark my words, I won't forget you. One day, it'll make you regret ever stepping into this world." "Damn it, this guy still has so many tricks up his sleeve," Li Qing muttered bitterly, his face full of unwillingness. "I told you, he can't escape," Lu Benwei said coldly, his gaze fixed on the direction where the Dragon King had disappeared. Without hesitation, he extended his massive hand forward. At this moment, the Dragon King was racing through the void, utilizing the power of a space-time scroll to travel tens of thousands of miles per second. Before long, an island came into view, Lingwo Island. This was a site of spiritual energy eruption during the era of spiritual revival, now occupied by the Tiandao sect. As the sect behind the Dragon King, it was his only hope for sanctuary. Lu Benwei's two terrifying appearances had left the Dragon King deeply shaken. At this critical juncture, only his sect could offer him a sense of security. Yet, just as he materialized from his teleportation, a gigantic hand broke through space-time and chased him down. The sight made the Dragon King's hair stand on end. This opponent was like a demon, capable of pinpointing his location with precision and ignoring the chaotic currents of space-time to pursue him relentlessly. With the Tiandao sect nearly within reach, the enormous hand loomed ever closer. Panicking, the Dragon King shouted, "Ancestor, save me!" His desperate cry, imbued with the power of a void-return cultivator, reverberated across the skies, alarming the sect's many powerful figures. At the mountain peak, a red-haired elder opened his eyes wide in fury. His divine sense swept out, instantly locking onto the fleeing Dragon King. "How dare you cause trouble in my Tiandao sect?" bellowed the supreme elder, his aura surging as he rose into the air, stirring the winds and clouds. Deep underground, an ancient coffin burst forth from the earth, radiating an ominous divine light that caused the ground to tremble violently. The ancestor sleeping within the coffin was clearly ready to intervene. As the sect's elders recognized the Dragon King, they turned their wrathful gazes toward the relentless pursuer. But what happened next would forever be etched into their memories. The massive hand that spanned the void suddenly descended with unstoppable force. In an instant, thousands of miles of the void collapsed, hundreds of islands exploded into rubble, and vast expanses of seawater evaporated into mist. Under the devastating power of that single palm, even the laws of heaven and earth were ground into nothingness. The red-haired supreme elder, who had just risen into the air, was blown away by the residual force before he could even approach. Blood spurted from his mouth as he fell unconscious. The ancient coffin, which had barely emerged, was sent crashing back into the ground by the shockwave, embedding itself deep within the earth. "No!" The Dragon King screamed in despair. He had believed that the protection of his sect's elders would ensure his safety. Reality, however, delivered a cruel blow. Those he had relied upon crumbled so easily before Lu Benwei's overwhelming power. The red-haired elder, one of the top 10 powerhouses in the sect, and the legendary ancestor, who had created countless myths, were both utterly defeated without even a chance to fight back. In that moment, the Dragon King finally understood the meaning of, "There's always someone stronger." Unfortunately, this realization came at the cost of his life. Under Lu Benwei's apocalyptic strike, everything was obliterated: his sect, his hopes, and himself. Thus, the Dragon King, who had once inspired countless urban legends with his signature crooked smirk, became nothing more than a relic of history. The members of the Tiandao sect stood frozen in shock. With just a single palm, Lu Benwei had collapsed thousands of miles of void, destroyed 100 islands, evaporated an ocean, and rendered their strongest members powerless. Was such power even within the realm of mortals? Tens of thousands of miles away, Li Qing and the others watched in awe, their hearts pounding. Lu Benwei's strike seemed less like traversing space-time and more like merging two distant locations into one. They had witnessed firsthand how their leader casually extended a hand and unleashed destruction on an unimaginable scale. What was even more terrifying was the realization that this wasn't even his full strength. "He's too strong," someone exclaimed, overwhelmed with admiration. At the same time, a deep sense of gratitude filled their hearts. To have such a powerful and dependable leader like Lu Benwei was the greatest fortune of their lives. At that moment, Lu Benwei's voice echoed across the skies above the Tiandao sect, crossing the vast expanse of space. "That little trash dared to offend me, and now he's been annihilated. If any of you want to avenge him, I'll be waiting." The sect's elders exchanged uneasy glances. Lu Benwei's display of power had left them shaken to their cores. If he truly wished to destroy the Tiandao sect, a single palm would suffice to wipe them all out. "Senior, you must be joking." One elder quickly stepped forward, attempting to defuse the situation. "That Dragon King was a disgrace to our sect. We were planning to deal with him ourselves. Your intervention has rid us of a traitor, and for that, we are deeply grateful. If you would honor us with your presence, we would be delighted to host you on our island and extend our hospitality." The other elders chimed in, praising Lu Benwei for cleansing their sect of a great shame and preserving their reputation. If the Dragon King could somehow hear the words of the sect he once relied upon, he would undoubtedly be enraged enough to claw his way out of the grave. Of course, having been completely erased by Lu Benwei's devastating strike, even reincarnation was no longer an option for him. Such thoughts were destined to remain hypothetical, forever unrealized. Lu Benwei scoffed at the Heavenly Tao sect's grand invitation and left without a second thought, taking Li Qing and the others with him. The members of the Heavenly Tao sect waited anxiously for a response, but none came. They exchanged puzzled glances. Did he really leave? Someone whispered in the crowd. A disciple turned to his master, his voice tinged with frustration. Master, are we just going to let go of senior brother's revenge like this? Mentioning the Dragon King, the disciple's emotions flared. The Dragon King was a legendary figure in the Heavenly Tao sect, revered as the senior brother of all disciples and widely regarded as the sect's future leader. Elders often held him up as the ultimate role model for the younger generation. Revenge? The Dragon King is a traitor to the Heavenly Tao sect. Haven't you heard? The master said with a furrowed brow. But senior brother didn't do anything wrong. The disciple protested, his face flushed with indignation. The master gazed into the distance, silent for a long moment before speaking in a somber tone. Provoking an enemy so powerful that even the Heavenly Tao sect cannot contend with him, that was his greatest mistake. For such a blunder, labeling him a traitor is lenient. To be remembered with shame and scorn by future generations would not be unjust. He sighed deeply, then added, remember this. There is always someone stronger, always a greater force beyond what we can comprehend. The power of the Heavenly Tao sect is not a license for arrogance. One day, you too will face an enemy beyond our sect's ability to defeat. The Dragon King serves as the clearest example of this truth. Later that afternoon, Lu Benwei and his group returned to the headquarters of the Prosperity Group. Zhang Han's injuries, which would have left an ordinary person bedridden for life, were treated as a trivial issue by Lu Benwei. Drawing upon a wisp of the essence of creation, Lu Benwei infused it into Zhang Han's body. Within an hour, Zhang Han, who had been on the brink of death, was fully healed. That very night, he sought the company of 3 young women to soothe his wounded spirit. The Dragon King's death sent ripples through the martial world, stirring an undercurrent of chaos. His vast network of followers quickly fell into infighting, vying for control and power. Yet, none of this concerned Lu Benwei. If even the Dragon King's sect dared not challenge him, these minor players were hardly worth his attention. As time passed, Lu Benwei and his companions returned to their leisurely lifestyle. They reveled in carefree days filled with music, theater, tea, fishing, and other simple pleasures, a life of unbridled enjoyment. In stark contrast, the White Feather sect found itself trapped in a peculiar state of decline. After receiving numerous benefits from Lu Benwei, the sect's leadership seemed to lose all motivation for cultivation. Another day of missing the senior, sighed Lu Qianyu, the White Feather sect's leader, as he slouched in a reclining chair, staring blankly at the sky. Exactly. Ever since the senior left, nothing tastes good, and nothing feels worth doing, a nearby elder chimed in with a similar air of despondency. It was no surprise. What took ordinary cultivators decades or even centuries to achieve, Lu Benwei could accomplish with a single inner core. Once they had experienced the intoxicating rush of such rapid power gains, returning to the snail's pace of traditional cultivation was unbearable. Sect Master, when do you think the senior will visit us again at the White Feather sect? Someone asked hopefully. How should I know? If you want answers, go ask him yourself. Lu Qianyu snapped irritably. But his demeanor changed abruptly when he noticed Zhang Xiaoxiao approaching. A warm smile spread across his face. Xiaoxiao, you're here. Please, have a seat. The courtyard, filled with a dozen or so elders lounging idly, suddenly came alive at the sight of Zhang Xiaoxiao. Their eyes lit up with renewed energy. Lu Benwei's parting words, your sect doesn't even have any beautiful young ladies. It's so dull had left a lasting impression. The sect had even amended its rules to recruit young, attractive female disciples, hoping to leave a better impression should Lu Benwei ever return. Zhang Xiaoxiao, who had received a rare pearl from Lu Benwei himself, was practically worshipped by the sect. They treated her as if she were a fragile treasure, afraid to let her fall or fade. Nowadays, her words carried more weight in the sect than even those of the leader. As Zhang Xiaoxiao took in the warm greetings around her, she felt a pang of disorientation. Memories of her hopes and dreams before joining the sect came rushing back, leaving her momentarily lost in thought. At Baiyu sect, Zhang Xiaoxiao initially envisioned 2 possible paths for her cultivation journey. The first was the traditional route, diligently practicing every day, studying ancient texts, sparring with fellow disciples, participating in sect competitions, earning the favor of elders, and thereby gaining access to more cultivation resources. The second was the worst-case scenario. She was well aware that some sect disciples would stop at nothing, even resorting to violence, to compete for resources. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of sect life lay hidden dangers and treacherous schemes. As a newly appointed saintess with neither strength nor prestige, Zhang Xiaoxiao had mentally prepared herself to face all kinds of challenges. However, reality turned out to be far beyond her expectations. Her life in the sect was 100 times more comfortable than she had imagined. The dangers she had anticipated? They simply didn't exist. A nascent soul spirit beast that had merely bared its teeth at her was promptly turned into a meal that very evening. A lack of resources? Utter nonsense. The sect poured an endless stream of resources into her, as if their supply were inexhaustible. Her fellow disciples looked at her with a mix of awe and deference. The elders treated her with utmost respect, and even the sect leader went out of his way to curry favor with her. As for her lack of talent, the elders spared no effort in using their spiritual power to cleanse her meridians, with some even going so far as to directly transfer their cultivation to her. Such treatment was beyond what even her own parents could provide. And the reason behind all this? It boiled down to one man who had once expressed interest in befriending her and gifted her a single pearl. Though Zhang Xiaoxiao had always overestimated Lu Benwei, she eventually realized she had still vastly underestimated his fearsome influence within Baiyu sect. Pulling her thoughts back to the present, Zhang Xiaoxiao had already made up her mind. The sect's generosity and care for her deserved her unwavering loyalty, even at the cost of her life. She raised her head, her gaze resolute. Sect leader, esteemed elders, I have come today to discuss a matter of utmost importance with all of you. The moment the words, a matter of great importance, were uttered, the entire council chamber erupted into a buzz of activity. Xiao, could it be that the esteemed elder is coming to visit our sect? Lu Qianyu's eyes lit up with excitement as he eagerly asked. The other elders exchanged expectant glances, their expressions betraying a similar sense of anticipation. In their minds, any matter of such monumental significance could only mean one thing: the arrival of Lu Benwei. Watching this scene unfold, Zhang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but shake her head inwardly. While she was well aware of Lu Benwei's exalted status within the sect, seeing the sect master so enthusiastic over what essentially amounted to a social visit struck her as both amusing and exasperating. Was this really the same enigmatic cultivator she had once held in such high regard? Sect master, this matter concerns the very survival of our sect, Zhang Xiaoxiao said gravely. Her words instantly silenced the room, and the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Xiaoxiao, what exactly has happened? Lu Qianyu asked, his tone turning serious. Earlier today, while I was practicing swordsmanship in the back mountain, I brought down a spirit pigeon, Zhang Xiaoxiao explained, producing a sealed letter. This pigeon was carrying a secret message detailing critical information about our Baiyu sect. The sender's mark belongs to Shanxiao sect. In this era where technology and cultivation coexisted, vast areas remained beyond the reach of modern communication signals. To bridge the gap, sects often relied on spirit pigeons to deliver important messages. As Zhang Xiaoxiao displayed the intercepted letter, the expressions of everyone present darkened. It was common knowledge that Longzhou was home to 81 fortified cities, providing humanity with safe havens amid a perilous world. A modest city like Xiangcheng was considered third-rate, lacking even a single notable expert. Cultivators at the nascent soul stage were little more than legends in such places. Though sects operated independently from the cities, they were intricately connected to them in countless ways. Baiyu sect, once a second-rate sect, had risen to prominence in recent years thanks to breakthroughs achieved by its elders and sect master, earning it a place among the ranks of first-rate sections. Yet, even with this newfound status, the gap between Baiyu sect and the true powerhouses remained staggering. Xianxiao sect was one such powerhouse. Its sect master, Dugu Feng, was infamous for his near-divine arrogance and ruthless methods. Countless sects had been annihilated under his hand, including some of the most prominent first-rate sections. If Baiyu sect had indeed drawn the attention of Xianxiao sect, the consequences could be catastrophic. Zhang Xiaoxiao handed the intercepted letter to the others for review. The contents were chilling. Not only did it reveal Baiyu sect's location, but it also detailed its resource distribution and information about its leadership. What are we supposed to do now? One elder asked anxiously. Why should we be afraid? If it comes to a fight, then so be it. With our current strength, Baiyu sect might not lose to Xianxiao sect. Another elder declared passionately. The sect master of Xianxiao sect, Dugu Feng, has already reached the void return stage. What could we possibly use to stand against him? This sobering statement was like a bucket of cold water poured over the room, extinguishing the flicker of hope that had briefly ignited. The weight of those two words void return pressed down on them, suffocating their resolve. In the world of cultivation, individual power often determined the outcome of conflicts. Attempting to bridge the gap in cultivation levels with sheer numbers was a futile endeavor. The higher the cultivation stage, the more insurmountable the disparity became. A single major stage of difference was akin to the gulf between heaven and earth. Sect master, if we were to seek the elder's aid, could he help us overcome this crisis? Someone finally suggested, referring to Lu Benwei. Even if the elder possesses unparalleled strength, why would he intervene on behalf of Baiyu sect? Another elder countered skeptically. While Lu Benwei's abilities were beyond question, his casual gift of a divine transformation spirit beast's inner core was proof enough. The relationship between him and Baiyu sect was far from deep. Asking for his assistance in such a dire situation would create a karmic debt of immense weight, one that they could scarcely afford to repay. The atmosphere in the elders' council hall was heavy with tension. Suddenly, one hot-tempered elder slammed the table and shouted angrily, "This won't work. That won't work. Then tell me, what's the plan? Are we supposed to just sit here, tie our hands, and surrender when they attack?" The other elders fell silent, deep in thought. While surrendering might seem like a viable option for the weaker side in a power struggle, none of them entertained the idea. Everyone knew that surrender would not only mean losing all their resources, but, more importantly, the chilling rumors about Du Gufeng made it an unthinkable choice. It was said that he had mastered a sinister technique that allowed him to devour others to enhance his own powers. Judging by his past conquests, survivors were few and far between after he destroyed a sect. For cultivators who had reached their level of mastery, handing over their lives so easily was simply out of the question. The room erupted into heated discussions, but no concrete solution emerged. Finally, sect leader Lu Qinyu broke the impasse, speaking in a steady, commanding voice as he laid out a three-step plan. First, we will send someone to approach Xiangcheng sect and probe their intentions. If there's a chance for negotiation, we must spare no expense to resolve this peacefully. Lu Qianyu's gaze swept across the room, pausing briefly on each elder before continuing. Second, we must seek external allies. The Xiangcheng sect is notorious for their domineering ways and has offended many. These aggrieved parties could become our potential allies. When he reached the third step, Lu Qianyu's eyes rested on Zhang Xiaoxiao. Finally, as a last resort, we may need to seek help from the senior. Xiaoxiao, you have a close connection with the senior, and if you ask, there's a chance they might intervene. However, this is a contingency plan and should only be considered in the most critical situation. We must not disturb the senior's cultivation unless absolutely necessary. Turning to Zhang Xiaoxiao, Lu Qinyu spoke with a weight of expectation. Xiaoxiao, if it truly comes to a dire moment, I hope you will do your part for the sect. Zhang Xiaoxiao felt an enormous burden settle on her shoulders. While it was true that she and Lu Benwei had been schoolmates, they had barely interacted. Their only exchange was when he had given her a small flower, and she hadn't refused it. Asking someone of his immense power for help seemed far beyond her confidence. But with the sect in such peril, she knew she couldn't back down. As a disciple, it was her duty. She took a deep breath and replied, "Rest assured, sect leader, I'll do my best." The arrival of a secret letter cast a shadow over the leadership of the Baiyu sect. With a decisive order from sect leader Lu Qinyu, the entire sect sprang into action. One group was dispatched to negotiate with the Shenxiao sect, while another reached out to Shengxiu's rival factions. Simultaneously, a team of disciples began fortifying and upgrading the sect's defensive formations. The whole sect was gripped by a tense, foreboding atmosphere, as though a storm was about to break. Reinforcing the formations required an immense supply of spiritual materials. Several elders led teams to nearby cities to gather the necessary resources. In Xiang City, the largest supplier of such materials was none other than the Du Big Du Strong Group. Since Li Qing had annexed the Wang and Lu family businesses, the company had built a comprehensive supply chain and amassed a staggering stockpile of resources. Li Qing personally oversaw this critical part of the business. As Li Qing was handling paperwork in his office, he received a call from his management team. "Boss Li, a sect has approached us with a significant deal for spiritual materials. They want to meet with you. Are you available today?" Time and place. Li Qing's expression shifted subtly. Establishing a business relationship with a sect could be a pivotal step in the company's growth, and this deal warranted his personal attention. "They've proposed a meeting at 3 p.m. today. You can choose the location. Let's have it at the company headquarters," Li Qing decided. For this crucial transaction, Baiyu sect entrusted the negotiation to third elder Wu Yudao. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Wu Yudao arrived at the Du Big Du Strong headquarters half an hour early. As he approached the building, his attention was drawn to one of the security guards at the entrance, Benwei. The man looked oddly familiar, though Wu Yudao couldn't recall where he had seen him before. A nascent soul cultivator serving as a mere guard? The strength of Du Big Du Strong was clearly formidable, far beyond what even Baiyu sect could afford. However, what truly caught his eye was the massive azure Qilin statue at the entrance. Standing 3 zhang tall, the Qilin sat with its legs crossed, its gaze fixed ahead. As Wu Yudao stared at the statue, he felt an inexplicable sense of pressure. It was absurd. Was a dignified elder of Baiyu sect, a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. How could a mere statue intimidate him? Was the stress of recent events playing tricks on his mind? Unable to shake his curiosity, he scrutinized the Qilin once more, only for the oppressive sensation to intensify. Refusing to believe his instincts, he locked eyes with the statue. This seemingly simple act provoked the Qilin sire. To the Qilin, Such audacity was an affront to its divine dignity. In its prime, a single glance like this would have justified obliterating the offender 100 times over. But now, bound by Lu Benwei's teachings, it dared not act recklessly. Growing more certain of the Qian's extraordinary nature, Wu Yudao decided to probe further with his spiritual sense. In cities like this, the chaotic energy in the air severely restricted the range of spiritual senses, but inspecting a stationary statue up close should have been simple. Yet the moment his spiritual sense touched the Qian, it felt as though he had plunged into divine ice fire. His spiritual sense ignited instantly. Panicking, Wu Yudao severed the connection just in time. But not without consequence. A thin line of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His heart raced with shock. Had he reacted any slower, not just his spiritual sense, but his entire being might have been reduced to ash. What kind of entity was this? How could merely observing it bring him to the brink of death? Was this truly a living Qian? The Qian, meanwhile, was secretly pleased with itself. But as its gaze darted around nervously, it reassured itself, I didn't do anything. He brought this upon himself. Surely that terrifying master won't blame me, right? At that moment, one of the Baiyu sect disciples noticed Wu Yudu's pale complexion and asked anxiously, Third Elder, are you all right? I'm fine, Wu Yudao replied, suppressing his fear as he noted the Qian's lack of reaction. Turning to his disciples, he issued a stern warning. When we enter the company, show the utmost respect. Do not act carelessly. The importance of the Xiangcheng Corporation in Wu Yudao's mind had risen to an alarming height. Just a single Qian statue had cost him dearly. His divine consciousness, once severed, had stripped away nearly 40 years of cultivation and spiritual attainment. This left him pondering in silence. What other unfathomable and terrifying forces might be hidden behind this company? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Wu Yudao cautiously retreated to the security room. Suppressing the shock within, he forced a genial smile as he addressed Wei. Brother, may I ask your name? My name is Wei. You can call me Xiangcheng or Wei. Whichever you prefer, senior. Wei replied respectfully. He had seen Wu Yudao before, during the Baiyu sect's visit to recruit students at Tiangyue High School, and was well aware of Wu's status and position. Wu Yudao paused for a moment, his tone softening. We both live in the secular world. There's no need for such formal titles. If you don't mind me playing the elder, my name is Wu Yudao. You could just call me Brother Wu. How about that? That doesn't feel quite right. Wei hesitated, uncertain. What's wrong with it? It's settled, then. Wu Yudao waved his hand decisively, leaving no room for disagreement. This scene stirred mixed emotions in Wei's heart. In the past, those from the sects had always been aloof and unapproachable, rarely deigning to interact with ordinary people. He still remembered his time as a teacher at Tiangyue High School, where he didn't even have the privilege of speaking to these individuals. Yet, here at Xiangcheng Corporation, even a security guard could receive such courteous treatment from a sect elder. Brother Zhong, how long have you been working at this company? Wu Yudao asked casually, as if making light conversation. Not very long, just under a month since I joined. Would you mind showing me around and introducing me to your company? Wei nodded in agreement and began sharing the publicly available information about the company while leading Wu Yudao on a tour of the building. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning anything related to the company's core secrets. When the group reached the upper floors of the building and passed by a particular office, Wu Yudao suddenly froze in place. It was as though his feet had taken root, rendering him incapable of taking even a single step forward. The office was lavishly decorated, with an opulence that dazzled the eyes. The most striking feature was the 4 pearls embedded in the walls, their radiant glow enough to astonish even Wu Yudao, a seasoned, nascent soul cultivator. However, his shock did not stem from the pearls' material value, but from their own mysterious figure, who had once captivated the entire Baiyu sect. Brother Zhong, what position does the owner of this office hold in your company? Wu Yudao asked, suppressing his excitement and feigning calmness. This is the chairman's office, Zhong replied. This answer confirmed Wu Yudao's suspicions. No wonder the Qian statue at the company's entrance was extraordinary, and even the regular security guards had nascent soul cultivation levels. In his mind, Lu Benwei was nothing short of a miracle worker. Anything associated with him, no matter how incredible, seemed entirely reasonable. By 3 p.m., Wu Yudao met with Li Qing in the conference room. How much spiritual material does your sect require this time? Li Qing asked directly. Mr. Li, I'll take every bit of spiritual material your company has. Wu Yudao declared boldly, his confidence far from empty bravado. As a sect that had endured for centuries, Baiyu sect's accumulated wealth was truly vast, so much so that it could be described as oceanic. They had dozens of strongholds across major cities in the mortal world. Compared to the relatively new and rising Zhuaqiang group in Xiang City, Baiyu sect's resources were undeniably superior. The negotiations proceeded unusually smoothly. Wu Yudao readily agreed to all of Li Qing's terms, as if the multi-billion-dollar deal was merely a trivial matter. His decisiveness left Li Qing somewhat surprised. Mr. Li, I have a favor to ask, Wu Yudao said, revealing his true intention. Was this company founded by Senior Liu Benwei? You know my elder brother? Li Qing asked, intrigued. Senior Liu Benwei has done a great service to Baiyu sect. In fact, I personally escorted those 4 pearls on the wall here, Wu Yudao explained, his eyes filled with admiration. To think that you are Senior's brother, I must say, I am honored. Then, Wu Yudao made an unexpected proposal. Since Senior Liu Benwei founded Zhuoda's Group with a grand vision, I wonder if the industries under Baiyu sect could be merged into your company to contribute to his great cause? Li Qing was overjoyed by the suggestion. Given the strength Baiyu sect had demonstrated, their involvement would undoubtedly elevate Zhuoda's Group to a whole new level. We would be honored to have you join us. However, shouldn't you consult your sect leader first? Li Qing asked cautiously. While Wu Yudao was confident that the sect leader would agree, he decided to show respect and stepped out of the conference room to make the call. Third Elder, how's the collection of spiritual materials coming along? Came the hoarse voice of Lu Qianyu, the sect leader, on the other end of the line. Sect leader, everything is going smoothly. However, I need to seek your approval on one matter. I plan to merge our mortal world industries into a company, Wu Yudao replied. What? Lu Qianyu's tone turned furious. At a time when the sect is facing a life or death crisis, you're proposing to merge our industries into someone else's company? This is absurd. Unless you have a very good reason. The chairman of that company is Senior Liu Benwei. Wu Yudao interjected. Lu Qianyu's demeanor shifted instantly. Oh, I see. Third Elder, I may have been a bit harsh earlier. Please don't take it to heart. This must be done, and done immediately. You are a great credit to Baiyu sect. When you return, I will personally petition the ancestors to reward you handsomely. With the sect leader's full support, Wu Yudao and Li Qing quickly finalized the merger agreement. In the conference room, the two exchanged smiles, each harboring their own thoughts. For Li Qing, the immense scale of Baiyu sect's assets far exceeded his expectations. This acquisition was bound to elevate and strengthen his group to new heights. Meanwhile, Wu Yudao inwardly celebrated, seeing this as an unexpected opportunity to establish a connection with Liu Benwei. Why is your sect purchasing spiritual materials on such a large scale? Li Qing suddenly asked with a serious tone. Now that we're on the same side, if there's any trouble, don't hesitate to share it. These words sent a jolt through Wu Yudu's body. This was precisely the chance he had been waiting for. If he could gain Liu Benwei's protection through Li Qing, it would be an incredible stroke of fortune. With this thought in mind, he dropped to his knees without hesitation. Presently, to be honest, Baiyu sect is currently under threat from Shanshao sect. Their leader, Du Gufeng, is a return-to-void cultivator far beyond our ability to contend with. Please, I beg you to speak on our behalf to Senior Liu and help us survive this crisis. Li Qing hurriedly helped him up and immediately dialed Liu Benwei. However, Liu Benwei's response was far from what anyone expected. A mere return-to-void? Little Li, you've really let me down. Handle this trivial matter yourself. Don't bother me while I'm on a date with a lovely lady. Me? Li Qing was stunned. Although he had reached the early stage of return-to-void, it was entirely due to Liu Benwei's assistance. How could he possibly stand against someone of equal level? Liu Benwei, however, was confident. You carry an ancient malevolent spirit within you. Your power far surpasses others at the same level. Even if there were 3 of them, it wouldn't be enough to stop you. Go on. Trust in yourself. These words suddenly enlightened Li Qing. As Lao's protege, how could he fear an opponent of the same rank? There's no time to waste. Let's act now. News of this development soon reached Baiyu sect. Sect leader Lu Qianyu was basking in joy when an urgent report arrived. A Shenshao sect envoy had arrived. Shortly after, a cultivator in a sky-blue robe, with the words Elder of Shenshao sect embroidered on his chest, strode into the main hall. He was in the early stage of nascent soul and carried himself with arrogance. Sweeping his gaze across the room, he declared disdainfully, 2 pieces of news. First, your elder has been executed for disrespecting our sect leader. Second, you can either surrender Baiyu sect or prepare for annihilation. The moment these words were spoken, the entire hall erupted in shock. The Shenshao sect has gone too far. In the grand hall of the Baiyu sect, an elder's eyes burned red with fury, his fists clenched tightly as his voice trembled with anger. The elder they had sent to negotiate had been brutally slain. Not only did the Shenshao sect show no remorse, but they also brazenly sent someone to flaunt their power, demanding the Baiyu sect surrender. Outrage swept through the hall as the other elders clamored to take action and execute the envoy. At that moment, the sect leader, Lu Qianyu, suddenly rose to his feet and let out a thunderous shout. Enough! Before his words fully settled, he leapt into the air, his overwhelming aura as a nascent soul cultivator instantly engulfing the entire hall. The sudden display of power left everyone stunned. When had their sect leader become so decisive? In the past, Lu Qianyu had never dared to act so boldly. But now, with the support of Lord Lu, what did he have to fear? The Shenshao sect's envoy turned deathly pale, his earlier arrogance vanishing without a trace. You? How dare you? He stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief. But before he could react, Lu Qianyu's palm strike roared through the air, shattering his internal organs in an instant. The envoy was flung backward like a broken kite, his body lifeless before he hit the ground. In his final moments, confusion clouded his mind. Wasn't the Baiyu sect's leader only at the advanced nascent soul stage? Did they not fear the wrath of the Shenshao sect? With his last breath, he managed to shout, "In war, envoys are not to be killed. You will meet a terrible end." But the words barely left his lips before he succumbed to death. Lu Qianyu glanced at the corpse on the ground, a trace of his pent-up anger dissipating. With a sneer, he spat, "You dare speak of rules of war? Was my elder not innocent? Drag him out and feed him to the dogs." This bold act sent waves of exhilaration through the Baiyu sect, and everyone cheered in unison. Long live the sect leader. Yet, as the initial excitement faded, a pressing concern loomed over them. How would they face the inevitable retaliation from the Shenshao sect? Sensing the heavy atmosphere in the hall, Lu Qianyu broke into a calm smile. "No need for concern, everyone. The third elder has already secured powerful allies for our Baiyu sect. The Shenshao sect? They're hardly worth mentioning." As soon as these words were spoken, the elder's eyes lit up instantly. "Sect master, could it be that figure is going to take action?" Lu Qianyu nodded slightly. At once, the previously uneasy and fearful elders straightened their backs, their expressions filled with confidence. With that senior stepping in, what is Shenshao sect worth? Lu Qianyu swept his gaze across the crowd. That senior is about to arrive. Go and prepare immediately. Ensure a grand welcome. The entire Baiyu sect bustled into action, decorating the halls and filling the air with a festive atmosphere. Before long, the third elder brought news. They're almost here. Lu Qianyu immediately led the entire sect out to welcome them, everyone eagerly awaiting the arrival. When Wu Yudao's figure came into view, Lu Qianyu was overjoyed. Yet his eyes scanned the crowd repeatedly, failing to find any sign of Lu Benwei. He quickly pulled Wu Yudao aside and asked in a hushed voice, "Where is the senior?" Wu Yudao pointed toward Li Qing. "The reinforcement you've brought is him? Not Senior Lu Benwei?" Lu Qianyu's expression darkened instantly. "Don't worry, sect master." Wu Yudao leaned in and whispered, "This man is one of Senior Lu Benwei's trusted disciples. With him here, we can still ensure Baiyu sect survives this crisis." Despite Wu Yudu's repeated assurances, Lu Qianyu remained skeptical, had hoped for the real deal, only to receive what felt like a knockoff. Could this really be reliable? But there was no turning back now. The confrontation between Baiyu sect and Shenshao sect was inevitable. Suppressing his unease, Lu Qianyu greeted Li Qing warmly. "We are deeply grateful for your journey here. A grand banquet has been prepared in your honor." "No need," Li Qing interrupted with a wave of his hand. "Just send someone to show me the way. They'll deal with Shenshao sect right now, and we'll talk afterward." His words left everyone dumbfounded. This man was either recklessly arrogant or an unfathomable powerhouse. Reluctantly, Lu Qianyu assigned an elder to guide Li Qing. Watching their figures disappear into the distance, the crowd was filled with mixed emotions. If Lu Benwei himself had arrived, no one would have doubted his capability. But whether his disciple could handle this task remained a source of deep concern. Thousands of miles away, the Shenshao sect was situated on a sprawling overseas spiritual island, over 3 times the size of Baiyu sect. In the grand Shenshao hall, the sect master, Du Gufeng, sat atop a gilded throne. This towering middle-aged man, draped in a black robe with long hair cascading over his shoulders, bore a commanding presence with sharp, hawk-like eyes and an aura of overwhelming authority. 8 centuries ago, it was he who founded Shenshao sect, elevating it from an obscure sect to the pinnacle of power. He was the living legend of the sect, the unwavering faith of countless disciples. "Sect master, the Flame Elder's life tablet has shattered. Baiyu sect dared to kill your emissary. They clearly don't regard you at all." Elder Qi Yin stepped forward and declared loudly, "I request the sect master to lead us in annihilating Baiyu sect and avenging the Flame Elder." Du Gufeng surveyed the hall, and with a wave of his hand, the clamor ceased. Baiyu sect has indeed chosen the path of destruction. Pass down the order. All disciples gather at the training grounds. In 3 days, we will attack Baiyu sect and wipe them out completely. With the command issued, the great machinery of Shenshao sect began to move. Thousands of disciples converged on the training grounds from all directions. Among them, over 100 were at the nascent soul stage, several were powerful cultivators in the soul transformation stage, and presiding over them all was Du Gufeng himself. a cultivator at the early void return stage. Such an overwhelming force was more than enough to crush most forbidden zones. Against the mere Baiyu sect, the disciples brimmed with confidence, certain of their impending victory. In the vast void, two figures streaked across the skies, tearing through the air with incredible speed. They were none other than Li Qing and the seventh elder of the Baiyu sect, who was leading the way for him. The two hovered high above, gazing down at the overwhelming army of Xiangcheng sect disciples below, their momentum like an unstoppable tide. The seventh elder, seeing the suffocating aura of slaughter emanating from the army, couldn't help but feel a twinge of apprehension. Senior, the enemy's forces are formidable. Should we perhaps avoid confronting them hidden for now? Before Li Qing could respond, a thunderous roar erupted from below, shaking the heavens. Who dares trespass on my Xiangcheng sect? Get down here now. The gale that followed dispersed the clouds, fully exposing Li Qing and the seventh elder to the gaze of thousands of Xiangcheng sect disciples. Cold sweat trickled down the seventh elder's forehead. Even with his confidence in his abilities, he dared not underestimate such a vast gathering of powerful foes. Just the presence of Dugu Feng alone was enough to make him doubt his ability to withstand a single strike. Yet Li Qing remained unusually composed, even exuding a palpable battle fervor as his blood coursed faster. So, you must be Dugu Feng. Li Qing took a single step forward and descended directly onto the high platform, facing Dugu Feng from afar. The sight made the seventh elder's heart pound with trepidation. This senior was truly fearless, charging into the enemy's stronghold all by himself. The Xiangcheng sect disciples erupted in fury. What insolence! Not only does this scoundrel trespass on our grounds, but he dares to disrespect our sect master. He deserves death. Dressed in a black robe, Dugu Feng raised his hand, silencing the crowd. He regarded Li Qing with a smirk of disdain. At the early stage of the return to Void Realm, I admit you have some skill. But if you think that's enough to wreak havoc in my Xiangcheng sect, you're far too naive. State your purpose. If you can give me a reason that satisfies me, I might just spare your life. This arrogant demeanor reminded Li Qing of the Dragon King he had recently slain, similarly overconfident, similarly detestable. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he declared, I am here on behalf of the Baiyu sect. If you intend to attack the Baiyu sect, you'll have to get through me first. Dugu Feng burst into laughter upon hearing this. I gave you a chance, but you failed to appreciate it. A wrong answer, and the price is your life. As his voice fell, an overwhelming aura surged forth, like a dragon breaking free from the sea or a phoenix soaring into the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. The Xiangcheng sect disciples jeered. A mere clown dares to act so brazenly in our Xiangcheng sect. The sect master will surely crush him within 3 moves. The seventh elder, however, was nearly suffocated under the oppressive aura emanating from Dugu Feng. His heart was gripped with anxiety. This Xiangcheng sect master was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. Could Senior Li Qing truly handle him? Boom. In an instant, Dugu Feng closed the distance and launched a punch, his spiritual energy surging like a raging torrent, as if capable of shattering mountains and splitting the earth. Li Qing bent his knees slightly, his spiritual energy roaring like a tidal wave within him. A colossal shadow rose behind Hema, three-headed hellhound towering over 100 meters tall, its body pitch black and wreathed in dark flames, exuding the ancient and terrifying aura of a divine beast. Crash! The two forces collided with explosive intensity, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The impact obliterated half the island and stirred waves that reached thousands of feet high. If not for the protective barrier hastily erected by a nascent soul cultivator, even Golden Core disciples would have been annihilated by the sheer force of the aftermath. As the shockwaves subsided and the dust settled, the onlookers raised their heads once more. What they saw left their scalps tingling and their faces filled with terror. On the martial arts training ground, an awe-inspiring and shocking scene unfolded. The legendary leader of the Xiangcheng sect, Dugu Feng, revered as a near-mythical figure by his followers, now lay crumpled on the ground, his body broken and lifeless. His bones shattered entirely, and silence blanketed the world. Disbelief was etched across the faces of everyone present. No, this can't be real. Xiangcheng sect disciples cried out in despair. Master, you are the undefeated war god who led us to countless victories. You can still stand up, right? Dugu Feng coughed up blood as he lay there, his spirit utterly crushed. As a nascent soul stage cultivator, he couldn't fathom how his opponent had destroyed him with a single blow, severing his meridians, shattering his core, and snuffing out his vitality. He couldn't comprehend how the Baiyu sect had managed to summon such a terrifyingly powerful expert. Even more ironic, as he teetered on the brink of death, his disciples continued urging him to rise and fight. Puffed with one final blood-spattered breath, the self-proclaimed godlike figure was reduced to nothingness, killed by a single punch from Li Qing. The once mighty Dugufeng was erased from the world forever. Li Qing retracted the soul of the fierce beast he had summoned, staring at his own fist in disbelief. He had assumed this battle would be a grueling one, yet he hadn't even exerted his full strength before his opponent fell. Above, the seventh elder of the Baiyu sect watched, utterly dumbfounded. When Li Qing had charged into the enemy ranks, the elder had already resigned himself to death. Who could have predicted such a dramatic reversal? A single blow to kill a nascent soul master this level of power was beyond comprehension. With Dugu Feng's death, the disciples of the Shanxiao sect were plunged into overwhelming grief. Yet alongside their sorrow, many quietly slipped away. They knew full well that if their mighty leader had fallen with a single strike, their weaker selves stood no chance of avenging him. The tragedy of the Shanxiao sect lay in its over-reliance on Dugu Feng. With their pillar of strength gone, the sect collapsed into chaos. The most bitter irony was that, though they mourned their leader's death, not a single person dared to step forward and collect his remains. The crowd on the training ground thinned out until not a soul remained. Li Qing paid no mind to any of this. His sole purpose in coming here was to resolve the crisis facing the Baiyu sect. With the greatest threat, Dugu Feng, now eliminated, his mission was complete. The following day, the Baiyu sect was abuzz with anxiety, awaiting news of Li Qing's fate. He bore the weight of the entire sect's hope. His success or failure would determine their survival. Master, the seventh elder has returned. A disciple rushed in to report. Did you see Senior Li Qing? Lu Qianyu, the sect leader, immediately asked. No, we didn't, the disciple replied, causing Lu Qianyu's heart to sink. It was as if he could already envision the Baiyu sect's demise. Soon, the seventh elder arrived at the grand hall of the sect. Everyone crowded around him, anxiously demanding news of Li Qing's whereabouts. Some of the younger female disciples even wept openly. The seventh elder, puzzled by the reaction, finally spoke up. Senior Li Qing achieved a resounding victory. He killed Dugu Feng with a single strike. Right now, he's busy looting the Shanxiao sect's treasures. Sect leader, we need to act quickly before other sects seize the opportunity. The sudden news left everyone stunned, their sorrow instantly transforming into euphoria. Lu Qianyu burst into laughter. All those capable in the Baiyu sect, follow me to claim new lands and expand our territory. Before his words had even faded, the Baiyu sect's experts were already geared up, setting out in grand formation. The fall of the Shanxiao sect was both sudden and absolute. After Du Gufeng was killed on the spot by Li Qing, chaos immediately engulfed the entire sect. Li Qing strolled leisurely through this once prestigious sect, taking whatever treasures caught his eye. The disciples of the Shanxiao sect could only keep their distance, forcing awkward yet polite smiles before retreating quietly. Among all his spoils, Li Qing was most pleased with a spiritual herb garden, where 3 rare herbs were growing. These herbs were not only invaluable for alchemy, but also possessed gentle spiritual energy that was hard to come by. Li Qing collected these treasures along with countless other rare items, filling 3 enormous storage bags, each spanning several thousand square meters. Just as Li Qing was about to call it a day, streaks of light suddenly appeared in the sky. The members of the Baiyu sect arrived in an imposing formation, openly mocking the remnants of the Shenxiao sect with the arrogance of villains, making a grand entrance. With Du Gufeng, their strongest fighter, gone, and Li Qing, a powerful force, present, the Shenxiao sect was utterly defenseless. In no time, the Baiyu sect claimed the territory as their own. Lu Qianyu, leading the senior members of the sect, approached Li Qing and expressed heartfelt gratitude. We can never repay the debt we owe to you, senior. In the future, should you need anything, the Baiyu sect will spare no effort to assist you, even at great personal risk. Li Qing waved it off and replied, Sect Master Lu, there's no need for such formality. The Baiyu sect is a valued partner of the Make It Big and Strong group. This was only natural. Although Li Qing declined their invitation to a celebratory banquet, the Baiyu sect was still immersed in the joy of their victory. Despite Li Qing taking away 80 of the Shenxiao sect's treasures, the mere acquisition of this blessed land was enough to significantly boost the Baiyu sect's strength. However, during the evening's celebratory feast, an unexpected resignation disrupted the festive atmosphere. The third elder, Wu Yudao, suddenly announced his intention to step down from his position, citing his desire to join the Make It Big and Strong group as a security guard. His decision left everyone in the room utterly stunned. Faced with the crowd's skepticism, Wu Yudao revealed shocking details. He had once encountered a teacher with only a golden core cultivation level during a recruitment event at Qingyue Academy. Yet, after joining the Make It Big and Strong group as a security guard, this teacher's cultivation had skyrocketed to the nascent soul mid-stage. Even more astonishing was the fact that Li Qing himself had only been at the golden core stage 6 months ago. This revelation struck like a thunderclap, leaving the gathered elders in sudden realization. They recalled their own breakthroughs to the divine transformation stage and the enigmatic presence of the Make It Big and Strong group's chairman, Benwei. In an instant, a fervent light ignited in their eyes. This was clearly a shortcut to reaching greater heights in cultivation. Taoist Wu let out a hearty laugh, transforming into a streak of light that shot into the sky. Sect Master, I'll go ahead and take the lead off to apply for a security guard position at the company. His cheerful laughter echoed in the night sky for a long time. The disciples present were utterly dumbfounded. Moments ago, they had only seen the sect master and the elders collectively gasp, followed by the mention of the word security guard, and now, the seventh elder was actually going to apply for this position? It was just an ordinary job. What was there to get so excited about? What stunned them even more was that the other elders immediately flew into the air, chasing after him. You old scoundrel, wait for me. How can we let you hog such a great opportunity? The disciples exchanged bewildered looks, unable to make sense of the situation. One of them muttered in confusion, wait a second, didn't I see security guards when I accompanied the third elder to the mortal realm to recruit disciples? They only earn 3,000 or 4,000 a month, and they don't even get full benefits. What's so amazing about that? The crowd turned their hopeful eyes to the sect master, expecting him to stop this absurdity. But to their shock, Lu Qianyu was anxiously stomping his feet. You bunch of old fools, wait for me. Unfortunately, no one paid him any attention, each one terrified of missing out on the opportunity. As the sect master, Lu Qianyu found himself momentarily tied down. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as his gaze landed on Zhang Xiaoxiao. Child, do you want to be sect master? Zhang Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Sect master, I've never even been a group leader in class before. Are you sure about this? Absolutely sure. Lu Qianyu grinned. If it weren't for you uncovering Shanxiao sect's conspiracy, Baiyu sect would have been doomed. You've made great contributions, and as the sect's holy maiden, you're the perfect choice to succeed me. Without giving her a chance to refuse, he shoved the Baiyu ring, the symbol of the sect master's authority, into her hand. The ring contains all the sect's resources and the golden cores left by past elders. It's more than enough to enhance your cultivation. The sect is in your hands now. I'm off. The disciples were completely at a loss. The elders were abandoning their paradisiacal abodes to fight over a security guard job, and now the sect master was giving up his position just to join them. As the crowd erupted into confused chatter, the sect's patriarch, Yuan Feng, strolled in leisurely. The disciples rushed to him, pleading, Patriarch, you have to step in and put an end to this madness. After hearing the entire story, Yuan Feng's expression darkened with fury. Those ingrates. Such a fantastic opportunity, and they didn't even think to invite their patriarch. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and took off after them. The disciples were left utterly flabbergasted. A few who were aware of Lu Benwei's existence seemed to have some inkling of the truth, but the majority were completely baffled. What kind of security guard position could drive the entire sect into such a frenzy? This world was becoming harder and harder to understand. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it has been over a month since Lu Benwei's vacation started. Now, it's early August. The summer heat lingers heavily over the city, painting the skies with a fiery glow. For Lu Benwei, this should have been the perfect season for romance. However, after failing 3 confession attempts in a row, his luck hadn't turned. Today, he decided to try again, sending a bold message on his phone. Yeah, will you be my girlfriend? The reply was swift and cutting. Sorry, your looks are outside my service area. In the grand office of the Make It Big group, Lu Benwei stared at himself in the mirror for a long time. Then, with a serious expression, he turned to his assistant, Li Qing. Shaoli, tell me honest, Lido, you think I'm ugly? Li Qing waved his hands dramatically. Boss, if you're considered ugly, then there aren't any good-looking men left in the world. Though his words were clearly exaggerated, they weren't entirely untrue. But I still feel like I'm not handsome enough, Lu Benwei muttered, frowning. Tell me, is there a level of handsomeness that can cover all service areas? Although Li Qing didn't quite grasp the connection between attractiveness and service areas, he gave the question some serious thought. After 3 seconds of contemplation, he replied, it's possible, I guess. I want to become more handsome, Lu Benwei declared, his gaze firm as he looked into the mirror. This conundrum left Li Qing scratching his head. Following the principle of, when in doubt, ask the internet, he began searching online for solutions. The first thing that popped up was an ad from Tiangyue Hospital. 1 surgery adds 3 points to your looks. 3 surgeries, and you're a perfect 10. We don't just wield scalpels, we re the transporters of beauty. What garbage? Li Qing scoffed, swiping the ad away in disdain. He calculated silently given his boss' terrifying resilience, even a power drill would likely struggle to make a dent. Continuing his search, he soon stumbled upon a more reliable solution. A government-approved herbal bath recipe. The recipe used herbs like shamba and Xiangcheng grass as the base, combined with rare ingredients such as Fudi demon root to create a rejuvenating bath liquid. Regular use could not only improve physical constitution, but also enhance one's appearance. Although the beauty-enhancing effect was among its least significant benefits, it was exactly what Li Qing had been looking for. Boss, I've got it. Li Qing exclaimed excitedly. We can use a medicinal bath, but these herbs are hard to find. We'll need large-scale cultivation. There's not enough space in Xiang City, but the restricted zone. The restricted zone? Then we'll plant them there. Lu Benwei decided without hesitation. 3 days later, with the company's abundant resources, Li Qing managed to gather all the herb seeds. Without wasting any time, Lu Benwei led him straight to the restricted zone. Deep within the restricted zone, several powerful spirit beasts were basking lazily in the sun. A winged crimson tiger, a massive bear, and a colossal wolf were enjoying a rare moment of peace. The wolf even prayed to the goddess of fate, hoping never to encounter that calamity again. No sooner had the prayer left its lips than Lu Benwei's figure appeared in the distance. The three beasts immediately froze, trembling like frightened quails, silently chanting, "You don't see me. You don't see me." At that moment, a streak of light shot across the sky, and a new figure emerged, a formidable eight-horned bull spirit beast. Having wandered into this restricted zone from elsewhere, it had quickly risen to become the top lieutenant under the zone's ruler, Nightshade, commanding the local beasts with authority. Seeing its subordinates cowering so pathetically, the eight-horned bull let out a scornful laugh. You call yourselves the local tyrants of this zone? And yet, you are reduced to quivering before a mere human? What a disgrace to spirit beasts everywhere. He dares to step into our domain? Clearly, he doesn't know the meaning of death. The twin-winged crimson tiger and the other spirit beasts froze in terror as they watched the octagonal bull spirit beast's actions. Their faces turned ashen. Boss, what are you planning to do? They asked, their voices trembling. The octagonal bull spirit beast stood with its hands clasped behind its back, exuding an air of arrogance. Humans dare to trespass into forbidden territory? They must be taught the rules. This is the paradise of spirit beasts, a no man's land for humans. Intruders shall die. Boss, you can't. The three spirit beasts urgently pleaded. The last one who tried to discipline Lu Benwei ended up with grass 3 meters high growing over their grave. Staying out of it means survival. Taking action is a death wish. Their desperate pleas only fueled the octagonal bull spirit beast's murderous intent. How could it tolerate its subordinates being so intimidated by humans? If word got out, what dignity would it have left to stand its ground in this forbidden zone? Enough! The octagonal bull spirit beast roared, waving a hand dismissively. These two humans will not leave here alive. But before it could act, a sharp cry pierced the sky, reverberating through the mountain forest. A massive golden-feathered eagle, its wingspan stretching over 10 feet, swept across the heavens. Its body shimmered with a divine glow, each feather radiating light, and its imposing aura sent shivers through every living creature in the area. The octagonal bull spirit beast lifted its gaze, staring intently. This was the third spirit beast of its caliber to pass through in recent days, a troubling anomaly that stirred unease. Meanwhile, Lu Benwei and Li Qing were surveying the terrain. Little Li, what do you think of this spot? Lu Benwei asked, gesturing toward a flat, expansive area with soft, fertile soil. Big brother, your eye for land is unmatched. This place is indeed perfect for planting. Li Qing replied with admiration. At that moment, the golden-feathered eagle began circling downward. Once a dominant force in this forbidden zone, the eagle had recently lost its territory due to upheavals, its mates taken, and its followers absorbed into rival forces. Now fleeing for its life, it sought refuge with its old ally, Wanli Peng. Spotting the humans below, it decided to capture them as a gift to secure its friend's favor. However, just as the eagle prepared to strike, Li Qing moved with lightning speed, grabbing it by the neck. With a sharp crack, the eagle's neck broke instantly. Big brother, steamed or braised? Li Qing asked nonchalantly, holding the lifeless bird. Braised, Lu Benwei replied casually. This scene left the octagonal bull spirit beast utterly dumbfounded. Its entire body broke out in goosebumps as it watched in disbelief. The golden-feathered eagle, a creature equal in strength to itself, had been dispatched as effortlessly as crushing an ant. This could only mean that these humans could just as easily end its life. What was even more terrifying was that Lu Benwei and Li Qing were now walking in their direction. Li Qing carried the eagle's corpse casually in one hand, the sight alone enough to strike fear into anyone watching. The octagonal bull spirit beast froze in place, its earlier bravado completely evaporated. All it could hope for now was that the humans would overlook its presence entirely. But fate had other plans. As the two parties closed the distance to less than 10 feet, Lu Benwei glanced at them and casually asked, "What are you lot doing here?" This simple question sent a shiver down the octagonal bull spirit beast's spine. What could it possibly say? Admit that it had just been plotting to kill them? That would be a death sentence. As panic set in, its gaze swept over its three trembling underlings, and suddenly, an idea struck. Lu Benwei turned to face the three beasts: double-winged crimson tiger, violent bear, and giant wolf with a hint of mockery in his eyes. What's the matter with you three? A senior has arrived, and you dare block me from kneeling to welcome him? What's your intention? The sudden accusation left the three beasts utterly dumbfounded. The crimson tiger froze in place, the violent bear stiffened all over, and the giant wolf was left slack-jawed. This unexpected betrayal from their leader felt like a crushing blow, as if they had just been hit with a devastating attack. Moments ago, they were all roaring threats to eliminate their opponent. But now Lu Benwei's complete change in behavior revealed a cunning depth that left them stunned. Still, these three were no ordinary beasts. Their ability to survive time and again in Lu Benwei's presence came from their remarkable skill in reading situations and adapting quickly. Realizing the stakes, the three beasts wasted no time and dropped to their knees. Master, you've finally arrived. It's been so long, we've missed you so much, they wailed dramatically, wiping at their non-existent tears and snot like they were reuniting with a long-lost father. Nearby, the eight-horned ox spirit watched the scene in shock. These three had just proven that, when it came to shamelessness, they were no less skilled than himself. Enough with the crying. Lu Benwei leapt over the kneeling beasts effortlessly. Go gather some firewood. This great lord will treat you all to a feast later. With that, he and Xiangcheng began preparing the giant eagle by the stream. The beasts nodded fervently and disappeared into the forest. Before long, they returned, each with a massive bundle of dry wood strapped to their backs. Soon, smoke curled up into the mountain air, and the aroma of golden, crispy roasted meat sprinkled with cumin filled the surroundings. The eight-horned ox spirit stared at the roasted meat in his hands, then glanced at the three beasts who were devouring their portions with gusto. A whirlwind of emotions churned in his heart, making it hard to even take a bite. But when Lu Benwei shot him a cold glance as if to say, "Not eating it means disrespecting me," the ox spirit shivered from head to hoof. In that moment, even if he were served dung, he would have to swallow it with a smile. The barbecue feast was a nerve-wracking ordeal for the eight-horned ox spirit. Every bite felt like walking on eggshells, terrified that a single wrong move would lead to his demise at the hands of Lu Benwei. Finally, when the meal was over and Lu Benwei and Xiangcheng were satisfied, the ox spirit cautiously approached and asked, "Senior, may we leave now?" Lu Benwei swept his gaze over the four beasts. "What's the rush? This great lord has a special task for you. Senior, may we ask what task it is?" The double-winged crimson tiger stammered, his voice trembling. "You're going to farm for me for a while. You'll be well rewarded," Lu Benwei declared. "What?" The four beasts were dumbstruck, feeling utterly humiliated. Mighty beast kings and generals reduced to farming? If this wasn't blatant insult, then what was? The eight-horned ox beast was visibly displeased at the mention of farming, but he quickly masked his emotions with a self-righteous demeanor. Puffing out his chest, he declared with exaggerated confidence, "Elder, you've found the right beast. My family has been plowing fields for generations. When it comes to farming, no one does it better than me." The ox beast pounded his chest, turning hypocrisy into an art form, leaving the white tiger and the other two beasts utterly speechless. "Looks like we've got some competition here," muttered Lu Benwei, turning to the trio. "What about you three? Any thoughts?" The three beasts instantly straightened their postures and responded in unison, "Elder, your command is our mission. Even if it means climbing mountains of swords or diving into seas of fire, we will get it done." Their words made the simple task of farming sound like a heroic feat. Soon, an unusual sight unfolded in the forbidden zone. The eight-horned ox pulled the plow, the violent bear steadied it, the white tiger scattered seeds, and the wild wolf watered the soil. Each beast had their role, creating an oddly harmonious scene across the rugged land. Despite entertaining thoughts of escape, the eight-horned ox was deterred by the others, who constantly reminded him of Lu Benwei's fearsome reputation. "Sure, the work is tough, but at least you'll live. Run away, and you're as good as dead." This grim warning squashed any lingering ideas of fleeing. Day after day, the four beasts toiled as if locked in a battle with the soil itself. From sunrise to sunset, they worked tirelessly, managing to cultivate nearly half an acre each day. The eight-horned ox pulled the plow so hard that steam seemed to rise from his nostrils. The white tiger's mouth was raw from planting seeds. The wild wolf's paws blistered from carrying water back and forth, and the violent bear, who had finally put on some weight, slimmed down again from sheer exhaustion. None of them dared slack off. They had no idea how much land Lu Benwei wanted cultivated, so they just kept working, day after day. Over time, they became surprisingly skilled at farming. On days when they didn't manage to clear half an acre, they felt strangely uneasy. When the seeds brought by Xiangcheng ran out, the white tiger quickly reached out for more. Lu Benwei even stopped by to add some mysterious substances to the soil, ensuring the seeds would grow rapidly. Within days, the first seeds had sprouted, and the young plants quickly grew over a foot tall, flourishing under their care. Meanwhile, atop an ancient, towering tree deep within the forbidden zone, a lively scene was unfolding. This colossal tree, with a trunk spanning nearly 30 feet in diameter and branches that reached into the clouds, was the lair of the zone's ruler, Yimei. Lord Yimei, is there cause for celebration? Asked a black serpent, respectfully flicking its tongue. There is something, but whether it's worth celebrating remains to be seen, Yimei replied in an ethereal voice. Prepare yourselves. We're hosting guests tonight. Below, the beasts bustled about, setting up the area with an air of festivity. Yet Yimei's gaze turned somber as he scanned the surroundings, noting the absence of several key subordinates. Does anyone know where the eight-horned ox, white tiger, violent bear, and red wolf have gone? They're farming, piped up a mole. I heard they're planting medicinal herbs. It's a big project. Yimei's face darkened, and he immediately summoned the four beasts. Before long, they arrived, caked in dirt from head to hoof. What orders do you have for us, Lord Yimei? Asked the white tiger. If it's nothing urgent, we need to get back to farming. The barren patch on South Mountain is waiting for us. Yimei's fury erupted. Do you even acknowledge me as the ruler of this forbidden zone? Instead of focusing on cultivation, you've taken up farming? Destroy that field immediately. Lord Yimei, you can't destroy it. The four beasts cried out in alarm. And why not? Yimei demanded, his voice steely. Everything within 1,000 miles is my domain. Because it's a direct order from Benwei, the harbinger of doom. The double-winged red tiger whimpered. Yimei's pupils contracted, and his expression changed instantly. Benwei? Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? That's perfectly fine. His tone softened as he broke into a wide grin. Farming must be hard work. How's it going? Do you need help? Should I assign more beasts to assist you? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.